West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go. Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby. Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
This is the catharsis we go through now. It is a football Friday with no Texans football game. And yet we must acknowledge that football is going to take place this weekend on this station.
No. Suppress and deny. That's my mental health secret.
Cut the music. Ben asked me right before we go in the air, he's like, should I play the football music? I'm like, yes. Yes, just like earlier this week when we went through we compared CJ's pick six to all the horrible soul-crushing plays in Texas. You all are sit down and take your medicine. It's good for you. This is the castor oil show.
I'm trying to work up a deep love for Jarrett Stidham and really pull for him this weekend. There was a nice article in The Athletic yesterday. I told the story about when he was in college, at Baylor, and wanted to get some workouts in the summer. Just didn't have, needed to find somebody. So we went to a place where a bunch of high school kids were working out.
Okay.
And Jarrett Stidham goes in, and kind of like the Eli Manning commercials, or those Eli Manning pranks. All these high school kids are like, what the hell? I'm not going to.
Who's this
There's
guy?
no chance I'm starting this year because Jarrett Stidham's slinging it around.
That's hilarious.
And he takes his helmet off, and they're like, oh, it's the Baylor guy.
That's hilarious. Yeah. I know him a little bit from his father-in-law is Tad Brown, who used to be the CEO of the Rockets.
Right.
Yeah. So Tad is his father-in-law. Tad is a very good friend of mine. When Amy and I go up east, we either go to a Devils game or a Sixers game. We went to a Commanders game. He's in charge of all these organizations now, working for Josh Harris. And I was this is after Jarrett's 2017 or 18 season. I think 2017. It was the year Auburn went 10-2 and they beat Alabama. Auburn had a really good year. Jarrett had transferred to Auburn at that point because, like a lot of Baylor guys, like everybody except Jalen Petrie, he left after the Art Briles thing. So Jarrett had a really good season that year playing for Gus Malzahn at Auburn. And so Tad called a meeting at Vic and Anthony's downtown. At that point, he wasn't his son-in-law, Jarrett, but he was dating Tad's daughter. So Tad bothered him, and he was trying to make a decision whether or not to go pro. Mm-hmm. And so I think I got invited just because Tad respects my opinion. The chops of the other people in the room all were much more in line with someone who would give advice to a prospective NFL prospect. Daryl Morey was there.
Yeah.
Jeff Van Gundy was there.
But had any of them known to power rank his options and put it in a Google Doc the way a professional like you does?
Not like I would, and I did that for Tad in a text, actually.
Did you? Yeah.
Auburn was in there. But it was Jeff Van Gundy. It was Daryl Morey. Lance Zierlein was there because Lance is great at the draft. He would have a draft take on that, on what his stock would be. It was really funny because Lance was there. I'm trying to remember. There was one other person there before the person I'm about to say got there. There's like six of us, and Jarrett and Daryl, and Daryl or Tad says Chris will be here in a minute. And I'm like, oh, Chris, I wonder who that is. And then Chris Paul walks in the room.
Oh, wow.
This is the year that CP3 was here. So, Seth, imagine that. I'm in a room with Daryl Morey, Jeff Van Gundy. Oh, Ted Johnson was there, too. So Ted,
I'm just thinking about the way that people operate here when giving guidance to the young people in life and how decrepit I am.
Tad called a meeting.
Put together a board of directors, basically.
Tad called a Game of Thrones meeting.
His potential son-in-law on how to...
Yeah,
I was in a Starbucks once, and there was a mother, her sister, and so there's like a 16-year-old kid, and her mother, and then her aunt.
Yeah,
and the aunt was like the one that sounded about, but just basically breaking down exactly what their next steps were in preparing for college, the SATs, everything else, the essay and all that.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I got work to do.
Don't let my kid hear this.
That's funny.
This is a level of parenting and guidance that I am not prepared or organized enough to give.
It was. I mean, for me personally, I was like in there almost as much as Jarrett was as an audience member, practically. Yeah. But I did contribute. I thought the one thing I could do, because my background, as you know, and I think the audience knows, I was in sales before I got into. I hired and fired a lot of people through my career, so I conducted a lot of job interviews. So I started peppering him with questions he would hear at the combine.
Oh,
I was like, oh, yeah, why'd you transfer from Baylor? And we think we all knew why. Why'd you pick Auburn? Stuff like that. Ultimately, he stayed in school, and I don't know that was the right choice because he came out the next year and was a fourth-round pick.
Yeah.
Gus Malzahn's offense wasn't a great fit for him.
Oh,
so,
that's true. Yeah, that's but the if you don't have things that lift you above and beyond, okay, you're in this offense. It's very much college offense. Yeah. Who knows?
Yeah. Well, hey, look, the kid is making millions of dollars now, and he is starting in the AFC title game. So it all led to this.
When he got those couple of starts with the Raiders a couple of years back, I remember I was watching it. I watched it on an airplane. For the life of me, I can't remember where I was flying or why. But I remember being impressed. I was, I had downloaded it to my computer. I was watching. I was like, man, this kid's sticking in here and like making some getting destroyed because of poor pass protection and all of the. So he's got some moxie to him.
Yeah.
That's a good idea, though. The question about, hey, why'd you leave Baylor, or really probably what people ask him about that, they're going to want to hear how he handles the Art Briles thing.
Yeah.
It's like in any job interview, kids. You never want to trash your former employer. There's a way to frame everything to where, hey, things didn't work out because of this or that. I could have handled it differently, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, it's not even about burning bridges. It's about not sounding bitter.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody's always got a little part of them when they're hiring somebody. They're like, what's this guy going to be like after I fire him?
Right. No, it's true. And I think just handling adversity, too. I love people's answers about handling adversity. So that was so anyways, that's a long way to say, like, I know Jarrett a little bit, and I'm rooting really hard for him this weekend. And I think if I had to guess, we saw that map that betonline.ag put together. It seems like most of America is rooting for Jarrett Stidham this weekend, too.
It feels like we're a little bit back to normal. Where people are aligned in their hatred for the Patriots.
Yes.
It's a completely different cast of characters.
Yep.
Other than Josh McDaniels and, ironically enough, Mike Vrabel, who left for a long time and came back.
Yep.
But by and large, the actual football team has nothing to do with the old dynastic New England Patriots. And yet, because they share a logo, we can hate them just the same.
For sure. And because, as you pointed out, they do have little threads of connective tissue with those old Patriot teams, so there's that. So there's that, too.
How many Super Bowls without Josh McDaniels as his offense?
That's a good question. It might be 0. I'm not sure.
Is Josh McDaniels low-key?
Well, Charlie Weiss was the OC for those early ones.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
And then it was Josh McDaniels.
Yeah.
Is Josh McDaniels low-key what Belichick was to Parcells?
Maybe.
Remember Parcells, people used to say, well, he's never actually really been all that great other than when he had Bill Belichick as his defensive coordinator.
I just know he's a really good offensive coordinator, man.
I hope he's good enough. That's the one part of me that hopes that the Patriots win the Super Bowl is that they could fool a bunch of coaches.
Get him up and out of here
Josh
again?
McDaniels is head coach material. He's learned from those 3 previous times he was hired as an NFL coach. Google it, kids. Yes, I know he's only coached for 2 teams, but he actually accepted the job in Indianapolis, had a bunch of coaches leave their current jobs and follow him to Indianapolis.
Yes.
And then he waffled and said, this porridge is too cold.
That's like a deleted scene.
Yeah.
The deleted scene of the Indianapolis Colts Josh McDaniels era of 2 days or whatever it was. Boy, you brought this to my attention yesterday. I ended up seeing it on Twitter a few times after you'd put it in the rundown yesterday afternoon. I was shocked by this. ESPN's telecast, and this may explain some things as to why CJ has become a national punchline.
Yeah.
CJ Stroud. ESPN's telecast of Sunday's Texans-Patriots matchup, which, by the way, was at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Sunday. So what in prime Monday night, 2 o'clock on a Sunday, the most watched event in ESPN history, dating back to the network's launch in 1979 with 38 million viewers. That's damn near a Super Bowl audience. I mean, it's in the neighborhood. The game also ranks as Disney's most watched sporting event outside of a Super Bowl across nearly 3 decades of live sports coverage.
We're bigger than Snow White, baby.
We are, yes. We are bigger than Beauty and the Beast.
We're bigger than anything Disney's ever seen up in here.
We are bigger than Mickey Mouse. Hell yeah. It's going to be named the Texans Corporation.
This is the thing about C.J. Stroud, because now we've gotten to that point where, all right, the initial backlash was incredible and strong, including by yours truly. There is also that dynamic where we know is that, okay, C.J. did all these things in the playoffs that were so sloppy and so reckless, really. I think reckless is a fair word to use.
The pick six was 100% reckless.
Some of the chances he was taking with the football. Yeah. What's especially frustrating for us in Houston is that we saw CJ learn how to manage risk and be so much smarter about all of that stuff and really became more of a veteran quarterback during the regular season this year. And it didn't make for glittering offensive numbers, but it was the winning recipe for this specific football team. So the really shocking thing for me was to see all of that go out the window in the playoffs. I genuinely did not think that was going to happen. Even after the Pittsburgh game, I didn't think it was possible for him to be as reckless with the football as he went out and doubled down on it. People outside of Houston largely are looking at it. They'll look at CJ's regular season numbers, and then they see this performance in the Patriots game, and they think that this is what he is and has been all year.
Yeah.
And that's unfair.
Yep.
So two things can be true. I am personally really disappointed in CJ's performance in the playoffs, but also I don't think it's as extreme as what a lot of the Dan Orlovskys or Ryan Clarks or anybody else has kind of been framing it on television over the course of the last week.
Okay. So where's your confidence level that CJ gets his mojo back in 2026
It's
right
not
now?
high. Yeah. It's not high. Partly just because I feel like it's tied to the concussion this year. And that's the big question is what is this hurdle that he has to overcome with recognizing and understanding when to run, et cetera, et cetera. It's almost like back to square one when he was coming out of college and he had to be encouraged to run.
Yeah.
But then the other side of it, too, is simply that he needs to overcome tough circumstances on the road.
Yeah.
And that's something before or after the concussion, anything else, the offense just like no offense operates as well on the road in bad weather as it is going to be at home underneath the roof. But there's just too big of a gap with CJ right now. He's got to get more. He's got to be able to be the same guy, whether it's on the road or at home.
I don't think you nerd out over ratings and viewership as much as I do. In fact, I know that you don't. But were you shocked that that was the most watched event in ESPN hit? I mean, we're talking nearly the end.
The only part that holds me back a little bit is I know over the last few years they've done I don't know if better is the right word. They've done a better job of monitoring the streaming numbers and everything and adding all that to it. I think there was a gap there for a while where there were a lot of people watching via different means, but it was the old school Nielsen ratings and things. They've just gotten better at tabulating things.
I'm just saying, if you had told me, like if you had asked me before the weekend, what do you think would get more, what do you think will have a bigger viewership, the Texans Monday night game against the Steelers or a Sunday afternoon game against the Patriots? I would have said the Monday night game just based on the primetime dynamics of it.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah.
That's just crazy to me. 38 million viewers watch that game.
I have zero clue about what percentage of this is people streaming or watching on their computers or anything. I know it's always lower than you expect.
Yeah.
It's still the vast majority of people are watching on their televisions. But I wonder if now that people can watch it from so many different places, that on a weekend afternoon, it's easier to, like, okay, great, I've got this volleyball tournament, but I'm going to be able to watch most of the game.
Well, and you're not staying up till all hours of the night watching it either. You know?
And like so it's easier to work it in. And I mean, there's so many times where I've watched/consumed a game by 3 different mediums.
Yeah.
Where, okay, I'm going to watch the first hour at home, and then I'm going to be able to listen on the radio or on an app as I'm driving to wherever I'm going, and then I'll watch on my phone when I get there.
Yep. All right, you pulled these 3 bits of audio. We probably won't get to all 3 of them here in the open, so I'm going to let you put the quarter in the jukebox and pick which of these you want to play.
Well, let's go with Greg Caserio from NFL. Listeners know him. He's been at NFL Films forever, and he's on Ross Tucker, our dear friend's podcast, every week. This is just a little snippet of what Cassell said about C.J. Stroud on the Ross Tucker show.
I mean, I can only go by watching tape. I don't know what's in his head, but C.J. Stroud has become a quarterback that plays incredibly fast. His mental and physical processes become speeded up way too soon. He perceives pressure that's often not there. When he can't play in rhythm, you can almost see his body language in the pocket. Everything becomes faster. I thought Troy Aikman spoke about it really well during the telecast. The last 2 years have been difficult. They've got to figure out what it is. You know, if he's the guy, you know, he's going into his fourth year. But the last 2 years, for the most part, with few exceptions, he's not been a comfortable player. Everything's happening too fast for him.
And I think I see, going back to what I said earlier, I don't think that's necessarily fair to frame it as the version of CJ in the playoffs is the same guy that he's been this season. Because I do think that CJ did a really good job this year. When Cassell says playing fast as a quarterback, that's not a compliment. That's it.
Right.
You're like, okay, you're hurrying to get through your reads. You're not letting the game come to you and really read the defense. I think in some respects he got faster in a good way, and he was more willing to take the first read or to check it down and do all those things. I do think that there have been times, though, especially when the pass protection is struggling, where he doesn't show the same level of composure that he has at times. And that's part of still finding that balance. And that's why I try to remind myself that, okay, he's 24 years old. It's his third year in the league. It's his second offensive coordinator. He did make progress this year.
Yeah, he did. It's
just that some of the times in these last couple playoff games where he drops his eyes and he's staring at the rush, those are the things that look like a frazzled quarterback, or a quarterback that just isn't quite confident in knowing what he's going to do next. That's the part that was a surprise to me.
The biggest chunk of schedule where I had the most massive concern for C.J. Stroud in his time in the NFL, and I've said this many times, but I'll say it again, was the week 7, 8, and 9 of year 2 when they played Green Bay and he had like 80 yards passing and got his ass kicked in that game. They played Indianapolis the next week here. He got his ass kicked in that game. And then the Halloween night game against the Jets, and he got his ass handed to him in that game. I'm talking purely pressure and hits and all these things. And those were the 3 games where it started to look different than, in terms of comfort in the pocket, than rookie year CJ and early 2024 CJ. And my fears at that time were, man, I hope that this offensive line doesn't turn CJ into this jumpy, jittery version that we're seeing these 3 games. And it ebbed and flowed at times, but that jumpy, jittery version always came back at some point, and it came back at the worst possible time in the playoffs this year.
It's interesting because when CJ's tried to force things when things aren't going well, as everybody knows, it's really, really tough for quarterbacks when you get pressure up the middle, including not just free rushers, but just guys in your lap. And you watch some guys like Phillip Rivers through the years was amazing at just kind of being able to throw darts from a compressed phone booth. It wasn't even a phone booth. It was a tiny little phone booth. And he was able to kind of pick people apart over the middle, even though there were people surrounding him all over the place. And I don't think most quarterbacks can do that, even the great ones. And it felt like in the Steelers game and in the Patriots game, there were times where CJ thought he could be that guy.
Yep.
And I don't think that's the guy he needs to try to be. He needs to be the guy, kind of like Lamar Jackson developed into, that is really good at just using subtle pocket movement. All right, there's pressure. And because we've seen this out of CJ. It's not about scrambling, and it's not about standing tall in the pocket when you have people in your lap. It's about taking that 1.5 steps to your left. It's about just micro movement in the pocket to find that lane to get it. And I think he's really good at that he has been really good at that in moments. And I think that's what he needs to continue to develop to do. But you look at that Steelers game, and he's kind of trying to throw darts with commotion all around him. And that's where it's too loose and reckless right now.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. It is a football Friday. We've got an AFC and NFC title game coming up this weekend. We will break down the 3 big storylines for each of those games. It's 7 o'clock today on the show. Up next, in his commentary about CJ this week, he pulled one of the biggest, in my mind, one of the biggest non-cancelable no-nos in talk media. Do not do this. Do not do what you did, Dan Orlovsky, yesterday. We will do this. You'll hear it coming up next. But first, it's Friday. It's my men's T clinic day. Got to go get that testosterone replacement therapy.
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so it is a Football Friday. You're going to get all your features today, people. We will do our final circle of swarm. We do need to reward a few people for their performance against the Patriots last week, Seth.
I totally forgot we were going to do that.
We're going to do it today. Yeah, we're going to do it at 7:20.
I'm going to let my subconscious work on it while we soldier on.
That's good. Yeah. AI, your subconscious.
That's how you fool people into thinking that you're more prepared than you actually are.
That's right. That's right.
Like that's part of my process. I'm letting my subconscious work on it. It's not that I didn't do it. It's that I wanted to tap into my subconscious reserves to give you brilliance.
Being worked on. Yeah. We will do 5 reasons I hate the AFC and NFC title games.
I've been consciously working on that one.
Yeah, that was not a hard one to put together. When you have 4 teams to pull content from.
I've sweat over that.
And then we'll do Take a Mania at 9 o'clock today. So we've got all your favorites coming today, people. Dan Orlovsky said this about C.J. Stroud the day after the Texans lost in the divisional round to the New England Patriots.
If you're Houston, you win that game with 31 other quarterbacks. It's unfortunate.
With Jarrett Stidham?
And any other quarterback. I mean, it's unfortunate that we don't get this defense not only in the AFC title game, but then more than likely in the Super Bowl if they win that game yesterday. Bad quarterback play wins that game. Bad quarterback play. The pick 6 and the fumble, that's 10 points right there. Now, credit New England. New England made some crucial plays in crucial moments. Drake May's touchdown to the 4th down to Douglas, the touchdown to Steph with the ball placement, the booty play, no question. But if you're Houston, I think Houston and Buffalo walk away from this weekend sick to their stomach because they look at all the self-inflicted wounds. And Houston is just going to sit there and go, 10 turnovers by CJ, or 5 picks, 5 fumbles in 2 games in the playoffs.
Yes.
And I think now if you're Houston, you're going to sit there and go, what do we do at the quarterback position in the future?
Yeah, so he caught himself there. It wasn't 10 turnovers. It was 5 interceptions, 5 fumbles. 2 of the fumbles were turnovers.
Yeah.
It was still bad.
Really
It was still bad. It was still bad.
And he was lucky not to have more interceptions in the Patriots game.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. So the thing that popped with that one, Seth, was the very beginning where he said you win that game with 31 other quarterbacks. One of the people, I think it was Greenberg on the panel, said even Jarrett Stidham, and Orlovsky said anybody. And so that's what popped. And I saw that, and I didn't think, I mean, maybe it's a bit of hyperbole, but I didn't think it was out of bounds, unfair hyperbole in that case. I mean, CJ had an historically bad game in that New England game, and there's no getting around that.
No. It was. I guess it depends on which way you want to run with that 31 other quarterbacks. It doesn't mean that 31 other quarterbacks are better than CJ. I think it's just that if you take the average performance of the 31st ranked quarterback this year, and put it into that game, all right, that wins you that game.
None of them throw 4 picks in a normal outing.
Right.
You know, none of the other 31 quarterbacks throw 4 picks in an average performance for them. So I didn't think it was unfair. I certainly didn't think it warranted an apology.
No. But yeah.
Here we go. This is Dan Orlovsky. This is Orlovsky yesterday. Sorry,
Before I do that, I want to go back to Monday morning because on Monday morning after the Patriot-Texans game, I went on and said, Houston wins that game with 31 other quarterbacks. I want to publicly apologize to C.J. Stroud. I crossed the line. I don't ever want to do that in this role. When I started 8 years ago, was making the commitment, never go on TV and say, well, they won because the quarterback played good, or they lost because the quarterback played bad. And so I've been called out on it. Accountability, full stop, shouldn't have done it. There's ways for me to say that in regards to C.J. Stroud did the one thing he couldn't do, and that's why they lose the game. I don't want to take away from New England's defense as well. So full stop, that wasn't cool of me, and that was wrong of me. Different way for me to communicate that.
Okay.
All right.
And let me say something real quick. And I love Dan Orlovsky. I've known Dan a long time. Full stop is one of the things on my list of things that annoy me.
That's right.
Full stop is on there. Stop
you
using
me your phone where you have your list, but you also have Amy, your wife, on there. You're holding your phone up and saying, this is one of the things that annoys me.
Oh.
And a picture of Amy is right there.
Very rarely is that the case. Only when she tries to give me a better way to get to places when I'm driving. That annoys me sometimes. But she knows that.
this is the problem with Orlovsky, is that Orlovsky's stuck in a world where really the heavy hitters in his world, they're not in the sports take business. They're in the creative insult business.
Right.
If you think about Stephen A. Smith, Nick Wright, like any of those guys, like the real big-time heavy hitters, they're partly sports analysts, but the thing that really makes it pop is the creative insults.
Yeah.
And, hey, 31 other quarterbacks win that game. That is a creative insult, Dan.
Yeah.
You should be proud of yourself. You should be patting yourself on the back. You shouldn't be what I presume you shouldn't presume. I presume Ryan Clark bullied Dan Orlovsky into that apology. Meanwhile, Ryan Clark is one of the most creative insulters in the game as well.
Yeah, well, he took CJ to task. Ryan Clark did.
I think Orlovsky doesn't like being in the creative insult game.
No,
he
definitely
wants to be
does
more
not.
analytical, and he feels like he veered more into the creative insult game with that. I think it was a valid creative insult.
Like I said, was it a little bit of hyperbole? Maybe. I don't have the energy to sit down and break down what the average performance is for all 31 other starting quarterbacks. I just know that's the worst performance I've ever seen a Texans quarterback have in an important game ever. And so the other part with Dan there where I was like, where he goes, when I got into this, said I was never going to say that a team won a game because of the quarterback, and I was never going to say a team lost a game because of the quarterback. And I'm like, sometimes you lose the game because of the quarterback.
Right. The GM basically got up in his press conference the other day, and multiple times you could have interpreted the times that he flat out said the most important thing for the quarterback to do is mitigate risk.
Right.
You can't win when you're turning the ball over this many times.
Yeah.
All of those, he all but said, we lost that game because C.J. Stroud turned the ball over so many times.
100%.
He just didn't do it as creatively as Dan Orlovsky because he's not in the creative insult business.
No.
If Dan, you don't want your GM to be in the creative insult. I mean, you and I would like him to be. But by and large, it's not the recipe for winning.
Maybe that's why Nick Caserio is going to start to learn more about AI this offseason.
Oh, that's one of the things he said
when he sat down with John and Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no, 100%. Definitely. If you're not learning about AI right now, and if you're in any kind of business that uses computers, that's like being an accountant in the 1980s and saying, I don't know, these computers, they just don't, they're not going to do it.
This calculator. I'm fine with my abacus. Okay?
Right. Yeah. Like you've got to all the positives and all the negatives, and there's going to be plenty of negatives, and there's ways to misuse it. You got to figure out how to use it.
Yeah. Here was Caserio on Texans All Access. They asked him, "What's a big goal of yours this offseason?" Here's what he said.
If you're asking me what I'm going to do, kind of like with my free time, I'm actually going to try to teach myself about AI.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I think there's some relevance to what we're doing. Maybe there's an application or an area that we can utilize it. And as you look kind of at the future moving forward, that's probably going to be a tool that's going to be available for our kids, my kids, and they're having some awareness and understanding. So it's just maybe kind of shifting focus and allocating time to maybe an area you don't have as much time on during the season because you're so hyper-focused on the opponent. So it's just trying to find some different outlets.
It'd be funny if he spent the whole offseason like looking into AI, and then he arrived just at the same spot I'm at where I make funny pictures all day.
He's spending 8 hours a day learning how to make funny pictures.
Sending pictures of like Will Anderson with a Demogorgon head to everybody in the building on a group text.
Nick would try to take the best attribute of every quarterback to create like a video game avatar of all the. So he's going to come back, and this is the guy we want to draft. He's going to do a meeting, and it's a picture of Lamar Jackson's legs with Tom Brady's brain.
2010 Aaron Rodgers release. Yeah.
The most, I don't know, whichever quarterback has the face that most looks like a prototype quarterback face.
Oh my God, yeah.
I was, you know what I did? Not with AI, but just old school interneting. I just went back and I was curious because I know Peyton Manning had a few really bad performances in the playoffs.
Yes.
Especially early in his career.
Oh, yeah,
and lo and behold, man, Manning's rookie year was 98, correct?
Correct.
In Peyton Manning's third year in the NFL, his final loss in the playoffs was in the AFC Championship game, road to New England.
Okay.
He was 23 for 47, one touchdown, 4 interceptions.
Wow.
What an awful quarterback. What a ridiculously bad quarterback for a guy that's been in the league for 3 years,
Man.
to go into New England and throw 1 touchdown and 4 interceptions, that's not a guy you can win with, Sean, right there. That's Peyton Manning.
I feel like that is so analogous to CJ.
It's eerily similar.
Yeah, eerily similar. Obviously, one stage further in the playoffs, but eerily similar is a perfect way to put it. Almost to the point where if I'm D'Amico or Nick and I'm driving in and I'm hearing that right now, if they're listening right now, I find a way to get CJ in touch with Peyton Manning just for a conversation about that.
Right, yeah. No, and I mean, that was the book on Peyton forever early in his career. Yeah. It was like, you can't trust him in the playoffs. Yeah. Falls apart in the playoffs.
Can't win the big one.
So, now, look, there's plenty of quarterbacks who have had similarly bad performances in the playoffs and not gone on to be Peyton Manning. It's a good lesson to remember that, man, you cannot take this snapshot of a guy in his 3rd year in the playoffs. Now, Peyton had already had a couple of really good games in that playoffs.
Yes, yeah.
Up to that point, he had thrown 8 touchdowns and 0 interceptions in the previous 2 games.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he had an absolute stinker in New England in that AFC Championship game.
I would imagine Peyton had better regular seasons, too, than CJ's had the last couple of years.
Yeah, going into that. We'll go back and look at that 2004. Oh, no, that was in – so I apologize, everybody. I should have had AI on my side. That was in
Okay.
So that was many years into his career.
Was it the 3rd time he'd made the playoffs? Could that be?
It was the looks like 3rd time he's made the playoffs.
Okay, so there you go. Yeah, I'd still have a conversation with CJ and Peyton over that.
I don't think Nick should have a conversation with him the entire offseason. That's the way. That's the way you create good relationships.
Yeah, there you go.
Just be mad at him and stay mad at him.
That's right. That's very productive. All right, headlines coming up next. Kind of a light headline day, but we'll dig into a few headlines here. Astros are in the mix, or at least former Astros are in the headlines. So we'll get to all that coming up next. Stay there on a Football Friday. See ya.
Oh, hey, the playoffs continue. They do.
Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's start with the Rockets last night. They lose in overtime to the Philadelphia 76ers, 128-122. Now it's off to Detroit tomorrow, and Detroit is really good. So the Rockets are 26-16 on the season. But they have cooled off after their hot start to the season here, and they're right in the middle of the muck in the Western Conference right now. 36 points for Tyrese Maxey last night. Joel Embiid, who's back now. Joel Embiid had a triple-double last night. 32 points, 15 rebounds, 10 assists. I suppose you could argue that the Rockets missed Steven Adams in that case. That would have been a big body to put on Embiid in that game that might have curtailed some of that. This ankle with Steven Adams sounds like it's going to keep him out for a while.
Yeah.
I think I heard somewhere it's a grade 3 sprained ankle, which is the higher the number, the worse the sprain. That's not good.
It's not good.
It's not good.
And it's also, as the Rockets are, conducting this basketball experiment of operating without a genuine point guard, you start to see rumors like the Rockets are interested in Jose Alvarado of the Pelicans. They're just...
That's the level of point guard it's going to be. They're not going to trade for a big name.
You don't have a lot of room to do a whole lot other than that. And maybe... I think what started off at the beginning of the season Fred VanVleet, he says he might want to come back this year, but realistically, that's not going to happen. I don't know. Now I'm
begging for it.
Yeah, I know. All the various theories I heard was that, Fred VanVleet wants to be around. He wants to be sure the Rockets don't move on without him, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Fred VanVleet's job security is as high as it's ever been right this moment because they're seeing what it's like to try to figure it out and operate in a world without a true point guard.
Yep.
But for this season, maybe that ends up, when they started off on their super fast streak, you're thinking you don't need Fred. What are we going to do? Throw him in and screw up all this chemistry these guys have at the end of the season?
Right.
I'm cool with it at this point.
Well, this is what it's going to look like because these possessions late in close games are a little harrowing as a Rockets fan, just without a point guard out there. For me, it is, at least. I don't know if other Rocket fans feel that way.
No, and especially it's the regular season is its own set of challenge question. When you get into a playoff series versus a really good defense over the course of 7 games, and they know there's things you can and cannot do.
Yeah.
That's why the old, hey, we don't take any mid-range jumpers was cool in the regular season. But then when you get against good defenses in the postseason that know that they don't have to worry about the mid-range jumpers at all over the course of 7 games, it makes them that much better defensively. Likewise, when you're operating without a true point guard over a 7-game series, it gets really, really hard to work your way around that.
It does. It does indeed. All right, so the Rockets off to Detroit for a game on Friday, and Detroit's having a hell of a season, so should be a fun one on Friday. Chaz McCormick signs a minor league deal with the Chicago Cubs. So he is joining Alex Bregman in Chicago. He's going to get an invite to the big league spring training with a chance to make the team. It is kind of wild. You go back and look at Chaz McCormick's 2022 postseason and then his 2023 regular season to think that now he's a guy who's signing minor league deals with an invite to a big league camp is a little depressing. Chaz looked like he was on his way to being a regular big league outfielder. He had like 23 home runs and 80 RBIs in 2023 and then just lost his mojo somewhere along the way. Injuries had something to do with it, but Chaz McCormick, you and I talk about this a lot, Seth, like guys that leave Houston, where are they on the scale of rooting for them or not rooting for them? Some we root against, I will root for Chaz McCormick all day, every day.
A sentimental favorite forever, I think.
Yes.
It's easy to make him a sentimental favorite because he didn't go on to end up being, the player you hoped he'd be.
Yeah.
He is what he is. Now, if he all of a sudden becomes an all-star in Chicago or something, I will despise him. I will, and I'll be angry at the Astros themselves.
I'll be angry at the Astros more so.
Being the ones that figure out how to get the best out of them.
Yeah. Kyle Tucker met with the media a couple days ago. They introduced Kyle Tucker. He did his little social media video for 5 seconds where he's like, "Hey, it's Kyle Tucker. Let's go win a World Series. Hey, how you doing?"
Rawr, bear. Rawr.
Yeah.
I'm a bear cub. Rawr.
So he was at so he did his press conference with the Dodgers. And, of course, Kyle Tucker's contract, Seth, feels like a tipping point for all of this talk about a salary cap and a salary floor?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm 1 year behind, obviously.
I didn't want to say anything.
No, I'm glad. You should have said something.
Yeah. A year from now, Seth is going to be like, Roger.
I wrote 3 paragraphs of hate into the show prep for the Dodgers, and I'm still picturing Kyle Tucker in a Cubs uniform.
We all know what you meant.
Yeah.
Here was Kyle Tucker. So baseball. It seems like the consensus around baseball is that this is not great. That the Dodgers are just buying up all these players that are really good and giving them top of market or even exceeding top of market contracts.
Yeah.
4 years, $240 million for Kyle Tucker. But Kyle Tucker says, "Hey, man, baseball's in a great spot."
Wasn't a good spot. I mean, we have phenomenal attendance around the world. I think attendance at the games continue to sell out games, and fans are being very supportive of their teams and their players and the organization. So I think it's a good thing having that and the interaction with everyone, and I think it's just going to grow the game from there. So I mean, as long as we can, as a league and as players, if we can just continue growing the fan base and having fun with it, and continuing to have that interaction between the organizations and the fan bases, I think it's good for baseball.
That's easy for you to say, dude. You just got 4 years, $240 million.
But meanwhile, by the way, attendance per game across Major League Baseball is not as high as it was back in the 2010s.
Oh, he's just riffing, is what he's doing.
Yeah,
like,
he's Bellingering his way through it,
yes.
just saying whatever it takes. It's not in a good place when it comes to, it's funny every time somebody says like, "Oh, this is not the NFL wouldn't have wanted the Texans versus Jarrett Stidham in the AFC Championship game. That's not what they want." The NFL doesn't care. They would prefer that all 32 teams have a viable shot at winning a championship. That's what, over the long term, is good for the NFL.
Yeah.
Baseball's in a bad spot right now when there are some teams that just flat out, year in and year out, other than the rare exception, are not going to have a chance.
They're feeder systems. There are teams that are feeder systems to the big market teams. And I would say the Astros, I'm saying this as someone who roots for a team and covers a team that is definitely on the have side of the have-not line. But it's not good. It's just not good for baseball, man. It's just It really isn't.
It's really it makes for some great storylines at the top, but you're right. It's almost like there's a quadruple A group of teams. That just flat out are going to have a really, really hard time competing every year. Because they can't afford. You can't keep up with these teams like the Dodgers.
Right. And I know the counterpoint from somebody on the text page will be, then why in the NFL are there teams that trade good players for for first round picks, that are giving, good players to the good teams for draft picks? That's because they're bad teams because they're poorly run, not because they can't compete salary wise. Not because they can. All 32 NFL teams can spend.
Right, and they all have. I mean, there's some that have the bigger market teams have a little bit of advantage, and that they just can do more with guaranteed money and everything. But it's not nearly to the extreme that it is in baseball right now.
Not even close.
You're right. The lockout. When's the potential lockout looming?
After this season, for baseball, after this season.
After this season, it might be one for the ages.
It might be.
I mean, because you're going to have to you're going to go commie on the Dodgers if you have to do this. You're going to have to take away their land and property.
Yes.
Like, you're going to have to say, nope, this belongs to the people now.
Right.
This is, we're actually going to nullify some of your holdings.
Yes.
We cannot continue to operate this way.
Oh, my God.
Off with their heads.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right. Story we will be watching. I will be watching. Painful as it will be. We're going to watch those games because it's football. I got 3 storylines for each of these games. We'll do our final Circle of Swarm for the 2025-26 NFL season as well at about 7:20 based on last week's game against New England. Stay there. But first, West Point Lincoln, 6 days ago, went to
The West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I'd come up with that. Why did we not ever once, after Chaz McCormick, as he signs with the Cubs, why did we not ever, after a big game, say, Shazam!
Yeah, Seth
Shazam!
and I were being total dorks during the break. I was just looking again at the Chaz McCormick story and just kind of muttered to myself, old Chaz McCormick. And then like, old Chazaroo. And then I'm like, old Jazzy.
Blum has like all these super corny things that he does with some of the players. Yeah. We need to start feeding him some.
Oh yeah,
we missed out on Shazam.
Shazam.
A golden opportunity.
Seth and I went back and forth like dueling pianos with stupid nicknames for Chaz like 5 times, and then Seth breaks out Shazam, and I'm like, you win, checkmate. There's nothing better than that.
I just once or twice Shazam instead of Mom, where's the meatloaf?
Yeah, well, we won't get that chance anymore. They got to bring him back, or Blum needs to get hired by the Cubs. One or the other. We keep Jeff Blum. All right.
The other one, the runner-up was Chaz of meat. What was it? He said Chaz of showers, but that could be Chaz of home runs when Chaz is at the plate.
Chaz of showers.
Shazam is better.
Shazam.
And by that I mean much worse.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Way dorkier. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. It is a football Friday, even though there is no Texans football this weekend. But we'll keep working the Texans in here in the storylines. But there are conference title games this weekend. AFC and NFC title games this weekend. Before I get to the storylines I've got for each of these, Seth, which of the 2 games are you more looking forward to? The AFC title game, Denver hosting New England, or Seattle hosting the Rams, and those 2 teams actually facing off for the 3rd time this season?
I'd like Seattle to win the Super Bowl. I think, for one, look, they were the defense that was right up there with the Texans this year in terms of just total and overall impressiveness. And I'd like that. I'd like defense to win a championship. But 2, I also am pulling for Clint Kubiak, the offensive coordinator for the Seahawks.
Yeah.
So then beyond that, I'm pulling for the Broncos in this game out of 2 things. 1, spite for the Patriots. And 2, I like the underdog story of Jarrett Stidham maybe, getting a chance to do something special.
Could be awesome. We'll do something special against the team that drafted him. The New England Patriots drafted him back in the day, and didn't see fit to keeping him. So there's that. And let's start there. New England traveling to Denver. That's the early game. And you can hear both games on Sports Radio 610 this weekend, by the way. So if you're driving around, you're doing stuff on Sunday, but while you're in your car, you want to hear the game, you can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. I think that's the first storyline, is Jarrett Stidham trying to go into that backup quarterback Super Bowl pantheon Hall of Fame. Nick Foles is in there. Jeff Hostetler from back in the day is in there. I would even in a way put Kurt Warner in there, just because I know he had a full season where he was playing at an MVP level. But the year that the Rams won the Super Bowl with the greatest show on turf in 1999, he wasn't supposed to be their starting quarterback. Trent Green was supposed to be their starting quarterback.
Yeah.
And Trent Green tore his knee in the preseason. And everybody's like, all right, well, this Kurt Warner guy who was literally bagging groceries in the offseason is now the quarterback, and it became one of the greatest stories in the history of football. Stidham has a chance this week, and if he wins next week, to put his name alongside guys like that, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. Which a much more compressed timeline as well. I think the other big part of it is obviously the Patriots had one of the easiest schedules this century, and Drake May did some really impressive things versus a bunch of non-elite defenses. He's now had 2 playoff wins versus 2 of the best defenses in the league. He hasn't necessarily looked like an incredible quarterback or anything. And except, versus the Texans, he had 3 really nice touchdown drives versus one of the best defenses in the league in bad weather. Mm-hmm. And against the Broncos, who themselves, their defense isn't as good as it was for a huge chunk of the regular season. They fell off a little bit, but they still have a really good pass rush.
Yeah.
And how does he do on the road versus a defense like that? And this is really just for my own offseason sanity. I just want to be able to continue to say, all right, well, look, he clearly wasn't the MVP of the league because he didn't have to do it against top-notch defenses the entire regular season. I don't want them to be able to say, nope, AFC Championship game, what are you going to do about it?
Yep.
This is purely for my mental health alone.
Well, and I think that's storyline number 2 for me. Number 1 is Stidham. Number 2 is, are we doing this? Are we really starting a new Patriots dynasty here?
Yeah.
With a really good head coach in Mike Vrabel. And, say what you will about Drake May's MVP candidacy. You make a lot of good points about the schedule and how he's looked in the first 2 playoff games. It hasn't been great, but it's been good enough to win. But he's a good quarterback. There's no question about that. Like, he is at least 2 years in, feels like a future star at the position. Are we really doing this again? Do the New England Patriot fans, is that their penance? 3 bad years in between dynasties here, or 4, whatever it is?
This is what you really got to hope for. You got to really, really hope for this, that if the Patriots do win, it's that some team out there, it's not going to be the Denver Broncos, thinks, hey, maybe Josh McDaniels has really matured and he's now ready to be a head coach somewhere.
Yeah.
Because then the Patriots go back into that same lump of so many other teams with defensive-minded head coaches. How do you replace the offensive man? Because Josh McDaniels is an offensive coordinator. Look, you can talk about how he had Tom Brady all those years all you want. He also did some really good things with Mac Jones in his rookie year.
Yeah.
And Mac Jones was on a much different trajectory before his offensive coordinator was replaced with a combo defensive coordinator, special teams coordinator, offensive coordinator.
Yeah. Matt Patricia and Joe Judge.
Yeah, Matt Patricia and Joe Judge began. He's calling up Bill O'Brien to ask for advice on how to play quarterback in the NFL during that next year.
Yeah.
If they lose Josh McDaniels, then let's see what Drake May does next year.
Yep. So that's number 1 is Stidham for me in this game. Number 2 is, are we really doing this? Are we starting a new Patriot dynasty? The other storyline for me is Sean Payton in this one. Sean Payton, if he wins a Super Bowl in Denver, of course he won one in New Orleans. If he wins one in Denver, especially Seth doing it in such a rapid turnaround style.
Yeah.
He got there. Russell Wilson was there. He mucked his way through an 8-9 season with Russell Wilson. They decided to take their medicine and cut Russell Wilson and take an $85 million cap hit spread out over a couple of years. I would imagine that was not an easy decision just based on the damage that you do to your ability to build a roster. And what's he done? He's built a roster, and I'm assuming Peyton's got the most say in that building over who stays and who goes. Even over, I know the GM's name is also Peyton, spelled differently. Talking about Sean Payton. He catalyst to building a Super Bowl contender. He's taken a rookie quarterback who's now 2 years in, Bo Nix, who's obviously injured for this game. But he was the last of all those guys taken in the first round. Bo Nix is a guy who I thought it was a real reach to take him at 12th overall. And I don't think he himself has been great, but Peyton's coached him up to be good enough to get them to an AFC title game at home, a 1 seed in the AFC. And if he goes on and does this, especially with Stidham at quarterback, then I think Peyton's name, granted, not with the number of Super Bowls that Andy Reid or Bill Belichick have, but I think you got to acknowledge that he did it in 2 places.
Yeah.
And Belichick and Andy Reid have both coached in 2 places, but they won Super Bowls in 1 place.
And honestly, what he did in the regular season with Bo Nix as his quarterback, because look, we saw Bo Nix came here, and I was impressed with his fourth quarter moxie, but I'm watching some of the throws and the decisions he's making, and I'm thinking, man, I don't know about this guy. Sean Payton has gotten a lot out of a guy that there's still reasons to be skeptical of, and then if he does it with Jarrett Stidham beyond that, that's one of the most impressive coaching jobs in an NFL season that we've ever seen.
Yep, no question. People weighing in on, we'll get to the NFC in a second. People weighing in on the AFC on the text page. Yeah, I hate Peyton, but damn, I do not want another 10-year plus Patriots obnoxious dynasty. This really does feel like a lesser of 2 game for me, at least. I'm not a huge Sean Payton fan. I respect him. I think he's an awesome coach. I'm just not a huge fan of his. I actually like Mike Vrabel better than I like Sean Payton, but boy, that Patriot fan. I was listening to WEEI this morning. I mean, it's just. Why do I do this to myself? Yeah,
Boston Radio.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah, Boston. That's our sister station up in Boston. Yeah, it's just. And the fact that Jermaine Wiggins is the player on that show who's from Boston.
Yeah.
So he's a former player who played for Belichick. So he's already pretty entitled. And he's got this heavy Boston accent to go with it.
And it's hard to explain to, unless you spend a lot of time around Bostonians. There's two people. There's people from New Jersey and people from Boston, where you got to understand what it's like with all these young, these guys in their 20s who really, in New Jersey, they really think they're a cast member of The Sopranos.
Oh, yeah.
In Boston,
I do too.
Everybody in Boston basically believes that they come from a family of cops or a family of Boston crime dudes or something.
Yes.
Or that it's basically like, oh, yeah, Good Will Hunting. That was me and my group of friends.
No,
yeah.
right. Or they actually they are a cousin of Whitey Bulger, who The Departed is based on.
Right, yeah.
He's
it's
actually
like
my second cousin, twice removed.
Yeah. So it makes everything 10 times more annoying than it already is.
Yep. Don't worry, we're doing 5 Reasons I Hate You later in the show, people. So don't worry about that. It'll be 5 reasons we hate the AFC and NFC title games this year. So those are storylines. Stidham, Peyton's GOAT candidacy, and the Patriots dynasty. You got anything to add to that, Seth, or is it that you're looking forward to in that?
With the actual games,
yeah.
For this game, nothing visceral or anything.
Gotcha.
All just boring football stuff.
Yep. NFC title game. To me, the biggest storylines for this one. This is Chapter 3 of the trilogy between these two teams, and the first 2 games have been great games. The second game that Seattle won, and probably had no business winning, they were down 30-16 in the fourth quarter of that game, and they came back and won that game 38-37 in overtime on a 2-point conversion. Might have been the best game of the year. It was a Thursday night game, had the stage to itself. So Chapter 3 here between these two teams. We've seen it already, and the first 2 have been great games. Hopefully we get a great game in this one, too, something that's very entertaining in Seattle. That's number 1. Number 2, the Seattle defense. You mentioned this earlier in the show. And I'm with you. I'm rooting for Seattle. I'm mostly rooting for Seattle because that's the fan base that'll infringe upon us the least, I think.
Yeah.
I don't want Denver to win one. I don't want the Patriots to win one, especially the Patriots. But the Legion of Boom Part 2. If we're talking about the Texans defense and putting them in that category this season,
yeah,
I think you got to talk about the Seattle defense and put them in the same category. They actually won the scoring title this year for defenses. This is a great defense for Seattle, right alongside those Legion of Boom defense.
I think the biggest, these teams in the playoffs, which the Texans have faced all of these teams this year, if there's one common theme as I look at the various offenses and defenses and everything, it's that, man, the Texans really struggled versus big, physically tough defensive linemen this year. It wasn't even that speed rushers didn't concern me as much as just full-grown men that just physically dominate dudes. The Texans' offensive line got dominated by teams like that.
Yep.
And the Seahawks were probably chief amongst them. But then early on, and Jarrett Verse is, and he hasn't had I think the season I expected to have, but he's just like, he's not about speed, he's about physical power and toughness and everything. These are all just reminders that, man, the Texans, they improved on the offensive line, but they're not butt kickers yet. They're not guys that can go in and handle a defensive line like the Seahawks.
No, it's what makes that Steelers game and their ability to move the Steelers so weird. In a good way for the Texans. I mean, they won the game and they ran for 160 yards. That might have been the most unexpected performance from the Texans by a unit on the team all season long.
You know what? We probably, because C.J. Stroud overshadowed everything in the discussion about last week's game, really the run game was so atrocious too.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just Woody Marks had had this stretch where he had so few tackles for a loss or anything. I'm not blaming Woody Marks for all the tackles for a loss, but then he was running into a brick wall in that game versus the Patriots. Yeah, that was the crash down to earth. Stroud. It was some of this progress and these glimmers of hope that you'd seen in the run game. Man, that came crashing down to earth. And in a game where, boy, when the elements are like that, you got to be able to run the football. They could not do it.
Have to have it. The last storyline for that one, so the NFC title game, Chapter 3 of the trilogy, Legion of Boom Part 2. And I think this will be a big one. If the Rams win this game, I think one of the big topics leading into the Super Bowl will be, where does Matt Stafford fit in the pantheon of quarterbacks? You know, Orlovsky kind of entertained that one late in the season, that if Stafford goes on to win an MVP and he wins a Super Bowl, and in likelihood, if the Rams win the Super Bowl, the quarterback is typically the MVP. I know Cooper Kupp was the MVP when he won his first one. But if he goes on to do that, then you start to have conversations about, you know, is he top 10? I think the more interesting conversation for Stafford is his Hall of Fame candidacy, because I don't think that's sewn up yet or anything like that. Winning a Super Bowl a few years ago really helped him. But you can't ignore just how bad those Detroit teams were with him as the face of those teams all those years.
Yeah, and even those, you know, for a long time there was that you know, his record versus winning teams and how bad it was in the regular season. But that was the huge bulk of that was versus playing alongside the Detroit Lions.
Yep.
And there were a lot of losses he had versus winning teams where the Lions scored 30-plus points. They just flat out were the Detroit Lions of old.
Yep.
Not the modern version of them.
Yep.
The other big part about just the sum total of all of this, Sean, is I feel like for a long time now we've very much felt that have-nots, where the Texans were in the have-nots, but they were up near the top of the have-nots. But there was a very definitive ceiling over the Texans getting into that rope, over that rope of genuine contenders.
Yeah.
So you look at the championship games, and the Texans lost to every single one of these teams.
Oh, yeah, you'll hear that later in the show, yeah.
Every single one of these teams, the Texans couldn't quite cover, and they were, in the case of the Rams, and in the case of the Broncos, where you lost your starting quarterback after 2 series, the Patriots, man, if it weren't for the minor detail of the quarterback playing so horribly, you were in that game with the Patriots.
Yep.
They feel as close as they've ever been, and yet they're the four teams in the championship games are 4 of the teams you couldn't beat this year.
They lost in the opener to one of these teams, and they lost in the closer to one of these teams. Like it was a season-long issue.
I feel like they're as close as they've ever been to being in that VIP room. But there's still a definitive wall there between you and that category of teams.
That's a great point. There's no mystery to it. It's not like the only team you lost to was the team that knocked you out. No, you lost to all these teams.
Yeah, it'd feel worse if if the favorite was a team you hadn't played yet, but you had beaten the other 3 teams or something.
Yeah.
Nope, these are the teams you couldn't beat.
Yep.
These are the teams that are the final 4 standing.
Yeah. I mean, if you're taking they are taking a good hard look at themselves.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know, but this should be evidence of that.
If you'd beat a couple of these teams, you might have had home field advantage in the playoffs.
Amen to
perhaps.
that.
Or you could be playing a home.
Hey, do our final circle of swarm for the season in a couple of minutes here. Don't know if you saw this, Seth. We mentioned this yesterday late in the show. The 5 finalists for the MVP award got announced in the 9 o'clock hour yesterday of our show. Josh Allen, in alphabetical order, Josh Allen, Trevor Lawrence, Drake May, Christian McCaffrey, and Matthew Stafford. I think you and I are both in the betting on Stafford camp when it comes to the MVP, right? I'm picking. I think Stafford's going to win it.
And I think if you just watch the level of play this year, it's been very impressive. And he flat out did it versus a much tougher slate of opponents than Drake May did.
Yeah.
And it's not like Drake May doesn't get to control who his opponents are or anything. And it was impressive what he did as a second-year guy. But Matt Stafford's just been through more of a gauntlet to get there. So I know a lot of people are framing this as, Stafford will get it because it's almost like a Lifetime Achievement Award or something. No, I think he had a tougher road to get to where they are right now.
Yep. They did announce the finalists for all of the other awards, Offensive and Defensive Player of the Year, Offensive and Defensive Rookie of the Year, Comeback Player of the Year, Coach of the Year. The only other actual Texan to be named a finalist is not a big surprise. Will Anderson Jr. is one of the 5 finalists for Defensive Player of the Year. I'm going to give you the 5 names, Seth, and you tell me where you think Will Anderson finishes in the balloting. These are obviously the top 5 guys in alphabetical order. Will Anderson, Nick Benito, Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons.
I think it ends up being...
I'm writing a number down. I'm writing a number down on a piece of paper right now and see if you pick the same finishing spot for Will Anderson as I have.
I think Benito is impressive, but he's not as much of an all-around butt kicker. His style of play.
We both think Myles Garrett's winning it, right?
What's that? Yeah, I think Myles Garrett is winning it. Aiden Hutchinson, impressive again, but and Micah Parsons both impressive as well. But Will Anderson was both against the run and the pass, just physically dominant, and he was on one of the 2 best defenses in the league. So I think he gets second behind Myles Garrett. Yep. You put 2.
2. I'm showing it to the camera.
Yeah,
yep.
Sean holding up to the YouTube
2.
camera.
Yep. So I agree with you on that. I think he finishes second behind Myles Garrett, and I think there is a Defensive Player of the Year award in Will Anderson's future.
Yeah, it really is. And Myles Garrett just, he's Myles Garrett. He's a freak of nature. He
broke the sack record. That's the big thing.
And honestly, one of the things that holds Will Anderson back, and I think this is fair, is that he's also playing opposite of Danielle Hunter.
Yep.
So teams have to make a decision about chipping at least one of those guys every single play. So that's going to give Will Anderson some opportunities. And Will did an incredible. Will was in that top 5 of players versus chip blocks. His percentage, I think he was the top actually in defeating win rate when getting blocked by more than one blocker.
I think he was too.
So there's that dynamic, but you got to hand it to Myles Garrett that he's just true.
The only other tangential connection to the Texans with these awards is that Stephon Diggs is one of the finalists for Comeback Player of the Year. Due to a knee injury that he suffered as a Houston Texan last year. The 5 finalists for Comeback Player of the Year are Stephon Diggs, Aiden Hutchinson, who suffered a gruesome injury last year, Trevor Lawrence. So I guess tangentially the Texans are there too because he's coming back from Azeez Al-Shaair splattering his brains on the turf.
Which wasn't what caused him to go on IR, by the way, though.
I guarantee you most people think that's why he's on here, though.
Yeah, he had that shoulder. Remember, he was awful in that game already when he eventually got concussed because of his own stupidity.
Mac Jones was better in that game than Trevor Lawrence was.
Right, because he had that shoulder injury.
Yep.
So Azeez Al-Shaair did not knock him out of the game, but because of the visual of Trevor Lawrence idiotically waiting until the last moment to slide, is so powerful.
Yeah.
He might have a chance at it.
Christian McCaffrey is a finalist for Comeback Player of the Year. And Dak Prescott.
He's been
he's always injured.
There comes a point where yes, it's very impressive what he does, but I can't act like this isn't who he is. Also, that he gets injured a lot.
Dak Prescott is the 5th one. Of course, he missed half of last season with a season-ending injury.
I feel like the 2 favorites would be Stephon Diggs and Aiden Hutchinson. I think Diggs is probably going to get it because of his age. At the end of the day, though, it is still just a simple ACL, where Hutchinson's was more gruesome.
That's why I would vote for Hutchinson.
I think I would vote for Hutchinson. But I think Diggs also deserves it just because he's a PR standpoint. I believe he has to enter his guilty, not guilty plea sometime this week, or had to this week. Not sure.
They were trying to push it to March. I know that.
Oh, is that? Maybe it got pushed to March.
They were trying to. It was originally scheduled.
Comeback Player of the Year.
It was original. No. It was originally scheduled for today.
Yeah,
January 23rd. Yeah. So I guess we'll probably get a push notification about.
So I'm sure the NFL would prefer that it goes to Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah,
but I don't know. Stephon Diggs, from a pure football standpoint, that was an aggressive move by the Patriots because they desperately needed bodies and leadership in the wide receivers room, and we know from personal experience that Stephon Diggs provides a lot more in leadership than people in Buffalo want to believe.
Hey, last thing before we get to the Circle of Swarm, our final Circle of Swarm of the season. Do you have any issue with any of these 5 head coaches being a finalist for Coach of the Year over DeMeco Ryans? Liam Cohen, stop me if you do.
Okay.
Liam Cohen, Ben Johnson, Mike McDonald, Kyle Shanahan, Mike Vrabel.
I guess Kyle Shanahan, just because I think he gets a lot of credit for overcoming injuries that he might also actually be the cause of. Mm-hmm. It's almost like giving a credit to a quarterback for a fourth quarter comeback after he threw 4 interceptions earlier in the game. Wow, look at him. Yeah. He's just got what it takes.
Yep.
Kyle Shanahan's practice style might be the very reason. Alongside, I guess, maybe this electric transformer that they have near the stadium is a reason for their so I can't capture himself. All right, this is every year we're talking about the injuries for the 49ers. I can't. It's every single year. I can't act like this is something special this year.
D'Amico also beat him head-to-head without Nico Collins.
Yeah.
CJ threw for 318 yards in that game.
D'Amico's the victim of his own success at this point.
Yep.
By coming in and being good immediately, it's not as impressive when he does it this year. He's also got his franchise quarterback. I think Liam Cohen, I get it. Given the way the season went where Trevor Lawrence, nobody knows what the hell Trevor Lawrence is. The first half of the season, he looks like, man, Liam Cohen's got to move on from this guy.
Yeah.
To now all of a sudden, wow, look at this. Trevor Lawrence is finally coming into his own.
Yep. I think, ironically, the main reason D'Amico is in this conversation is because he started the year 0-3 and then went on a 10-game winning streak.
Right.
You know, like if they had just had a 12-5 season where it was like 3 wins here, you lose a game, 4 wins, you lose a couple. It was a 10-game winning streak that got him on the map, I think.
I don't get overly worked up about Coach of the Year whenever my team doesn't get Coach of the Year because it very often it ends up being a death blow to that actual football coach.
That's true.
And the success of your team. Stefanski's won it twice. Is this what I really desperately want my team to have as a Coach of the Year?
Yep.
These guys get fired within 2 years a lot of the time.
They do.
Here are the previous coaches of the year before Kevin O'Connell last year, which, by the way, kind of a disappointing year for the Vikings. Kevin Stefan, 2023, Brian Daboll in 2022,
Fired.
Mike Vrabel with the Titans in 2021.
Fired. Keep going.
Kevin Stefanski in 2020.
I'm going to wait till we get to one that didn't get fired.
Right.
Then we'll do
John Harbaugh at least took 6 years for him to get fired. He won it in 2019. Matt Nagy in 2018.
Tell me when we get to one who still has their job.
Sean McVay.
Sean McVay. Okay.
But then before him, it was Jason Garrett.
Yeah.
Before him, it was Ron Rivera.
Yeah.
Before him, it was Bruce Arians.
Okay, we can stop. We got to get to Circle of Swarm.
Oh, we can keep going back.
I know we could. I know.
This has been a long-standing situation.
Trend.
You don't want your coach to win Coach of the Year.
All right, we got to rapid fire this one because we got about 7 minutes to do it. Our final Circle of Swarm of the season.
What we're looking for is players, right, who are looking to swarm.
The swarm mindset, that whole mentality.
Right, we want players to have a special work ethic and a relentless mindset in everything that they do.
Who's in?
This is a special group of men, believe it.
It's the Payne and Pendergast Texans Circle of Swarm.
All right, Seth, let's do this. Just a real quick explanation for those who don't know. Seth and I, every week, pick a 6-person Circle of Swarm. We each pick 3. The swarmiest Texans. This one will be entirely based on the New England game with maybe a little bit of a tiebreaker for the entirety of the season, I guess, maybe?
Oh, I was leaning more towards the entirety of the season.
Oh, see, I was going to use the scoreboard as the...
Okay, all right, let's use... Okay, we'll make it more heavily based on the Patriots, I guess. I'm gonna give a boost for the
season performance.
Season.
That's fine.
But this isn't the 2025 season or 25 season. This is the... This is on last week. Okay.
Correct. Yep.
All right. Yep. Then that's an easy one. Will Anderson, number 1 selection.
Yeah, Will Anderson. Will Anderson, who had 3 sacks in the game, if I'm not mistaken. And I'll just put Daniil Hunter in right now. He had 2 sacks in the game, including they both forced a fumble in the game. Daniil Hunter had the forced fumble deep in Patriot territory, which the Patriots jumped on. Will Anderson had the forced fumble. Or did he have a forced fumble in that game? Yeah, I think he did. Yeah. So he had one. There was one other who. Oh, I remember who had the other one. Okay, but you're up right now, so I don't want to say the name.
Okay. Then I would go with, and again, I gotta recalibrate for just this game itself.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
No, that's all right. I'm gonna go with. Well, that's an easy one though. Anyway, honestly, lo and behold, I think the guys that really showed up in the biggest game of the year are also guys that would be on my regular season Circle of Swarm. Tommy Togiai.
Tommy Togiai was the one who forced the other fumble. Yeah. I wanted to leave that one.
The guys that did the most to counteract the devastating play of C.J. Stroud and his turnovers are the guys on defense that they themselves created turnovers.
That's exactly right. And along those lines, I am going to put next in the final Circle of Swarm Azeez Al-Shaair, who fell on both of those fumbles that were recovered by the Texans. Yeah. And led the team in tackles as well.
And I'll give you another one, Sean, a guy that you knew in these last 2 weeks in the playoffs. It was very clear that For the Steelers and the Patriots thought, all right, we got to figure out a way to target Henry To'oTo'o. We got to figure out a way to take advantage of Henry To'oTo'o, and Henry To'oTo'o showed up. Henry To'oTo'o, Circle of Swarm.
I like that one. To'oTo'o. Okay, so far we've got 5.
Showed up in a good way.
In a good way, yeah. No, we've got 5 defensive players. We've got Will Anderson Jr., we've got Daniil Hunter, Tommy Togiai, Aziz Al-Shair, and Henry To'oTo'o.
And, I only bring up PFF scores when I feel like they match the eyeball test, but just to wit, the guy with the best coverage score on PFF for the Texans on that day was Henry To'oTo'o.
Was he really?
Yeah.
Boy, that's a huge improvement. I'm happy for him, man. To'oTo'o becomes an interesting conversation. He, like CJ and Will, just finished up his 3rd season, and I'm not saying To'oTo'o should get Roquan Smith money or something like that.
Yeah.
But Jalen Petrie wasn't an elite safety when he got his deal, and it was after his 3rd season. I sense that To'oTo'o is a guy they want to keep in the building at the right price.
Yeah.
And I do wonder if he's a guy who would get a contract after. Not a cap busting contract.
He's in that sweet spot where I think, he plays a position that doesn't command huge money unless you're truly elite. And he's also he's kind of on the rise right now. Doesn't have an established body of work that they might get him at a contract that you feel really good about.
Yeah.
Is it your turn or my turn?
It's my no. You did your 3.
Oh.
Yep. You did your 3.
You better not screw this up.
No, I won't screw this at all. And I'm actually, I'm simultaneously getting the final score put together here to reveal to the audience. So I'm moving guys up the ranks here. My last one is not a defensive player, nor an offensive player. Kymie Fairbairn. Kymie Fairbairn kicked 3 field goals in the snow, including a 51-yarder.
All right.
Who am I leaving out?
Kamari Lassiter.
He played well in that game.
Yeah.
He was good.
He played really well.
Yeah.
He's not one of the guys that was responsible for a touchdown. Kalen Bullock was responsible for a touchdown. Jalen Reed was responsible for a touchdown. Derek Stingley was responsible for a touchdown.
I totally get it.
Yeah.
Kymie Fairbairn kicking outdoors had been a major concern for this team since Kymie's been here. And he had a really good game in Pittsburgh, and he had a really good game in New England. And I can't remember any other than the kick at the end of the Steeler game.
Yeah.
Where he just booted a line drive below the crossbar. I attribute that to the turf in Pittsburgh more than I do Kymie.
It's really hard for me, and maybe this is just my old school D-baggery. The special
Kickers.
work ethic and relentless mindset,
Kickers.
the things, the very acronym the swarm is.
Yeah.
It's just hard for me to give it to a kicker. I give him credit for being solid, steady. I don't know where the relentless part comes in with kickers, but okay.
He kicked 44 field goals. That's a special kind of relentlessness. Yeah.
That's okay, good. Yeah, he's relentless.
He's relentless in kicking all 44 of those. You want the final tally here of the Circle
on the
of
whole
Swarm?
season?
On the whole season, yep.
Yeah.
Here it is. The winner, Texan of the year, by 1 week, Will Anderson Jr.
Oh, good
11 out of, 17 plus 2. 11 out of 19 Circles of Swarm. Will Anderson
the whole
Jr.
thing about it is on a week-by-week basis, just based on work ethic and relentless mindset,
he could be 19.
It might not have always showed up in the production in various games, but that's the way he plays every single week.
Yep.
So a very deserving honor to Will Anderson.
Who do you think number 2 was? You had to
Probably
guess.
Daniil Hunter.
Daniil Hunter, number 2 at 10. I like that our Circle of Swarm kind of does match what the catalysts of the team are.
Yeah.
Who do you think was number 3?
I think number 3 was probably Kamari Lassiter.
Kamari Lassiter was tied for 4th.
Jalen Petrie.
Jalen Petrie also tied for 4th with 6.
Okay. Was it Nico Collins?
It was Nico Collins.
Okay.
7 Circles of Swarm for Nico Collins, and then 5 players tied with 6. Man, I like the way this shook out, Seth. I think I can go Anderson, Hunter, Nico easily as the top 3 guys on the team. And then the 5 guys tied for 4th are Dalton Schultz.
We're tied for 4th? Tied for
4th because Anderson, Hunter, Nico, and then these
gotcha.
These 5 guys are next, so they're tied for 4th. So the next set of guys would be tied for 9th or whatever. Dalton Schultz, Kamari Lassiter, Jalen Petrie, Tommy Togiai, Woody Marks.
And Tommy Togiai, spotted everybody a couple of games because he was inactive for the first couple of games.
man. Yeah, he did get a contract during that time. That was pretty swarmy of him.
Now the tough thing for Woody Marks will be he was getting a little bit of a bump because he's a rookie, because he was playing, because he's a smaller guy, because he's playing behind an offensive line that was really finding their way. Remember, it was a half-season long competition to see who would be the starting left guard, and it turned out neither of the guys in the competition were going to be the left guard.
Right.
It was next year he won't get the benefit of the doubt.
He will not. He will not. All right, so there you go. That was our final circle of swarm of the season. All right, circling over to the Astros for a second here on a Football Friday. Framber Valdez is maybe now, with Bregman signed and Tucker signed, the biggest name, certainly the biggest former Astro out there, but maybe the biggest name on the market still, especially considering his position. Is his market getting affected by all of his shenanigans the second half of last season, including Cesar Gate? We'll hear from one of the experts in baseball on whether that's happening with Framber right now. We'll do that coming up next. But first, Blue Chew.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, Payne and Pendergast. This is Ken Rosenthal of the MLB Network, Fox, writes for The Athletic. He's one of the foremost authorities in the baseball world. Ken Rosenthal is. This is still out there as a free agent. We know that Framber Valdez went to the GM meetings back right after the season ended with his agent, in part to kind of dispel some of the, I guess, theories that are out there or thoughts out there about Framber and how he handled this past season. Not well in some instances.
Yeah, and with Framber, you know, as we know, who sit and watch 162 games, it's you can see it.
Yeah.
You know there's something going on with him,
No
like
rumors.
above and beyond his normal erratic behavior, potentially. It was just different this year.
Yep. So, and the big one was, and Ken Rosenthal is going to mention it here, when it seemed like he intentionally threw a ball that Cesar Salazar, his catcher, was not expecting and hit him right in the middle of the chest with a 98-mile-an-hour pitch. Is that affecting Framber Valdez's market? Here's Ken Rosenthal.
It certainly has been out there about what happened, the mix-up with his catcher last season with Houston. That's something that teams have mentioned, focused on. His agent, Ulysses Carrera from Octagon, put out a long video at the start of the offseason, showed it to teams, kind of explaining where Framber came from, his background, everything, and explaining that he might not be the guy that he was that night. It wasn't the guy that he was that night. That was obviously not a great look for him. Is it playing into it? I believe it is playing into it. And if not for that, and if not for other questions maybe about his makeup, perhaps he'd have a deal by now. But do I expect in the end that Framber Valdez is going to do well? Yes. I expect he's at Atlanta because he's really good. And there's not a lot of starting pitchers of his caliber in this sport right now.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit of a Peter Schrager vibe there. He's really good.
Framber's this fun young pitcher.
On this fun young team.
Yeah, man. Okay, there's a few things to unpack there. One, that was not an isolated incident. Framber was a bad baseball citizen for big chunks of last year in various venues, in press conferences, in laziness on the field,
He boycotted covering first base.
Yeah. And then that one, which is just pure being a bad teammate, the thing he did with Salazar right there.
Yeah. And not to mention just the actual performance.
Right.
There's more to it than just that one isolated incident. And, if it weren't just an isolated or if it were just an isolated incident, you would have at least seen the token offer that the Astros typically give to guys that they're not going to retain.
Yeah.
There was no offer that probably wasn't going to match up like it was with Bregman or whatever. It's just, it feels very much like the Astros are ready to move on from Framber Valdez.
Well, and he also, from you bring up performance, he was 13-11 with a 3.7 ERA this year.
Yeah.
If the money he's I guarantee the money he's looking for is something commensurate with what the average of his last 4 seasons have been. So there's a bit of a CJ thing going on, not with the off the field or the bad citizens, but if CJ Stroud were looking for an extension this offseason, he's going to be pointing at the rookie season and the first 6 or 7 games of the second season more so than the last season and a half. I think similarly, Framber Valdez's agent, I'm guessing, is looking for top-of-market pitcher money.
Yeah.
And is pointing to the overall body of work through the 2022 through 2025 seasons more so than, hey, look at this recent work right
Sean,
now.
I'll give you an example. So when it comes to dealing with players who might be kind of volatile for whatever reason, we know this is public record that Framber owned that, yeah, he used to be really volatile. One of the things that really helped him was working with a sports psychologist, and that seemed to really just keep him on the path to the point where, if anything, he was one of the steadiest guys in the league. He would have a few little blips here and there, but he would reel it back in and get right back on track. But it's not like an anti-mental health issue or anything like this. It's a very real a very real concern that you have with Framber, that he gets a little erratic at times.
Yeah.
And you wonder, all right, does he have that under control? An extreme version of this would be, do you remember the defensive end Alonzo Spellman?
I do. I do. Yep.
Who at one point, at the end of his career, he would end up MIA. They found him sunbathing naked on the top of or shirtless on the top of a hotel somewhere in New Jersey when people were trying to figure out where he was. The Jaguars were going to sign him when I was with the Jaguars. One of the conditions the Jaguars had was that they needed a supervisor every day, and he balked. He said, "Nope, not going to do it." Yeah. That's an extreme version, and but with Framber, I think there's a similar situation where you think, okay, well, he's got this strategy that seems to have worked in the past for him. Can we trust that he's still employing and using that strategy? And I think with Framber, it's a serious discussion you have to have with him and his representation about what are we doing to be sure that he's staying on track and that he's not going to be this emotionally erratic pitcher that we used to see, then it disappeared, but then all of a sudden Mr. Hyde showed up against it.
Yeah, well, and I think, too, the teams that can afford what Framber Valdez is probably looking for, Seth, chances are those are all tougher media markets than Houston.
Yeah.
So when he has a blip or when he has a backslide or when he does something like he did that night with Salazar or not backing up home plate or pointing fingers at teammates, he did that at times through an interpreter in post-game press conferences. When that happens, are the bright lights going to be hotter for him? And how does he react to that? Because the fact of the matter is, wherever he signs, if it's not Houston, anywhere else he signs has no history with Framber. So they don't care that he threw a no-hitter a couple years ago. They don't care that he started game whatever in the World Series in 2022. They don't care about finishing third in the Cy Young. None of that matters to them. All that matters to them is what he is doing now.
They don't have that ability that we had usually where Framber would go a night and you'd say, you know what, he does it, but we know that he'll be back and he'll be fine after that. And we would get defensive when commentators on national broadcasts would say things like, well, yeah, he's a pretty erratic pitcher. He has these moments. We would say, no, that's old Framber. He hasn't been like that right up until this year.
Yeah, well, and now he would, going forward, he's going to be doing it for $28 million a year. You know, so there's that. So
I would say, what do you say the percentage chance that the deal that he wants isn't out there and he finds his way back into Houston?
I don't. Yeah, that's a really good question, and I wonder what Astro fans' appetite would be for something like that.
I've got an appetite for it.
I do too. Jim Crane seems to be very specific about the guys who he would make exceptions for to go over the competitive balance tax.
Yeah,
bringing back Carlos Correa. Justin Verlander felt like one of those guys. Jose Altuve certainly feels like one of those guys. I don't know, man. Framber doesn't feel like one of those guys to me. I think they're looking at I think they're hopeful that Imai is the guy that fills the Framber void in that Framber void, I should say, in that void. Why did I say void?
I don't know.
It's like I'm reading it off of the teleprompter I don't have. I'm like, is that an L or is that an I? Like, yeah, no. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. 8 o'clock hour coming up here. We'll do 5 reasons I hate you. And you this week is the AFC and NFC title games. 5 reasons we hate the AFC and NFC title games. Coming up next, let's circle back to C.J. Stroud. More national attention for C.J. Stroud, and we may have the reason why it's been getting so over the last week. We'll do that. We'll talk about that coming up next.
Hey, when we get that nice little dose of winter weather, that's not always all it's cracked up to be. You got to worry about slips and falls.
Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. It seems like, as far as bad playoff performances go, C.J. Stroud's performance on Sunday has been getting of attention to the point where, it's some of that probably has to do with social media and memes and it popping up. We just get fed more stuff nowadays than we did in years past. But if it does feel that way and you're looking for a quantifiable reason why that's the case, I give you this. ESPN's telecast of Sunday's Texans-Patriots matchup became the most watched event in ESPN history, dating back to the network's launch in 1979. 38 million viewers. The game also ranks as Disney's most watched sporting event outside of the Super Bowl across nearly 3 decades of live sports coverage. That is unexpected to me. I did not expect. If that was a true-false question, Seth, I would have been banging the red button for false if you said the Texans-Patriots Sunday afternoon 2 o'clock kick was the most watched. And I know we've got better data now, more ways to track it, all that stuff. Still, I would have said no.
There's certain things, right, and no matter who the quarterback matchup is or anything, just the fact that it's an afternoon game between two of the not gigantic TV markets, you would think that's kind of a surprise. I think the C.J. Stroud versus Drake May dynamic does a whole lot for it, and the fact that it's the playoffs, et cetera, but it also. It explains, honestly, I was a little bit surprised how much C.J. Stroud conversation there was this week in the national media. Even though, yes, they're all valid, very valid reasons to be talking about C.J. Stroud, it just seemed like the A topic for a long time after that game. And it stands to reason that, a lot of people watched that game, and they saw the absolute worst version of C.J. Stroud. And a lot of people, though, I think a lot of people, too, took C.J. Stroud's performance in that Patriots game, and they were talking about it like that's the way he's played all season. And that's just simply not the case. And I'm not sitting here saying he had an awesome regular season. He didn't. But there was a stark contrast in the risk management side of things in that Patriots game and in the Steelers game, really in the playoffs. So you had 2 weeks of highly viewed C.J. Stroud, and it was the worst possible version of C.J. Stroud. And in people's minds, that's all C.J. Stroud has done this year. And it really, it's his fault. He's got to own it, and he will. But it doesn't really tell the whole story about exactly where he is in his career right now.
I tell you what probably hurt C.J., what hurt him the most was the 4 interceptions against the Patriots. But you kind of bring up the sum total of the 2 games in 6 days. Boy, this would have been a year where C.J. probably rather would have played Saturday at 3:30, and the 5 fumbles would have been buried underneath 5 subsequent games after that.
Yeah.
It was the last game on Monday Night Football for everybody to see.
3 times as many people see those 5 fumbles as you saw as it would have been on the Saturday afternoon game.
Yeah. So let's get to these cuts here, Seth. Greg Cosell, is this
from Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Okay.
This is Greg Cosell of NFL Films on C.J. Stroud.
I mean, I can only go by watching tape. I don't know what's in his head, but C.J. Stroud has become a quarterback that plays incredibly fast. His mental and physical processes become speeded up way too soon. He perceives pressure that's often not there. When he can't play in rhythm, you can almost see his body language in the pocket. Everything becomes faster. I thought Troy Aikman spoke about it really well during the telecast. The last 2 years have been difficult. They've got to figure out what it is. If he's the guy, he's going into his 4th year. But the last 2 years, for the most part, with few exceptions, he's not been a comfortable player. Everything's happening too fast for him.
This is where I think, and Cassell watches a lot of film, and he knows what he's talking about. I think that even here, though, I think Cassell is weighing, in terms of talking about who C.J. Stroud is as a quarterback, I feel like he's weighing the playoffs a little too heavily. And we could have a whole nother discussion about whether you should or shouldn't. Yeah, there's reasons you should weigh the playoffs more heavily. But everything he's talking about there, where he's going through everything really fast, and when things start to break down or he's not seeing what he's seeing, or the protection isn't right, then he looks like he's starting to panic. You can look at that as part of the process of what they're trying to turn CJ into. And for the bulk of the regular season, CJ was doing a better job playing appropriately faster. He was getting as fast as he ever has in his career, in a good way, because that's why the offensive line actually looked better than they actually were. The ball was coming out really fast. There are a lot of these games where I'm seeing, like, hey, look at that. The pressure rate was only such and such. And I go back and I watch the games. I'm like, yeah, CJ was getting rid of the ball fast. There were guys getting their butts whooped on the offensive line.
Yeah.
But the ball came out, and CJ wasn't technically under pressure because the ball was gone. And that was the world they had to live in this year. They never really had a good rushing attack. They really didn't have pristine pass protection, even after things improved on the offensive line. A whole big part of the recipe this year was get rid of the ball quickly. Mm-hmm. If what you want isn't there, check the ball down.
Yep.
And CJ was doing a really good job of that. I don't know what happened, but somehow in the playoffs, CJ decided, it looked like he decided, okay, this is when we take that next step. Mm-hmm. And now, no, it's going to be true progression all the time, and I'm going to wait and see what clears downfield and all this. And they were not ready to be that offense yet.
No.
So there were times in the Patriots game where, man, just check the ball down. Throw it to Mixon now. Like, you don't have what you want downfield. Get it to Mixon.
Yeah.
And he didn't do it. And it's whatever glitch it was that kept him from doing all of those game manager type things that he had to do. It wasn't that he's incapable of doing greater than that. It's that you are on a very mediocre offense right now. There's certain things you can and cannot do, so you just got to manage that situation. And D's need a good job of that, but it all fell out the window in the playoffs.
On a team where the defense can go win the game for you.
Right.
That's the other thing. It's one thing to work with what you've got, just because because there's a ceiling regardless of what the rest of the team looks like. It's exacerbated by the fact that you are playing on a team that has one of the half dozen best defenses of the last several seasons on the other side. Just don't screw it up.
And it's that I said this going into the playoffs, and I said it after the Steelers game. It's impossible not to wonder about just that dynamic of, man, no matter how much you know what you're supposed to be doing in the regular season and you're managing the situation, and CJ was doing a good job of all that, doing enough to win the football game, understanding that now is not the time that you can really showcase who you are as a quarterback because you don't genuinely have a good offensive line. Right. You don't have a rushing attack, but you do have this defense.
Yep.
So just take care of, manage the game well.
Yeah.
And it's not because we don't think you're good. It's just this is what is required of you now. But you go into the playoffs, and there's not a kid on earth that wants the story of his Super Bowl victory to be, oh, he was Trent Dilfer. Oh, he was Brad Johnson. Oh, he was just good enough that defense could win the Super Bowl for him. And there's something about that probably bleeps with your brain,
Well, and if that's the case with CJ, it means he probably went into these games intent on being more than a Trent Dilfer, and that's a problem.
Even if it wasn't conscious, something about it that he made all these strides in really being a complete quarterback that could kind of, you need to kind of be a chameleon.
Yep.
That you can change with the circumstances. All right, hey, you know what? If you guys are down 2 touchdowns, or if you're down in the fourth quarter, that's when to make the hero ball throws and everything. And he did that at times this year in the fourth quarter. It's just that you can't be doing it when you've got a 10-7 lead in the first half of a wintry mix weather conditions game on the road in the playoffs.
Yep. All right, so let's start looking forward to the offseason then, Seth. We've got Ryan Fitzpatrick and Taylor Lewan. Spin the wheel. Who do you want to hear from first?
I want to hear Ryan Fitzpatrick because he laid out a scenario that, man, would go in the minds of the fan base, this would get ugly real fast.
Ooh, okay.
If you're C.J. Stroud's agent, you're going in there and saying, look, all the other big-time quarterbacks, they got paid after their third year, and we want $60 million a year. I just think that the people in that building that are around him every day, C.J. Stroud, they're the ones that are going to have to make a decision on this guy. Is this guy we want leading our building? Who knows what C.J. Stroud does? I mean, if they don't give him the contract, is he going to sit and wait and say, guys, I'm not showing up until you pay me? Because that's probably the advice that his agent is going to give him. And so you look at their year overall, Davis Mills steps in, does a great job, placeholder for CJ when he was out with a concussion for those weeks. Did it feel like it was a huge drop-off when Davis Mills was in?
No.
I just think that this is one to keep an eye on because I think it could get ugly this offseason. But if you about CJ being the face of your franchise, this is me not knowing anything. I think there's a chance maybe you trade him this offseason.
That is very interesting.
The trade part, the trade part only happens if the first part that he laid out happened, which is, and this was kind of I don't think CJ sits out of OTAs because he doesn't have a new contract. I don't think that happens. If it did happen, I'd be done with him. And I don't think it will happen because the OTAs, as much as people try to diminish, remember when people were calling me a chicken little last year and everything because I was worried about the fact that CJ couldn't participate in OTAs because he had a sore shoulder from, I guess, working in the weight room too hard. No, the mental stuff, the operating the offense, all that stuff in a new offense with a young quarterback, it really, really matters. So it wasn't CJ's fault that he couldn't participate in OTAs. I mean, he wasn't making a conscious decision not to. He needs to be there for that. If somehow his agent convinces him that he needs to sit out of the voluntary stuff until he gets a new contract, I would be done with him. And I don't think that's going to happen. If it does, yeah, I'm done with him. That's just I don't think CJ in his heart of hearts feels like, yeah, I earned that new contract and I need an extension now. I don't know how much his agent might convince him otherwise.
That is the $1 million question is how much influence does David Mulugheta have over CJ Stroud? Because I can tell you right now, as I was listening to Ryan Fitzpatrick lay that out, Seth, the three names are Trevor Lawrence, Tua Tagovailoa, and Kyler Murray. Mm-hmm. And I think Tua got his after year 4, not year 3. Trevor Lawrence got his new deal after year 3, after losing the division to the Texans in Week 18 by losing a game to the Titans. And I'm telling you right now, the numbers for Trevor Lawrence through 3 years, not great. Now, he had a really good year. He had a really, he had a bad 2024. The Trevor Lawrence contract looks like it might start to work out as long as Liam Cohen is his head coach. I mean, he's a finalist for the MVP award, so it's hard to say that Trevor Lawrence isn't worth $55 million this year if he's among the, at least in the eyes of the media, the 5 most valuable players in the sport. But in terms of the body of work that got him the $55 million a year, Trevor Lawrence was 20-30 his first 3 years. Yeah. He threw almost as many. He led the league in interceptions one year. He threw 14 another year. He threw for those 3 years 58 touchdowns and 39 interceptions.
Well, and still the sum total of what he's done since he got that extension, even though he had a good second half of the season this year, still isn't something you would say, oh, yeah, that was a wise decision.
Totality, you're right. Yeah,
and we still have to wait and see what he does in the second year. We've seen this with Trevor Lawrence before. Yeah. The back half of the season that he had with Doug Peterson looked incredible. Of course, boy, that's everything you wanted in him. So we'll see on that. And again, though, I would prefer that the Texans not the guys unless they've truly earned them. I think in the modern trend of giving these quarterbacks extensions no matter what after year 3 annoys me. Mm-hmm. If the Texans go that route, I'll be disappointed, but I'll kind of understand it because you're trying to be sure that you've got quarterback stability, et cetera, et cetera. Yep. But if it comes with CJ sitting out of OTAs, I'm going to be livid. I will be livid. I will be absolutely livid. There is just no place right now with this offense where the quarterback can be missing OTAs. And I don't care how many damn people try to tell me about, Tom Brady, when he was in his 17th season, wouldn't participate. Yep, it's a different scenario.
It's a different scenario.
CJ hasn't proven it yet, especially in this offense as a young quarterback. And again, I'm getting angry over a hypothetical. I will be really surprised if that's how CJ handles it. I will be really surprised.
I will too.
Surprised enough that, I will completely flip on any benefit of the doubt I'm giving him right now.
What did Taylor Lewan have to say about the offseason?
I think Taylor Lewan was he was trying to give a little pick-me-up to Texans fans.
Oh, okay.
Listen, if you're a Houston Texans fan out there, and I know I'm a Titans guy speaking to you right now, look at your defense. All your pieces are still there for the next year. Daniel Hunter, Will Anderson, Stingley in the back. It can be difficult when you look on the offensive side of the ball. C.J. Stroud has, 6 interceptions or 6 turnovers and 6 quarters at one point
5
in the
fumbles,
last 2 games.
4 interceptions.
And your heart is probably hurting being like, is C.J. Stroud the guy, right? C.J. Stroud is a true competitor, all right? I hate to say it. He did a great job competitor. He is now going to the offseason with the kill everybody mentality. Yeah. He's going to go into that thing of people don't believe in me, the fans don't, the coaching staff doesn't, the players don't. And next year, with a pissed off C.J. Stroud, sky's the limit.
Okay, so that's cool and all. And the reason he said he hated to say the Ohio State thing, Taylor Lewan went to Michigan. Yeah, he's a Michigan man.
Yep.
This is the thing, is he's describing that version of C.J. Stroud at the end there, killer mentality. He's going to go in with a chip on his shoulder and everything. I feel like that's not necessarily describing C.J. Stroud.
I don't know about it either, man.
Yeah.
Now, I will say this. Like, C.J. Stroud comes from a place originally in his football career, and I'm talking even before Ohio State, of a place where he was doubted. You know, he wasn't one of the blue chip top recruits, et cetera. Yeah, this would be a different conversation.
The teams none of the Pac-12 teams recruited him, all that.
Yeah, this would be a different conversation if we were talking about Caleb Williams, who's been the golden child since he touched a football.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud's not. So there is evidence of him being doubted out there, maybe putting a chip on his shoulder, being able to elevate his performance. You're just talking about having to do it at the highest level of football in the world.
Yeah.
I think it's very different proving yourself as an kind of a off the radar high school kid at the Elite 11 and then getting to Ohio State and playing with some of the best talent in the country than it is trying to get from where they are right now, the Texans, to the top of the mountain.
I don't know, but he also didn't strike you as that guy who just always kind of had that, like, nope, I know it and I believe it and I'm going to prove it to the world. It's more like people along the way have told him, like, hey, CJ, you can be confident. It's okay.
Yeah.
Hey, CJ, no, that's all right. You can not look sullen and morose.
Yeah,
when
his
things aren't
personality.
going well.
His personality. If we're having this, if this is the conversation, if what we're talking about, C.J. Stroud needing to get to a level where he can lead the Texans to a Super Bowl, if what Taylor Lewan just said, if that has to happen, his personality doesn't do him any favors in terms of the confidence of people like us thinking it can happen.
Right.
It's a personality thing.
And I hate it when I get mad at hypotheticals. Yeah. But like all those people that were getting mad at the Texans for not drafting a quarterback before they actually drafted C.J. Stroud. I would be mad, especially because I would be surprised if C.J. sat out of OTAs as some kind of a contract flex or posturing or something.
I would too.
I would be really surprised, and then which would mean, hey, you made me look like an idiot, CJ.
Yeah.
Now I'm really mad. Yeah.
I do think there's a chance it happens, though. I think there's a chance. A chance.
Yeah. And is CJ the kind of guy that will handle all of the public hatred that spews forth locally after that? Is he the kind of guy that's going to handle that well?
You're absolutely right. It opens up a Pandora's box of a fascinating
I don't know if I've ever heard a guy try to sound more philosophical about sometimes the fans are going to hate you and sometimes they're going to love you without looking like his heart is broken every time. Sometimes they're going to hate you, and then they'll say they love you. It's like, all right. I've heard this from you for 3 years. Get over it.
Stay in this zone, Seth, because we're going to do 5 Reasons I Hate You, Conference Title Game Edition. That is coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. That would be Ruben Mendoza, the GM there. Chris Poulos and his family own both West Point.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and...
All right, nice to be with you on a kind of a gloomy Friday here in Houston. It's kind of nasty. It's supposed to stay warm this weekend. You know what I saw on the way in today, Seth? Bunch of people putting the sheets over the shrubs, man.
Oh, yeah.
It's a big thing down here.
That's, I'm not a big fan of that. I'm not a big fan of, no, if you have to do it, you have to do it. But yeah. I usually end up saying something like, "Why didn't we just put cold hardy plants here? What's going on with this?
Yeah.
A little proper planning prevents piss poor Seth having to put blankets over the plants."
I love that. All right, let's get to 5 reasons I hate you for the conference title games. You people love this segment, so we want to make sure we keep it going. And even when there's no Texans opponent to hate, there's still plenty to hate out there. So we're going to do it for you. 5 reasons I hate you, conference title games. Number 1, or number 5, I guess, we'll count down. As you pointed out earlier in the show, Seth, the Texans lost to all 4 of these teams. There are 4 sets of bad memories attached to all of these teams. They lost in week 1 to the Rams. Fumble at the end of the game by Daria Gumbawale does you in. You don't score a single touchdown. You lost in week 7 to the Seahawks on Monday night, and probably the worst game the Texans played all season, I would say, as a team. I know the margin in the Patriot game was a bigger margin of victory, but that was largely one person just handing the ball back to the Patriots. I felt like that Sunday night game or Monday night game against the Seattle Seahawks, one time all year I felt like, okay, there is somebody out there that the Texans are vastly inferior to, and it's the Seattle Seahawks, even though it wound up a 27-19 game. And then obviously in the AFC, you lose in week 9 to the Broncos. That was a game where CJ got concussed, and you lose in a late field goal to Bo Nix. And then, the Patriots, those wounds are still fresh. We haven't even gotten our stitches out of those musket wounds yet, Seth.
Which, the game that at the time you felt was the biggest missed opportunity of, man, oh, boy, they really could have and should have beat this team.
Okay.
Which of these 4 teams feels that way to you?
I would say that's a great question. I would say Denver feels like the one that if CJ hadn't gotten knocked out of the game, I think they win that game by at least a touchdown.
And we might have seen the best version of CJ given the way they were moving the ball. They still had their red zone or their extreme red zone issues.
They did.
Their goal line issues. I don't know, because the part of the Patriots game is the one where I know that Orlovsky has retracted this statement, but I agree with it. When Orlovsky said 31 other NFL quarterbacks win you that game, the way I interpret it was, yeah, if you just take the average performance of the 31st best quarterback in the league, it's not 1 touchdown, 4 interceptions. Yeah. That's the one where I felt like everybody except for one person played well enough to win the game.
Yeah, well, I mean, and I think your question was the biggest missed opportunity. Just by definition, the playoffs are the biggest missed opportunity. All right, so that's number 5. Texans lost to all 4 of these teams. So we're going to have PTSD just watching these 4 uniforms running around in the game.
I kind of like it because I think it gives you a clear line of, the Texans are closer than they've been in a long time to being one of those true upper echelon teams.
Yeah.
But they couldn't beat any of these teams.
Oh, I know.
And they never had this is the thing. The Rams and the Seahawks, they never had a chance in those games. I don't care about what the final score was of the Rams game or that they were driving at the end.
They didn't score a
touchdown.
They
also, without Aziz Alshire with that, getting the ball back for him down in their own red zone, down in the Texans' own red zone. That was the Rams outplayed them that day.
They did. They outplayed them. I can like it, but I'm going to wait 8 minutes to like it. How's that? So that's number 5. Number 4, Sam Darnold's fat face. As long as Sam Darnold is involved in something in something that we're hating, I'm going to hate his fat face all day, every day.
It does the redemption story or anything for Sam Darnold does nothing for you, does it?
Nope.
You look at the Seahawks and you say this is more about Jackson Smith and Jigba and Clint Kubiak than it is about Sam Darnold.
Exactly what I say.
Yeah.
Exactly what my brain is saying as I was typing the words Sam Darnold's fat face into the rundown.
Does it help at all that Sam Darnold, as he's grown and matured a little bit, he doesn't necessarily have that adolescent fat face that you want to punch anymore? He looks more like a man. We did that exercise yesterday where it tried to envision various NFL quarterbacks as Marine Corps officers.
Yeah.
And I feel like I was like, you know what? No, Sam Darnold, I can see it. I could see him being a Marine Corps officer.
I could because he has a serious look on his face most of the time.
Yeah.
You know?
Because he just threw an interception.
Yeah, probably. Or he's frightened. But Sam Darnold's fat face. Number 3, Kayshon Boutte is getting quite the mouth on him. The wide receiver for the New England Patriots, who kind of was very dismissive of Derek Stingley Jr. and Kamari Lassiter. I will credit Kayshon Boutte that he had a good game against the Texans, including one of the best catches of the playoffs. But apparently, Sean Payton, in begging Bronco fans to bring it for 60 minutes on Sunday, said, you're going to have plenty of time to rest over the next 2 weeks leading up to the Super Bowl, Bronco fans. And Kayshon Boutte took exception to that.
Not that you guys need any extra motivation, but did you see the Sean Payton quote insinuating that Denver fans will have some extra rest for the Super Bowl?
No, I ain't never seen it.
He said they have 2 weeks to rest up for the Super Bowl, basically insinuating.
Yeah, no, I ain't seen it.
Does that matter to you guys at all?
Go rest in Cancun, too, at the end of the day. So it is what it is.
Man, go rest in Cancun, too. Kayshon
He was
Boutte.
also, he really had a big issue with how much people were talking about the Texans' defense last week. I respect the chip on the shoulder element of it. I also, keep in mind that he didn't have a single 100-yard receiving game.
No, you're still Kayshon Boutte. I don't care that you got a great catch against the Texans.
Yeah, he's getting annoying just because he's on a good team. He's an integral part of a good team, but let's not act like Kayshon Boutte is all of a sudden a thing in the NFL.
No, Stephon Diggs is allowed to say that.
Yeah,
Diggs is an accomplished, multi-time Pro Bowler. Kayshon Boutte's a guy who probably could have been a first or second round pick if he just wasn't so, just wasn't such a sulker at LSU when he was there.
Kayshon Boutte only one interceptions a game in the regular season.
Dude.
He had 5 versus the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah, man.
Good. He's a good part of that offense, and he's a deep strike threat, obviously. But there's too much Kayshon Boutte on my screen.
Too much Boutte on my screen, man. And you might say, is there really such thing as too much Boutte? Yes. Mm-hmm. Too much Kayshon Boutte. By the way, Patrick Surtain had the perfect response when he was asked. The Denver media brought up Kayshon Boutte's comments to him. Patrick Surtain's response: "Who?" That's perfect. Number 2, CBS and Fox are carrying these games, which means we basically get the faux A teams for each of the networks. I'm a bigger fan of the Greg Olsen team than I am Tom Brady and Kevin Burkhardt at this point, although I think Brady has improved and Burkhardt's fine. It's really CBS is the one that gets me because I am big on any team with Kevin Harlan on it, and I am big on the Iron Eagle J.J. Watt duo.
I know people always say this about whenever you start talking about commentators, you get a lot of people who say, like, who cares? You never tuned into a game just because of the commentator. That part is true. I don't, I won't tune into a game just to hear, except for maybe Kevin Harlan because he's magnificent. But
He's drunk.
I consciously really, when I find out that Tony Romo is doing a game, I really do start thinking about, do I really want to watch this? Like, I'll probably watch this on replay or something. Yeah. It drives me insane. It's gotten to the point where I just flat out hate him and how unprepared and idiotic he is during a broadcast. His either Jim Nantz or Gene's territory, you feel like they have to explain to him what's going on in a game. It drives me insane. The low water mark was last week when he was trying to say that the play wasn't the Trevor Lawrence, or 2 weeks ago, the Trevor Lawrence touchdown, or was it the Josh Allen? The Josh Allen touchdown doesn't count because they stopped the play before the snap. And it's just silence from Gene's territory because nobody knows what the hell he's talking about.
It's bad, man. It is really.
He makes the game more confusing.
Yeah.
If he would just shut up, at least I'd have a better understanding and let Jim Nantz to explain what's going on.
Yep.
But he makes the game more confusing than it needs to be.
All right, reason number 1, we're doing 5 reasons I hate you, conference title games, just counting them back in case you're tuning in. Number 5, Texans lost to all 4 of these teams. Number 4, Sam Darnold's fat face. That's one that's very specific to me hating these games. Kayshon Boutte is number 3, getting quite the mouth on him. Number 2, CBS and Fox are going to be carrying these games with lesser announced teams and are available to them on their respective rosters. Number 1, this is specific to the NFC title game, the same people that root for the Seahawks and the Rams are the same people that root for the Mariners and the Dodgers.
Oh, yes. Excellent point there, Sean.
Same
Excellent point.
people.
Yeah.
That root for the Mariners, really annoying baseball fans, and Dodger fans, the most annoying baseball fans.
Mariners fans don't annoy me as much as Dodgers fans.
Dodgers are the worst.
Yeah, like Dodgers, Yankees, any of those teams.
But the New England people root for the Red Sox.
Fan group. You know, a lot of people. Sometimes people point to the Jaguars fans as the most psychotic of fan bases, but I get it there because they're the perennial underdogs from a small market, and they got a chip on their shoulder.
That's their only team too.
Yeah, these other fan bases are entitled pricks.
Yes. Well put. Well put. So those are 5 reasons, man. If you want to text in some reasons to hate on these games, here we go. None of these 4 teams has a QB who is scared of his shadow. Sean and Seth owe the S2 test people an apology. I'm not apologizing to the S2 people.
The S2 people? Yeah. No. I don't know. The S2 people. Is S2... If the S2 had any actual gumption about them, they would have put something out on social media already that said something like scoreboard and put up CJ's stat line.
Yeah. Dude, middle screen is somewhere where there's minus 36 wind chill right now. Does he live in the Midwest or
no,
somewhere?
I think he still lives in the Houston area.
Middle screen?
Yeah, I thought he did.
I don't think he does.
Did he move?
I don't know.
I never know with middle screen what's true and what's fake.
I don't either. I'll read the text. Minus 36 degrees wind chill here, so I'm home from school listening to all 4. He's a teacher.
Yeah.
And a coach, I believe.
He's
so all 4 hours of P&P.
Yeah, he's definitely not in Houston then.
No. Well, it's going to get really cold here.
Where is it currently?
Minus 30.
Minus 30 what?
Minus 36 wind chill.
Let's see how good you are these days with all your AI Google. I don't know. Whatever.
Nothing.
Current wind chill somewhere. Ooh, he's somewhere north of the Mason-Dixon line.
Well, that stands to reason. Thank you.
Anywhere from the Great West. He's somewhere west of the Great Lakes.
Okay.
But east of the Pacific Northwest.
I want to say he's in Illinois. I may be wrong about that, though. Middle screen, text in and tell us where you are. SOS. It's minus 36 wind chill. It's an
Chicago
SOS.
is west of the Great Lakes. It's on the western side.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. All right, sticking with the Tony Romo theme, fun internet graphic alert. Eliminate these 3 voices from your sports listening and viewing life. Seth and I are going to run through this. Top of the hour.
You're not allowed to say Seth and Sean.
No. It's a specific 9 people. We'll run through the names. We'll do Take a Mania at the top of the hour. We'll do all of that coming up next. Stay there. But first, Prize Picks. Let's get you guys playing Prize Picks. The
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Eliminate 3 voices. This was a fun graphic that I saw on the internet. We'll get to that in just a second. To clear up the mystery, Seth, Middle Screen just moved to Geneva, Illinois. He lives and works near NIU, Northern Illinois, which is a positively miserable part of the country.
It's a slightly less glamorous place than Geneva, Switzerland.
Yes, slightly. Oh,
I was talking to somebody who does a lot of business in Geneva, Switzerland, not Geneva, Illinois.
That would be my preference.
He was giving me tips on where I should go if I ever go to Geneva, and my mind was just, I was thinking about nachos. I'm never going to Geneva. So I'd love to go to Switzerland, but I don't know if, I think Geneva is mostly like a business center. It's not like going to some of those other European cities.
You and I were talking earlier off the air when that tuition money comes back into your pocket.
Paying that out-of-state tuition money. Every time I make the tuition bill, I'm like, I could be in Geneva, Switzerland, or Geneva, Illinois right now with this money.
You're going to be comrexing from so many foreign countries. It's going to be amazing.
When you had to stop paying tuition, did you feel like the richest man on earth?
I did.
Did you? Like all of a sudden, all this free spending money?
Yeah, it was great. And I had 3 at the same time in college, man. Like it was Harvard at the same time.
Biggest mistake I ever made when I was an NFL player was the ongoing generosity commitments I made to people. I'm kind of like I should have really put a limit on this.
Yeah.
I gotta
start to expect it.
I've got people on the payroll now that like I made these commitments that long before I.
Yeah.
I might just fire them.
Why not? Why not?
I know it's been a nice 30 years of you getting this little stipend and everything, but it's over now.
Yeah, it's over. I'm a radio host now.
I'm not talking about my child. I'm talking about other people.
Yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah. Middle Screen follows up. Clearly, y'all didn't hear me talk about winning the Illinois Coaches Association Track and Field Coach of the Year.
Oh.
And winning our school's first ever state championship this past season. Middle Screen. Acknowledged. You were acknowledged, Middle Screen. Good job.
He was a discus thrower at shot and discus guy at UCLA, right?
I believe so. Yeah. Yep.
Long ago. I first met Middle Screen when I was sitting outside of a coffee shop in Rice Village, and this big guy comes up to me. I was like, "Hey, are you Seth Payne?" And I said, "I don't know. Who's
Depends.
asking?"
Yeah.
And he said, "It's Middle Screen."
Give him a big hug. All right, 9 names. 9 names here, and you get to pick 3 to silence forever, Seth. No more microphones for these 3 people. This was a very easy one for me. I'm just going to say that right now. But it's a graphic on the internet. You tweeted somewhere in the last couple of days. Here are the 9 names. Dan Orlovsky, Ryan Clark, Mina Kimes, Tony Romo. I think we know where we stand on that one. Skip Bayless, Marcus Spears, Chris Collinsworth, Colin Cowherd, Stephen A. Smith. I'm just going slow so people can play along in their cars.
So if I had to eliminate 3 of those?
3 of them, yeah. You get to silence 3 of them for the rest of eternity.
This is okay. So Tony Romo, I think, is a given. Tony Romo provides me nothing other than content to talk about. He does the opposite of providing. He provides you pain and anguish is what he provides. You know what's funny about this, too, is there's one person that every time I bring up how much I despise Tony Romo as a commentator, they accuse me of being jealous. And this is what you need to know about that. I have 0 issues with any of the other color commentators, including the ones that are making more money than Tony Romo or anything. That's 0. If that were the case, then I'd be jealous of every one of these color commentators. I have 0 appetite to be a color commentator because I think I'd be bad at it. So I don't accept a paycheck for it.
Yeah.
Tony Romo does accept a paycheck for it.
Yeah.
And he's awful. He's atrocious. He's the worst guy out there on any level of any broadcast.
Okay.
And it makes my football viewing experience less enjoyable.
Okay, so that's number 1. I'm going to see if your 3 match my 3. That's one of mine.
Yeah.
I've got 2 more. Who would your second one be?
My second one, this is a tough one. Because I'm going to name the 3 piss me off most regularly.
Okay.
Stephen A. Smith.
Yep.
Colin Cowherd.
Yep.
And Skip Bayless.
Okay.
Skip Bayless isn't as relevant as he used to be. I see him pop up on social media here and there, and a lot of times when I see him, I feel bad for him because I feel like he's been so affected by the fallout with him and Shannon Sharp that he's almost become meek. So he's like a meek old man who defers to his co-hosts all the time and everything. So I feel bad for him, and he doesn't piss me off as much as he used to. So I'm gonna leave him out of it.
Okay.
Stephen A. Smith and Colin Cowherd.
Mm-hmm.
Colin Cowherd really rubs me the wrong way.
He really does. Sometimes I play Cowherd audio, and it noticeably changes your mood.
It really does. And I think the problem with Colin Cowherd is he does an excellent job of making stupid things sound like he's making an intelligent point.
Mm-hmm.
He's the kind of person that I think stupid people think is intelligent, and it annoys the crap out of me.
Okay.
And also his analogies, I think he thinks he's a master analogist, and he is not.
And that comes from you, a master
shoehorns
analogist.
analogies into situations, and the way he makes them work is just by misstating facts.
Yeah.
So, Colin Cowherd, definitely. I could use zero
Okay.
of him in my life.
Okay, so that's number 2.
Uh-huh.
Number 3 for you.
Okay, so the others, Orlovsky, cool. Ryan Clark. Ryan Clark is just too dramatic for my liking. He gets really, really dramatic about weird things.
About everything.
What's that?
About everything to me.
Yeah,
he's dramatic.
except I do enjoy his perspective on it. I'm gonna. I think it's gonna be between. It's gonna be between Ryan Clark and Stephen A. Smith.
Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna get rid of Stephen A. Smith,
All right.
just because I think Stephen A. Smith is an incredibly. He's an incredibly effective, almost as an orator.
Yep.
I think. But he can make good takes and bad takes alike sound almost mellifluous, and that's a dangerous thing for society. I also see a lot of people who hate Stephen A. Smith. Whenever Stephen A. Smith all of a sudden says something they agree with, they say, look, yep, you see, Stephen A. finally got it right, and look at how brilliantly he makes this point.
Okay.
But they can make the exact opposite point 48 hours later. There's no consistency to it. So Stephen A. Smith.
It's funny because you and I only agree on one, and that's Tony Romo.
Yeah.
The other 2 for you came down to either or with ones that I picked. So we're on kind of the same page, but I ultimately took Skip Bayless because of all the hot takers out there. I just don't enjoy him. There's nothing entertaining about Skip Bayless. And if you have bad takes and you're not entertaining, this is a little like Take a Mania that we're about to do here in the next segment. If you can have bad takes, but entertain me, make me laugh, that kind of thing.
But the thing is that when he was best at that was when he was in that one-on-one debate format, and he's not in that format anymore, unless I'm mistaken.
He just rubs me the wrong way. I just like his voice, his mannerisms. Like, I'm just not a Skip Bayless guy. The other one for me, Stephen Smith for you. I picked Ryan Clark. I think Ryan Clark is one of the most joyless people in our industry.
Yeah.
He's never made me laugh. He's never made me smile. He makes everything into drama, sometimes drifting into some areas of drama that I just don't like to drift into. The racial stuff is not my cup of tea. Mm-hmm. And Ryan Clark did something like 2 weeks ago where he jokingly he made a video where he talked about being in an Uber and he thought he was getting Uber music profiled in the video.
Yeah.
And he spent 3 minutes doing it, never cracked a smile, and half the people, maybe even more than half, thought he was serious about it.
Yeah.
Because he's serious about everything. And he retweeted it later. He's like, no, how could you people not know I was only joking? And I retweeted, I said, because you never joke about anything.
Yeah, you're not
ever.
You're not a humorous person,
No.
so you can't mistake people for your deadpan delivery, or you can't fault people for mistaking your deadpan delivery as a serious take.
Yeah,
the other thing I had with that one is I wonder, on Uber, can't you put on your profile or settings like your type of music?
You can
like?
nowadays, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if he actually, without realizing it, had at one point chosen that he prefers a certain type of music, and now every time he gets in, he thinks he's getting profiled because of it.
My one other takeaway, I know we're up against it, my one other takeaway with this graphic that you and I just went through, I guarantee you Nick Wright is pissed he's not on this thing. That Nick Wright didn't make the 9 people on this graphic that you can pick to be silenced.
A lot of people really dislike Nick.
I don't think he cares.
He has that similar thing going on to. These are the three things that get this treatment a lot: Stephen A. Smith, Nick Wright, and Saturday Night Live. People will say, "Well, they finally said something that makes sense," or, "Oh, they finally did something that was funny."
Yep.
They're in that category where people really they grudgingly acknowledge at times that somebody hits the nail on the head in their eyes.
Yep. All right. Take a Mania. This is a weak champ we've got right now. I think we're going to get a new champ this week in Take a Mania. Alex Smith making up narratives about the Texans from a couple weeks ago remains champion, but it's up to Seth Payne. Pope Zaza is judge and jury here. We've got bad takes to try to take down the bad take champ. We do it every Friday at 9 o'clock. It's Take a Mania. It is next.
Hey, Trajan wealth, that's every single day for the rest of your life if you want it to be, and you do, because
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Take a Mania time. Friday, 9 a.m. is when we do it. Bad takes. We've been doing it almost a year now. We launched this at the Super Bowl last year when Ross Tucker joined us to tell us that he gives bad reviews, bad references to restaurants so people will stay the hell out and he can get his reservations.
Yeah. It's a very interesting strategy.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a bad take as much as it is just bad form, but it was enough to launch Take a Mania, and we were off and running, and we've had dozens and dozens and dozens of champions along the way here over the last. Right now is Alex Smith, who's held the belt for 2 weeks now. He said this prior to the Texans, the day before the Texans-Steelers game on Monday night in the wild card round.
I'm not saying statistically the Steelers are on par, but at home they are a different animal, and this Texans defense has struggled on the road and outdoors. And the last time I checked, this game is getting played at Pittsburgh. I think this is going to be low scoring, and if Pittsburgh can make a couple plays.
Okay,
yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, so that was a bad take at the time because it was false.
Yeah.
Then it proved to be an awful take because the Texans won by 24 points.
Yeah, and it's a weak champion because one of the elements of a really good bad take is if it's also a well-delivered, entertaining take.
Yeah.
You know, that's why Chad Johnson is so awesome because and Shannon Sharp is even their bad takes are still really entertaining. Their bad takes, the Take-A-Mania champs, the champion takes from the Nightcap podcast are some of my all-time favorite takes, good or bad, because they're so entertaining.
Yep.
So you're not gonna. It's hard to compete with those guys.
All right, so let's see if we've got a new champion here. This is Mick Cronin. We played this yesterday. This is one of the rare ones that fits in a Pettycast or fits in Take-A-Mania. Mick Cronin is the UCLA basketball coach. He's mad that his Big Ten team in Los Angeles is having to play all these road games and only got 2 days rest before playing the top-ranked Purdue Boilermakers.
And I want to thank the Big Ten for giving us on the road, bringing Purdue here on Thursday night, where we don't get back in L.A. till Saturday night, and giving us the team pick to win the league on a 2 days rest after 5 of our first 7 on the road. I want to thank the Big Ten for that.
Okay. Obviously sarcastic.
Plus, I didn't quite understand the timeline of what he was saying. Like, they played on a Thursday night and then got back on a Saturday night and 2 days rest. And I didn't go back do any fact-finding on it. Just by sheer whining, bitching, and moaning and annoyingness, not to mention the hypocrisy of a head coach who demands nothing but toughness and no complaints from his player, whining about, oh, no, my young men will only have 48 hours of rest.
We played audio from him last year where you're right. He was talking about how soft his team was last year.
Life is hard sometimes, and I don't like it. Not to mention the whole reason for all of this is that we couldn't sustain a conference on our own. So now we have to go travel to the Midwest.
You do.
So he overtakes Alex Smith.
He does. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, we got a new champ right out of the chute. The part for me that just tickles me with that Mick Cronin one is we only had 2 days to rest before we're playing Purdue.
Yeah.
Like, what, you need 3 days to rest? You're like 18-year-old kids. They play like 7 AAU games at a time. Like, what are we doing? All right, this next one comes from WEEI, our sister station up in Boston. It actually comes from this morning's show. They were talking about the AFC title game on the morning show. The Wiggins, a former New England Patriot tight end, is one of the hosts. And I believe he's from Boston. If he's not, he sure as hell picked up a Boston accent when he became a New England Patriot because he's got a heavy Boston accent. But he brings up the fact, well, I'll let you guys take a listen. They're debating about how disappointed would we be if the Patriots don't win this game against Jarrett Stidham at quarterback for the Broncos.
It happens. I mean, it happened when Tom Brady was your quarterback and Bill Belichick was your head coach.
When did you lose a playoff game to a third-string quarterback who hadn't been playing?
Well, no, not that scenario. But you
that's
lost
this scenario, though.
You lost the playoff game to the guy who's your head coach now. When everybody was like, oh, it's Tom Brady and it's Bill Belichick.
Right, but they had Derrick Henry, they had Ryan Tanner, who was a starter in the league. I'm saying
they weren't the one seed in the AFC.
When did you lose as the Patriots in a playoff game to somebody who hasn't started in 3 years and who's only had 4 starts in his career?
But why did they pay him $6 million in the offseason? And
Who's that?
Why did the Broncos pay Jarrett Stidham $6 million in the offseason?
I don't know. You got to ask Sean Payton that.
It was one of his first acquisitions of the NFL season.
Why did the Patriots pass on him?
They were negotiating with him, both the Broncos and the Patriots. That brought him into workout.
All right. So when if your argument is like when have you ever lost to a third-string quarterback who by the way was a second-string quarterback?
He's a second string
who hasn't been playing all season long, because I think in his mind he's probably thinking, oh, Nick Foles. We lost to Nick Foles, backup quarterback. But when has any team ever lost to a third-string quarterback that's also been – there's nothing unique to the Patriots or anything where this hasn't happened. This almost falls into the category of when you get into those discussions or arguments on air and you're thinking to yourself, like, why are we doing it? Why are we even having this discussion? This would be in discussion-a-mania. It felt like just a bad discussion overall, where people are talking about different things, but not a take-a-mania champ.
Okay.
Because the point that he makes is valid, but it's almost like, why are we even talking about this? Right. It's an extremely rare situation.
Okay, so not good enough to take down Mick Cronin.
Yeah.
Mick Cronin.
By the way, he was born in Boston, went to UMass, so that's not a fake accent. So he's not doing the Madonna English accent.
No, the fake.
Yeah.
That would be funny. Be a good way to endear himself to his audience on WEEI, I would say as well. It's probably smart. I don't even know if this is a take. I just like taking shots at Bill Simmons sometimes. This is Bill Simmons on his podcast getting something extremely factually incorrect.
Yeah, New England Rams, which was a lousy Super Bowl. Seattle, New England, one of the best.
Maybe Seattle, New England's the best one because Seattle's never won a Super Bowl.
You can't go wrong.
And they would be getting their revenge on that.
So the conversation, obviously, that he was having with one of his buddies he does a podcast with was which of these remaining teams compelling Super Bowl?
I'm always I'm fascinated by Bill Simmons because really, Bill Simmons, I admire his process. He honestly, if you listen to him for an hour, he usually says several really idiotic things in the course of an hour. Yeah. But as he's doing this, he just throws a bunch of stuff against the wall. Yeah. He comes up with some really interesting stuff. So I have to give him credit for his process is pretty good in that he stumbles into some pretty interesting things because he's just willing to say anything with zero filter whatsoever, including Seattle never having won a Super Bowl. That I got to give him credit for that.
Okay, so it does not win.
Plus, we fought, like how many times you listen to me for 4 hours on any given moment, and I misspeak and say something that's 100% factual.
I almost feel bad when I have takes that involve something like that because I know you're going to caveat it with that.
You totally do it. No. That was, in a vacuum, that was a horrible, horrible thing. But it's not like Bill Simmons is genuinely that dumb that he doesn't know that Seattle has won a Super Bowl.
And I will admit, I pulled that audio from a tweet that only had, literally that was the whole tweet.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, he probably corrected himself like 6 seconds after that.
Yeah.
He's not walking around today still thinking Seattle's never won a Super Bowl.
I totally do that. I'll get, because sometimes, you try to listen to people and try to figure out, okay, what are they doing that I could be doing and everything. Yeah. So there's a lot of people out there that I'll listen to that I don't necessarily enjoy.
Yep.
But I respect the way they operate because obviously they've had success, and Bill Simmons is one of them. I understand the appeal. He doesn't appeal to me, but I respect the fact that he genuinely just does throw stuff against stuff that sticks is really good. Yeah. And he's willing to go through all of the other stuff that doesn't stick whatsoever.
Okay, I've got two more. I want to ask you, as the judge and jury, I don't think we've ever done this before, but there is a take that is retroactively really poor from back in October.
Do we give Paul Feinbaum a freezing cold take award for a Take-A-Mania? This would be something different. Yeah, so we're going to play. Is this when he was going off on or saying Cignetti wasn't necessarily a great coach?
This is the week that Indiana gave Cignetti a contract extension because Penn State had just fired James Franklin.
Yeah.
And so they gave him 8 years, $93 million. I'm guessing he's probably even got a raise off of that since then, having won the national championship.
Yeah.
But Feinbaum was saying how is Cignetti a guy that you can, a year and a half into his career at Indiana, commit to? Do we really know what he is?
This would be the first ever posthumous Take a Mania champ. Okay.
Let's see here. Let's play
Did Indiana make the right move with Cignetti?
They did not. And before anybody jumps out of their chair, allow me to explain. I think everyone on this panel agrees that he's done a phenomenal job. But, Stephen A., this is how programs get in trouble. They just gave him an extension and a contract raise at the end of last season. We are barely at the midpoint. Let it play out before you completely send the Brinks truck up. Listen, there are very few generational talent. I understand why ESPN spends a fortune, like $100 million, to keep like Stephen. Kirk Cignetti is one of the top coaches in America. He has played brilliant. He has coached brilliantly this year. But can't you let it play out a little bit? He has one big win, maybe one and a half, including the win a couple weeks ago over Illinois. And by the way, because Indiana is going to be in the playoffs, there's no way he could leave anytime before December or January. A couple of years ago, remember Mel Tucker, Michigan State. They gave him $100 million
we don't
deal.
need to hear about Mel Tucker, Ben. That's good enough. Lane Kiffin, hello.
I would, no, you know what? I don't. So he was wrong on that. It was a bad take. Yeah. He's not going to be the first ever posthumous Take a Mania champ.
Yeah.
I think, if anything, I would give him a Take a Mania entry for apologizing for that take. Just what did he say? He said, you let it play out. You got to see what you have in him. He hasn't proven it yet, and now he's proven it. I said a lot of things about Drake May last week that I'm not going to apologize for.
Yeah.
I think he still hadn't proven it versus really tough opponents. He's now going through a playoff run where he's going to have to face, if the Patriots win go to the Super Bowl, he'll have to have faced 4 of the toughest defenses in the league.
Oh, dude.
Well, 3 of the toughest defenses in the league.
Dude, I just remembered a Take a Mania candidate that I had bookmarked that I didn't send to Ben, where Cam Newton is saying, probably in a very entertaining fashion, that this is one of your typical Patriot cakewalks to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. We may have Cam Newton rush in with a Money in the Bank briefcase.
The difference would be it's also, they had the first 2 games are at home, partly because they faced, Justin Herbert, who's atrocious in the playoffs historically, and with the worst offensive line in the league. And it's not like Drake May was awesome as a quarterback in that game.
Yeah.
Then they faced the Texans. Texans don't have Nico Collins. Dalton Schultz goes out. It's bad weather at home, all of that. I don't think that's necessarily Take a Mania worth quite yet.
And I don't think – it sounds like Feinbaum does not take down anybody.
No.
Yeah.
And to be clear, I give Drake May more credit for his performance than I think most people are versus the Texans, because a lot of people are pointing at his overall numbers and everything, and you can't, in those weather elements, you can't undervalue how impressive those 3 touchdown drives that he had were.
Yep.
He really he threw some picture perfect throws, read the coverages, that was some good quarterbacking for what the situation demanded.
All right, last one to try to take down Mick Cronin. Seth, brace yourself for this. This is Dana White, who heads up UFC, got asked about soccer. This is his take on the sport of soccer.
Soccer? Whole nother ballgame. Can't stand soccer. I think that it's the least talented sport on earth. There's a reason 3-year-olds can play soccer, okay? You run around and kick a ball. Yeah, Landsberg said, you wouldn't say that if you were in Brazil. I said, dude, I say this in every country. When you're playing a game where the net is this big, right, and the score is 3-1, are you me right now?
That's a blowout.
Do you know how untalented you have to be to score 3 points when the net is this big?
Boy, I'm the last into stand up for soccer or anything, but do 3-year-olds not do karate? I'm pretty sure they do. Like the martial arts and what have you.
His sport.
So if they they're not allowed to do it with the same level of violence that you are in MMA.
That you picked out that as the first thing. That's excellent. I remember driving my son James to Taekwondo when he was 3 years old. Yes,
dude. And honestly, if it doesn't take all that much talent or skill, then why are Americans not so hot at it compared to other countries?
Yeah.
It's no, I think the fact that people do play it when they're 3 years old out in the streets of Brazil and everywhere else is exactly why it's so hard to excel at soccer. It's because more people play that sport than any other sport. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, worldwide. No, to act like it doesn't take any skill to play soccer, that is a caveman take right there. This is your new caveman champ. Both your caveman champ and your Take-A-Mania champ, yes.
He runs the cave and the Take-A-Mania route.
Yeah, the fact that you can play for 60 minutes and the score is only 1-0, yeah, it's because it's really hard to score a goal.
Yeah,
I don't care how big the goal is.
Was not expecting Mick Cronin to take down Alex Smith. I was expecting Dana White to take down whoever champion was at the time. You did not disappoint,
What sport can 3-year-olds not play other than maybe archery? And by his explanation, archery, any of the shooting sport, weightlifting, anything else. Well, no, 3-year-olds can do Olympic weightlifting. They can do the moves and everything with a small bar.
Yeah, just not the same amount of weight, right? Yeah. All right. 4 things the Texans need to do to fix the offense. Jonathan Alexander had an article in the Chronicle where he lists those. Which is the one, if you had to prioritize one of these, what would the priority be when the Texans start to enter into roster building mode in March? We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, the regular season is over, but it doesn't have to be for you when it comes to getting incredible.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
This is where Seth and I are right now with the head coaching hiring cycle. Looking up at the TV in the studio, and it says, "What does a hire of Jesse Minter mean for Lamar Jackson in Baltimore?" And I go to Seth. I'm like, "Hey, is this Jesse Minter thing breaking news, or did that happen?"
Well,
yeah, for my birthday.
You can be excused for that, Sean. No, you can be excused for that because it felt like it was a done deal a couple days ago.
Right.
I kind of was waiting for it. Just in my mind, all the tea leaves were pointing towards, they're going to hire Jesse Minter, but nobody was reporting it. So I was in the same boat. I'm like, wait a second, didn't they already report that, or did I read a report that I thought it had happened and it hadn't? But for those of you who don't know, breaking news 18 hours ago, Jesse Minter, the head coach of the Baltimore Ravens.
Hey, real quick, before we get to the Texans and what they need to do on the offense, Jonathan Alexander listed 4 things. The other bit of breaking news earlier this morning was that, I think it was earlier this morning, but it's definitely happening. Mike McDaniel, who accepted the offensive coordinator's job with the Chargers, is interviewing for the Buffalo Bills head coaching job.
Boy, so that would be like who did that recently? Oh, Bill O'Brien. Bill O'Brien accepted the job for Ohio State offensive coordinator,
and then went to BC. Yeah,
went to BC he was the Ohio State offensive coordinator for about a week or so.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. That's a good call. Good pull by you right there. I would
every now and then, Sean. Bill Simmons approach. I just say a bunch of crap, and every now and then something shows up. Yeah.
How would you feel about Mike McDaniel with Josh Allen?
Oh, it would be interesting. I honestly think that the guy that Clint Kubiak. In his system and everything he does, I think could really unleash a lethal version of Josh Allen. Most structured scheme that he's played in, where there's just a defined, hey, this is where we're going to do it. You've got answers. Take advantage of your athleticism, all of that. That would actually scare me more as a future Bills opponent, perhaps, than Mike McDaniel. But Mike McDaniel, I mean, a lot of what he did when it was really impressive when it was in Miami, it was with some blazingly fast receivers.
It was.
They don't have that in Buffalo right now.
I just don't know. What's the thing we made fun of Mike McDaniel for throughout the season? All of the press conferences where he seemed like one of the worst leaders of men in the world. You know? And that's the
Mike
thing
McDaniel
for me. Like,
Buffalo, man, Sean McDermott was a Buffalo guy. Yeah. Like, they embraced him almost as one of their own. He stood up for Buffalo and everything. Yeah. And, yes, like every fan base, they get tired of only, not winning the ultimate thing and all that. He doesn't feel like a personality fit in Buffalo.
Yeah, Mike McDaniel just doesn't – he as a head coach, because he had interviews with Cleveland. Sounds like he said no to Cleveland to take that Charger OC job.
Yeah.
He doesn't scare me as a head coach. I don't think the guy is has that presidential quality that you need from a head coach to be successful.
No, and I'll be honest with you, too. Like, Buffalo, I know the reputation of Buffalo is mostly about the snow and the Buffalo Wings, but it is one of the more genuinely blue-collar NFL cities. Yeah. Like, that is a blue-collar region. Yeah. I know, don't let the name New York fool you. It's 6 hours away from New York City, and it's way more like West Texas than it is New York City.
Yep.
It's a blue-collar area, and I don't know if Mike at all.
I don't either, man. I don't either. So Jonathan Alexander had an article in the Chronicle. Jonathan covers the Texans beat for the Houston Chronicle, does a nice job. Joins us on the pregame show on Road Games on Texans Radio. He had 4 things the Texans need to do to fix the offense. I'm going to rattle off the 4, and you tell me, Seth, if you were running things, what would your priority be in all these? Number 1, invest in the interior offensive line. Number 2, improve the run game. And Jonathan specifies by saying they need to find a lead back either in free agency or in the first couple rounds of the draft.
Yeah.
Someone that makes Woody Marks more of a complimentary player, not your bell cow. That's number 2. Number 3, find another weapon for C.J. Stroud. Number 4, part ways with some of the offensive staff.
Did he name names in the? You know what? I realized just now that I read the article, but I stopped after number 3.
Yep.
And did he name names with the offensive staff?
I don't think he did. I'm opening the article right now. If my browser would start to cooperate, I will be able to tell you. I almost feel like that one's on a separate burner than the other 3.
It's interesting because obviously investing in the O-line and improving the run game are very much interrelated. So investing in the O-line as well as investing in a running back, I think 100% that's that's the number one thing on my priority list right now. I think that Cole Popovich is a good offensive line coach.
Mm-hmm.
They made improvements on that offensive line, but there's kind of a ceiling on how much improvement they could make just because they don't have actual badasses, actual get into a fist fight in a phone booth type of dude on the interior offensive line. I'm willing to see Jake Andrews stick around and compete for a position and all of that, but they just need studs in there, and I don't think they have them right now. So that is going to improve the running game, but to have a genuinely scary rushing attack or a dependable rushing attack, you need somebody other than Woody Marks in the backfield.
So you'd prioritize the ball carrier first and foremost, it sounds.
I would do the interior offensive line first.
You do that
foremost.
first?
But you also got to address the running back position. And you can do both, obviously.
Yeah.
Last year we were talking about in the offseason, you wanted to improve the offensive line in general and the wide receiver position.
Mm-hmm.
I think they addressed both of those, and I'm excited about Ariante Irisri. I think he has the potential to be a really good offensive lineman in the NFL. I like Jaden Higgins. I think there's potential in Jalen Noel. I think they addressed those issues, but to finish it off on the offensive line, it's specifically addressing the interior offensive line.
Here's what he says about the offensive staff. He said one of the more interesting decisions last season was when Nick Caley was hired. Ryans allowed him to keep the old staff that had coached under Bobby Slowick. Yes, Chris Strouser was gone, but just about Chris Strouser, the former O-line coach, was gone, but just about everybody else was back. Elevating Cole Popovich to lead the O-line was the best decision the Texans staff made last offseason. Wow, that's high praise for that one right there from Jonathan. He does not go on to name names. He said what's clear is that things aren't working out as they are right now. The Texans may need some new coaches on the offensive staff who bring fresh ideas and techniques to the building. Where Ryan makes these changes is up to him, but somewhere there needs to be change. Ryans did indicate that he'll evaluate all staff, saying he'd take the week to think about it. It might be difficult. There's no guarantee it'll work, but it also might not be a bad thing. Perhaps that can help elevate Caley if Ryans decides to keep him as his play caller. Since this article was written, Nick Caserio went in front of the media and said that they expect Nick Caley to be back next year.
Yeah, and, Gerard Johnson is interviewing, is it with Miami
yes.
for their offensive coordinator job? So, Gerard, some of this might happen naturally, and without saying that Gerard Johnson is the problem or anything, if he gets a chance to be an offensive coordinator somewhere, they're going to get a different quarterbacks coach, and maybe that makes a difference or something. And that's a tricky one where, kind of like with hitting coaches in baseball, it doesn't even necessarily have to be that somebody's a better quarterback coach than Gerard Johnson, but it might be somebody in seeing things from a different perspective.
Yeah.
Might help CJ just in getting a different point of view on things. That might work. On the defensive side of the ball, you can point to like Dino Vasso, the defensive backs coach, and say, man, that guy has done a hell of a job with some young defensive backs. I have to remind myself sometimes that there's still room for improvement on the defense just by virtue of the fact that all 4 of your defensive backs are young players.
Yeah.
Derek Stingley could have still been on his contract when he played this year. And then you've got Jalen Petrie and Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock, all very young players, that those guys are going to continue to get better. And I think the other positions are coached really well. It's harder to gush about the position coaches on the offensive line or on the offensive side of the ball because the performance hasn't been there. And also just other than with the offensive line, you really haven't been able to dial it in and say, wow, those guys are technically better than they were last year or in previous years.
Do you want to see them shopping in free agency for offensive linemen, or do you want to see them draft?
No, it needs to be a twofold approach, which is the way that Nick approaches it, too.
Yeah.
He's going to – I think that I would expect the Texans to be more aggressive this year in free agency and the draft than they were last year. For one, I think last year you go into the draft, and I know there's people that still insist that the Texans draft best player available. They meander around and move around to the point where they don't feel like they're drafting like a guy above where they have him slotted, but they drafted 2 wide receivers and an offensive lineman with their first 3 picks in the draft.
Yeah.
It's a combination of drafting for need, but moving around to get to where it's appropriate. And I think offensive line this year is where they're going to, last year it looked like they might have been trying to trade up to get a Gray Zabel or somebody like that. I think that this year maybe they're a little bit more aggressive in that.
Yeah.
But that they maneuver around, and I'll be surprised if the first guy taken isn't either in or a running back.
The weapon bullet point in Jonathan's article is interesting because he has a separate bullet point for running back. So when I see weapons here, I'm assuming it's wide receiver and tight end for C.J. Stroud. And you already drafted a couple receivers to your point last year, Seth. You got Tank Dell coming back. They like the guys they have right now. Nick was very complimentary of the wide receiver room. It was either Nick or D'Amico said that we feel like it's one of the better wide receiver rooms in the league. I don't know if that's the case. I don't expect Christian Kirk to be back. Certainly not at $16 million. He's not going to be back. So that's one that's intriguing to me. Like, can you just run it back with a wide receiver room that's Nico Collins, 3 Iowa State guys, and Tank replacing Christian Kirk in that room?
Yeah, I don't know, because running it back, it always feels weird to say run it back when there's young players involved.
Yeah.
Because part of running it back is you're giving those young players at least 3 years to really figure out what you have in them.
Mm-hmm.
And so far, I think the needle is pointing way up with Jaden Higgins. Jalen Noel is a huge question mark. I think Xavier Hutchinson might have a limited ceiling, but he's somebody that you like having on your squad. I feel like running it back there's an asterisk there when there's young players involved.
Yeah.
I feel like it's just a continuation of them having drafted last year, and that if they see an opportunity in free agency, maybe they go after it, but I don't feel the need to be aggressive with it.
Bill Barnwell has a piece on ESPN that just dropped today where he's, using his usual 50,000 words to lay out what the wide receiver offseason. He's got one franchise wide. He's got a bunch of unrestricted free agents, but at the top of the list, the franchise wideout, and this is scary as hell, George Pickens, Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think the Texans are going to sign George. I don't think they're going to spend
Spending
money on
that
free
much,
agents.
no matter who it was. If George Pickens had nothing but glistening reports about what he's like as a person in the locker room and everything, then that would be foolish to allocate that money there. But if you're not addressing the offensive line,
that's exactly right. That's exactly right. The names are interesting, though. So Pickens is in his own category. And, man, I would be terrified giving George Pickens $35 million a year. Terrified. He was a topic on First Take for 3 days after one of the games this year because he wasn't trying in the game. It was wild. But he put up great stats, though. This is what the unrestricted free agent wide receiver market looks like. Romeo Doubs. Mike Evans is back. God, it feels like just yesterday we were kicking around a Mike Evans.
That last deal he signed with Tampa was like, okay, now he can retire a buck.
It was a 2-year deal. So now here we are.
But he's old. I mean, he's old, yeah. He's a great guy. Now, at the right price, that's a classic guy that, man, when you want him to show up in the playoffs, I kind of like Gronk on the Tampa, where it's been a whole season of like, I don't know why they even have Gronk here. And then all of a sudden, man, key moments in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why Gronk is there.
Yeah. Jawan Jennings, who D'Amico probably knows a little bit from his time in San Francisco. Christian Kirk is on the list of unrestricted free agents.
Texans get without the production they got from Christian Kirk this year.
Dude, I'll tell you.
200 and however many yards receiving he had in the regular season.
The free agent wide receiver, I know we need to get out. The free agent wide receiver whose market I am most intrigued by far is Alec Pierce with Indianapolis. Because he never put up monster numbers, but, man, is he a big play, dude.
He's that deep play threat that maybe opens everything up for everybody else.
Yeah.
I can see the Colts actually.
They've already paid Pittman.
That's right.
They paid Pittman, so that's, I mean, so we'll see.
That's right. The Colts don't have a quarterback or any first-round picks.
Yeah. They might have to bring him back.
This is even better, though. Well, they technically have control of Daniel Jones, who was starting to look like the bad version of Daniel Jones when he tore his Achilles tendon already.
All right, final segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop, and we'll get you ready for the 2 conference title games this weekend. The storylines, the biggest questions for these 2 games, both of which you can hear on Sunday here on Sports Radio 610. We'll do that coming up next. But, Seth, we've gone 3.5 hours here, and we haven't saved anybody any money yet.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast. With you on a Friday.
We're trying to figure out the. I didn't realize there's going to be a. There's going to be a UFC event at the White House?
Well, let's just peel the curtain back. You were like, man, if we start getting the random, like, angry
people and we don't know why they're angry.
Yeah.
Like, Pat McAfee's going to do a show from the White House on June 14th.
Yeah.
So immediately, like, okay, so people are going to be riled up in all kinds of different directions. Sometimes it comes through on the text line, and we're like, Sean and I are like, what did we do?
What did we do?
Why are you mad at me? And then you realize, like, oh, they're just mad in general. Okay. Yeah. So put that on your calendar right now. Like June 14th. Be ready for it. The people being pissed off do nothing with us.
So you said McAfee's doing a show from there, to which I said, well, what's the occasion on June 14th? And you said, there's a UFC card in Washington, D.C. And in my mind, I'm like, I think that there's a UFC card coming up at the White House.
Yeah, so that would be
sure enough.
June 14th. Yeah.
Yes, according to AI on Google, UFC White House is an upcoming MMA event produced by the Ultimate Fighting Championship that will take place on June 14th on the South Lawn of the White House in Washington, D.C.
Did they ever do like a boxing match at the White House back in the day? Feels like Theodore Roosevelt would have been involved because he was a big boxing fan.
Yeah, maybe it's an homage. Maybe Trump-a-roo is doing an homage to the Teddy Roosevelt era or something like that.
They used to get in more fist fights in Congress. I feel like we're headed back towards those days.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like we're careening towards fist fights in Congress.
100%. Oh, my God. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so AFC and NFC title games coming up this weekend. I think, to me, the biggest question in the AFC title game is what does Denver get out of Jarrett Stidham in this game? What do they want to get out of Jarrett Stidham? Are we given yet another display from another team of, hey, this is all your quarterback really needed to do with a really good defense on the other side to move along? Because my guess is that Sean Payton is not going to unleash Jarrett Stidham. He's going to say, protect the football first and foremost.
Protect the football. I think the big X factor in the Texans Patriots because then it becomes to a whole new degree. Okay, maintain the football, don't turn it over, everything else like that. Even if it's bad weather in Denver, it's not going to be that wintry mix that it's so awful and devastating. We talked about it in the pregame show, Sean, about how wintry mix is really those are the worst conditions for football because it's cold, it's wet, all of that. And that's exactly what we got. Denver, they don't tend to get as much of the wintry mix. You either get snowed on or you don't.
Yep. The weather it's going to be cold.
Yeah.
The weather on Sunday. That's the other thing about Denver is it can be 60 in January.
Yeah.
It's wild. I lived there for 3 years.
No, and it can be a snowstorm, and then 3 hours later, it's the most comfortable weather you've ever had.
Exactly right. And a snowstorm can come in September or April. It's a wild weather city. It's awesome. Because it is sunny most of the time there.
And it's dry.
It's
dry. It's a dry cold.
It's a dry cold. Now, Sunday, high of 24, low of 6.
Yeah.
That's cold.
But the wind is what matters more than that.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like there's any. It doesn't look too windy on the forecast.
There we go.
So that'll be but I think that's the biggest question. Milton Williams is a defensive lineman for the New England Patriots, and he was asked about Jarrett Stidham yesterday.
What do you know about Stidham?
Nothing. Nothing. I ain't gonna lie, nothing. We're gonna watch the tape on him and, figure out what he like to do, but no, they didn't like him over Bo. So
they didn't like him over
Bo.
Burrow, Foxborough.
No, over Bo. The Browns didn't like him. Yeah, sorry.
I thought he meant because he used to be with the Patriots. I thought he meant like they didn't like him over in Foxborough. So okay.
They were they drafted him. They were, according to the WEEI host that we played audio from earlier today, that it came down to Denver and New England possibly for Stidham to be the backup quarterback. So there have been various times in New England where Jarrett Stidham has been liked in that building in there. I think this is going to be fun for Jarrett Stidham to go against his former team. If you're looking
Patriots
at chip on the shoulder.
Patriots are really feeling it, man. Whole lot of us against the world. Kind of, you guys haven't seen anything like us. For a team that still really hasn't faced a lot of good and quality opponents so far this season. They're feeling it. They're feeling it. Yep. It would be awful to see them get smacked in the face by old man Peyton and relative non-entity Jarrett Stidham.
Are they the team that you least want to see win the whole thing out of these four teams?
100%.
Not even close, right?
No, not even close.
Yeah.
100%. They're my least favorite team.
I can live with either of the NFC teams winning. Granted, as you and I pointed out earlier, those are two fan bases that also root for the Mariners and the Dodgers.
Yeah.
There's probably a lot of crossover. And Denver I can deal with. Denver, the thing that bothers me the most about Denver, I'm not a huge Sean Payton fan, but he doesn't, I'm not up nights hating on Sean Payton or anything
Denver,
like that.
I would say this. I feel like, it's funny because the Rams have been consistently competitive ever since Sean McVay. Had some highs and lows, and they've had some valleys. There was that one year where it seemed like Sean McVay might just quit football altogether. It might at one point I figured that we were certainly going to see him go off to live in Tibet or something.
Yep.
But he rallied back, and they're as strong and as good as they've ever been. But there's something about the Patriots having such a brief period of misery and then potentially being back to being one of the perennial better teams in the league. Yeah. I'm not ready for it yet.
Dude, they've already made it too far.
Yeah,
They won the division with Josh Allen in it, and it made it to, and it not only made it to the AFC title game, they're favored in the AFC title game.
Yeah,
by 5. Now I put my bet down earlier, Seth. You know that because you were watching me do it. I've got Denver +5 in this game, and I'm tempted to money line them. +230 is the money line. That's a pretty nice payback for a top-notch defense playing at home. +230.
Yeah.
2.3 to 1, basically.
Yeah.
That's a nice payback. So I might sprinkle a little bit on the money line.
We still have to. I'm torn with Drake May because Drake May has done some really good things in both of his playoff games so far. He has yet to have a really genuinely impressive game, and I'm really, given the circumstances in the Texans game, he had 3 really good touchdown drives, really impressive touchdown drives. All of the other series were very uneventful. 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. Turnover. They really their success rate in that game offensively was 30. But he did what they needed to do to win the game, and he did it in an impressive fashion. He's going on the road now against a good defense, and this is this the part where he hits the proverbial, block in the road or whatever that he just can't get past, or does he just rise above it and you see a genuinely impressive quarterback performance?
Literally the only drives where they got out of first gear, where they moved the ball and got a couple first downs, were their scoring drives.
Yeah.
Every other drive was...
You gotta give him credit for doing it.
Oh, no, totally. And especially in that style of game where the other team seems insistent on giving you the game. He took the game. Yeah. They won 28-16, so you got to give him credit. You got to give him credit for that. But we'll see what happens with Denver. Now, Denver did not look great. Denver's not been the same level of defense later here in the season than they were when the Texans saw them earlier this year.
Yeah, and this is where it gets interesting, too, with the chess game element of it and really being able to – because Denver's a team that they're not like the Texans where they're super simple and they just line up and play. There's a certain amount of Vance Joseph scheming that makes them really good. So can they befuddle and confuse the young Drake May?
Yep.
I sure hope so.
Yep. And then the other game, Rams and Seahawks. I guess the question there would be, can Sam Darnold outduel Matthew Stafford in this game? Does he need to? Will the Seattle defense play to a level where Sam Darnold just doesn't have to mess the whole thing up?
There was a ridiculous stat. It was really interesting. Rarely Matt Stafford has been sacked by the Seahawks defense. It was something weird. I don't want to screw the stat up, but it was a really, really long stretch of Matt Stafford doing a really good job handling the Seahawks pass rush. And I don't know. I'm really impressed by that Seahawks defense.
I like the two home teams.
They ended up as the number 1 scoring defense in the league by 0.2 points per game over the Houston Texans. And we saw exactly how good they can be, especially at home. when they face the Texans. Like they do it without necessarily. Their defensive line isn't as impressive as the Texans' defensive line, but what they're really good at is just being pipe carrying badasses.
Yeah.
They're just strong, they're physical, they're tough, and they get the job done.
Rams are still, I think, getting a lot of shine just from, I don't know, like from the beginning of the season. It feels like even when they were going through their rough patches at the end of the season, odds makers and experts just have no inclination to knock them down a bit. And they're 2.5-point underdogs in this game, but that says that if these two teams are on a neutral field, people think the Rams are the better team. I'm taking both home teams this weekend. I'm taking Denver against the Patriots, and I'm taking the Seahawks against the Rams. And
Are you sure you're not just operating out of spite on that one?
No, I'm not. I'm not sure.
You're not sure.
I'm not sure at all. Yeah. No, I think my brain. Are you talking about the Denver game in particular because of the Patriot dynamic? No, I really no. I feel good. I feel as good as you can about a backup quarterback in Jarrett Stidham. And you're right. I like Jarrett, so that may have something to do with it as well. So we'll see, man.
The thing about the Rams I didn't realize this. This was one of the other stats I had bookmarked. Most efficient run game of the last quarter century in terms of success rate.
The Rams?
Yeah.
Blake Corum and Kyron Williams.
Which, the Texans did a good job against their run game. The biggest mistake the Texans made, and this is week 1, it was a different football team then, but I think the Texans, and this is the exact same approach I would have had, was, all right, we need to stop their rushing attack, and we'll see if Matt Stafford, who might still have 3 vertebrae out of place as he's out here, we'll see how he handles. And then the Rams really ended up tearing up the Texans on play-action passes.
Yeah.
And in the Texans, I was concerned about the Texans versus play-action pass after that first game. The Texans would go on to be one of the best teams in the league against play-action, one of the best defenses in the league. Yeah. But it was still – even though the run numbers didn't look good by the Rams in that game, it was really the fuel for why the play action was so successful. Because the Texans were way more worried about the run than they were about Matt Stafford.
That was also one of the blame CJ games. Not CJ Stroud, CJ Gardner-Johnson, yeah. We're blaming CJ Stroud now. If your name is CJ and you're on the Texans, just know you're going to get blamed for the loss at some point here. It's what we do. All right, Payne and Pendergast, John Lopez, Reggie Adatuller here. Reggie, Seth, as you were dishing on your thoughts on the Seattle L.A. game, Reggie was over here nodding along emphatically. He thought you
dramatically
had
nodding.
Honey dripping from your lips.
Incredible analysis. Yeah.
I thought remember what I said.
Well, one of the things in particular was just the defensive line for the Seahawks. Not one that's going to generate like a ton of pressure, especially not blitzing. That's not what Mike McDonald does. But you're right. I love the way that you called them pipe-carrying badasses. That's very apt.
Gigantic human beings.
Leonard Williams that is a man's man right there.
Yes.
Yes. He's kind of like the guy that you could cast him in a movie of, this is an NFL defensive lineman.
Yes, or a chunky soup commercial, too.
Yeah.
We've lost that, haven't we? There's some things that we've lost as a society and we've devolved, and one of those is the chunky soup commercial.
Bring back the chunky soup commercials, man. Yeah. So how you fellas doing?
Great. It's Friday.
It is Friday.
It's Friday. That's
a little chilly outside. That's for sure. Yeah.
It's actually still pretty nice.
Yet. It's really good. Not going to be till
still
Sunday
pretty
now,
nice, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
Dude, I'll tell you what. I looked up the mock draftable for Leonard Williams, and that's exactly these are the defensive linemen. I like to look at hand size to speed measurable. And
oh boy,
Leonard Williams. The only thing that he's near the 90th percentile is in height, arm length, and hand size. When it comes to 3-cone drill, broad jump, vertical jump, all that stuff, he's in the 50th and 60th percentile. This is based on combat. He's just a big, burly dude.
Yeah.
He's really, really big and strong, and that's what he's good at.
But don't let him get his paws on you. That's
no,
it.
his paws are big.
It's
they're gigantic paws.
It's like a bear.
Yeah.
You ever shake J.J. Watt? You feel like a dainty lady.
You do?
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Oh my God,
I've never had the pleasure of doing this,
sir.
If Seth feels like that.
Back to the weather. I was just thinking when you were mentioning that about everything that's going to be happening this weekend.
I bet you people up north just laugh and laugh and laugh.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but we get it back in the summer when they're like, it's sweltering and it's 93, and we're like, shut up.
It's so hot outside.
Yeah. Feels like. Ooh.
Yeah, feels like. Exactly.
To be clear, everybody, I'm looking at J.J. Watt's mock draftable, and it's 90th percentile everywhere.
Yeah.
And yet it's funny to hear the way that J.J. Watt was talked about pre-draft from some of the analysts, right? It speaks to how bad we can be generally about all this draft stuff.
No, you want to hear the really funny part is that when you look up like Max Crosby, J.J. Watt, and another defensive end that people might assume is kind of a blue-collar guy, you look at the measurables, and they're all like 90th percentile.
Yeah.
But college recruiters back in the day were like, could make this feller a tight end or something.
Yeah.
But I don't know about defensive line.
Yeah. No, he's directional Michigan school material. You go to Eastern, you go to Central, and then on and on we go.
It was what's his name, the defensive end for the Bengals.
Trey Hendrickson.
Trey Hendrickson, same thing. Yeah. You're like, this guy was lightly recruited out of high school. I wonder why.
Sorry, FAU for you, pal. Yep. All right, you're listening to Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing to KLTM, KLTFM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey Sports Station.
Put some jelly on that.
Yeah. Well, it's Friday, man. It's Friday. I think I'm still hungover.
Yeah.
So what's the question of the day?
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, you talked about the weather we got rolling in, and I'm always fascinated by this, especially when people tear up HEB and so on and so forth. So I'm curious for the listenership out there, what's something you have to have or do when a bad storm rolls through?
Okay, that's a good one. I thought of this today. Pulling out of my building, I turned right there next to Beck's. Beck's already has all the sheets all over their shrubs and everything.
Yeah.
You've been a homeowner for a long time.
Yeah.
Do you do the sheets over the shrub thing?
Just a few, the ones that are more sensitive. Yeah, and I'm not going to do that till Saturday night.
Just the soft plants.
Yeah.
The manly plants are good.
The rest of the plants, I give a pep talk.
Yes,
if you freeze, you're soft.
You need to man up.
That's right.
And some of them I want to die, like those big elephant ears that take over everything.
Oh, okay.
Just die already.
Okay.
Freeze.
So Cold Miser comes in and does the work for you.
Yeah.
I like that. Lasagna.
Really? Okay.
Lasagna. And it's great because Amy made a gigantic lasagna for my birthday last night. So we serving two masters.
Yeah.
Me and Mother Nature.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
I'm in the same boat.
Really, it's me both times.
That's right.
One is due to my birthday and one is due to Mother Nature.
Yeah, one is just your desire, and the other one is like your destiny.
She makes such good lasagna.
I am in the exact same boat. Every time it's real cold, freeze, the last freeze, every freeze, and we're going to be doing this tomorrow during the day. Chicken and dumplings.
That's a good one.
Got to have a big old pot of chicken and dumplings,
really
man. And it's got to be the ones with the biscuits, not the noodles.
Okay.
You know what,
Yeah.
You know today that I just decided upon because of this discussion? Grilled cheese.
Oh, classic.
And what I started doing lately, I can't believe I never did this before, grilled cheese using clarified butter or ghee instead of butter to cook it. Oh, my gosh. I never realized the difference it makes when you want to crisp something up. It's incredible. Yeah.
That's one of the things I absolutely love is just like, things that you think of as very pedestrian, and then when people class them up, it's always really fun because you like I love like the fancy grilled cheese, and you're just like, this is not something I thought could have this level of impact on me.
Do you put anything on the grilled cheese other than cheese, Seth? You throw some bacon or any tomato on there? Or anything?
No. Brandy's into that weird stuff. I'm more missionary in it. Like, I just like I've got my ghee, my bread, and my cheese, and a slab of cheese. I don't use slices.
Yes.
I carve off a slab from the block of cheese.
Or to seeing Brandy at our next put things on a grilled cheese sandwich meeting that we have with all us weirdos.
Some weird key party. Grilled cheese recipes.
Cheese everywhere.
Exactly.
Oh, wow. We're getting great answers already as a preview for 1040 from the 361.
Well, give us a taste.
They
give
said,
us some Costco samples here.
Blue Chew and Crown Royal.
Oh, that's a good combination.
Liquor's always a good one, yeah.
So is Blue Chew. Yeah. Get to Blue. I can't promise it'll be here in time for the freeze, but there'll be another one coming along the way. First month free, $5 shipping.
Turn your little fella into a raging beast.
610.
That's exactly what I was looking for, because obviously we can get into the food. I'm sure people be like, I need water. Sure. We're just going to make sure that this weekend's real fun now that we're inside.
And chill, baby.
Yeah.
That's good. Okay, this will be fun. All right, Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you, and I'm firing off an angry text to Wade Smith right now.
Oh, all right.
In discussing Max Crosby, I just realized he tried to blow off something I said about Max Crosby as like I was saying he was deceptively fast or something. And in the moment, it was in a pregame. I didn't have time for me to push back against it. But I'm retroactively disgusted that he would say that.
Is this like 4 weeks ago?
We're going back to the pregame from December the 21st.
Yeah. Like of all people that would be guilty of a deceptively fast take or something, like somehow I'm the guy.
You.
Yeah.
All right, we are done. We are out of time. Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Everybody have a great weekend. Stay warm. In the Loop is up next. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. In the Loop starts now.
Happy Friday to you. You are indeed in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, you heard the man. I'm Reggie Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. Is that a denim jacket you got on?
A jean jacket? Yeah.
I like it. Yeah. I like it. We styling and profiling
it's like
this
the fifth time I wore it in the last.
Yeah, you wore it this week.
Yeah, I did.
Well, sometimes I'm not that observant, okay? I just realized that we styling
You made it seem like it was new. Like
you know what it was? I looked over at John Lopez, and he's wearing a button-up shirt, and I was just like, all right.
Now, that's rare.
This is We're doing something as a show today.
It is a fishing
No,
shirt.
it's not.
Yes, it is.
Wow, it is a Columbia fishing shirt. So they make.
This is my Sunday. This is my Sunday.
This is where I go to church in.
This is a grade 1
This is where I got
shirt.
married in.
You've heard my grades on my fishing shirts, right?
Yes, I have. Yeah, I've heard the grading scale.
This is a grade 1. This is a Sunday go to meeting fishing shirt.
This is
my job.
The revival fishing shirt, man.
Gala fishing shirt.
Yes.
No, even better. This is your court fishing shirt. When you gotta look presentable in front of
prom
his
in this fishing
prom.
shirt.
All right, as you can tell, that's the vibes that we have here on a Friday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Get involved. If you have those vibes, if you don't have those vibes, take them somewhere else.
Yeah.
713-572-4610. Let's have some fun. That's the number to text. Also, appreciation to the Mokaram Injury Lawyers live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and the Twitch chat 610 Houston. All right, let's clear this out real quick before we get to what I really want to get to. D'Amico Ryans on Monday, coming off of the loss to the Patriots, was like, I'm going to take the week. Take the week to make some decisions. Does this count as the week?
Well, that was my question. Yeah, is this the end of the week? It's Friday. He said he was going to take the week. Are we going to hear something today? Is it going to be nothing?
Yes.
Is the week a week from Monday?
Probably.
Is it going to be more? Was he just sort of spitballing things here? Hey, it's Friday. Are we going to hear something today, one way or the other?
Does this team tend to be? Thank you, D'Amico. I appreciate you joining in on the show. Does this team tend to be the Friday news dump type team?
When Caserio, when Easterby was here, it was every Friday.
100%.
It was every Friday.
I think that depending on the youth this team is across the league, I think that might be somewhat of a tell. But I could easily see D'Amico Ryans going through the week and then giving the weekend as well, and starting the week off with that approach.
There is a little fly in the ointment.
Which is?
Well, at least one coach is already interviewing somewhere else. And does that factor in? Is he going to play that out? See how it plays out. Make the decision for me, so to speak. And there may be others. Who knows? Those are reports that just come trickling in.
Yeah. So for me, my guess would be that we don't hear something on a Friday here. What would your guess be?
I would say no. I was just asking the questions.
Sure.
I would say no. I think it's probably going to be into next week before we hear anything.
281 feels like D'Amico won't make changes. Yeah. I don't know that that's the case. I think that they've talked enough about it where it feels like they might. But also,
but the offense is not a concern, and the only changes you would feel would be on the offensive side. So if the offense is not a concern, and you make changes, what does it mean?
Is that going to stand up as one of those moments where you go, if you didn't say that particular thing,
yes, that's
just going to be one of those things that we keep coming back to.
And you know why? Because it felt like he was being his most honest in that moment,
while also feeling like he was being wildly dismissive.
Yeah,
and of course, feelings aren't always what it is, but it did feel very dismissive. You were talking about the grades that you have on your fishing shirt. What is the grade that you would give to the Houston Rockets last night after what looked like a pretty good first half?
Yeah.
You were playing a close game with the 76ers team that is healthy, surprisingly, the way that they get injured, and you end up going overtime and losing in overtime to a Sixers team 128-122. this was rough, and there's a lot of different things that made it rough. Kevin Durant himself had a good game. As a team, you shoot poorly from the free throw line. You shoot good from three, though. How did you grade this game out as you're watching?
Okay, so just for those who don't know, I have 4 grades on my shirts, on my fishing shirts. Grade 1 is the crisp, clean, Sunday go-to-meeting fishing shirt. You can have a job interview in it. Grade 2 is fishing shirt. You can
Don't tell me you out here having job interviews.
It's a nice, clean fishing shirt you can wear to work, but, you've had it for a while. Grade 3 is a couple little issues with the shirt, maybe a little hook with, a mark or faded here and there. Grade 4 is I'm gonna do yard work in.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Grade 4 is
there might be some holes peeking through.
Yeah.
Got you.
Burns and stuff from the sun and all that. So I would say the Rockets are a grade 3 fishing shirt right now. A couple of nicks.
As a full team or just this game and this performance?
As a full team and in this performance.
Oh, both. Very good.
Because there's some faded areas that are starting to fade. There's some nicks and so it just looks a little tattered, but not too bad. That's where I would put the Rockets, and here's why. You and I were talking about this a little bit before the game, as we are wont to do.
Before the show, I think.
Before the show, as we are wont to do. You think the issue it can be somewhat honed in on how they're playing, some of the tactics and setups and plays and those types of things.
Some of it's hopeful aspects there. I don't know what the ultimate end goal is, but I think there's a little bit of hopeful optimism.
I think the issue is personnel and how it's being used. And they both point back to the same thing, and that's Ime Udoka. Whether it's his offensive sets, what he's doing defensively, et cetera. To me, it's a personnel thing, and last night was the microcosm of it.
Okay.
So much for Reed Sheppard, I guess, huh?
Reed Sheppard, 23 minutes, 14 points. He gets into a nice little groove. There are +6 in his minutes. Not that that's the end-all, be-all, but when he was on the floor, your team won those minutes by 6 points.
And how much did they lose by?
They lost by 6 points.
How much did he play in the overtime?
That's a big old 0 there, John Lopez.
This is crazy. He's coming off just a white-hot performance. Again, no pun intended. But
you got to stop saying that, because at some point it is intended. I think we should lean into it.
It's not, I swear. And then he plays pretty well when he's on the floor. Even last night, has pretty good from 3-point range. The whole 9 yards. And then doesn't play in the overtime. And here's the one that really gets me. And I just opened up the box score to make sure I saw this right.
Okay.
That was the first game of a back-to-back, correct?
Correct. Tonight you are playing a even more daunting Eastern Conference foe.
The best team in the Eastern Conference.
Yes, the Detroit Pistons. You get to get the Twins on the same floor again. But more importantly, that is, as you mentioned, the best team in the Eastern Conference, a valiant foe of anybody in the National Basketball Association.
And Kevin Durant played 44 minutes. Kevin Durant played 44 minutes last night. Hell of a game.
All havers in the league were on the floor in that, because it's Tyrese Maxey, it's Amen Thompson, and it's Kevin Durant. And Kevin Durant played the most out of all of them.
I believe so, yes.
He played the most minutes out of all of the 3 dudes who had the most minutes in the National Basketball Association.
44 minutes on the first night of a back-to-back with a guy who, knock on wood, has been prone to having to sit out, having some little injuries, et cetera, here and there. And all of a sudden, he's the only thing you got. He's the only. To me, it's personnel and how you're using them with Ime Udoka. Yours with Ime Udoka right now is something else.
Yeah, with Ime, I think that. Well, you start talking about the Reed. Let's hit that a little bit, because Reed Sheppard, he needs to be a motion shooter. This is one of those things that I said. I think of him almost like a J.J. Redick. I know that he can be an on-ball guy, and he does some good things when he's on ball. Don't get me wrong. I think that you need to draw some plays up for him. And I know that some of this is the modern NBA is actually moving away from specifically designed plays and more to
it's opportunities,
the flows that you get yourself into that create opportunities. I think that you probably need to draw up some plays or have some in these books where you go, we're specifically looking for Reed in some of these moments. He's gotten to that place,
or he's the first option.
I think that needs to be in here somewhat. I do think, though, that I did see some good things in here. One of the things I saw was a clear defensive strategy of, we know Tyrese Maxey can get after us, so we're going to switch on the perimeter to not allow him to turn the corner. That worked in the first half, and then it felt like they lost focus. On the offensive end, when they could get to their focus, they were doing a lot better of when that double team comes especially for Alperen Sengun. Better for Kevin Durant, a little bit less good for Alperen Sengun. Pass out of it early. Let the ball do the work of creating opportunities. Swing, get it to the open guy, knock down the shot. And what was nice with Kevin Durant is that willingness to get it out. The ball often came back to him, and he knocked it down. But then they lost focus and did not keep doing that. See if you'll catch a trend. They get to the free throw line 24 times in this game.
Yeah.
They only knocked down 12 of them.
That's a big issue, yeah.
That's a focus issue. This is a focus issue in a lot of different places, in addition to what you're talking about personnel, because, hey, Jabari Smith Jr., you need to step to the podium. We need to talk about that. Maybe we talk about that a little bit later. In addition to some of the schematics that I do, like I said, I do think that they're finding some interesting answers with some of the ways that they were doing. I loved what they did, putting a forward on Jabari and then having your center come over and help to force the ball out of his hands. I thought that there were some interesting schematic things, but if you're not going to be able to, as a team, have the motivations to stay locked in, and as a coaching staff, keep your team locked in, then I don't know what we're talking about all the way across here.
We've talked a lot about what is their identity. We know their identity. We're past the midway point now of the season. Their identity is Kevin Durant. Stop the ball there and see what you can get off of it. Offensive rebounding in general, and going through Sengun. Sengun did not have a good game last night.
No.
But that's going to happen occasionally. He was the first to say it. But is that a symptom of a bigger issue with the offense in general?
I think there's individual progress conversations to be had. Alperen Sengun is one of those. I was looking at another stat in their trajectory over the last few years compared to this year. Alperen Sengun, in some metrics, is static, and in some metrics is taking a step back. Jabari Smith Jr. in a lot of metrics is taking a step back, including one of the biggest ones, which is three-point shooting.
Yeah.
With the team that you have right now, you need guys that can space. Jabari is supposed to be one of those. He's like 34, 35% from three, which is not good enough to be that guy. And in this game in particular, he got 10 three-pointers up, a lot of them open looks.
Yeah.
He knocked down one of them.
Yeah.
That's a development type thing. There's other guys. Reed Shepard, it doesn't feel like they're progressing his development in the way that they should and help it push it forward.
They're hindering it.
I think that these are some of the things that in this game that are frustrating. So I'm in this weird place.
You didn't mention a men.
I didn't mention a men because I don't know where to go with the men right now. I do think that some of this is just he's having to do some things that don't feel like they help him. He's doing a decent job at them. I say. I think I'm largely okay with the men. I don't know how many issues I have with the men,
depending on what he's doing on the floor.
Right.
Yeah. But the other thing, both of these things, whether I think it's how they're using personnel and the decisions they're making there, or what you're talking about with regression is what you're saying, basically.
And I didn't even talk about with Jabari.
And
how do you look at the 76ers when they're on offense? Because I'm always trying to ask myself as a way to lock myself in on what's happening. What is this team trying to do right now?
Right.
And for the 76ers, a lot of times they're trying to find a matchup to attack. And then I find when they decide, hey, we're attacking, you know who they're attacking? Jabari Smith Jr.
Yeah, they are.
That's uncomfortable.
All right, and this is where I want to ask Figgy, because no one has their saying better than Figgy. What are the streets saying about Ime Udoka, Figgy?
They I don't want to say they turning on them, but they starting to get a little irritated with them. And I will say my good friend Walker from the Beltway Boys, he run that account on Twitter. He been out on Ime for a couple years now, and I kept saying, come on, man. Like, look what he did in Boston. He took a team to the finals and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And clearly, I think a lot of people starting to see he kind of got a certain way to him that rubs people the wrong way a little bit.
Ime is not having a good year. Flat out.
Yeah.
Whether it's what I think or you think.
Yeah, I think that this is the place where you have to show, your capability as a coach. And there's some answers that need to be found within this. And I know that we can be reactionary in the moment, so I'm willing to give him leeway to see what you ultimately come up with. But this is why last year when you were like, hey, I feel like Ime's an elite coach, I was like, I still need to see some things. Offense was one of those, and we're still looking to see what the offense ultimately ends up looking like, in addition to some other things. This was a really rough loss, and what makes it worse is that it's the front side of a back-to-back, and you're on the road again against the Detroit Pistons, and that's a tough game. That's a really tough game.
Yes, it is.
What a weird last month of Rockets basketball it's been. They're going to need to find some, I don't know, backbone to them. I don't know what the right word is here soon in order to demonstrate that they are living up to the expectations that they set for themselves coming into this season. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on a Friday. It's still going to be a good Friday. We know what it is. B. Scott Hour as he usually does. We still got a 4-pack giveaway for the Houston Automotive Show. In fact, I think this is the last one we're giving away here, so you want to keep it locked in the 12 o'clock hour. But coming up next, this is still usually a very fun weekend in football. Championship weekend. You got a couple of championship games. With all things considered, with the way that the Texans have gone, the way that the conversations that we're having, are you watching Championship Sunday? And if so, what are you interested in? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Nick Caserio shared his perspective on the Texans' disappointing end to the season. In the end,
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the, off the slide.
Oh, God,
if you listen to Lil Kiki.
I was cringing.
Hey, no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these cities.
No,
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leaders.
Yeah, happy Friday to you. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Actually, I see you on the Twitch chat, Joel Hernandez. Is it Joel or Joel? I don't know what it is. You let me know. But he says happy Friday. Happy Friday.
Or Noel.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Happy Friday to you out there. And you know what?
What?
Let's make it a shout-out Friday.
Let's make it a shout-out.
So if you want to shout out, let us know. 713-572.
Who do you want to shout out? Who do you want to shout out right now?
I would like to shout out my co-host, John Lopez and Figgy Fig.
Shout out to my dad.
Your dad?
Yeah,
shout out to
my
Pops,
dad.
man.
I don't know if he's listening right now. He be listening and don't want to tell me he's listening because he don't want me to bring him up.
Yeah. Too late.
Well,
yeah.
I'm going to shout out my middle son. We're having his birthday.
Your favorite
right?
one. Yeah, well, that's what people say, but it's not true. But yeah, we're
when
having.
is his birthday?
His birthday was the 21st. Was that Wednesday? But we're doing it tonight.
Okay. Happy belated born day.
Yeah, BG, and picked a good restaurant. A lot of people do the fancy or the Mexican or whatever. Katz's Deli. We're going.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a good solid.
I seen a childhood friend of mine. I think she's staying in Arizona now, but she actually had a full blown birthday dinner, nice, and everybody dressed up at Popeyes.
Yeah.
Popeyes, that's a little too much. I can't.
I'm gonna send you all the video. I'm gonna send you all the video. It looked really dope because if saying it right now, you think like, no, but it was all decorated nice in there.
Yeah.
She reserved it.
I didn't know that there was a process for reserving.
I didn't either.
You just walked in there and then commandeered the
Me too.
Yeah.
I did not know this, but it looked fly.
Make sure y'all get to Katz's early. I'm sure y'all will be there early enough because you end up there too late and you might have a gentleman flash the entirety of the store out the window. That has happened.
What you getting?
I looked at this is how excited I was. Like, this is different. It's cool. I was actually looking at the menu this morning a little bit, but then kind of work got involved.
Are you a look at the menu ahead of time?
Normally
dude?
not, but I was like, this is cool.
I had never thought you were that type of guy.
Normally my go-to at Katz's is the Reuben.
Okay.
100%.
Oh, yeah. I love nice little corned beef.
I love the Reuben, but I think I'm going to try something different today. So that's why I was looking.
Is anybody else trying something different this weekend? Yeah, shout out to Katz's as well.
I would also like to give a shout out.
That's right, John. Send your shout outs as well. Is anybody else doing anything different this weekend as it's championship weekend, championship Sunday? AFC championship is between the Broncos and the Patriots in Denver. And then, of course, the NFC championship rematch or match number 3 of the year between the division rivals of the Rams and the Seahawks. And all things considered, the way that the game went on Sunday, with generally how you feel about football and this football team, are you watching on Sunday? Because I think that this is interesting. I'm always intrigued to see if people are still tapped in or if they're just like, I need a break.
Yeah.
And if you are, what are you interested in?
It's funny because when we were talking about this and bringing it to the class, I was like, well, I mean, we're all going to watch it, right? Well, not everybody's like us.
No.
We tend to forget that in this business. Not everybody, feels compelled or wants to that's going to be relevant in this little world we live in. And then I realized, even obviously I'm going to watch them, whatever, but I'm going to do it reluctantly. I'm like doing it reluctantly. This is one of those where I'm like, yeah, I guess I'll watch it. And normally, if the Texans are out or they're in, and well, they've never been in, but if the Texans are out,
you didn't have to say it like that though. You're not wrong.
I'm like, I don't care. I'm just like, oh, AFC, an NFC championship, I'm in. This year's different. I'm just kind of like, I guess it's the what if, or you're just frustrated because they should be there.
I don't even think it's that. I think it's the simple fact in the AFC because, to be real, we pay more attention to the AFC.
Yeah.
Because that's where the Texans got to go through. I just think this matchup ain't really appealing, man. You got a backup quarterback in Denver.
Yeah.
And then I don't know what to think of New England. Maybe they are good. Maybe they are the real deal. But it's just, I don't know. It's not really that star. You got Drake May.
Yeah.
Probably going to win MVP, but I don't know. It's not the Patrick Mahomes versus Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes versus Lamar Jackson or vice versa.
Yeah, there's not the star power that the NFL tends to sell these games on. I'm actually very intrigued. Now, of course, this is getting into the nitty-gritty of some of the matchups.
And yes, the defense.
I'm a sicko. But yeah, sincerely, because some of this is people are looking at the Patriots and going, yes, they had the easy schedule. The back half of the season, is their defense getting better? And I wonder how much that is. And I think that if their defense is getting better, this matchup versus Jarrett Stidham is in them also. I think is more capable of a backup than sometimes we give him credit, especially just because we haven't seen him. But then how does he go about it? Is he going to do – because Bo Nix kind of exhibits backup tendencies without being disrespectful, because I do believe that he's done a damn good job. But they keep it easy for him until they need him to do something special, right? But he does things in a very but he does it really quickly. He makes his decisions. He gets the ball out. What is the difference between Jarrett Stidham and Bo Nix? Is he able to do the quote-unquote backup things in the starter-type way that Bo Nix does it? And does that, whatever slippage is in there, does that make a change? And then on the other side, that's where it gets really fun, because you get Drake May, who hasn't really put up very good playoff performances yet this playoffs.
A lot of fumbles.
Against a Broncos defense that I think is going to also give him a test. I think that's going to be really fun within this as well. But if I'm going to be honest, I'm not as interested in that game as I am the NFC game.
And my feelings on them is very superficial as opposed to what you just went into deeply, which is fair and accurate and all that. But superficially, I just feel Texans should be there, man. They not only could, they should be there. We were saying all along, they can get to the AFC Championship game. This is a Super Bowl caliber team, especially on the defensive side. I just feel like they should be there.
Honestly, if it wasn't a Super Bowl caliber defense, I still feel like they should have been there, man. I feel like the window was wide open where anybody could have got through this, man. You got all type of injuries and different weird situations that happen where it wouldn't even been surprising if they made it to the AFC Championship game.
Any part of you that because of, one, the emotions of that feeling that you guys just described, and then two, what it feels like is a less interesting schematic game or matchup that you might tap in at 5:30 for the NFC game and just say bump the AFC game?
I'm going to watch both.
Or at least just have it on the TV more as background noise versus actually tapping into it. Because the NFC game, if you're telling me you're not watching it, then you're just like, I'm out on football.
Have you seen the text?
I have seen the text, but I think that's fair, but I'm just saying, I feel like that's the way.
I am really curious to see what Jarrett Stidham do.
Yes, that's true.
I'm really curious because how crazy will it be? How much of a Cinderella story would that be?
Yeah.
Seeing Bo Nix out for the season with a broken ankle, and this guy who ain't taken a snap since, 2023?
Yeah.
Something like that. Ain't throw a pass since 2023.
That's it. He's taking some snaps, but he hasn't thrown a pass.
Yeah, he ain't throw a pass since 2023.
At least not in the regular season.
Yeah.
Get in there and win a game.
Yeah, and Reggie brought it up, I guess, Monday. You know, there have been some Cinderella stories like that have won Super Bowls.
What up, Trent Dilfer? I see you, big dog.
Yeah, Jim Plunkett. Jeff Hostetler. I mean, it'd be cool. Yeah.
Well, I guess he's not the backup portion of it. I just like bringing up Trent Dilfer to remind you how he's the worst quarterback to have ever won a Super Bowl. Anyways, this game between the Rams and the Seahawks, have you realized how close this thing has been?
Well, it's a 2-point game, which means basically a toss-up.
Yes, but that's our friends in Vegas, the line that they give. The head-to-head over the last 2 seasons between these two teams.
Yeah.
When it comes to points scored, the Rams, 109, the Seahawks, 107. When it comes to yards game, Rams 1,599, the Seahawks 1,589. A difference of 2 points and 10 yards over 4 matchups.
Yeah.
And then they meet up again here. This is going to be fascinating stuff because both quarterbacks, I think, are not 100%. And I know that it's football. Everybody's not quite 100% when we get to this time of year. But I think both quarterbacks are very clearly not 100%. Sam Darnold's been limited all through the week with an oblique. Matt Stafford, I think we're seeing the effect of all the hits after. Remember, he was in the Airstream doing the funny stuff before the season that we were wondering if it would impact week 1. It didn't week 1, but does it impact week 21, right?
Yeah.
I think that's the thing that I'm watching. And then I think basically the question for me largely is, can the Seahawks run the football? Because that's been the thing that's come along for them, that's helped them go to another level. If they can run the football, they can insulate Sam Darnold a little bit, and I think they can win this game pretty easily.
Thank you, D'Amico. No, look, you're absolutely right. I think
now D'Amico the only coach to run the football, huh? Okay, all right.
I think whichever team runs the ball, because the Rams are going to have to run the ball, just for Matt Stafford's sake and the pressure of the defensive front that they're facing, et cetera. But Kenneth Walker, man, I mean, they've been having some success. I think whichever team has the most success there is going to win. Yeah.
Also, Puka Nacua is probably just going to go off in this game again, though.
How does that make it different from any other game?
Right. Yeah, that's right.
The sky's blue.
Yeah,
that's right. So I'm still interested in championship weekend, but I'm also a sicko, and it seems like there are actually some people that are like, yeah, I'm good. From the 713, football is dead to me. For the rest of
you.
There's also some people that, especially with the weather coming in, they say locked in the house Sunday with my wife all day. Hopefully we don't lose power, so I'm watching football. Like I get it. Football is king still in that way, so I respect it. Also, salute to from this 870 whose birthday was on the 20th.
Oh, shout out.
I don't know what area code. Please find out for me. So shout out to the Hernandez family in Marion, Arkansas. They said their birthday was on the 21st as well.
All right.
So shout out to you. And then
birthday buddies with my son.
From the 281, shout out to my god sister Kalandra, I believe.
Arkansas.
Also birthday. Oh, yeah. Okay, so yeah, definitely in Arkansas. They said their birthday was also on the 21st. So a lot of 21st babies in there. And then would like a shout out to my wife Ray, daughter Soraya, who was born last Friday.
Hey now.
Hey,
congratulations.
Shout out to you. Shout out to you expanding the Sports Radio 610 family. I'm counting it. She's part of it.
Yeah.
All right. It's a Friday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We mentioned the weather that's coming through. I'm sure you've heard about it, whether it's your friends, coworkers, or just on the news. And with this coming, I feel like I always have an interesting thought, which is, what do you have to have or what do you have to do when a bad storm rolls in? I'm not just talking about get a case of water. What are your tips? What are the things you just have to have or do when a storm rolls in? 713-572-4610. We discuss it next.
The Drive. 2222. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Question of the day time here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. What's something you have to do or have to have when a bad storm rolls through? 713-572-4610. We've all heard all the talk about this little cold front, and of course I'm being facetious. This is supposed to be a big deal that's supposed to be rolling through this weekend. Although, here's the thing. I know that all the way across the country it's looked like it's really bad. What is the latest on this, John Lopez?
Yeah.
We go to our In the Loop weather desk.
It looks like it's actually, what do you need for this big winter storm? Maybe sunblock. I mean, it looks like it's getting delayed again, at least as of now, and we'll let you know if anything changes, but it's now looking like maybe into Monday, Tuesday for some for some of these. Now, some people still have it coming in Sunday during the day. So be aware, but it's just kind of not stalling. I guess it's like I said yesterday, all the warm conditions pushing from the Gulf is kind of holding it off.
Shout out to the Gulf.
It's shout out to the Gulf. They got our back.
Is that the Gulf of America?
Hey, brother, we don't need that. We don't need that kind of division right here, right now.
That's the name of it.
Is it?
It said it on the map.
But it's still coming. You still got to be prepared. So what would you do?
Yeah,
what are your musts?
Sometimes maybe get yourself into the mindset if it was going to be the superstorm that it seemed like it might have been before. What would you need? What do you have to do? What do you have to have? Especially because I feel like we would be okay if we didn't fear that the grid might. I think for me, it's funny because obviously I keep like water and like soup just in my pantry inherently because of where we are and the things that could happen, hurricane season, so on and so forth. The thing that I have to do or I have to have is I have to have a fully charged external battery.
Oh,
because I'm a sicko and I can't go too long without my electronics. I know this about myself, and rather than make myself a better person and wean myself off of that, I'm just like, I'm going to lean into this. Because even if the power goes out and everything, if I could charge up my phone, if I could charge up my laptop, I'd be all right. I can make it work. So that is the thing that most I think of immediately is just make sure I had this charged up external battery.
To
make everything shake.
My first thought, and I mentioned it earlier, is that comfort food. We're making a big old pot of chicken and dumplings tomorrow.
Good call.
Texters are right. I don't know if I'm going to do this weekend, but I've done it in the past. Get those smokers and grills going early.
Yeah, I was surprised.
The day before.
There's a number of people who are like, they get the charcoal so they can grill even if the power goes out, which I was like, you grilling out there if it gets cold? But grilling, getting some to smoke, whether on the grill or off the grill.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, I see you. I see you there. Fig, what you get? What is it for you that you have to have or you have to do?
Yeah, honestly, I think I'm happy that I'm in the house now because we got like a gas stove, and over the years we always have electric stove. So it'd be cool to just actually cook, and I got a grill in the back with a propane tank.
Yeah.
So I do that. But the one thing I gotta have, I gotta load up on pistachio. I'm a big pistachio guy.
Just snack
great
it.
snack.
Yeah, especially if you're not like doing anything. Like in this hypothetical, if the power goes out and you just sitting around, you can just pop some pistachios and be good.
Give me some pistachios. Give me a couple bottles of wine.
Yeah. You want a little hack that we do occasionally,
Please.
especially when the power goes out?
Yeah.
We have one of those big generators. We always leave at least one plug for albums. Because that way you're not playing music off your phone.
And running down the battery.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So we have a bunch of old albums.
The record player
and
going.
a turntable, and it's kind of nostalgic and it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Let's play albums off of that thing.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good hack.
Take it back to like the 70s right quick. I love that. That's actually a good call.
Little cameo, little Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Oh, man, you're having a good time. I'm going to come over to your house. We're going to hang out there. In a similar vein, I appreciated this, and let me make sure I get the entirety of it right, but I did remember somebody on the text line making mention of got to have a DVD player, which I was like, oh, that's smart, right? So, because you might have power, but maybe the internet goes out or something like that. You're not streaming stuff, but if you have your DVDs, you can just pop those in and have a good time. Or if you have a generator or something like that.
Right. And a lot of food coming in, including, this is right in the same vein as the chicken and dumplings, chili, man.
Yeah, chili's a good
forever.
one.
Chili with beans, baby.
No, that's not
they
chili.
said Texas style.
Man,
chili
with beans.
That's,
Come on
that's
now.
not chili. That's
and
stew.
my father is cussing at the radio right now. At you.
But do you still have cornbread on the side with it?
Yeah, or crackers.
Then we're good.
Yeah.
If you chili and cornbread. Somebody said caldo.
Caldo is always good. Again, same vein. It's that Mexican carrots and potatoes, usually chicken, but they can do beef as well. That's a great one. A bag of weed.
I mean, yeah. Look, man,
Why not?
Because it's Friday.
That's right.
Yeah.
You ain't going to work. You ain't got nothing to do.
Yeah.
I respect this from the 832. A fine woman to cuddle with. Hey, that's a good time. Somebody else was saying that they just needed themselves a Blue Chew. Hey, go to work. The big dog is what I will say there. Some other things that have come in. Somebody said, I hope y'all didn't wait to go to the store because HEB was a madhouse yesterday.
I told you about yesterday, right?
Imagine.
Yeah.
Like what's funny though is I keep seeing people on social media making this particular joke that is hilarious, which is you go down the water aisle and everything's gone except for the Dasani.
Yep.
Man, but y'all be getting after everything. People be getting like the butter is empty. I'm like, what are people doing?
I don't understand that.
I wonder what people are doing.
All the Flaming Hot's gone.
Yeah, like I get it. The bread, that makes sense to me, right? Milk, some of those things. Some of the things that people be going and
It be snacks.
buying out.
Yeah, it just be straight up snacks. I'm like, y'all ain't eating nothing else?
Buying out all the toilet paper, and I'm like, how much do y'all plan to pass?
It's funny you say that because it always
how many movements?
Always boggles the mind, like the weird things that people buy. Like my wife went to HEB to pick up some cake mixes, because we're doing BG's birthday tonight over at Katz's. She said like the cake mix aisle was almost empty. Like cake mixes, like who does like, oh my gosh, we're gonna have a freeze. I need to get some cake mixes. Who does that?
I finally have time to bake.
What's going on?
That is hilarious. Yeah. So people still talk about gaming consoles charged up. Fair enough. Just go ahead and run that.
Be fun. Yeah.
Run that till it goes. It seems like it's very big. Warm type foods seem to be warm type hearty foods seem to be a big thing. Something to smoke seems to be a big thing, and then a nice lady friend seems to be a big thing on the text line. Okay, so there you go. Somebody said a big pot of spicy red pork chili. Oh, that sounds good.
That does sound good.
That sounds really, really good. Are there any other things? Like for me, I know that I already have a lot of candles, so the candles are set for me if it happens there.
Yeah, look, obviously the little generator. It's too late now, probably. But if you have
not probably, it is definitely.
too late. Good one for you, in an apartment. Really, I have an extra one of these in my house. Is those ones that you charge? But they're not gas powered. That's a big thing.
I got one of those.
Yeah, those are good.
Yeah, I got one. It's pretty much a jump starter for the car.
Yeah, but it's a generator.
It's also a generator too, like an electric one.
I'm gonna send this. Maybe not for this.
I need to charge that up.
I'll send you a link. I've got one down, Rand's Pass, and one here, just for like the little stuff, phones and stuff.
Yeah.
It's really good.
And shout out to Rob, because I think this is a really smart go. A big-ass electric blanket.
Mm-hmm.
Now, of course, if the electricity goes out, you might be in a bad spot, but
hey, hook that up to the generator.
Yeah. There you go. Oh, 870 said order some tamales from the tamale lady.
Yeah, man.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's a little late for that.
No,
for me.
it's not.
You think so?
Oh, heck no. You can do it right now. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that actually sounds like something I want to do now. All right. well, somebody said all the baby oil's gone. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what y'all doing over there, but appreciate you, man. Right. Okay. Let me see. Shout somebody from the 832. Actually, this is Nathan Huffman. He texts in a lot. Appreciate you. Shout out to my two sons at dinner. We were drafting our all-time teams for each sport. 13-year-old picked Reggie White for his NFL team, and the 12-year-old picked Rudy Tomjanovich as his all-time power forward. Almost cried at the table. Apparently, you've been teaching him about the old times.
Yeah.
I just wondered. The 12-year-old picking Rudy Tomjanovich all time for the power forward spot. I love me some Rudy T, but I don't know, man.
Even just with
not
the
even
Rockets. Even just as all-time great.
Not even a coach.
Yeah,
just a player.
Elvin Hayes did play here, right? I mean.
Oh, wow. 936 said, making 2 cakes tonight. Don't hate stress eaters.
Okay. I just don't understand. Right. We got to have cake.
Hadn't thought about that. Also, we mentioned smoke. I didn't see very many people say drank. So that's interesting. But isn't that the old sailors? Hey, if it's cold out, this is how you keep yourself warm.
Yep.
Pour yourself something to drink. So whatever you're doing, make sure you do it safely. Make sure you stay warm. We want you to be well over this weekend and always when you listen. Well, I mean, as listeners and as Houstonians. We're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, which I thought Mike McDaniel took a job. Like Mike is still out here for jobs. Make that make sense to me. We'll talk about that next with B. Scott.
Will building up the offense be a major... Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Oh, look at what we found. It is Brandon K. Scott.
Hey, what's good? How y'all living?
We are enjoying ourselves here on a Friday. We're trying to keep it funky.
Hey, I enjoyed you trying to sell that AFC Championship game. I was like, listen to Reggie go. Look at him go, man.
You know, you heard me. I'm like, I'm just like.
There is a professional communicator right there if I ever seen one.
Yeah. I don't know about all that.
I mean, look at you. You were making the case, and all the rest of us were sitting over here like, oh, yeah? Word? That's what we doing?
Yeah. I'm just a sicko that really loves sports, and so I can usually find a way to get myself up for a lot of different things. I'm talking about volleyball. I mean,
I feel that.
I have gotten interested in middle school basketball before, like real talk. Hey, it happens.
No, I've always said I will watch anybody play basketball.
Yeah.
You don't have to be particularly good. I like basketball that much. I watch almost anybody play it. So, I get that. But as far as this matchup, this AFC Championship matchup is concerned, I mean, it leaves a lot to be – I mean, I think even with Bo Nix, like these as top two seeds, both – the Broncos and the Patriots, I thought left a lot to be desired in terms of just the intrigue there. Now, Drake May's a cool story, and I think there's probably still some leftover Patriots fatigue where it's like not this again, despite that being a cool story. But this matchup in and of itself is a tough one to sell, even though, like y'all, I will watch it.
Yeah, there's definitely not sizzle. I will agree on that.
Not a lot.
There's definitely not sizzle there on the AFC side of things. Let's go around the NFL where one of my favorite coaches in all of the land is Black Mike. Mike McDaniel, who we were just talking about recently. He accepted, and I had to go back and check.
He's with the Chargers.
He did accept the job to be the offensive coordinator of the Chargers to help Justin Herbert, and that offense and be. I was afraid of them now. I'm like, oh, this is an interesting team.
It looked like a cool partnership.
What are we doing? It's a done deal.
All of a sudden, we're seeing that Mike McDaniel is still out here coaching. So it seems as though the case is if Mike McDaniel gets one of these head coaching jobs, he will go be a head coach. If he doesn't, then he will go be the offensive coordinator for the Los Angeles Chargers. And I, did not realize that Black Mike loved Cliff Kingsbury so much doing a USC thing to Texas Tech that he did. But also, or was it Texas Tech or wherever he went? But also, why would the Chargers okay this?
It's weird, ain't it?
It's very weird.
It's weird now. Like once you consider this, it's failing up for Black Mike, as you call him now. Y'all got a lot of folks giving him a little bit more credit than I'm willing to. But
why I call him Black Mike?
No, I do understand,
okay.
but I don't know if it's enough for me to go that far. Yeah. But anyway, I'll digress on that point. Like just the part of think about this. No matter where he goes or where he ends up, because obviously he's not going to be the head coach of he's not going to be the coach of the Dolphins anymore. He's probably going to get a better job than the one he got fired from. Like I would argue, obviously being a head coach is better than being an offensive coordinator. But if you're not going to be the head coach, like being the guy that can fix Justin Herbert or help him get over the hump is just as good of a job probably as being in a quarterback-less Miami Dolphins squad.
Yeah.
And then whatever head coaching job he gets, you got to imagine he'll like that better as well. So this is the ultimate failing upward as far as the Chargers. I guess they're looking at it as like, hey, at the very least, he doesn't get the job and we get Mike McDaniel, and if not, we'll go from there.
And to your point, the head coaching job we're talking about is the Bills. So he's going to have an opportunity to coach with a significantly better quarterback than he previously had.
Even as an OC, he's going to get paid very handsomely.
Yeah.
He's not going to get head coach money, but it's going to be pretty damn good. It's going to be probably a couple million. And then the other thing is you talk about, how does this happen? This has to have been just a conversation with Jim Harbaugh, right? I mean, because no organization would say, yeah, we want to hire you. We got the contract ready, but go ahead and interview somewhere else. It's got to be Harbaugh saying, look, I get it.
And I like this also because of the talent, right? Because offensive coordinator-wise, he's the peak of what we're talking about. So I get that perspective. The problem is if he does go get a head coaching job, which, just to let you know, the Bills head coaching interview schedule, Mike McDaniel today, Saturday, they're talking to Anthony Lynn, Commanders run game coordinator, former Dolphins, and he's done some other head coaching stuff. Anthony Weaver, Dolphins defensive coordinator, and Grant Udinski on Sunday. They've got a packed lineup of coaches to still look at, and another one which we'll talk about here in a moment.
I was going to say you're missing one.
There's one more that we'll talk about in a moment that I will bury the lead there. But, like, he feels like he's the best name on there.
Yeah.
So, like, he could easily go, and then you're now back in the offensive coaching search.
But it also speaks to how desirable you have to imagine at least the Chargers offensive coordinator job is. Because, like, if I'm the Chargers, I'm thinking, man, if I do this, I basically kind of announce Mike McDaniel as my offensive coordinator, but then he goes and gets another job or a head coaching job, that's definitely going to make the next offensive coordinator or whoever I am less than or not desired or whatever it is. But again, the leverage would be in the favor of the Chargers because whoever you are, you get to come coach with Harbaugh and you get to coach Justin
But who
Herbert.
is that whoever you are?
Yeah, no,
that's the other aspect.
And that is the part where it feels like they're leaving themselves kind of hanging dry, but you got to think they've got a contingency plan for that as well if this is how they're going to play it.
Now, one thing about Jim Harbaugh, and it's cool if I mess it up because John Harbaugh, his brother, they like passing coordinators and assistants back and forth. Have you noticed that? Like, if you interview with one of them, you could probably get a job with either of them.
Very incestuous.
It seems like that's what's going to be the case. As Jesse Minter is the new head coach in Baltimore. Salute to him. He was previously the defensive coordinator with the Chargers. So the Chargers now looking for a defensive coordinator themselves. You know who's the name that they're looking at? Former Baltimore Ravens defensive coordinator Zach Orr. I was like, all right, so this is what we talk about when we talk about the incestuous nature of the NFL
like
coaching.
A tea party, man.
Yeah,
it's like
you got to figure like Jim and John probably just talk all the time to where they're probably not the same personality. We see that, but probably close to the same brain. Like basically, when it comes to football coach, essentially the same guy.
Yeah, so I thought that was funny. But, yeah, shout out to Jesse Minter. How did you like that as a Baltimore Ravens hire, considering, Lamar Jackson is the quarterback? They go and get a nice young and upcoming – well, actually, I say young and upcoming. He's one of the guys that people look at as a really good defensive mind, especially schematically with the defensive coordinator. But hiring a defensive head coach there in Baltimore.
Yeah, it surprised me because you would think, given that you have Lamar Jackson there, that all the priority would be in surrounding him with people that make him feel comfortable and that you're doing things that maximize Lamar Jackson's ability, especially given the his style of play, right? You don't know how long you're going to have that at peak Lamar Jackson, so you want to maximize that. But also the issue with the Ravens, and we talked about this, we saw this ourselves with them playing them this year, and of course they were injured quite a bit. But the defense, like the Ravens defensively, have not, like outside of Kyle Hamilton and a couple of players here and there, they have not been the Ravens that we have grown accustomed to. And so they're probably trying to tap back into that Ravens identity. They figure, hey, we got Lamar Jackson. We can figure that part out. But let's get this defense right, and let's kind of have a much more complimentary team like we used to when we were really dominated.
I think it could actually be a good thing. We just talked about, he's from that Harbaugh cloth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, what's Jim Harbaugh doing? He's getting a badass offensive coordinator and saying, go do it. I think Orr could do the exact same thing with the offense and then take care of the defense because that's the bigger issue, really.
Or you mean mentor?
Mentor,
Yeah.
They all
they're
just swapping. Like you said, key party. They just swapping,
same thing,
man.
same tree. Yeah, fair enough.
All right, now I need to bring you to the news of 30 minutes ago that I honestly, shout out to our text line because y'all always try and keep us abreast of things that are happening if we're not seeing them. And sometimes I see things and I'm like, I need to double check because there's no way that's the thing.
I think everybody did.
Per Adam Schefter, 30 minutes ago, maybe even 40 minutes ago at this point, former Colts quarterback and current St. Michael Catholic High School coach.
He's still going by that?
Yeah.
Phillip Rivers today for the Buffalo Bills head coaching job. Hey, Brandon B., what the hell are you doing, man?
Hey, does this not have the Josh McCown feel of it?
Without question.
100%.
Like, is this basically that? Except, obviously Phillip Rivers is a much better player, but it's the same type of thing, right? A guy who everybody respects his football mind and his football acumen and even what he did on the field and even his personality and how he interacts with guys, and there's nobody that's got a bad word to say about the guy. But does that mean he gets to just cut the line?
Yeah, look.
Straight like that. Now, they do this in the NBA. They do this in other places. It's not really something that they typically do in the NFL, so it's against conventional wisdom. I think that's a big part of it. But you feel like there is a process that's supposed to go along with this. You don't just go from playing week 16 or whatever it was, 17, 16, whatever
it was. That's right. It was.
You don't go from playing week 16 to head coach on week 1 the next season. That's kind of odd.
I would take him as an offensive coordinator in a minute. I would absolutely take him as an OC in a minute. We kind of saw it when he didn't even really know what was going on, other than he knew the offense from high school level and played pretty damn well once he got to Indianapolis. I would hire him as an OC in a minute, at minimum quarterbacks coach, and pay him what he wants.
Yeah.
But head coach is a different thing.
Yeah.
Man.
It seems like in the NFL that's something that you're supposed to more so earn than it's just like a vibe a guy could be. Because I think all of us probably think Phillip Rivers could be a good head coach at some point. Like that would not shock anybody if it turned out down the road Phillip Rivers is some kind of excellent head coach or offensive guru. But 16 to week 1 the following year, there feels like there's something was missed there.
Also, does that not feel like the type of hire that you would make if you were, say, I don't know, let's see, who's like the Titans who were looking for a coach, or the Browns who were looking for a coach? The Bills are very much in a you've got to nail this one.
You know what it feels like to me? That's the type of hire an owner makes. Keep in mind, this is the owner that interrupted the press conference and kind of shot from the hip in firing McDermott. This, to me, is like the Brandon Beane. You mentioned Brandon Beane. He's going about it trying to find head coach candidates that could help and fit. And the owner said, "No, let's bring in Phillip Rivers."
You might be giving Brandon Beane a little too much credit here as well. But although I do think that it gives the air of we are no stone unturned. But I feel like some stones need to remain where they are. I feel like we need to also be very diligent in the ones that we turn over.
Yeah. No stone unturned is one way to put it. I looked at it as more so desperation.
Yeah,
it feels like it reeks of desperation.
That's the owner.
Me. Yeah. By the owner. I mean, maybe even the firing of Sean McDermott itself, like all of it, everything that they've done since that season ended over the weekend has felt desperate. From firing Sean McDermott to this idea that Phillip Rivers is going to skip the line.
Some other things around the NFL. I don't want to do this callously or anything, but did you see Jim Irsay, the late owner of the Indianapolis Colts? The FBI is investing. Immediately when he passed, people were like, "There's no foul play involved," and I was like, "Huh?" Well, I mean, if that was what it was, that was what it was. There's now, according to a story in the Washington Post, that the FBI probe is looking into Jim Irsay's relationship and substance abuse with a doctor, Dr. Harry Haratunian, who is a California addiction specialist. And I'm just like, oh, this gets into a nefarious place that I'm not comfortable with.
Yeah, it's sad because, I mean, there's nothing surprising about that headline. I saw that post from the Washington Post. I did not get to read the story.
No.
But this is unfortunate. It's also, again, like I said, it's not something that I think really, as sad as it is, it would not be shocking to anyone.
No, I don't think it would be shocking to anyone. I think when people with addiction come out of addiction, a lot of times there are prescription drugs that are obviously prescribed to them, and those prescription drugs become the next thing, and that's what it has all the markings of.
A little bit more before we move on off of around the NFL. Jeff Hafley, the new Dolphins head coach, we talked about that a little bit, former defense coordinator for the Green Bay Packers. He had his introductory press conference, and then afterwards he sat down with Cameron Wolfe, shout out to H-Time, who talked with him on NFL Network. This was a little bit of a cut that I found interesting within it. This was Jeff Hafley talking about how he connects with his players.
That's the most important thing. It's to go connect with those players. I mean, that's what this game is all about. Yeah. It's about the players. So while I'm trying to hire staff right now and figure out which way's up, it's always going to be about to start on every one of them. And if they're in town, I'm going to get every one of them in here, and I want to get to know them. Because if you can connect with players and show them you love and care about them and love their families and are there for them, then they're going to let you coach them hard. And then you won't even have to worry about holding them accountable because they're not going to want to let you down. Yeah. And that's something that I've taken so much pride in over the years. It's about the players, and that's why I'm here.
I thought this philosophy was interesting. One, as a juxtaposition to what the Mike McDaniel experience was. But two, this is a dude who was clearly hired because of that in particular. Does that not sound like somebody that you know?
DeMeco Ryans? Yeah, they're trying to tap into that type of field. This just is an example to me of And we see this all the time of the zig and zag. When you let go of one coach, you basically go get
offense to defense, defense to offense.
Even from personality, right? Like you've
tactician to hardcore
to
relationship
relationship guy, right? Kind of the mathy, nerdy guy to now this is going to be the field,
and that's
guy.
exactly what it is there.
Yeah. So this is just a perfect example of that. We see this all the time.
I did love him going the further of just when you invest with the dudes and they believe in you, the accountability becomes easier. Because I do think that hits with D'Amico Ryans. There was questions about, like, is he holding guys accountable? I did find it interesting the way that Hughley laid it out is if you establish how you feel about them, it'll be internal accountability, and that does feel like what the Texans have had, even if it does not feel like that on the outside looking in at times.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that there is a lot more accountability than there's a difference between internal accountability and the accountability that we get in public, right? And so some of the things that they're not willing to say in public, I think they are willing to say behind the scenes. Now, what are the results that they get from that, or is its own thing? But I do think that they're built from the right stuff or built with the right stuff.
Yeah, there was more there on how he held players accountable. We'll get to that maybe at another time because he had an interesting. He coached early on. He was like 30 years old as a position coach, secondary coach, and he was coaching Rondé Barber, who was 38 at the point, right? So coaching somebody that is your senior. But he had some interesting things there. But it made me a little more intrigued into what Jeff Hafley might have cooking with the Dolphins. I will be watching that space personally.
Gonna need a quarterback though.
Yeah. And
D'Amico got one at least. Stay tuned.
Is that what we call a setup?
Might we?
All right. Well, you know what? Let's get there. That was around the NFL here in the loop. There we go. Got there eventually on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we got him in the building, and it seems like he's ready to get it out. We'll get into B. Scott's thoughts next.
In the loop.
Look, C.J. Stroud is not going to sit up there and say this is crap, but it just in the middle.
leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
You know what that sound means. It means we got the man with 3 first names, the text line said, Brandon Kyle Scott in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and we got to get his thoughts. Remind you, though, it is a shout-out Friday. I have deemed it such because I have that power vested in me. So 713-572 if you want to shout out. Shout out to B. Scott always being in and bring his thoughts.
Yeah, man, and shout out to y'all for having me every week. But I got to say, man, and maybe y'all can help me out with this, but I've spent the entire week now trying to balance accountability and appreciation, right? Because I feel like I can't go without holding the team accountable for the way that season ended. I mean, that was one of the worst games or one of the worst endings to a season that I can remember. I mean, it's right up there with the ending of the 2019 season with the 24-0 lead over the Chiefs that they squandered well before halftime. It's right up there with the 2015 season where they get embarrassed at home by those Chiefs, by Alex Smith's Chiefs. I mean, it's right up there with anyone that you can think of. But at the same time, it's a team that won 10 straight games. It had the best defense that I think we have ever, that most of us, okay, unless, I mean, if you can go farther back, I'm 36. Most of us have ever seen in our lives in this city the best defense.
I can tell you. It is.
Yeah, there you go, and I'll trust you on that.
I can go to House of Payne.
So there was so much to really appreciate about the season, the 10-game winning streak, the generational defense, the a lot of the moments, the comeback against Jacksonville, the fact that you were in that position to begin with. But how could you not hold them accountable for what ended up biting them in the tail? And that was an offense that was shaky from the beginning, from beginning to end, even though it did show some improvements. And so that's where I'm at. Like I felt like the Texans made a fool out of me, man, because I was talking my noise on Friday.
I saw that.
I was talking my noise on Saturday, and I was ready to go by the time Sunday came. And so, needless to say, that the way that game played out was a surprise to me. I thought that they were well positioned to win the game, even without Nico Collins. Now, Dalton Schultz going down early in the game was a bit of a curveball. I also did not realize that Trent Brown wasn't going to play, or maybe I had missed that, or maybe that just come out right before the game.
No, it came out right before the game. He was going to give it a go as far as he could, and then ultimately he just couldn't go.
So those were things that did shock me that happened after my ish talking, right? Yeah. But at the same time, I still thought that they were well positioned to win that game. Yeah, no. So
where would you land?
So I mean, I'm landed in a
accountability, or
I think you have to do a little bit of both. Like so.
Fence.
No, it's not.
Fence, baby, let's go.
It's absolutely not. So let's go on the accountability part, because that's the part that everybody cares about. We appreciate it at the moment already. That part's already passed. Let's go to the accountability part. I hope that Nick Caserio wasn't serious in the part that he was saying about how and talk about the offense being a problem. The offense or a concern.
Yes.
Well, how would it not be concerning that the best thing, and I wrote with this during the season because I came in here and talked about it, but how could it not be concerning that the best thing that your offense does is simply just have the ball?
Yeah.
Like not score points, not be efficient in the red zone or even get to the red zone for that matter, or efficient on third down, or how about this? Did we ever find out what the offensive identity was? The thing that we asked earlier.
Don't screw it. No, we did. I said it a couple months ago. Don't screw it up.
That's not good enough.
I know. And that's not like that. That is an answer in as much as we can't find another answer, so this is all we've got, right? Like that is just a placeholder answer.
And then they screwed it up.
Yeah, and so in keying in on the accountability part, that is what I'm focused on. To your question, Lopez, is like are they just talking? Or are they actually behind the scenes doing it? And we talked about this earlier about the leadership. Is the leadership behind the scenes actually having some of those uncomfortable conversations? You're going to bring Nick Caley back? Okay, well, we need to identify a thing that we're going to try to do well, right? I know they said that they wanted to run the ball. They weren't able to really do that as effectively as they wanted to. But in our passing game, like where are explosive plays going to come from? What is this offense really ultimately trying to accomplish? And it just seemed like they were just trying a bunch of different things, throwing stuff to the wall to see what stuck, but there was never anything that really stuck, and I still cannot tell you what this offense is really supposed to be about, other than having a couple of really good players in Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz. What is the offense actually?
And what's funny is that is more from a philosophical way. You can get down into the mud of it. What is the genesis? What is the family, if you're putting it into a genome or whatever, of what this offense is? It is also a mutt, right? There are some things that are the West Coast Shanahan style. There are some things that are the the Earnhardt Perkins or whatever that is called
Patriots.
again, that Patriot style.
Right.
It is just a mass of things that were put together. It's like, I don't know if you were ever as a kid, the kid that got a big bowl and then put all the different cereals in there and put some milk.
I've seen that.
I did that this morning.
I was not that kid.
Or were you the kid that went to the soda fountain and just put a whole bunch of the different sodas in there?
I was not that. I saw those kids.
You were a reasonable child. Look at you.
I like what I like, but I don't. But I like this over here. I like this over there. I don't like to mix everything.
And what's nice about liking something over here, liking something over there, is that you have boundaries on it. You have expectations of it.
Yep.
This kind of just became a mass of things without an amalgamation of things without real clear definitions and without real clear benefits in one way or another, as you laid out. And so that identity portion of it, I think, is also something that if you're going to talk about concerns, boom, there's number one.
Yeah.
Now, another big thing for me, though, because they did talk about Joe Mixon, I do wonder, like, just to play a little devil's advocate to it all, of, like, how does a player like Joe Mixon, and anticipating that they would have Joe Mixon, how much does that change this entire conversation and what they're able to do and how they're able to establish what they said, at least what they said they wanted to be. And they ended up not actually having a running back anything like that, right? With all due respect and credit to Woody Moore as a rookie playing in what I've called an outsized role. But Joe Mixon's very much of a different player, or at least a healthy version of him, is very much a different player from anything than what they had. And so part of me does wonder if that just completely changes the calculus of what this offense could have been capable of.
But I also can contend, and we don't know this for a fact, but I also could contend that they knew before the season that it would be a long time, if not the entire season, that Joe Mixon would not play because they had Nick Chubb. You know, and so they were trying to be that with Chubb and Marks and others.
Right. Well, I just mean in terms of
had he played?
Because they hired Nick Caley long before any of that, right? So they hired Nick Caley with the idea, okay, what's your offense going to be? Or we're going to be a run first. We've got Joe Mixon, and then the spring comes along, and you realize, oh, maybe we don't. And then by the time they get Nick Chubb, obviously it's pretty clear that they're not going to have him for some extended period of time. But that is. Y'all were doing earlier in the week the what-ifs and sliding doors from the game. This is the what-if and sliding door from the season for me, is what if you have Joe Mixon, how much differently does the offense look? How much does that open things up for this amalgamation that you're talking about? Could those things have worked a lot better if they had at least had the requisite running back that would have been required to do it?
Last year when Joe Mixon was – because I feel like it's relying too much on individual brilliance. Like, that's the thing that gets me. Last year when Joe Mixon was largely healthy, obviously he missed 4 or 5 games earlier on in the season. You want to know what your success rate running the football was all year long?
Oh, no, it wasn't.
33.3%.
No, Joe Mixon was making a lot of nothing.
Right, and of course,
Absolutely.
that offensive line was terrible. You want to know what your success rate was this year?
Not much better.
Yeah.
35.6, which was third worst. It was second worst the year before. So even with the offensive line is progressing, it's a little bit better without Joe. With Joe Mixon, I think you're still at best average, and I think that is a high expectation of the individual brilliance of him on top of what you did. I think that that's still not good enough, and at the very least, even if you want to go that's good enough, you should aspire to more than that.
Yeah.
You should aspire to a lot more than that.
They got serious questions to ask themselves, because like the idea that the offense is not a concern.
Yeah.
Like, I was having this conversation with somebody. They have rarely, save for some of those Kubiak days, the Texans have rarely, if ever, had like a top 10 offense. Like, they've had top performances. They've had some incredible quarterback years, C.J. Stroud rookie year, a couple of those Deshaun years. But outside of ever since the post-Kubiak era, whether it's been Bill O'Brien or into this era that we're in now, the offense has rarely ever been potent or excellent. Rarely excellent. And so they got to really ask them, and I know this is now this regime, But they are included in that now. Like even with Bobby Slowick, now with Nick Caley, even with a great C.J. Stroud rookie year, the offense has still never legitimately been explosive and been good outside of a few moments.
Yeah.
They got to fix that.
They do. They do have to fix it. Or at least I think that they should.
I mean, don't y'all feel like this was a way to me, and this is the hurt of it, and this is why I say it falls in line. It was a wasted opportunity. I said this on Friday. It was their best chance to go to the AFC Championship game since their first chance back in the 2011 season. And they squandered it because they did not have enough offensively. They didn't have enough on the offensive line. They didn't have enough in their run game. And ultimately, the quarterback, of course, was a big reason why they lost the game because he turned the ball over 4 times.
And they made that decision well before the season started. This was something with our PD, I tend to go over and just kind of chat. I'm a chatty Cathy at times. And the thing that I said maybe midway through the season or midway through the run where they're starting to win games and we're looking back up like, okay, expectations back on, is I'm going to be very sad if they reach a point where the way that they decided to go about building offense ultimately hampers them. And maybe you say, clearly, all the turnovers messed it up. But they also made an offense in which the margins were very, very thin.
It did mess that
No,
up.
it did. I'm not denying that.
No, I'm just saying it speaks to your very first point about, the concern, which is going to be the headline all off season. You said something about, their best offense or when they're happiest or whatever is just holding the ball, their identity. I was sitting here thinking as you said that, I'm like, if they have a 9-minute drive that ends up in a field goal,
which they had a lot of those,
they're probably happier with the 9 minutes than the field goal.
Yes. Well, I whether they're happier with it or not, the trend definitely said that is that's what they do.
And that's a recipe for a big letdown.
Well, it's also a recipe for, if you do slip a little bit, then the opportunity there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right? I feel like when you have an offense that's more potent, you have more room for mistakes. Now, 7 turnover type mistakes, like I get that not very much nothing is going to sustain that, right, over a couple of games. But again, I think that this is an illustration for me that, okay, let's be more, let's try and maximize what we have offensively. And that's what was the real reason why I was so frustrated hearing Nick Caserio speak. Goodness gracious, a lot of Knicks. Was it felt like that was not being taken into account as, hey, we can help create more room for ourselves by having some aspiration.
Both Nick C's, Nick Caley, Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, all of them need to be fixated on how not to have Kaimi Fairbairn have a career year again. It just shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen. And shout out to Kaimi Fairbairn for his career year, but there was a reason for that. The offensive identity was long drives that ended in field goals. It shouldn't happen. Stop it.
B. Scott's thoughts, always a good thing to get at 11:20 on a Friday. Appreciate you jumping in. You're not done yet, though. You're not off the hooks here on a shout-out Friday, which sees us get a text from the 346 that said they've been listening to 610 for years, and they just thought, let me see what these guys look like on the YouTube. And they said it's like meeting a friend that you met on a video game for the first time. So
shout out to you, man.
Shout out to you. Appreciate you.
It's kind of like catfishing.
I can't relate to that part. The video game meeting somebody because
have you never met anybody on the internet and then met them afterwards in person?
I definitely did.
I did that.
No, I definitely did.
Not the video game part.
That's fair. There's a story. You know what? Go ahead and hold that on to that one for me. I'm going to ask you about that on the other side because you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, which apparently is B. Scott's story about meeting somebody in real life for the first time. But also,
I think you got catfish.
Do you believe Michael Irvin when he says this? We'll talk about it next.
All right, let's.
Karam Injury Lawyers. 281-22.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio's 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here on a Friday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. A shout-out Friday. So 713-572-4610 if there is somebody that you wish for us to shout out, or maybe yourself. You can be selfish with your shout out. We'll send it to you just the same.
I was going to shout out that Baybrook Mall girl.
Yeah,
not Baybrook Mall.
Yeah, it turned out to be it was Deerbrook. I had the wrong mall in mind. It was 20-something years ago now, which is wild to think. But back then, 2005, okay, and this would have had to been MySpace era. I wasn't really familiar with filters. I didn't, and I still don't know what kind of filters we had back in the day.
Yeah.
But let's just say the girl that. It was the same girl, but everything didn't look exactly the way it looked in the original photo or in the photo that I'm talking about the
good angles,
the lighting, even the smile. I was like, oh man, and we weren't getting videos back then.
Catfish the smile, man.
Man, I'm talking. I was like, man, when you look at it this way, and when you look at it in this,
she's like, why are you squinting? You need your glasses?
How'd you get out of it?
And you know what the worst? I hung out with her for the night, and it was
the personality was still there.
Yeah, it was cool. Everything was fine, and we were just teenagers. It was all good. But the worst part about it was that she brought a friend who was gorgeous.
Oh boy,
gorgeous.
Oh boy,
and somebody who she talked about all the time, but I ain't never had no picture of her.
Yeah,
and I was like, man. If you would just, we skipped a lot of this. Anyway, that did.
What's
happen.
her friend MySpace?
That's right.
Yeah, exactly. So I wasn't scouting that top 8 nearly as closely as I needed to be.
That sounds like a user error. I feel like you need to be checking out what's happening. Although the filters there might have gone a different way as well.
Yeah, man. But this one she was beautiful.
Yeah. So hopefully we're not doing that to you when you decide to hop on the YouTube page or the Twitch chat, courtesy of Mo Karam Injury Lawyers, and then see our faces. Hopefully you're not looking at us and going, ooh, that is not what I anticipated hearing these voices.
It's all good. Yeah. I'm secure at this point. I'm a made man.
That's right.
I got a daughter in high school.
That's right. All right, some other thing. What's popping is the Rockets with a bad loss versus the 76ers, a team that you're better than, but you lose in overtime.
I didn't realize how good they were as far as record.
Well, yeah, the record is better, and also I'm surprised. I was more surprised when I turned on the TV and saw all of their players playing because they have at least a pair of dudes that love being injured between Paul George and Joel Embiid. Both of them healthy. Both of them played fairly well in this one. What was your big takeaway from this loss?
Yeah, Paul George, otherwise known as Bigfoot, because I was right there, which I was like, what? We had a Paul George sighting. Mm-hmm. So, he
was up there taking the ball off your team, bro.
Man, my big takeaways were a podium type of night from Kelly Oubre. Can't allow that. They did a good job with Tyrese Maxey until they didn't.
Yeah, in the first half. Great job on switching everything 1 through 4. I loved that defensively.
Yeah. But how about Joel Embiid having an MVP caliber?
It was a quiet triple-double because it did not look like that.
Yeah, but and the reason why it didn't look like that, because the man moved like he got bricks in his pants.
Yeah, he looks bad.
How does he give you a 30-point triple-double moving like that?
Yeah.
That was the part that was craziest to me, just from a bird's eye view, from a Rocket specific. This was a classic game of them missing either Fred VanVleet or at least somebody like that, a quarterback, if you will, a point guard, somebody that can help them get in and out of their sets or figure out exactly what they're trying to get. I mean, this is a constant complaint about the Rockets night in and night out, is that there's no clear rhyme or reason for what they're trying to get on a possession-to-possession basis.
Right.
And this was classic example of that. In the game, it was just sloppy and incoherent and aimless. The words that we've used to talk about them in the past. And you had a bad Alperen Sengun game as well.
Yeah.
They missed a lot of free throws. I thought that was a big difference in the game as well. That was actually probably the story of the game.
50% from the free throw line is unconscionable.
Yeah.
It can't be that. I'm glad you mentioned end of game because Kevin Durant tied his, season high or career high, 8 turnovers in this game. I thought when they did a good job of passing the ball early out of double teams, they got great offense because the ball hopped around and they got to an open shooter. I thought when they didn't in the fourth quarter, it was clear that they needed somebody that would settle them down, and they did not settle down.
Yeah. Well, they don't move like the only.
But they were early in the first half. That's the thing that was wild.
Well, yeah, and so they don't do it. Where's that coming from? How are they being coached? I think is a big issue. And I know y'all were talking about Udoka earlier. And there's a lot of people. Biggie was talking about this. You got folks on the internet talking about Udoka being on fraud watch.
Yeah.
But it's really an issue of, okay, you got really one guy that just knows when he gets in the game to move around without the basketball and is good at it, and that's Reed Sheppard, right? But that's also one of you guys that can actually help you initiate an offense, and he's not necessarily great at it because he's not super experienced at it. So, like, they're just missing some key, like, glue type of components to their offense that would really make it go, even though they got talented players.
So what about Reed Sheppard, though? And we've talked about that, just the use of him from the Spurs game when he was unconscious to this. I mean, that points to Udoka as well.
No, I know she ain't calling him white hot. Okay, that's fine.
He was white hot.
I mean, look, the quick leash or short leash, quick trigger, I should say, short leash on Reed Sheppard is one that I have been lamenting for weeks now. Like, and of course, I've been on the record here. I'm a Reed Sheppard guy. I thought he should have been starting from the very beginning. I understand why he's not starting now. But at the very least earlier in the season, or let's go back a month ago, he was playing starter type of minutes, or nobody off the bench was playing more than him. The only guys who did play more were the starters. So it needs to go back to that.
Yeah.
And I don't understand the short leash, especially after a couple of nights ago against San Antonio, how you could watch the way he played and not once.
And doing both. You mentioned initiating and off the ball. He was doing both.
He does both.
Yeah.
And then I'd even give his defense some credit against San Antonio. Now, defense against the Sixers last night, but I would take the good with the bad and rather have him out there with Reed Sheppard.
Well, the conversation being, don't worry about the bad because the good is
that's what I'm
better.
saying.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
I will not quibble with you there.
Yeah,
the good outweighs the bad.
Yes.
Some other things that are popping. College football playoff will stay at 12 teams for this upcoming year. That was a conversation. They were trying to find
a lot of fat,
whether they would expand it even further. That will be tabled until next year.
It's so crazy.
Yeah, I am just like, after playing, because you know when the national championship game is set for next season? Like the 25th of January.
Spring break.
Dude, how many more teams do you want to add to this thing? Anyways, it remains at 12. There's a stalemate between the SEC and the Big Ten on how many more teams to add. So I imagine just next offseason we'll be talking about the same thing, whether it's going to, something like 24 teams is an expansion that one side wants. It's sick, but for the time being, we're still with 12, so it's not gotten too bloated just yet.
I'm the opposite. I want there to be fewer teams in the playoffs because I don't think that there's actually that many teams that can win a national championship. However, Miami
that's my point.
Did a really good job of killing my argument in that. And
I don't think so.
A little bit. Well, because they barely got in and they went to the national championship and could have actually won it. And so I don't feel as great
because they played all the other teams that couldn't win it. That's why.
But I'll say this though. For almost my entire life, certainly for most of my adult life, I've never felt like more than 4 or 5 teams could win a national championship in a given year.
Generous,
very generous, because normally it's like 3 or 4. So the idea that we got to let 12 of them play it out, there still ain't about 4 or 5 or maybe 6 that could win it. So
I love it. So I think the last 2 years, the playoff with 12 teams, and I wouldn't expand it, has played out perfectly. And other than those, 3 or 4 or 5 teams, hell, 12 almost won it. So that's why my argument is, yes, it's working.
Yeah, it's a lot of fat.
Yeah.
What is Chaz the Cub? Because that's all I'm seeing
Chaz
here.
McCormick?
Chaz the Cub.
Oh, okay. I thought for some reason I thought that you found some heartwarming story about a cub in some zoo named Chaz. I did.
I mean, it's kind of the same.
I kind of did.
I'm not trying to call Chaz an animal or anything, but it's kind of the same thing. He's got Chicago has taken in our beloved Chaz the Cub.
How about that? How
Chaz the Cub.
I was pretty much indifferent.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think I feel about that. I want him to do well, genuinely.
Yeah.
And then beyond that, it's not one of those things where I'm going to look. I think I'm going to look up and be like, damn, Chaz is over there, killing it. I think this is just going to be like, sometimes guys move on. I feel like I'll feel about Chaz McCormick the way I feel about like Miles Straw, where I go, oh yeah, Miles Straw over there.
Man, ain't he fast?
Good for him. You know what I mean? I feel like that's how
look at Miles run. Go on, boy.
Yeah.
I feel like that's how it's going to go for him.
Nah, the show on this station that is the card carrying Chaz McCormick fans is the one that comes on after this one, and that is The Drive, the one that feels like Chaz McCormick has been wronged and should be and should have been elevated in terms of.
Say this again.
I think that Chaz McCormick is a platoon player, a fringe major league player, and he had some incredible moments in his time here kind of filling that role, especially when they were trying to figure out center field, when Jake Myers wasn't healthy or underperforming. Chaz McCormick was right there for you. But, man, this dude is not. Yeah. I am wishing him the best, and I think the Cubs got him a decent platoon player, but no, this is not. He had a great moment and was part of a World Series team for sure. But and that'll be how we remember him.
Yeah, he's inextricably tied to the legacy of the Astros, especially in this golden era. But I don't know that I'm like in a place where I'm going to miss Chaz so dearly.
Helped win a series.
No, I mean,
helped win a series. But yes.
Honestly, he has already outplayed whatever the expectation ever was for him.
Right,
He is an overwhelming individual success story.
Correct.
On top of being a part of a historic Astros team.
Couple things before we go. I forgot to mention that the Rockets are back in action on the backside of a back-to-back in Detroit versus the Pistons. That one is going to be a thing.
Would have been nice to have won that first one.
Yeah.
Especially because this team, and they're going to have to contend with a lot more of these. They've got back-to-backs a lot through the remainder of the season.
Yeah, a lot of back-to-backs, and then, of course, again, this one is against one of the better teams in all of basketball.
Yeah.
And then, if you've listened to Figgy's mixtape, you would have heard about a man named Ryan Wedding, who was a former Olympic snowboarder who apparently was out here moving that weight. Drug here, avoiding capture for a number of months, it felt like, until today. Apparently, the FBI got him. They got him. So if you were out here wondering, oh, man, is the snowboarding drug dealer is he still going to evade? No longer is that the case. The FBI got him.
Where was he at? What country?
Arrested in Mexico.
Oh, man, okay.
A snowboarding cocaine deal. Is it cocaine?
That's a great question. What drug of choice?
He was a kingpin.
Okay, because
cocaine.
Snowboarding and cocaine dealing, that is a hell of a double entendre.
And ends up in Mexico.
That is a great, yes.
Yo.
Pusha T is writing a song about that right now.
That's got to be all he listened to.
I want to say he was in Canada at one point.
Yes, he's Canadian.
Yeah,
and apparently he was running a ring in 2024 that used semi-trucks to move cocaine between Colombia, Mexico, Southern California, and Canada.
Damn.
Apparently his aliases included El Jefe, Public Enemy, and James Conrad Ken.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. See, if this was 1990 or even the early aughts, there would be 3 rappers that inspired their names based off of our friend Mr. Ryan Wedding here.
That's an Olympian right there.
Ryan Wedding's like, you mean that's not actual snow? Man, I thought I was just transporting snow, man. I'm a snowboarder.
But Legend in 2 game like Ryan Wedding is now the new verse that you have to throw out there. But yes, but he has been brought to justice, it seems like. All right, that is what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. A shout-out Friday indeed, and a shout-out to one B. Scott always jumping in, making the 11 o'clock hour on a Friday go smooth.
Yes, sir.
All right, you're in the loop. Coming up next, let's jump back into the East Houston. You said that you used to call J.J. Watt like a masking agent.
I used to call J.J. Watt the masking agent back later in his career because he kind of masked some of the deficiencies on the defense.
Is there a new masking agent for these Texans?
I think there might be.
All right, let's talk about it next.
The Drive with Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Happy Friday to you. It's a shout-out Friday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Again, shout-out to B. Scott for sitting in with us for the 11 o'clock hour. Shout-out to the Houston Automotive Show.
Yeah.
For a 4-pack of tickets that we'll be giving away in this hour, so keep it locked here on the station.
I'm gonna have to go to that, man.
You'll have fun.
Yeah, I've never
you
been.
really will, yeah.
Yeah, I was here, but I'm gonna have to go.
Yeah, you're gonna have fun.
Okay, very good. So now we have a show trip planned
Field
to
trip.
the Automotive Show.
By the
In
way,
addition to
once we talking about field trips and all that
Cook-off.
stuff, we rolling with you with
Cook-off.
cook-off, Lopez.
Okay.
I'm just putting it on tape right now.
Afternoon.
Yep.
Yeah.
What is that? So that's like 4 weeks out, but we got it planned.
Yeah, just make sure. Don't leave us. We're going to be at your house.
Yeah, for sure.
we
think
going
we're
to wait
joking?
outside.
Hey, what are they doing here?
We will be there.
I have an update.
On?
Okay.
That reminded me, Figgy. I was going to tell you off air, but it's going to be funny, so I'll say it on air.
Like the guy say, oh, yeah, I'm going to tell you. This will be funny because half the time it's not.
So Reggie came over to the house for when we were making tamales. You were out of town, or else you would have been there as well. And my 3-year-old granddaughter was calling him Rosie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm Rosie now. I'm cool
Rosie.
with it, too.
What'd she get Rosie for?
I think sounds like Reggie.
Okay.
Yeah, for her anyway. So this was the 3rd week of December somewhere, and there's the week before Christmas.
Yes.
Went to dinner last night with with my son and the 3-year-old granddaughter and the 1-year-old grandson, and so we're just doing whatever. I was sitting on the floor playing with her, and she just goes, "Where's Rosie at?"
That's right. Where was I at?
Where's Rosie at?
Sounds like I need some invitations. That's all I'm hearing. Baby girl said, "Where the homie Rosie at?" And Rosie would also like to know where his invitation is. All right. All right, let's talk a little bit about this Texans team as we continue to look at them in various different ways. You had an interesting point here, or thought here, John Lopez. Not to say that that's like as if it's
one a day.
Unusual.
One a day. Good for one a day. This is the one.
But back in the day, you used to call J.J. Watt the masking agent.
I did, and this was not obviously when they were really good, but toward the end, toward the Deshaun Watson years, he was so good that he would mask a lot of shortcomings on the Texans defense.
A lot of good players do that.
Yeah,
I think that's one of the reasons why people are frustrated with CJ is they feel like he's not masking enough.
And so I kind of thought about that when I was looking at this offensive line. Now, look, Tay Ursary is not, J.J. Who says? Imagination.
Who says?
But
clearly he's going into the Hall of Fame.
Okay, but let me ask you guys this. Ursary, by pretty much any account, had a really good rookie year.
Yes.
Right? Have you looked at the other offensive linemen? And the whole
yes, all the time, dude.
There's no concern with the offense and such. Now, look, they're gonna have some personnel things that they're gonna have to do along the offensive line,
without question.
Is Tay Ursary masking just how bad? And this is a conversation that came up last year, and will come up again. Is he masking just how bad Nick Caserio and this pro scouting staff has been, just identifying offensive linemen in general? Let's go.
I think so.
Let's just go through this. All right. So Blake Fisher this year, largely bad, had a couple of moments, but was kind of relegated to just a blocking tight end that really wasn't even a good blocking tight end.
It's fine.
And when you look
aggressively
at
fine.
Yeah, he was aggressively fine. So that's Blake Fisher. Wasn't he a second-round draft pick?
Yeah. That sounds correct, yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Jarrett Patterson couldn't beat out Jake bleeping Andrews. And couldn't really get on
center,
and couldn't really get on the field until he had to.
That one I will probably give a pass on because he was a 5th round pick.
I'm just going through all his. Okay,
and on top of that,
I will probably give him a pass on that. I wouldn't say blown that pick.
This also feels a little bit like Pet Cat because Jake Andrews, with the relationship that it feels like he had with Cole Popovich, and they lean not on his actual physical play, although I'm sure he was good.
Barely.
It was more about the way that he helped kind of organize what's happening, the communication that they lean on. Now that's part of playing the position, to be fair. So maybe you say that's why he beat out Jarrett Patterson, but I also do think that factors in when we talk about it.
I'm glad you said that though, Figgy, because I'll just say this first before I get into the particulars. Early round picks, late round picks, doesn't matter. Nick Caserio has drafted 7 offensive linemen since he's been the general manager here. All right? So he's drafted 7. Only 1 is a starter. That's Ursary. 3 are gone, including a first-round pick. So of the 7 draft picks he's had, there's basically 1. We mentioned Blake Fisher, mentioned Jarrett Patterson. Whatever happened to Juice Scruggs?
He in there somewhere.
That was a 2nd round pick.
Another 2nd round pick.
He in there somewhere.
Now let's go to the guys that he brought in. Ed Ingram, how you feeling about that?
I notoriously did not feel very good about it at the start. Felt a lot better about it during the season, and towards the end, I've cooled a little bit because the play seemed to trend down a little bit. And I would hate for you to come back next season and invest again in Ed Ingram and then find out that the trajectory that you saw continues. I think that ended up being a good value addition.
I think that was found money.
Yes,
because I think when he brought him in, I think all of us thinking like, oh, it's just a depth piece or something like that.
Yeah.
And we mentioned how I guess Kenyon Green got shipped off. You had some other pieces that didn't work out where he ended up winning the job, but I think he brought him in as the starter or anything like that, where he's seeing something nobody else saw. I think that was more found money.
I mean, Ed Ingram didn't look particularly good with the Vikings the year prior. So, yeah, I thought that was actually a good found money circumstance.
Yeah.
Then we didn't even mention Cam Robinson. Gone.
That was just a bad signing, man.
All right, and I became a big fan of Trent Brown. But did you realize that in the last 6 seasons, Trent Brown has started more than 9 games exactly once?
Yes. That was one of the reasons why we're like, oh, Trent Brown is what we're doing here?
So, like Ursery, hey, look at Tay Ursery.
You didn't mention Laken Tomlinson.
Laken Tomlinson as well. There's another one.
Yeah.
So between the draft picks and the acquisitions otherwise, whether it's free agency or whatever, we got Tay Ursery, and we're all happy about that. But he's kind of a masking agent. They need, tell me if I'm wrong, this is the number I put on it. I think they need 5, maybe 6 offensive linemen this offseason.
Oh.
When you consider depth, when you consider starters, which really Titus Howard and Ursery are probably the only locks, I guess.
Yeah, those are the only ones that I would look at.
I think they need to figure out what they're going to do with Juice, what they're going to do with Jared Patterson.
Yeah.
Because
that's part of my equation. They might be moving on from guys like that. And if that's the case, look at the depth chart. Look at the depth chart. I know you have it in front of you.
I do now, yes.
Yeah. 5, maybe 6 offensive linemen?
I think that might be a stretch. I'm okay with Jared Patterson as a depth piece. Blake Fisher is a little bit dicey, but I mean he's under contract, so I think that you could be fine with that. Juice does not feel like he's been of great use for you. If I'm gonna be
Ed
entirely
Ingram,
honest.
Trent Brown.
I think
they're going to bring him back.
Trent Brown can remain
he should
as
be in competition.
Trent Brown, without question. Like he's not. I don't think he's a starter.
Yeah.
I think that you definitely need
all of those names. Don't scream, "Hey, they solid. We don't need to look at that position."
How about Blake Fisher? I think he's gone.
He could be.
Yeah,
that's 4 right there.
I mean, but he's still under contract
on
though.
4 they need.
I'm still under contract, and as the path of least resistance is just he remains as like a
Kenyon Green could be gone. I don't think his job is safe. I wouldn't be surprised if he was gone.
I agree.
No, I don't think that's the case either.
I don't think it's a stretch. We just named 4 that we're
without question. No,
I don't think it's a stretch to say they need 5, maybe 6 offensive. When you look at the depth,
I think 5, 6 is a stretch. I think you get to 4, and I'm like, okay, and that's already a big deal. I'm not trying to undercut it, but I think that's a big deal. But with that being the case, and I will give the optimism here. You could be mad if you don't want to be optimistic in this case. Is there an argument to be made that Ariante Ursery represents some level of shift here, though? Because some of the guys you're talking about as acquisitions, there's also an acknowledgement that they were bargain bin shopping.
Yeah.
Right? So how good of the expectations did you expect when you were shopping in the bargain bin? And this was the problem that we rose. Like, I'm not saying this in a defense.
You know why you're shopping in the bargain bin?
We said this on the front end. This is why you don't shop in the bargain bin.
Yeah.
But so I'm not going to knock you then that the results are bargain bin largely results. Ariante Ursery is a talent that they got was a starter all the way around at one of the most difficult positions, and he also felt like he fit as a body type and as a play style, the style that they were moving towards, where I don't know that some of the other players that they have drafted before fit even body type wise, and I wonder if he might be some level of representation of a step forward in their evaluation process. I know this is an optimistic view, but is there any chance that you can see that?
Obviously, there's a chance, but I'm not optimistic or pessimistic.
Okay.
I'm saying Nick Caserio and his staff's evaluation of offensive linemen. You talk about Tay Ursery fitting, the profile.
Yeah.
And the other guys were in the bargain bin. They still brought in Laken Tomlinson and Cam Robinson.
They did.
And all these guys that just did not work.
Yeah, they decided to go for quantity versus quality. They went into the 5 below. And they picked up a whole bunch of things, and they're like, "We'll see how many of these things work in the circumstance." And then you got a below average offensive line, which was a step up from your putrid offensive line the year prior. There's definitely a step up that needs to happen, and I think that there will be. But and this is again another one of those frustrations that popped up listening to Caserio talk on Wednesday. Is I don't think that this is something that he's going to neglect. But if you were just going off of what he said on Wednesday, it did sound like something that they could easily neglect.
Well,
that is something that I can't get with.
I think where I am with it is priority 1. People can talk about running back and tight ends and whatever, another weapon, et cetera. Priority 1 is the offensive line. And since Nick Caserio has been here, there have been far more lost when it comes to the draft or free agent acquisition in the offensive line. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you can be optimistic as you want.
Sure.
The record is very, very clear in the draft and in free agency that it's either patchwork, it's a sort of a temporary fix, or it's draft picks from the first round through the 6th round that didn't work out. Outside of Ursery.
No, and
the masking agent is what I'm saying.
Right, and I'm just trying to offer a counterbalance. I think I'm a lot closer to where you are than the point I'm putting forward here. But the point I'm putting forward here is if you have to try and address this, right? This offseason, whether it's draft pick, not whether, when you get drafted, because oh my goodness, can you believe?
Yeah.
A draft that you go into with 8 picks at various different levels, 4 top 100s, and you go, I didn't really get around to
like a third rounder.
And there's no way that would happen.
I was going to say, how would y'all feel if they get past the second round?
I would drop cuss words on air.
No O-line.
I would drop cuss words on air.
No, I just said it, Figgy. This is priority number 1 is the offensive line. Priority in both free agency and the draft.
And that's the thing. That level, will they go to that level? That'll be what remains to be seen. But even looking at this team in the way that we were hoping that they would address the offseason with this offensive line coming in, you knew that there was a multi-year plan. You don't overhaul an offensive line in a singular year. But they're going to need to have hits. And I think that's ultimately what you're coming to. The fact that you can have a masker, a masking agent, as you have put it, is a good thing, right? Because that means that you hit. But you ultimately face, and I think what you're speaking to is it seems like there's just not a lot of confidence that they will.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. What is your confidence level?
I'm not that confident yet, man, because yes, he did hit with Ursery, but what about the other ones?
Yeah.
Like that's one offensive lineman right there.
It's 4 drafts. He's had 4 drafts now.
Yes.
Yeah,
and I can't defend him.
I can't sit here and say, I'm confident he's gonna get the right ones. He got one right.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah.
Right.
Including a first rounder, that's gone.
But again, just you can even say I'm playing devil's advocate in this moment.
Yeah.
In a draft that we acknowledge was not actually like a crazy deep offensive line draft, he got your starting left tackle of the future in the second round. And so I wonder, are they getting better at this? Now, that's a question and not an assertive statement, but are they getting better at this than the numerous, and I will say numerous, obvious misses that's happening? And then on top of that, one of the things that we acknowledge with any talent, whether it's quarterback all the way down your roster, is that drafting is one of it and developing is another. Are they in a better circumstance to develop that talent to make sure that it works?
Well, that's exactly what I was going to say next. The one thing I am confident in, I do feel like if they, no matter who they draft, and maybe it's not quite as good as somebody who went behind them or whatever, we'll find out all that later. I do think if he leans more heavily into Cole Popovich, maybe those draft picks become better because Cole Popovich, for all the things that we talk about with this offense, I think he proved himself.
Yeah.
I think he proved himself that he can get the most out of these guys.
That is a positive thing if you want to come up with something positive from the thing that positive thing. If you get some real talent in there and let Cole Popovich kind of work.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that that's likely what's going to happen. And that, again, if I would like to find some optimism with this team, if I'm going to do that, I think that I have to do, especially because they have heaped praise upon Cole Popovich. And I think it's deserved. You could see the fundamental approach that has clearly gotten better from years prior. That has to remain the case, and hopefully if you do that, you get it better. From the 8-3-2, what exact position on the offensive line do you want them to address? Center?
And guard.
But guard guard is number one. I started with probably the secondary one. It's guard number one. Because you could use 1 or 2 starting guards depending on where you want to put Titus Howard.
Yeah.
If you have Titus Howard sliding back out to right tackle, which I'm actually starting to debate on, then you have to have, I think you need 2 starting guards.
Well,
if you move Titus Howard and you're like, you are now just the left guard now, buddy, this is where you live, which I actually am starting to believe that might be the better place for him.
I do too.
Then you need a right tackle as well as a right guard. You could probably keep making it with the center that you have in Jake Andrews, but I would also love an upgrade there. I understand though that you can't go in with the grocery list and expect all of it to get answered.
But you do need I think you do need this. Not maybe luxury. You need competition at center. You need competition at right tackle, and you need a brand new right guard.
I strong agree. Right guard, I need an answer.
There's 3 right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's I would like 3 starters in any case, whether it's 2 guards and a right tackle or center or sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
No. Center, guard, right tackle, or the entirety of the interior. Got it right. But you have to hope that the idea is Ariante Ursery isn't simply a masking agent, more of a turn in the trend that had been poor offensive line evaluation and development for this Texans line. Because you can't deny that portion of it. That's absolutely there. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. So who's the best center of the draft? We will have to find that out. I'm going to be honest. I have not dug into – I've looked at 1 mock draft to this point yet, but that's going to be the benefit of the months that we have rolling up to April when we have the 2026 NFL Draft. All right, you're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get our lunchtime confessions going, baby.
Will building up the offense be a major focus for the Texans in the offseason? Doesn't sound like it per Nick Caserio.
I mean, D'Amico and I have never sat in our office and said, like, well, our offense.
Powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got confessions, but I'm just looking at this thing that happened not too long ago. Cameron Smotherman, UFC fighter.
Okay.
Things they do to these guys to make weight.
Oh, the cut.
He did the weigh-in, stepped off the scale, and passed out, face first on the ground. The video is.
He's trying to walk off the stage, and then he just plants.
Just passed out.
And he flopped like a fish. Oh,
his
no.
face hit the ground.
Oh, no.
I mean,
what happened there?
He's trying to, they try to make weight, so they do saunas and reps and they
No
don't
water.
eat.
Yeah, they drop a whole bunch of water weight.
Yeah, my sister went through that because she's a professional bodybuilder. And the day of, she can't have any liquids, no water.
It's inhumane.
Mouth be dry.
It's
I'm like, that's not even safe.
No, well, clearly, the guy just passed out face first on the ground.
The science of cutting is real particular.
It's real particular, too. Like, to the point, my sister had a trainer, and he was pretty much like, eat one half of a Dorito.
That's it.
And then take just a tiny sip of water. And then it was just very particular, man.
Man,
I don't see how you do
that
it.
was wild. But anyway, that just happened today.
Yeah, just a reminder that all the various things that athletes do, it's just, they are out here operating like Ferraris.
All right, so my confession, I shouldn't have watched what I watched last night.
Oh, no.
I watched this for 20 minutes. Any guesses what I was watching?
I don't.
Was it something on TV?
I shouldn't have watched it.
TV
or for 20
or
minutes.
social
No,
media?
it was on my phone, yes.
He's going to say he was watching a Nora again.
It was a video. About 20 minutes worth. Any guesses of what I was watching?
No idea.
I was watching C.J. Stroud highlights from Ohio State.
Good stuff.
That just ticked me off. Dude is just, popping back and just planting that back foot, sliding to his right, just throwing.
It's a hell of a team, man.
Dude,
switch over to Ohio State.
He was.
That's what you
get
took from
more
this?
of that.
That's what you took from this.
Yeah, you missing a lot of good football, buddy.
I almost and I was the guy, beating the drum to draft him, of course, and all that stuff. I thought they would draft Bryce Young, but it just made me mad. It just made he looked like a different player. Like, I would encourage you, just not 20 minutes, but even just a couple of minutes.
I got 20 minutes.
Watch some of his Ohio State. It's a different player. It was so maddening to me. Like, there's something there, guys.
Do it kind of worry you that he is really broke? I know we've been saying the word broken a lot.
About broken, yeah.
Like, is he truly broken to the point he gotta maybe get out of here, or he can never get back to what he was before?
Look, I know his demeanor has been an issue and a talking point. His attitude and this and that. How
but he never been
language.
in this position before.
But I really do believe a different offense would thrive. He would thrive in it. I really do believe that.
And he talks about Ryan Day. That's why you went there, didn't you?
That's
You were like, let's
exactly
go see what the Ryan Day is.
Yeah, that's exactly.
It's funny. You were talking about watching something that you're like, all right, I feel kind of guilty or what have you. I feel like I would not want people to see me doing this. I was also in that place yesterday, not watching, but just researching. And it was Astros prospects. That's what it was. Astros prospect rankings.
Look at you, ready for baseball.
Apparently, but there it is.
Guys.
Yeah, we are just we're what, a number of days away. What is it? Probably like 18, 19 days away.
Hey guys, you keep talking about C.J. Stroud spring training coming up.
That's right.
Don't tell me.
The only thing that I did want to give you outside of there's one top 100 player for the Astros at least. But the thing that I noticed, and I actually texted this to T-Mill, is I can already tell that there's going to be a fan favorite once, if and when he makes it to the majors. Now, he is in rookie league right now, but there is a right-handed pitcher, 6'3", 205, 23 years old right now, and his name is Ryan Forcucci. That's all I have. That's it.
Stay tuned for my next confession.
These are my confessions.
So when it comes to my actual confession here, I had my yearly checkup a few days ago, and thankfully I'm blessed. I'm healthy.
You have to get blood?
I did. I did have to. I had to do blood, so it was good that I was fasting on that particular day. And I got a flu shot as well.
Oh, good.
And apparently this year's strain is a monster, so I was like, yeah, let's definitely do that.
Yeah.
But what I realized after doing that is, and it's something very stupid, I acknowledge that. I don't take off Band-Aids. I don't like taking off Band-Aids.
What?
I'm not ripping off the
I take them
Band-Aid.
off as soon as I can.
No, I could pull up my shirt right now. I still got the Band-Aid on my shoulder.
You think you're gonna bleed out or something?
No, I just don't like doing it. It like legitimately, I did try and take off a Band-Aid, and it felt like I didn't like the way it felt.
You've heard the term "just rip off the Band-Aid."
I legitimately have, and you know who's not doing that? This guy.
Who the hell are we doing the show with?
I just let it. Because
good Lord,
it ain't stopping no show.
You don't.
So you take a shower with the Band-Aid on?
Yeah, it ain't stopping no show.
Dude, this kind of makes me look at you differently.
I feel like that's what Confessions is. Would you like to look at me differently? I think that's what Confessions does. We found out that Figgy is an old man who is always complaining about his neighborhood. We found out that Reggie's a weirdo.
Yeah.
I don't know what we found. Well, we found out that Lopez is putting his wife through some stuff.
Yeah, I'd say
that's what this segment is.
I think that is wild.
I don't like taking him off.
I don't even know what to say, Figgy.
Yeah, I don't either.
I told you up front it was stupid, but I realized this about myself because I was like, this Band-Aid is still on, and I was like, well, I just kept moving on about my day.
Why you don't like taking it off?
Huh?
Do it hurt?
I mean, it's not even quite the hurt. It's just like whatever
it
the
hurt,
the hair or whatever.
Yeah, I understand
the potential of ripping skin. I guess I'm just like, yeah, it's fine. It'll come off. No need to test it.
I got nothing.
I got nothing. I got nothing.
I don't know that there's anything to be had.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So we've been talking about C.J. Stroud all week. And remember, I don't know if we played the clip, but the clip been played all week about Dan Orlovsky saying 31 other quarterbacks could have won that game for the Texans and all that stuff. Pretty much criticizing C.J. Stroud. I got to confess, man, I'm really got my eyebrows raised to see him apologizing for that, man. People say a lot of stuff. I know Mr. Ryan Clark apologized every single week.
Yeah, he does.
For something he said.
Yeah.
But not once did I hear this I guess the 31 quarterbacks could have won this game. I never once thought, oh, he could be offending somebody, or he's saying something wrong.
Yeah.
Or he's out of pocket.
It was just straight opinion.
I thought it was kind of a fair point a little bit. Yeah. We actually went through it on this show. Which quarterbacks? Maybe it's not 31 quarterbacks. I think we end up landing on maybe 28.
Yeah, something like that.
But this is kind of crazy, and I think it's going to be more to it in the offseason, man, because clearly I don't care what nobody says. I think he got a call from somebody.
Agents.
And didn't appreciate
agents
or agent.
Yeah.
Well, because agents is one of those things that we don't often talk about, but the fact that some of these players and some of these talents have similar or the same agents or agencies
as the guys that are on that panel.
Yeah, that's where it gets a little dicey, and you wonder how much that influence comes up there.
No, that's the first thing I thought of.
Yeah.
When I heard his confession, I don't know if it deserved or he should have done it, not done it. All I'm saying is, well, the agent got to him.
Yes,
that's the first thing
that's exactly what it. And you probably gonna get more of that this summer when it comes, especially when it comes to C.J. Stroud and contract, all that type of stuff. You're gonna get a lot of people probably saying some stuff.
Yeah.
And then they're gonna have to retract and say, "Oh, I apologize. I was a little too rough," which is crazy, man.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
These are my confessions.
So I came across a little fact that actually made me respect Sam Darnold even a little more.
Oh, okay.
And it's weird. It's wild, but it kind of did. And maybe that's the confession. You may have heard this before, Figgy. You may have heard this before. So this little factoid that came across, I actually double checked. I even did the Wikipedia and Google thing to make sure it was accurate and true. Sam Darnold's grandfather's name was Dick Hammer, and
I feel like you got to dump that. I don't know. That feels wrong.
No, the man's name was Dick Hammer, and he was the Marlboro Man on all the billboards back in the day, and he was an Olympic volleyball player in 1964. And I'm like, I respect that. Guy with that name and that pedigree, Made me think of Sam.
And he got a strong-ass jaw, too.
Yeah. Look him up. It's
Richard Bernard Hammer, otherwise known as Dick Hammer. His jaw is strong as hell, bro.
Yeah.
He almost got a jaw as strong as Daniil Hunter.
Yeah,
almost.
Marlboro. We've all seen it with the cowboy hat, right?
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking. That's his grandfather?
That's his grandpa. Kind of gave me a little more respect for him. And
how?
I don't know.
That's his granddaddy, not him.
I don't know. It's the bloodline. He was an Olympian, too, volleyball player.
Hey, that's cool. I like stories like that where it's somebody you never would have thought of. I'm like, oh, that's my uncle, or that's my grandfather.
My grandpa was the Marlboro man. That's all you got to say. You're invited to the party. Yeah,
that's what it takes.
I wasn't invited to the party because of that.
Yeah.
But I just think it's cool.
Yeah, I was like, that's what it takes to get in the party, huh?
Shout out to Dick Hammer.
You know who his grandfather is? Forget Sam Darnold. You know who his grandfather is, right?
Exactly.
Come on in.
Hell, his grandfather's more famous than him.
Sam Darnold's got to be like, I'm an NFL quarterback. What you mean? Why are you talking about I should be in the.
I'm making millions of dollars, and you talking about my grandfather.
Yeah, but you're not the Marlboro man. You can say what you want.
Also, his grandfather used to have the highest and tightest of high and tights. My goodness, yes. But it makes sense.
What's the stat line in volleyball?
Oh, let me look that up.
He also played basketball at USC.
What's his stat line for that?
I do. Yes, it was. I do miss that era because he was born in Long Beach.
Yeah.
I do miss that era of sports where he played, great running back, and he played lacrosse, and he was on the track team, and I miss that. I miss seeing the dudes that were just. I was great at everything.
Yeah, Division I college basketball and an Olympian in volleyball.
You gotta get those stat lines, man.
And the Marlboro man.
I'm looking it up. I will have the Dick Hammer stats, which sounds insane, as soon as I can find it.
What's the name of that Astros prospect?
Ryan Fercucci. Somewhere in his ancestry, there was like a great grandfather that was really about it. Just really about it.
You need to meet Sam Darnold's grandfather.
That's right.
All right. I feel like we can't go that far. That's where we got to wrap this thing up. All right, you're in the loop.
Reggie over there turning red. Let's stop.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. No, that's just the Band-Aid. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Friday. Hey, how about we give something away? How about that?
How about we do?
A 4-pack of tickets. Pack is the word I want to say. 4-pack of tickets to go to one of the days of the Houston Automotive Show. That's happening next weekend, in fact. January 21st at NRG Center. You pick one of those days, you'll have 4 tickets. And all you got to do is be caller number 9 right now, 713-572-4610. Apparently, it's a fun time at the Automotive Show.
There's nothing like looking at those sparkling new vehicles and then boats and all the other things they got going on there. No, you're going to have a good time.
Yeah, so you can go ahead and buy tickets if you want. Go to automotiveshow.com, or you can just win them. Caller number 9 right now, 713-572-4610. All right, coming up next, we didn't get to do it on Wednesday, and I didn't want to deprive you. So coming up next, let's do a little Judge John Lopez. How about that? Next.
In the Loop. Come on. Studio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, In the Loop right here, John Lopez, Figgy Fig.
Oh, he just took over my job.
Rosie Atatula.
I don't want that to catch on. I really and truly
It's
don't.
caught on in one
Rose.
It's
Call
caught,
him Rose.
It's caught on in
Like
one
it's,
home.
I feel
Rose,
like
get on to the boat.
the babies, cool.
That was so funny.
Don't be out here calling me Rosie.
Been damn
You
near-
don't know me like she does.
My man Rose.
Yeah, that's right. That's just for Natalie. Damn near a month later, she goes, just out of the blue, we're playing with blocks or something. Where Rosie at?
Yeah, that's right. That made me feel good though. Like when baby's looking out for you, it's like there's no pretense here.
You didn't get rid of that Rosie guy, did you?
Right. There's no pretense. She's not faking the funk. She's not doing it because she wants to be nice. She's just like, I really want to know where's he at.
Where's he been?
He'd be real helpful right now.
It's been a minute.
All right. Typically we'll do this on a Wednesday, but let's do a little Judge John Lopez.
Yeah, because I guess the
Caserio blew it up.
press
Yeah,
conference
man.
kind of blew up that whole
The
thing.
whole day.
Thanks a lot, Caserio.
Yeah, thanks a lot, man. But if you were worried about Judge John Lopez, it is, quote, not a concern for you.
We're never getting away from that one. Never.
All right, so had some big first case here. We had some big controversy, really, with not just officials, but NFL rules analysts as well. I guess you can go back to Buffalo.
Yeah, Brandon Cooks, which people are still debating to this day.
Oh, yeah.
On whether or not that was a catch
I bet
or an
they are in
interception.
Buffalo.
Yeah, they are.
I mean, I know that Kurt
That's
Warner.
their C.J. Stroud for the offseason, yeah.
And Kurt Warner going back and forth. Like, this might be their New Orleans. Remember when the New Orleans got beat on the pass interference?
Yeah.
And they just, the whole entire state of Louisiana broke bad the whole time, including, what was it, like, people trying to pass amendments and laws and stuff. And I was like, y'all are acting up.
I was thinking about the Dez Bryant, the catch, not a catch.
Oh, they still hurt themselves
That's
about
what that is.
Dez caught the ball. Boy, if I saw that. And
Man,
once, I mean,
that still go around to this day,
or
man.
was it Dez caught it?
Dez caught it is what they'll say. Which, let it go.
Yeah.
You're only making yourself sad at this point.
But part of this, the whole thing with the postseason, and there were other calls too.
Yes,
you know,
without
but,
question.
But that's just the calls. The rules analysts tend to be caught in the controversy as well, and mixed up. So the first case today is it time to get rid of TV rules analysts? Figgy, you're first up.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm gonna say I think it's time. I think it's a great asset to the regular viewing audience to kind of know what the refs are thinking there with experience and all that stuff. It's kind of like having a former player calling the game, man, and explaining what's going on the field. But I do think it's kind of making the on the field officials look a little bad, especially when you got somebody that was in their shoes at one point.
Yeah.
And they're telling the TV audience that was a catch. I will rule this a catch. And they come in pretty much saying, no, it's not a catch. I do think that kind of created a little friction between the current officials. So as much as I like it, I can see the NFL maybe saying, let's take a step back on this, because it's kind of, I don't want to say it's throwing the current officials under the bus.
And just for clarity, you're saying NFL take a step back on this by pressuring the networks, because it's the network.
Which I think they could do if they wanted to do.
Probably do that.
But I think it's kind of making the officials look a little bad right there. When you got experienced officials that have been in the game for years on TV telling you that I would call that a catch, and the real officials didn't call it a catch. I think that kind of make it look a little bad.
That's an interesting perspective, because I think that's mostly what I've seen is just the ways in which it feels like they're not getting it right in the booth as well, or like at least they're supposed to be giving you some insight into what the guys on the field would call, and then they're not having the same outcomes.
Yeah.
I think it's still useful. I think the way that I tend to view this is what they bring an insight into the processes that are being used on the field. And oftentimes they are alerting you, and us really, because I'm also one of the listeners and one of the watchers. They're alerting us to things that in the rule books that are, you have to have JDs to understand the rule books nowadays, that we would not consider and we would not know, and that even the play-by-play and the analyst on the television copy would not know. I think that that is there and it's important. And then beyond that, I think we just have to take them more as, giving their just opinion makers at that point on the back end of it. Because how many of us in opinion giving spots would not have a job if we were required to be right? Like, it feels almost like we're meteorologists in some way.
Yeah.
Right? Give me the insight into the process. Give me the insight into some of the rules that maybe we don't have. Now, the idea that the opinion on which way should this go, that feels like it's more opinion, and that I think I can take or leave. But I still think there's an immense value in being able to have someone who is an expert in these rule books give us some understanding of interpretation. Because oftentimes we're out here, you see it. Those of us that aren't rules analysts are still going back and forth on the rules because we're trying to get a good handle of it.
Yeah, and just as an aside, and this doesn't affect this particular argument one way or the other, just as an observation, every time they go to the analyst or they bring him in, I still wonder, all right, is he going to have his guys back or not? I'm still kind of like, is he going to be? Were they boys or not? I think Reggie's got makes the best point on this one, simply because there are so many times where you think, oh, that call was wrong, and then there was one this weekend where I went, I didn't really even know that, and the analyst comes in and says, no, the rule says you have to blah 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 blah. And I went, okay. And I wish I could remember which call it was, but I was like, yeah, I didn't even know that. So I'm gonna give Reggie this one. I also think that this is outside of whatever judgment we're making here. It's still entertaining.
They get it wrong?
No. Whether
just
you're
having them more,
just arguing about it.
Yeah.
Or arguing about the analysts, it still makes our jobs, more interesting.
I still think it's interesting when a former referee or official go out there and say, no, that's actually pass interference. I don't know what they was looking at there.
Yeah, no, I like that.
Then it do create a little bit of fiction, because it's not like it's some type of just play-by-play person thinking it's pass interference.
No,
this is a real referee. This is somebody that's been in the game for 25 years.
Now, there ends up being questions of when it feels like how like you were mentioning, how often are they actually given a disagreement versus just kind of going with what the feeling is on the field.
Right.
But whenever it's a big situation like the Brandon Cooks catch and not catch, that's when it kind of blow up a little bit.
Without question.
Totally. All right, another one for you guys here. Cameron, are we all familiar with his work?
Dipset.
Raise your hand if you are. Lopez, don't you raise your damn hand.
Because of you guys, I am.
You don't know who.
Because of y'all. Because of y'all.
What he be doing? What he do for a living?
He does stuff. Okay, very good. Is that the full extent of what he does? Yeah.
So anyway,
just to let people know.
It is podcast.
That's right. He literally has a podcast that is called It Is What It Is.
So if you don't think I know that,
he's done some sports talking, but he's a rapper, but he's taken the sports talking very seriously. Very seriously.
He's been doing it for a few years.
Absolutely has.
Yeah, told you. So anyway, he's saying that the NBA is hurting its own product by making it way too difficult to watch games, as in you sit down, is that game on ESPN or is it on Amazon?
In fact, I have audio of him saying
Let's hear it.
NBA, I can't find a NBA game I want to see. So ESPN tonight, Peacock tomorrow morning, NBC, it's all over the place because Adam Silver is doing deal. Amazon this week, ESPN, TNT. Now it's on 19 channels, and to me it's damaging the product because I'm not downloading every app. I'm just going to have to miss some games. I'm not getting Peacock to go see game 26 of the NBA season. Then I got to have an Amazon. Then I got to know it's on ESPN. Then I got to know it's on NBC.
All right, so Figgy, you're up first. Yes or no?
Yes, Your Honor. I think he have a strong point. I agree with him on this. And, speaking for myself, sometimes I had trouble finding certain games where I'm like, man, is it on Peacock? And, it's not on Peacock. It's actually on Amazon.
Yeah.
And it's just so many different ways or so many different apps you have to download and have a subscription to watch these games. I do think that's hurting the product a little bit, even if you're not and I'm talking about the diehard fans. They gonna find a way to watch it. But a casual NBA person, let's say like my father, he's not about to download Peacock to watch a Lakers and Clippers game.
Right.
But if it was on regular TV, of course he'll watch it. Yeah. And I know back in the day, we used to just watch regular games now. And now I feel like we're forced to just watch the team we root for because of this. And ain't nobody about to go out their way to try to download all of these apps to watch it. I mean anything to them.
Right. Reggie?
I understand the frustration, but I think that this is more about the inherent nature of change and how frustrating that is. Because I'm with him. I still have not gotten. I was talking to Ron about this earlier this week. I still have not gotten used to the flow of I know what day it is and I know where that game usually is. Right? He was talking about it. I knew before Tuesdays and Thursdays I could turn on TNT and there was a game on. Wednesdays and Fridays I could turn on ESPN. There was a game on. I know that flow and rhythm. I don't have that yet. But the operative word there is yet. I think that over time people will get the flow of it. And even the point that Figgy makes on like the layman, I think we also underestimate how much the layman also already has all of these streaming apps, because if you think that the streaming apps are just trying to get us with the sports, we know that there's various different, some people have the Paramount just for the Landman, and then they have Peacock just to watch The Office or whatever. We all have way more subscriptions than we want to acknowledge. In fact, they got services now where you can have a subscription that will help you cancel down some of your subscriptions. That's where we're at. I think a lot of people do have these apps. I think over time, though, you'll get used to knowing what day is there. But the trade-off for the NBA actually is, when we talk about the product, is you have, one, clearly the more money that's available for everyone. But two, something that I think has been undercut is they have TV partners that care about their broadcasts a lot more than previously. And that feels almost unfair to say, because Turner, they did care about it, but I think it's hard for you to have a product where you have the chief analysts on it actively bashing your product all the time. You don't see that nearly the same. There's people that are embracing basketball and the viewer appreciate what's happening, which I think is necessary for the health of the sport. And people over time, especially when they want to see their team play or when there's a big matchup and it's pushed before, they'll find the rhythm of, okay, well, it's a Monday or a Tuesday. That's on NBC. Yeah, I think that will help build it.
Yeah, Figgy, all due respect to my partner over here, I think yours was so much more compelling and relevant.
Much more compelling. Huh? Now you're just being mean.
Reggie really was being political there, trying to find an angle. Because my judgment here is, while you're right, maybe some people will fall into a habit of, this and then this and then that. That's a lot, and it's not you that they're looking for.
Sure.
It's the casuals who have no idea and probably will take a long, long time, if ever, knowing, Tuesday, prime, or whatever. It might, that's a tough task. That's a tough ask.
I got into some points where I'm just like, man, I ain't about to do all that.
We still stumble over it.
We
still stumble over it.
I do think the streaming apps and all that stuff got the advantage with, like what Reggie said, the quality. I think the quality is amazing. I think it's a lot better quality than like a CBS or just a regular. I think NBC do a good job, but just CBS and just the regular network channels. Yeah. But man, it's hard to try to get in these apps, and sometimes the apps be acting up.
Yeah, and that day may come, but I think it's gonna be a long, long time. And by the way, just real quick, you saw Barkley. He was 100% correct.
I missed
what he
once they got to ESPN. Now he's only been on ESPN like twice.
Yeah,
and then they put him on this ESPN2 and then Plus, and then put him on something else. He was ticked off, and he is right. That's the thing that is really also hurting the NBA right now. Like, you could always count on TNT. You could always count on
I do feel like that, or at least for me, that buzz kind of died down.
I can't even tell you when they're going to be.
Inside the NBA?
Inside the NBA?
Yeah, that's rough.
That buzz died down for me.
Now, I do wonder if that becomes
thing ever.
I do wonder if that becomes more consistent when we get to like no football, infringing upon it, and it's just like football. in the stretch between February, March, April, when it's like, hey, this is basketball, it's time to shine. Yeah. If that's when you see a lot of inside the NBA,
be on the ESPN Plus app.
Man,
make sure you download it.
That was their identity, and now they're scattering it all over the place.
Would this have helped if I had made the point that this texter makes, that it's the same with the NFL now, where you just have to turn to Amazon, and you have to know that it's on Peacock.
I will say it's not as bad, but it probably will get to where the NBA is, where it's just on all these different apps.
No, that's accurate and relevant. I also feel like
you can spend Sunday watching football all day with no issue.
That's exactly right. You know what days it is. Oh, I'm going to find this game. I know it's got to be on one of these apps.
Yeah.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's a little Judge John Lopez here for you. All right. Coming up next, we enter the final hour of our week, and we begin. Did you see this, mind you? Did you see this news with the Patriots? Does this at all change the way that you view that game on Sunday? We'll do it next.
Caserio shared his Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Friday. Having a good time. I'm very happy about that. And hopefully you are as well, wherever you are and however you're listening. And we always appreciate you doing that. Y'all really jumped in on Judge John Lopez, especially. There's the visceral frustration I can feel about the NBA and the way that it's hard to find games at times. And I wonder, and I'm asking this as a question. Let me know if this works for you. Do you want us on the show to help, like, be somewhat of a, hey, just a reminder, right? I could throw that in what's popping, like, hey, just a reminder, tonight is a big game.
On?
Does that yeah, right. On get your Peacock app ready, or you know what I mean? Let me know. I'll see if I can do that work for you.
Yeah.
I try and be a service to the people. Did you see this though, John Lopez? The Patriots are going to be playing in the AFC Championship game instead of the Texans because CJ Stroud. Poor performance.
I can't.
What, 38 million people saw that?
I figured that one out.
Yeah, a lot of people. A lot of people saw that. It was in front of the hose and everything. But going into that game, remember who the Patriots signed?
I do.
Darrell Taylor, edge rusher, to go and play for them. At least we thought the possibility of. But immediately people go, oh, man, there he goes. They're getting people to steal.
People like me?
Steal information. They're trying to steal information.
Hey, it worked.
Yeah.
It does. That's what I was going to ask you. Because it does feel like that is exactly why Darrell Taylor has been released by the New England Patriots.
Yeah.
Does this then give validation to all the people?
I said it before. I said it when they signed him.
That's so sad and wrong, man.
It is sad and wrong, but he cashed one practice squad check, I guess, or two maybe. I don't know. I said it when they signed him. I said, this is the Patriots, man. What are we talking about?
How valuable do you think that was within the game, though?
I think for them, they probably thought it was very valuable because of more information. The more information you get, the better.
I think it was valuable because some of the key plays it happened with Drake May and where the defense, I guess I don't want to say broke down, but they did get him a couple times.
You know what they could think, et cetera. What they could try him at. Look, Darrell Taylor, thank you for your service. Your work is done here. You know that I had no doubt that's what they were doing.
I thought they was at least going to keep him, though.
No.
Also, that Patriots defensive front looked more effective than I expected it to, and I had not thought about it in real time, but coming back to it, I'm like, hey, I do wonder how much of that was having somebody who had a unique understanding of having to go against. I don't know. Well, if that's going to be something that remains in the air, but seeing that happen was like, oh. Well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I guess that does work sometimes.
Now we know.
Maybe. Who knows?
And now we know.
Maybe that is the case. All right. Well, because Kayvon Chason coming off the second time that you go to play action and knowing, hey, you're not going to get me here. I'm going to get directly to where I get into CJ's lap, and now he's throwing an interception because he's forcing it. That doesn't feel like that could not have been influenced.
It's all scouting
in that way. Yeah, it is, and that's a different way of scouting, right? NFL or ESPN rather did something interesting. They talked to NFL execs and got predictions for the offseason that is coming up in the upcoming season. And at least one of them would relate, at least tangentially, to the Texans. But I want to get your thoughts on some of these. The big one up front is the idea that the Ravens trade Lamar Jackson to the Raiders.
Ooh.
Thoughts on that bold prediction?
Crazy. First of all, I really don't have much more than that. I mean, that would be the last thing they could do. I said could for a reason because there's fans involved. There's what their whole identity is, et cetera. New coach coming in. No way, no how.
So you don't put any validity into
GM saying this?
These are executives around the league kind of putting this up here as something to maybe see. Biscotti, said that Jackson will remain in Baltimore, but Biscotti, he said that he wants an extension. However, if you're getting bold, quote, it just seems like there's been some consternation there with Lamar and the Ravens, and this would be the ultimate Mark Davis move, right? Because
I can see the Raiders just giving them everything they want to try to get Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, but even if you give them everything they want, it's still a bad move for. I don't know what they're giving. But it's still a bad move from the Ravens.
But Lamar could be in a point where he like, man, I want to get out of here.
That I can listen
to. Because we seen what the owner said, talking about I'm king around here pretty much.
Yeah.
Ain't got no say so like that.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
Yeah, Lamar. He might
we
not.
talked about it here with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You would have to believe strongly in the reporting that started coming in late last season of there being a kind of disconnect with Lamar Jackson and the way that he prepares and some of those things. I don't think I lean into that. That felt like times are not going great, so this is one of those types of stories that come out. I didn't know how I leaned that much into it. Yeah, it just feels like in the NFL, when you have a quarterback of that magnitude, objective number one is finding a way to make it work, whether or not those issues do exist. How about this as a prediction? The Eagles trading A.J. Brown to the Buffalo Bills.
I could see that.
That one feels a lot more reasonable to you.
It really does.
You mean the team or him just getting traded, period?
Well, he's not happy.
No, and he hasn't been for a while. The head coach is still there. They're fighting to find an offensive coordinator. Fighting to find an offensive coordinator here. And there's no guarantee that the offensive coordinator comes in and is able to do the things that ultimately get A.J. Brown the football, which it feels weird to say, but that feels like something you should try and do in that context. If A.J. Brown, who has constantly popped off as to his unhappiness in various different ways, could this just be a thing where you go, we have a lot of talent, Devontae, one wide receiver. What can we get moving on from A.J. Brown? And the Bills would be a great option for it because they don't have dudes like A.J. Brown.
No, I could absolutely see this one happening.
Yeah.
And boy, talk about, they're putting up petitions now to hire back Sean McDermott. And they have like 40 and 50,000 signatures already. It would also be a very good move for the Bills just to okay, now we're cooking.
Do you see the Eagles doing something like that, or the Eagles being petty? Because I look at the Eagles as super petty, especially if it comes to A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
To me, this seemed like this got a Cleveland Brown move written all over it.
But that would feed into him.
Cleveland Brown's one of those teams that scouts are saying is a potential fit as well.
Because they need a receiver, and I can see Philly just being petty as hell. Like, nah, we ain't about to send you to Buffalo.
Yeah,
let's send you to the Cleveland Browns and get this higher.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
that's a good call. And hey, if you're the Cleveland Browns, depending on how much you believe in Shedeur Sanders and how much the next coach believes in Shedeur Sanders, does this track as an idea of, hey, pair him with a true number one wide receiver and see if you can maximize what he does.
Yeah, no, I think that I could see both those things happening actually.
All right, I'm gonna skip forward to the one that really feels like it could get to the Texans. Parity in the AFC South is one of those things that feels like it's here. The Colts win the AFC South for the first time since 2014.
Oh, I don't see where that would be a huge stretch. And this is the executives talking about.
Well, the stretch is Daniel Jones, serious injury. I don't know that he's back at the start of the season, and even if he is, what level of back is he? They're going to have someone else there as a possible secondary option. Is it going to be Anthony Richardson who then tries to push him? And then you look around. Obviously, we know what we know about the Texans, and we feel pretty good about just their ability to compete, depending on how they go about their offseason. The Jags are there looking really damn good as well. Yeah. They would be the presumptive favorites right now, right?
Well, the Jags are absolutely the favorites. Yeah, and I'm not saying I could see that happening as in I see that happening. I'm saying where the executives could land on that, simply because, yes, Daniel Jones, big issue. And will he even be ready by week 5?
Also, was that a pumpkin type situation where, he turned back into a pumpkin after 10 really good weeks of kind of smoke and mirrors? Because there were points where we felt like that was the case, that there was some smoke and mirrors to what Shane Steichen was doing with Daniel Jones.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying because of their stability, really, that the Colts have, and then the fact that they did have a good start to the season, I could see where people would land on, I think they're going to win the division.
All right, a couple more here. How about the Falcons rolling with Kirk Cousins as quarterback next year?
Nah. Right?
You don't think Stefanski just goes, we can do this Kirk Cousins thing?
He kind of wanted him in Cleveland at one point. There's a lot of rumors going around during that time.
That was his coordinator as well in Minnesota, which I guess is Minneapolis, in 2019, when Cousins completed 70% of his passes, 3,600 yards, 26 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. That could be the way they go, and He did seem to at least just have a more stable style of football than what Michael Penix did before he got injured.
It would be the safest thing to do, I think. I don't know if it would be the.
I think you give him a shot to see how he looks.
I think they're going to call it a competition.
Yeah,
but wink, wink. They kind of know who they're going to go with.
I think it's going to be that. I think he's going to give him that courtesy of trying to win it.
Yeah.
All right, a couple more before we go here. How about the George Pickens situation in Dallas gets sticky? They're expected to franchise tag him up there in Dallas. That'd pay him about $28 million this year. But George Pickens wants a long-term deal. This feels like one of the easiest ones to forecast because George Pickens is not an easy character, great player, but he could be a little bit tough to deal with at times. And then he wants a long-term deal. They're bad at negotiating up there. That feels like that's an easy one to forecast, right?
You just you find out how many times you can franchise tag him and do it that many times.
You think so?
Yeah.
You think that just the talent is so immense there that you're just doing.
But make him have a prove it deal every year. It's the only way you get anything out of him. It seems like.
That's a good point of looking at it that way.
Yeah.
All right, and then one more before we go here. How about this? Malik Willis, who seemed like he made himself some money this year stepping in Green Bay. He gets to be the new Daniel Jones of sorts to either the Dolphins or the Browns.
Ooh.
Because the Dolphins are in a place. Jeff Hafley, he wants to get these guys in the right culture. He already made it clear that they don't believe that their quarterback is on the roster right now. So what's up, Tua?
Yeah.
You were just here collecting paychecks until they can get off of him in a nice, clean way. I think so.
I think he's gonna get a chance, but I don't think that's his job.
As you said, I don't think.
You don't think he gonna give him a shot?
No, well, again, maybe some window dressing type shot, but not legitimately.
And the reason why I say that I don't think they give him a shot is because it's very evident now that Tua Tagovailoa needs a very, very, very particular set of circumstances to work.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're giving him a shot as opposed to building what you want around him, that takes so much resources and so much effort for a very low level outcome or low possibility outcome.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't make sense when you're allocating resources and time.
Yeah,
I think that they move on.
That's a lot of money, man.
It is.
Yeah.
It is
a lot of money.
But it's
just
also
especially just be sitting there.
Yeah,
it'd be one thing if they ship him on somewhere else, but he's just gonna be sitting there.
It also depends on what offensive coordinator comes in.
Without question,
because with the right offensive coordinator, to your point, you might rekindle something.
You think Gerard, if he was to get that job, Gerard Johnson, you think he could kind of
make some tuna salad out of
my only concern is, he's still going to have those head injuries, questions, for the rest of his career.
Yeah, there's twofold. It's like, what is he actually as a quarterback? Can you make this work? And then what is his availability with the susceptibility to head injuries? Yeah, that's nasty business. You got to at least say that you're happy to not be in that type of circumstance, right?
Yeah.
All right. So that's what's happening there. I wanted to play this for you because we've talked about it. In fact, in the mixtape, which we'll get to here in a little bit, about the new Netflix going into business of podcasting.
Mm-hmm.
And the big one that we got was The White House with Michael Irvin, and it's still an insane name. However, we got one of the early iterations of this, and Michael Irvin was talking about some allegations. He was at the national championship game. His Miami Hurricanes were in it.
I think I made those allegations too.
I bet you did. But Michael Irvin was at that championship game, and during the game and after the game, people allege that he might have been on that white girl.
Mm-hmm.
This is what he had to say about it on his podcast.
That's the part that tripped me out too. Right.
Thank you.
I'm right there in front of the camera for 5 hours. So after the game, I do a little belt thing, and everybody sends me all the stuff. Man, Mike, right now, he coked out right now. He all on coke. I'm like, wait a minute, y'all. Wait. First of all, y'all know damn well coke don't last 5 hours.
Actually, I didn't.
Y'all know damn well coke don't last 5 hours. And I hadn't partaken in 20 years. But if you got some 5-hour stuff, let me know. That's just what I'm saying, man. Like, stop it. Like, stop saying this stuff. You know what I mean? You've been looking at me for the last 5 hours. There's no way I can do something on this sideline. But they're not doing it out of reality. They're doing it to get to you. You know what I'm saying? The reality. And another thing I want to say. You know what? When I used to get high, that's exactly what I would say. No matter who I saw. Oh, he high too. Because you high. Yeah. That's the way you want everybody to be high because you high. You see what I'm saying? Where's my cap? Whenever you sitting your ass at home high, you want to think everybody else because your ass is high.
Thank you, Mike.
Understand that. But the reality is, everybody ain't high. He need to stop doing it. No, you need to put this down and stop doing it. That's all I want to say.
All right, so He almost had a good argument there. He was really close.
A couple times he almost had it.
He almost had it. And he was like, oh, man, it's been 20 years. But if you got some of that 5-hour stuff.
Which, honestly, I think that would help him, right? That would help him. Like, hey, man, there's a certain level where I'd go and do it. Two things that I noted in this. One, we all know that Coke don't last no 5 hours. I didn't know. And you saying that actually makes me a little suspicious. But then also, the assertion that I've been on this sideline in front of these cameras. There's no way. Psh, okay. Like, we ain't seen people with vials trying.
He said, I was there for 5 hours. Ain't no way Coke lasts for 5 hours.
Here's the thing, and it's ironic. He was on a team where players did it during the game.
Right. On the sidelines.
During the game. And he's like, there's no way. Well, you were probably one of them that did it during a game.
You were the pioneer of doing this on the sideline.
According to him, he didn't do it since 2006.
Well.
And you know what? I like to believe Michael
almost
Irvin.
had an argument.
And then on top of that, I feel like this also fell into the bucket of whoever smelt it, dealt it, right? That line of thought. Because he got up here and said, they just want to bring you down because if they're saying that you're high, that's because they're high. And I'm like, okay, sure. The only reason someone would suspect you being high is that they are also high in this moment. Yeah. What the White House sounds like, apparently. That is what you can look forward to from Michael Irvin. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Friday. The fun only rolls on because this is about the time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so an employee at a local taco cabana is facing criminal charges after shooting someone. And believe it or not, people actually feel sorry for him.
Oh, there's going to be details here, and I need to hear them next.
All right, D&M Leasing just
is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Don't call me sensitive. Hell, your ass is
I am sensitive.
The awkward and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. So an employee at a local taco cabana is facing criminal charges after he shot somebody, and a lot of people feel sorry for him.
Man.
Yeah, so the reason people feel sorry for him is because he shot himself.
Yeah, that's how that'll work.
Here's KPRC2 Bryce with the story.
He accidentally shot himself in the groin, and now he is getting charged. A lot of you are now asking things like, charged? Hasn't the poor boy already suffered enough? And charged with what? Insanity? The 19-year-old was on break at the Taco Cabana off the North Loop. That gun accidentally went off, and the bullet hit his scrotal area. He had to go to the hospital. Another employee said she saw him jumping up and down and run to the restroom. So he's now charged with tampering with evidence and unlawful carrying of a weapon because investigators couldn't find that gun, according to court records, and he wouldn't tell them where it was. Also, he's under the age of 21. So at the time this happened in mid-January, he was also on probation for a previous unlawful carrying charge. And before that, records show he had another unlawful carrying charge, 2 of them. That previous one dismissed after he completed a pretrial intervention program.
With the people, you feel
Ain't
sorry
no sorry,
for
my boy.
Yeah.
You know what? You know what guns do? Shoot.
Yeah.
And you learned that. You had learned that
I want to
prior.
get shot right there.
Yeah. What
I got an ounce of sorry for him.
An ounce.
An ounce. That's all I got.
I can't get over getting
I don't want nobody to get shot, period. I don't want nobody to get shot right there.
Hey, yeah, the scrotal area.
I don't either. I really and truly don't.
Yeah.
I feel like toting that heat in the way that you did. Mm-hmm. In order for you to get shot in that area, you already weren't doing the way that you weren't handling that the way you needed to.
Why the gun ain't on safety? I know he's 19 years old.
Age-old question.
Apparently, he had already had some intervention. So I'm like, I don't know what intervention looks like specifically.
Yeah.
I have to imagine that there is some level of safety courses in there or something.
Yes.
So at least you should be able to put that thing on safe.
Yeah, it's an age-old question. Dummies are going to do dumb things. And I'm leaning, not even an ounce. Like, come on, man. Like 3 times you've already gone through this, and then
you definitely felt something when he mentioned that part. You was like, oh,
just like the Taco Bell was in there.
Taco
Cabana. Like it was relevant. I was like, hey, what happened? Was it like an over-the-counter thing? No, he was just at Taco Cabana.
Sorry, no, I think he was an employee.
Oh, he was an employee?
Yeah, I think he was on break.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, which is a little bit alarming. Yeah. Like, brother, you got to carry the heat.
That was what I was wondering. I was like, 1, what is he going through that he feels like he needs that heat with him at all times? And then 2, is he making the quesadillas?
Yeah.
With that thing on him, right?
Or taking people orders.
Like every restaurant in some area where maybe you want to pack.
No, and I guess that's the case, right? I guess that is indeed the case. Apparently, we might need to call it the Glocco Cabana, is what I'm being told.
Yeah. And clearly that guy ain't a stranger to the law.
Yeah.
Because he had a couple other felonies, and he was already on probation and all this other stuff. So. Yeah, man, that's tough.
I mean, sorry that happened to you. However, wouldn't happen to me.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. The Raging Italian.
Oh, yes.
I feel so bad for this. I was thinking about this dude when I went to my checkup, seeing my blood pressure and everything, and I was like, I can only imagine what old boy's blood pressure is just resting.
This is the best.
Yeah, so the Raging Italian, his kids finally decided to do something nice for him.
All right.
And treat him to an Italian restaurant.
Oh, no. They took him to the Olive Garden.
Yeah, so here's what it sounded like with the Raging Italian and his kids driving to the restaurant, and just imagine they're in the car and all this other stuff. So you're going to hear random stuff, but this is how it sounded like as they was on their way to the Italian restaurant.
What's the light on for, dude?
Dude, I'm looking for something.
And I can't drive.
Dude, you can't see
Where's
it.
this place?
Like 5 minutes.
Better be good, dude. You guys drag me out on a Sunday night.
It is good, dude. Trust me. Dude,
It's Italian.
I don't even like Italian food, but it's delicious.
All right, we'll see what their sauce tastes like. Dude, the guy, what's he driving? A airplane? He's doing 16 miles an hour. It's not even snowing. There's nothing on the ground.
There it is, the green and red sign right there.
You better be good, dude.
It is good.
Drag me.
So that was on their way there. They had just pulled up.
And by the way, the little road rage was so predictable but awesome.
Yes, yes. So they arrived to the restaurant. They was walking towards the entrance. And I got to say, and this might be some breaking news or not breaking news, he was not happy.
Don Manuel, look, Italian,
dude.
Yes,
It's Mexican. I'm not
well, it's kind of the same thing.
What does it say?
It's kind of the same thing.
Mexican grill site, kind of.
It's kind of the same.
You know, my
It's
ass.
good.
You know what the you talking about?
It's to go to a Mexican
To go to a Mexican restaurant.
And called it an Italian. It's better that I thought they were going to take him to Olive Garden and just absolutely. But
he probably would have considered Olive Garden a little more.
Nah, he'd have been mad either way.
That brother had this. He had this taste bud set on.
And there's
Italian.
something to that. That's what I was going to say. Like, you
dragged me out of here on a Sunday night for Italian.
My favorite two are Italian food and Mexican food.
They sauce better be good.
But if you told me one and we went to the other, I'd be disappointed.
Yes, yes, 100%.
Mentally, you're just
more than just getting something that feels below quality.
Yes.
Right? If somebody was like, "Hey, I'm taking you out to Mexican," they took you to Taco Bell.
All right,
they took you to Taco Bell.
I'd say something.
Yeah,
but like if you said
barbecue, we go on the barbecue, and you change your mind, and we going to get hamburgers.
Awesome, like good fried chicken or something. I'd be like, dang, I was up for barbecue.
I'm set on that brisket.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
there's something to that.
Yeah, so obviously we all been to a good Mexican restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
What are some signs that it's a good Mexican restaurant? Like, paint me a picture.
Salsa.
Just walking as soon as you walk in.
All right. So to the food.
Yeah, before you get to going in,
you better have my people, and not all of them should be speaking English.
Okay.
That's point number one.
Do you hear some music and all that stuff? People playing music.
Okay, I like the Mexican music and the sound system. But the actual live mariachi band.
Oh well, if that's the case, we're cooking with fire.
Right,
we're cooking with gas for sure.
That would be next level. And then the other thing is, it has to the tables have to be worn. You know how there's like worn spots where the plates are. You know what I mean? The little booths.
It got to look like a hole in the wall a little bit.
Yeah, but that table's been there for 20 years, and there's like the paint or the stain has been faded.
Yeah,
I mean people come here and they've been eating for years.
Yeah. All right, so they're inside of the restaurant right now. Walking in, and this is what it sound like.
Is this Italian? Italian food? They told me it was Italian. Oh, Mexico.
Oh, he started getting into it immediately.
Walking to the table now.
Loud here, man. I can't. What am I, a rock concert? Like a Mexican rock concert.
Eating the chips like a gabon.
Pretty good, actually.
And he goes, it's pretty good, actually.
He was tearing them chips up, man.
See, actually, I feel good for him because as soon as I could tell when he was like, Mexican. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and then he put that sauce on it. I was like, oh, he's going to be all right.
He said, this is like a Mexican rock concert.
Mexican rock concert. I thought.
I'm glad that the Raging Italian could have a little bit of fun because I worry about him. I really do.
Yeah. It's Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Are you guys familiar with somebody by the name of Randy Feltface?
Who?
Yeah, so it's a reason why you're probably not familiar with him because he is an Australian comedian puppet.
Oh, okay.
He's an actual puppet.
Oh, I have seen this, actually.
Yeah.
I've seen this a lot. It's pretty good, actually.
Yeah, so I think he was currently on tour. He did a Texas tour.
It's like blue. It's like a blue puppet, no hair or nothing, right?
I think so. He's on the stage.
Yes.
It's like going to see a comedian.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a puppet.
Yeah, the
Australian
old boy's
puppet.
really nice with it. I got to be honest.
Yeah, so he noticed something that I noticed when I first moved to Houston, and it's how all of these Texans people pretty much how they glorified the grocery store.
Yes.
Okay.
The greatest grocery store in the world.
Yes. HEB.
That's right.
So here's Randy Feltface at a show in Houston talking to somebody in the crowd. You know how you talk to somebody, hey, what's your name? Where you from?
Yeah.
And he wanted to get him to he kind of wanted to know him a little bit.
How are you? What did you do today, Ben? I went to work and came here. It was an awesome show. You went to work. What do you do in the daytimes, Ben? I work in the dairy department at Kroger. You work in the dairy department at Kroger? What What's Kroger? It's not H-E-B? Is it a supermarket? You guys are pretty territorial about your supermarkets in Texas. Are H-E-B and Kroger like competitors? Let's hear a cheer for Kroger. A cheer for H-E-B. I'm sorry, Ben. You work for the dog. You work for the losing side.
I thought the same thing. I'm like, damn, because I think I mentioned one time, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to, I think I mentioned Randall's.
Yeah.
I'm like, H-E-B.
Randall's.
It's H-E-B. I'm like, damn, okay.
Communist?
Yeah, I'm like, damn.
It's very territorial.
Yeah, I'm glad. I thought I might have been the only one that was just like, man, everybody's so snotty about H-E-B. It's a great grocery store, the best grocery store.
Yeah.
I know that now.
Yeah.
I'm just like, don't tell me where to go, man, as long as I get my damn food.
All I want is a hamburger patty.
And you should have gotten it from the right place. Now you got to throw it away.
Yeah.
It's Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Earlier today, Lopez gave a shout out to his favorite son, BG.
Correct.
And you mentioned how y'all were going to Cats.
Oh, I'm looking so forward to it.
And I thought that was a really cool idea. And I also brought up one of my childhood friends. Shout out to Robin. She's staying in Arizona now. She just had a birthday party at Popeyes.
Oh, yeah.
And so I got a little more detail on it, but this is some of her video of her having the birthday party, like a real, not just a
like a done up right.
Yeah, she was in a nice little. I think it might have been. She was really dressed up. Everybody is dressed up. It was borderline black and black tie event type deal.
Yeah.
At Popeyes.
Did she just have her birthday dinner at Popeyes? And did. And this is your sign to have your birthday dinner at your favorite restaurant. I didn't want anything too fancy. I literally, my family, a 2-piece and a biscuit. Shout out to the staff at Popeyes. They were amazing. This is the manager, Lori. She took care of us so well. My friends came. I had everyone dress up like we were at a fancy restaurant, and we had a blast. We played music. We ate good. We took pictures. We loved on each other. It was everything a birthday should be.
To my last year in my 30s, to more blessings, growing friendships, and love. Thank y'all for being here. All right, cheers.
Period. Yes. So cheers to 39 years and being authentically yourself.
I love it.
It was cool. It looked cool.
Yeah.
I think, Reggie, you got to see it. Man.
No, I'm sure it was cool. I just don't know if I ever want to eat Popeyes while I'm dressed up.
Why not?
They had the nice little tables and
because I don't
plates.
get to tear into the Popeyes that way.
It was on plates and everything. It was cool, man.
I don't eat Popeyes clean though. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna end up with Popeyes chicken crunchies all over my tux.
Yeah, but kind of to that point, there might be like
have grease popping.
Yeah, there might be like a touchstone moment of her childhood or something, and there's always a connection there.
Yeah,
it's just I really.
And
love
I think the cool thing about that is it was no pressure for people she invited to. Oh, I got to go to this fancy, expensive dinner and all. We just going to Popeyes. We dressing up.
Yeah.
They had the music playing. We having fun. I thought that was cool. Creative. She had her own custom menu with her face on.
That's the other key part. The restaurant.
She had the napkins.
The restaurant bought in.
Yeah. I originally thought I thought they had somewhere she probably booked them or something like that.
Yeah.
She said she simply just called and said if it was okay, and they were totally down with it.
Yeah, that's key.
They were down with it. They said they couldn't reserve the whole store because they got to keep it for people that actually coming in. But they let them have half of the store. The employees there was down with it. I thought it was a really good idea. It was very creative.
What's funny though is if you were talking about Popeyes, one of the things that it feels like is a staple or maybe even a stereotype, depending on how you view it, of Popeyes is that you're not getting good service. So the idea that they were like, yeah, we'll go out of our way to make your birthday party special just feels like it's kind of antithetical of what Popeyes typically is. And before anybody thinks anything sideways of me, my general philosophy on Popeyes falls in line with the one Spencer Hall, who is a fantastic college football writer. He always says that Popeyes will not necessarily give you what you want, but they always give you what you need. And I do because maybe you ordered a 3-piece and they gave you tenders and no drink. That's what you needed on the day.
That's right. Nah, that was cool.
Yeah. Shout out to my friend Robin for doing something like that. Kind of inspired me a little. I'm trying to think what I can do like that. Maybe have a birthday at Whataburger or something.
If you would have your birthday at a wing spot. Come on.
Oh, what's that place we went to?
Oh, American Deli?
Yeah, American Deli.
Hey, that might be tough to do that, man. Especially at that one on Scott.
Yeah, we need to have that guy from Taco Cabana.
Oh, this is gonna. That's hilarious. This one is definitely gonna happen from the 832. F it, I'm gonna have my birthday at Buc-ee's. Yeah, that one's definitely gonna happen.
That's a good one.
And you could make that one shake.
Hey,
you'd make that one shake for sure.
I might have to do it at American Deli. Maybe I'll talk to the people at American Deli and come in.
Excellent. All right. That is another fantastic edition of Figgy's Mixtape. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media if you see something mixtape worthy. All right. It's a Friday. We're having a good time here. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. Let's draft the weekend. And, of course, we got to talk about Championship Sunday. We'll do that next.
We're building up the off.
Visit Lowe's.com/shipping terms for details.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Gotta admit, we've had a lot of fun on this Shout Out Friday. Y'all stopped asking for shout outs. I was like, okay, I guess y'all are good on shout outs. It's cool.
Yeah.
It's all good. I ain't mad at it. Appreciate you rocking with us. Nonetheless, it's been a very fun day. Thanks again to B. Scott for jumping in with us in the 11 o'clock hour. That was a ton of fun. And before we hand things off to the fellas of the drive, we have to draft the weekend, gentlemen, don't we?
We do have to draft the weekend. Real quick, ask the question that you just asked me, or you just talked about.
What question? Oh,
like if I had to have my birthday like at a Popeyes, where would you have it?
I don't know where my favorite restaurant would be.
That could have been a question of the day.
It could have been.
Maybe we'll save that for a little bit later.
I'm having Popeyes would be on my list, man.
It would be strong. That's pretty strong, man.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Frenchies.
That was just.
Frenchies would be pretty strong too.
Yeah. Anyway, that was just. I was thinking about that. I was like, yeah, it'd be up there.
All right, Figgy, you've got the number 1 pick today. Lopez, the number 2 pick. I will have the number 3 pick as we draft the weekend. I have a feeling that I might not get any of the football games the way that this goes, but we'll see.
I'm gonna go with the NFC Championship game.
Yep.
Seahawks, Rams.
That's a great pick. Number 5 Rams, number 1 Seahawks. The third time that these teams meet this season, 5:30 p.m. on Fox. The Seahawks, 2.5-point favorites. What do you feel like ends up being the big tell in this game? Because I actually think it's the run game for the Seahawks.
100%. That's exactly you were in my head. Whichever team runs the ball best, really good, violent runners on both sides. That could, they mean business when they get the ball. Even the guys that are perceived as more, speed guys, they just know how to finish runs. And I think whichever one, gets the edge there is going to win this game. I still, as much as my head is telling me, yeah, it's going to be hard to pick against the Seahawks here. It's going to be hard to pick against the Seahawks. That defense, clearly Sam Darnold's getting some things done. They have the run game. They'll be at home. They even in the game they lost, they had they had control of that game, if I'm remembering. I think they had a double-digit lead at one point.
Oh, both of these games came down to the wire when they
But
played.
I think early on in the one they lost, I may be wrong there, but logic says Seattle. I just believe in Matt Stafford so much.
Okay.
I think it'll be a hell of a game. I'm not making a bet on this game, to be clear, because it's that close. But it is that close. What were those numbers that you shared earlier?
So over the last 2 seasons when these teams played, the four games that they had, they both were within 2 points scored and 10 yards gained. So when it comes to total, these teams are neck and neck. In fact, this is the 6th time, or if this does go a particular way, I believe this would be the 6th time in NFL history that the road teams win all of them, all the games in the 3 matchups. I think that also an interesting nugget, courtesy of ESPN, about this game. The Rams and the Seahawks were 2 of the NFL's least penalized teams during the regular season. So don't expect a whole bunch of flags to fly, and if they do, that's going to be, I think, a thumb on the scale. Also, special teams is an interesting place of this. And yes, 832, good mention. Zach Charbonnet is out, one of the running backs, but I think Kenneth Walker has demonstrated he can carry a large heft of the responsibility of running the football if they need him to, and it feels like that's the type of game that they would, especially because Sam Darnold has had that oblique injury all this week as well. So he's been, and I think the name of the game with Sam Darnold is just to mitigate risk for him.
I think a little more than that. He's been known to make those throws that are just clutch. But
you don't want Jared Verse getting after his ass.
You don't want him slinging it, every down. But I think that's his grandpa's job. Anyway,
what do you want? You leave it. Look at that pregnant pause. You want me to say something? I'm not going to say anything about that comment. I'm not.
It's just weird. All right, so I have the second pick?
Yes, sir. You sure do.
Okay, I'm going to go with the obvious one as well. Patriots at Broncos. This is, in a weird way, similar to how I feel about the Rams versus the Seahawks. You want to say, well, the Patriots are just going to, take care of business. Backup quarterback, hadn't thrown a pass in 2 years. In Jarrett Stidham. Part of me is just Sean Payton figures it out all the time. He just figures it out all the time. And boy, the way he came in, and he had to because of the confidence of the team and all, but just guns blazing basically in support of what Jarrett Stidham could do. And they still have a really good defense. They still have a really good defense as well.
Key to this game for the Broncos, one R.J. Harvey. Apparently a stat to know, courtesy ESPN. Denver's defense allows damn near 6 yards per carry against duo. New England puts that duo in there, so that's going to be something on that side. On the other side, R.J. Harvey is going to have to be able to tote the rock to protect the quarterback, but then also he screens is something that he can get out into space with, and that would force the Patriots defense to be a little more agile and really test how much progress they actually had, or did they face a couple of offenses in the Chargers and these Texans offenses that really weren't going to challenge a team in the way that the Patriots needed to be challenged. That's going to be something to consider. 2 p.m. on CBS and Paramount Plus, that game. So do you have a feel on which way this one goes?
Yeah, I'm still going to end up leaning toward the Patriots on this one, as much as I still feel it's going to be very interesting and very entertaining, and you got to trust what Sean Payton's going to be able to do at home, of course. I think the Patriots ultimately pull this one out.
I'm with you. I think the Patriots win this football game, and I think Jarrett Stidham can put up a good performance. I just think that I think the Patriots have been playing a significantly better brand of football than they had even in the regular season. This is a good one that comes in on the text line from the 281. They're picking Carlos Alcaraz in the Australian Open. Figgy, have you been watching Aussie Open at all?
I haven't. Man, I need to catch up on it.
Yeah,
man.
I do as well. Usually with these majors, the first couple of rounds end up being ones that I could tune out a little bit. I just try and keep up with them. But yeah, I might need to tap in like that. I will not make that pick. You might think that you know where I'm going to go.
Oh, I know where you're going to go.
You think that?
I know.
I actually don't think I'm going to go there. I'm going
soccer
tomorrow, 1 p.m. as of right now, depending on how weather holds up. University of Houston Cougar basketball versus Texas Tech.
That's where what I was going to say.
Damn it! I thought you would think that I was going with the Houston Rockets versus the Pistons tonight.
No, this is the rematch, baby.
Yeah, this rematch is huge. Honestly, I almost picked KU Kansas State, but I think KU is going to do away with my boys, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah, this one rematch. I continue to want to see U of H in a lot of more of these moments. Because again, I'm looking at them as how can I poke holes in the possibility of changing what they do in more of these circumstances, and that should be a really fun one on the road. So yeah, I know Ocho will be watching that one for sure. And I'm sure that if we let these fellas of the drive, whenever we get a chance to talk to them, it's courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing. If we let them pick, I know where Ron would be, and that'd probably be KSU, K-State as well, if they were also drafting the weekend. But appreciate you guys drafting the weekend
KU
with us.
K-State playing K-State over here.
Did I say K-State, K-State, KU, K-State? See, even my brain is purple. I can't even get myself to do the full KU Jayhawk thing. But I will admit they're playing a pretty good brand of basketball as we welcome in the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron. How y'all living?
We're doing well, boys. How y'all doing?
We're doing all right. We're doing okay. Had a pretty fun Friday. Would you agree with Lopez's assertion that Ariante Ursery has been a little bit of a masking agent for what's happening on the offensive line here?
In terms of player acquisition?
Acquisition-wise.
Like you look at 7 players that Caserio's drafted, and 1 is a starter, 3 are gone, and the others are probably soon to be gone, if not very soon, and Blake Fisher and Juice Scruggs and Jared Patterson, right? Yeah, Jared Patterson. Yeah,
it was a 6th rounder.
Yeah. That's a lot of draft picks, man.
No,
that's a lot.
Yeah, look, I mean, you're gonna have to spend some money on this offensive line because of the failures in terms of drafting and bringing veterans in. I mean, between Cam and Lakin and Indian Green and Juice,
Shaq.
Shaq worked
you got a little bit out of Shaq, but at least he had a resume to say, "Hey, man, yeah, man, So there's no way around that. I mean, there's no way around. Ursery's really good, but boy, you can't. You don't get it passed on the rest
on the other ones.
I mean, the Juice Scruggs thing, because Juice is a guy. To me, I mean, he played at a high level in college. He's built exactly like you want an interior offensive lineman to be built. and stylistically plays that way. It's not like his body type is out of pocket. You know, it's not like he's lacking tangibles. And you've tried him at left guard, right guard, and center. You've tried him at all of them. And I mean, my man is buried.
Yeah.
So I mean, I just Kenyon Green, you could see it, like you could see it coming. This Juice Scruggs thing completely blindsided me.
And Blake Fisher was almost like, well, we got to put him at tight end, I guess. And he wasn't even that good as a tight end blocker.
Yeah, I mean, left a lot to be desired.
Yeah,
especially given he's a tackle and he's blocking outside the edge most of the time. Yeah, I mean, you would think you'd see some film of him just mauling folks out there. He was good in the Pittsburgh game.
Yeah,
he was good in the Pittsburgh game. Had his moments, but yeah, nothing like you want to take into the offseason.
Right. The question I had was also how much does development play into that once you get the talent in, or however much talent you view there. Once you get them in, making sure that you develop them into dudes that can then
which is going to help. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Look, to me, you can only do when you get to the league. The league is not a developmental league.
Sure.
The league really isn't a technique mechanic league. It's not. This is not a league. Now, the game and overall for players has changed. There's a lot of specialty training in the off season, and I would say staff wise, C.J. Stroud's got his own little warm up guy. That kind of deal. So guys are getting that kind of attention. But to me, if you're talking about a lot of development, especially with the guys we're talking about, first and second rounders, I mean, if we're talking about development with those guys, I'll put it this way. If you're talking about development with guys that are getting starting reps and they're rotating series to series in a game, you got a real problem.
Yeah.
Fair enough. They're supposed to be, what is the winter storm? What are they calling it? Fern? What is
the Arctic blast?
All of that's coming. That's supposed to be coming this weekend. It got me thinking of all the different times that you end up in a storm. And I asked the people, what is it that you just have to do or have to have going into the storm? And obviously it's like water and non-perishables, but I feel like a lot of people have their specifics. One dude was like, he needed to get himself a Blue Chew so he could have a nice weekend with the ladies. Some folks were like a puzzle or something. Some folks were talking about charcoal so they could fire up the grill. Is there anything for you fellas where you're like, I just gotta have this or gotta do something when one of these storms roll in?
Man, no, man. I don't.
You're just like, I'm laying low, not doing nothing.
Yeah,
I don't need nothing. I don't need no chili.
Yeah.
I don't need no cornbread.
I'll be honest with you. I've probably had more fun with these, whether it's hurricanes or freezes. I probably had more fun with these than I probably should.
Yeah.
And if there ever comes one that is like a real problem,
you're done.
Oh, I mean, not one time have I been like, yeah, let me go fill that truck up with gas.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me get some water. Yeah, let me get some toilet paper. Not one time.
It's silly by and large.
COVID didn't even get me, Chief.
Yeah.
I mean, just like I guess I'm used to people taking care of me. I guess.
That last storm, boy, was firing up that generator.
Yeah. Well, that's my bigger worry is the power grid, not the storm.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. After the very first one we first moved here, that one we didn't have I had to have somebody show me how to get my turn my fireplace into to a manual.
Gotcha.
So I could warm up the front of the house. But after
you mean
that,
turn it into gas?
Yeah, or turning from gas.
So you can use this. Yeah.
And after that, well,
you're ready now.
We got a generator. We went and got prepared for that stuff.
Yeah.
Burrow was a piece of cake.
all things considered.
My man Ron said, "Never again." He said, "Fool me once, shame on you."
It was like one of them situations. If you got a truck, and everybody know you got a truck, whenever it's time to move or something, or they need something, that's what it was like during that Burrow.
No.
Everybody's like, "Ooh, can I use your fridge?" Yeah, baby's milk in the fridge.
That's some old breast milk in the fridge. Who's is that? Oh, lady 2 doors down.
It's the Orlandos. He was like, "Hey, you got power?"
Yeah.
Boy, when
Mama Thompson, you're on that bottom level. Don't go to mixing or Miss Orlando's up top now.
I thought it was coffee cream.
When you move, I packed up just everything. When we moved from Kansas City to here, when people were looking at me with that shovel, like, "Where did you get that?" What is that?
Oh, snow shovel?
Oh, you were showing off, I'll bet, doing
Because last year it was actually
So it was like a year ago this week.
Yeah, so I cleared up the driveway.
Yeah, they're like, wow.
And, everybody's
he's
out there
prepared.
like, snow. He was like, snow. And everybody like, hey, man, can I use that?
How much you charge per driveway?
Oh, yeah, you could have made a killing.
I live here, man. Can't borrow a shovel.
You could have made a killing, though, if you really wanted to.
I'm in the driveway, people just walking up.
Yeah, let's watch
like
it.
they saw
some
Jesus.
big wide shovels,
just
too.
Walking up, what you got there? Look, hey, Steve, look at that.
So that snow shovel is the answer, then. That's what it is.
He was looking at me like, damn, where'd you get one of those?
Fellas, always fun to get a chance to talk with you. Thank you for D&M Auto Leasing for that. Have a fantastic Friday here. Lopez, enjoy your weekend.
You too, man. Who y'all got this weekend?
I got Pats and Seahawks.
Patriots and Rams.
That's where I am.
I thought you said Pack and Seahawks. You said Pack ain't playing. Pats and Seahawks.
Yeah, Pats and
Patriots
Seahawks.
and Rams.
Boy, y'all on the flips. Did y'all plan that?
No. We're giving you that real, man.
Yeah.
Because if we were on the same page, we would say that as well. But we're done for the day.
Have
we're
a
done
good
for
one,
the week.
man.
In fact, I'll catch you on the week after the weekend if you don't freeze to death, which hopefully you don't. I always pray that. And right now, you're listening to KLTAM. I would be. It'd be really tough.
What happened to Lopez? Oh, he froze to death.
That's why I specifically make
y'all
sure.
let that man sit there that long?
That's why I specifically make it a point. Every night in my prayers, I'm like, I hope Lopez don't freeze to death.
Like a potato chip.
Hey, Lopez in the radio business, the fishing business, the selling hot sauce business. Barbecue sauce business.
We got below 30 and it took him out.
Nobody saved his ass. And he's married with a big family. Damn.
All right, you're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Right now, the drive is live.
Yeah, freeze to death, 60 degrees tomorrow, 40 degrees. I listen, I'm glad we're talking about the storm thing. Like, there's two things that I don't believe I will ever get used to. Obviously, it's not a secret. I am not born and raised here in Texas or Houston. You all let me know daily. But I will not get used to July and August. I just want that heat, that step outside, punch you in the face.
Yeah.
Not going to get used to it. Never will. That first year, I tried to figure out why the hell are these kids playing baseball so early? Why is this? And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, we ain't playing it. Not playing in August. Not playing it. And then the reaction to weather, I will never understand.
The cold weather.
Guys, 9 o'clock today. Shout out to the people at RPC in Missouri City. Canceled church on Sunday. It's Friday at 9 o'clock in the morning. They canceled church on Sunday. It's Friday. I'm Friday. It's Friday, and it's supposed to be 40 degrees on Sunday. And they have canceled service. Like that, say I'd understand because there's supposed to be some rain and maybe it gets under below freezing and I get, but that is like 40 degrees. There's not. I mean, my uncle was the pastor of our church. We had to convince him. To cancel church. You remember? I don't know if you remember when Derek Thomas got in that car accident and paralyzed himself and eventually died. Because he was flying up the highway. It was so much ice, negative, whatever. We had to convince my uncle to cancel church. Under minus 5 degrees. My man, 9 o'clock canceled church. And then at 12:40 today, they have canceled school on Monday in Fort Bend County. I'm never going to get used to this. This is crazy as hell to me. It's supposed to be 40 degrees on Sunday and Monday, and we're canceling school at church. Again, I'm not saying I don't understand it because there's no salt trucks and stuff here, but that is just wild to me. That is just wild to me that the determination has already been made. They're like, man, we're getting out in front of this. This sucker, we're canceling this. What is it going to be, 39? 39 Monday? School's closed. Now we got to figure out what we're going to do with these three.
Can't get them buses out on that ice, man. Yeah, okay. Don't want them parents out there on that ice in that morning getting to school.
I mean, 40 degrees.
Hey, man, just enjoy it, man.
I'm figure out what to do.
Go out there. And if it's so damn warm, go out there and put that basketball goal up and get you some shots up, man.
I will. They will get out there. I mean, it better be a whole we didn't.
I know you better let Nicholas go too. Quit leaving him in the house.
Wouldn't we just at least wait till Sunday to see if this? if this is going to be as icy
It's called
as it
planning,
is
man.
close to on Monday.
That would be me and you's plan. This is my wife's plan.
No, I'm
right
just
here.
saying, hey, man, let's check it out Sunday, see what we're looking at. Let's get a little closer to Sunday before we go ahead and just close this thing out. Text line said that means Show will show up at work on Monday. I might. As I said, it's
Maybe
not
a little
that
icy when we get out of here.
It's not that I don't understand it, right? It took me the first year. I'm like, what are we doing here? And then they don't have salt trucks. They're not prepared. It is still something to get used to. Hey man, we're gonna close school 4 days out. That is wild to me.
They were brining the roads when I was driving up here.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I don't know. The grid, like Lopez said, that's the part I'm prepared to lose power.
Yeah, that's the scary part.
It ain't even scary no more. I just know that's happening. I'm prepared to lose power. I'm prepared to get this generator together, and that's going to be it. But my God, that is wild to me.
Yeah. If you don't have a generator, holler at Generator Supercenter of Houston. They are the number one Generac home standby generator dealer, and they're waiting on your call.
Good luck with that bulkhead.
Yeah. Good luck getting it in before this freeze hits. You should have listened to my damn. You should have listened to my damn.
Every time we have one of these storms, Clint seems to be at ground zero, starting over at that bulkhead. So,
hey, hurricane season. We got lucky in hurricane season. They didn't tear me up this year, bro. Yeah.
It's been like every year you've been working on that.
I know.
Thing.
And this year, no hurricane saved you, boy, man. It didn't tear me up. Saved me some time and money, baby.
Yeah. It's wild, but be safe. Be safe, and congratulations to all those kids who getting them school canceled at 40 degrees.
Y'all go enjoy your Monday, boys. Your 3-day weekend, kiddos. Enjoy your 3-day weekend.
Already got it.
Give your mom and daddy hell.
Yeah, I'm sure they will.
We ain't canceled on the east side yet.
Yeah, they ain't canceled. I was about to say, is everybody?
Galena Park, I think I remember Galena Park did, but I don't think Baytown has yet. So we still going to school
right
Monday.
there, man. Let's just hang it out. Let's just wait and see. Let's just see what we get.
Yeah. The thing is, man, is you miss it, you got to make it up.
Next line coming through. That ain't gonna be no damn ice. Ridiculous. We'll see. I do see.
I tell you what, I hope like hell there ain't no ice. I'm crossing that damn bridge, that old Fred Hartman Bridge, when it's icy, boy. That's dicey now.
Yeah. No. I've driven that thing. That probably would get a little electric.
I don't even know if they. I mean, maybe it's not a problem, but I can tell you right now, when it's icy out and I go heading up that sucker, especially that little golf cart I'm driving half the time, that ain't no good feeling right there.
It is. Listen. Luckily, the rest of the country. This is supposed to be.
I'm gonna tell you,
a feel of -30 in Chicago.
I've been panicking for 3 days over that property I got in Fayetteville. That thing's gonna get hammered. They're gonna get hammered.
Yeah, they are about to.
I found apartments empty, and when they transferred the bill over, I didn't pay it. Electricity ain't on. So I'm thinking, man, this place is gonna freeze up. It's gonna be, but they got it turned on. My guy up there took care of it for me. It's been stressing me for 2 days now. They expecting 8 inches of snow or something
I talked to a guy I do some work with in St. Louis. Said he's been seeing anywhere from 12 to 18 inches.
Yeah, keep me in Texas, baby.
Now, I mean, if you get that, all right, we can go ahead and cancel. We can cancel on Monday. We get the feel of 12 to 18. we get right. I bet you they still. I'm gonna text him. I bet you they still holding out until Sunday night before they go ahead and cancel.
Hey, this has been a. You think about it, man. What a year. I mean, no hurricanes.
It started.
Well, I mean, I guess calendar year is more of what I'm talking about. But I mean, no hurricanes. I mean, the winter. I mean, what if we had like 3 days under 40 degrees, maybe?
Yeah.
I mean, only thing I got to bitch and moan about is up there has been some heavy fog that's ruined the TV on my back patio. Other than that, I don't have anything. I don't have no complaints, man.
It messed up the TV.
Oh man, the TVs don't work. I mean, but it's fog out there. Coming off that water's a different animal, man. Of course, I left them uncovered, but. Yeah, I mean what a year we've had. What a year we've had, man.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to make up for it here, I guess.
I guess here it comes.
Here it goes. I ain't gonna lie, I got a little bit of I got a little hating spirit in me right now today. I feel like I am hating and judging those of you who want the Denver Broncos to win tomorrow or Sunday. I mean, we get the pleasure and the honor of going to San Francisco to cover the Super Bowl. And obviously we'll be talking about the teams in the big game or whatever. The Denver Broncos just do not do anything for me.
Do they not?
without Bo Nix. Like with Bo Nix was like the only interesting thing about their team is their coach.
What if their backup goes out there and throws for 302 touches this weekend? I'm not a huge underdog person. I just like it. Just like the underdog story doesn't do much for you.
It like now in the moment it may. I don't think it will, but it's like the thought of like I don't want to see Jarrett Stidham in the big game. Like I don't know. I don't think that is going. That's not sexy to me. That's not interesting to me. Like I said, and they don't even really have any other big. Like who is the big star? Like who is the biggest name player for Denver?
Probably Benito or Surtain.
Surtain, yeah, maybe. But he's almost like a Stingley, just like they're really great players.
Oh
but
yeah,
like,
there's not.
But
yeah.
like there's like not anybody that interests. Like Sean Payton is interesting. Sean Payton's already talking trash ahead of the game, which he's telling his fans, "Hey, you're gonna have 2 weeks to rest before you got to get ready to go again for the Super Bowl." Like we already going and whip their ass. But like to me, like the perfect thing for me is anything that doesn't involve Denver. Every other team. Now, if Bo Nix was there, it'd feel different. Every other team.
I can see that.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'd rather watch an MVP candidate, Drake May, that's a dual threat type of guy with an offensive coordinator that's been there and won it a ton of times with the story of Vrabel. Obviously, that's good. I mean, I would argue that New England doesn't have much star power either beyond that. But yeah, I mean I could see where
Stephon Diggs and Cardi B that there's a little something fun.
Yeah,
that
there's
we can
something
do with
there.
That.
I don't. I mean, I could see where New England would be the preferred representative out of the AFC in the Super Bowl, no doubt.
Yeah.
I'm here for Sean Payton and Jarrett Stidham.
Because I know Jim and Tony are going to sell the hell out of that. I know they're going to sell the hell out of the underdog story, Jarrett Stidham.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Tony's that's Peyton's guy. That's who brought his ass in and then cut me for him. There you go.
Oh, Sean Payton. That's right. Yeah. No, I have no interest in the Denver Broncos getting there. Sean Payton, if I could put him on as the coach of one of the other teams, but I got no. And I don't know. Maybe you get there, Sean will pick things up. But there is that underdog story. That is not. Someone texting, I hate Sean Payton. I like the Broncos, but I hope they lose. Somebody else texted and said, definitely rooting for the Broncos on Sunday. Yeah, I know. There's the deal of the Patriots and they won. Somebody else texted in, I don't want the Broncos to win because then I'll really feel bad about what the Texans did. Like if the Broncos with a backup quarterback are able to beat.
Dan Orlovsky said the Texans would have won that game with 31 other quarterbacks. I don't think he was including Jarrett Stidham. Now, if Jarrett Stidham goes out there.
Somebody said Jarrett Stidham, and he said yes.
He said yes.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think Greeny said Jarrett Stidham.
Even Jarrett?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Said, yeah.
So, yeah, we'll that's going to be – you go out there and literally get a backup quarterback product at that position, and you beat New England.
Not thrown a pass since 2023-24 season.
And all he does is not piss down his leg, and they beat New England. That's going to be painful to watch. That's going that CJ noise is going to get even louder than it already is.
That may even more reason why I want the Denver Broncos to go ahead and take an L. That's what I want to see. All right, a lot to get to today on a Friday here. Caserio had some comments. So he got a little back and forth with somebody that I think you got to hear, and we got to discuss off of it because he said some things that I'll be honest with you, I hope he's just lying to the media. But how convincing he sounded, I don't know if he is. We'll discuss that coming up.
and will be. All week long leading up to the big game, hear Payne and Pendergast, In the Loop, and The Drive, live at Radio Row, supported by Planet Fitness. Celebrity guests and station shenanigans every day. It's a radio experience unlike any other. Right here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Shout out to everybody with us on the text line, YouTube, and Twitch. Guy on YouTube says, "Hi, come on, man, don't do Stidham like that. You're going to be a big Stidham fan after this week. I can assure you, I'm not going to. I'm sorry, man. I like underdogs up to a certain spot. Like I want James Madison to make it. I don't want James Madison to be in the Final Four. Like,
hey, come on, man.
I don't like. Hey, man, I think like I want it. Like I like March Madness for instance. I like the buzzer beaters in the first round. It's cool, but that time George Mason made it to the Final Four. That didn't do it for me.
Go Patriots.
I wish UConn would have beat them. I wanted like at the end. I want to see the big performance. And Indiana doesn't count. They were 15-0. Indiana has been one of the best teams. Their story is an underdog story, but their team is not an underdog. Okay. Like I don't want to hear the Jarrett Stidham story for 2 weeks.
You damn sure don't want to hear it. You got to hear it all year next year in that division.
What? Yeah, I don't. That here, I'd love to. Please let Jarrett be the starter in the division. I'll take it. But that doesn't excite me. What excites me is the 1 and 2 potentially MVP finishers in the game together. The old one who's got a ring, who may be going out. This may be him riding out to the sunset. You think they win the Super Bowl? Matt's out.
Will they?
Stafford. You think he walks away, or the young gun, and then can create another big star of Drake May like that? I'm into that. Not Jarrett Stidham. No offense.
It would be top 2 MVP candidates. That'd be big.
That's it. That's big.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Man. Yeah, I'm good.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
We'll see if Stidham can't get stand in the way of that.
Yeah. I want to get your reaction to this from Nick Caserio. The other day when Nick Caserio spoke to the media, he kind of did a back and forth with our guy Jonathan Alexander, who covers the Texans, a beat writer there for the Chronicle. They were going back and forth, kind of just about what kind of things they need to do to kind of improve the offense based off of what happened this year. I thought the back and forth was interesting and a lot of things to take from it. Here's Jonathan Alexander and Nick Caserio.
I mean, I'm not really sure the question. I'd say we had one of the best teams in the league. So, I mean, we went out there and competed with every team in the league that we played. So, I mean, I'm not sure what the question is.
I can specify. The offense, according to their statistics, didn't take a huge jump offensively. And I'm wondering.
The most important statistic is winning games. So that's what we're focused on.
100%, but you lost in the divisional round again. You ultimately want to get farther. Do you feel like you could have done more to get to that point? Or were there circumstances that you felt were out of control?
We had a good enough team to win any game we played. In the end, we didn't execute well enough. You can't turn the ball over 5 times in a divisional playoff round.
Hey, first off, I didn't know Jonathan had that in him.
That was good.
Hey, big
Not only
dog.
did he have it in him, but that was really good.
No, like I didn't know Jonathan had the big dog, but y'all lost in the divisional round. That again, I think that got to Nick a little bit because it would have got to me. Hey man, you had to say again.
Yeah,
like you could have just said, but you heard the back and forth in exchange. What did you take away from that?
I think there's several layers. One, I think Nick is borderline delusional.
If he's being honest.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's. I mean, you've got the national media talking about you could have won a playoff game with 31 other quarterbacks, including Jarrett Stidham. you've got, hell, I heard it this morning. Mina Kimes talking about the AFC and NFC championship games. And, I mean, she just flippantly, matter of fact, I mean, no ifs, ands, or buts about it, says, yeah, well, it's going to be a little different game for the New England Patriots. They picked on two awful offensive linemen, two of the worst offensive lines in football, in the Texans and whoever they beat in the first round.
And the Chargers.
And the Chargers. There you go. Meanwhile, the general manager's talking about we had a really he's avoiding what he's avoiding saying is we could have done more around the quarterback is what he's saying. But your quarterback messed the bed in a big moment, played poorly in the first round. You got people talking about your offensive line as one of the worst in football. And you skated by with a running back that's on his last leg and a fourth-round draft pick that was significantly better than you thought, but still not a game-changing type of back offensively. So the overall point of Nick just avoiding saying, yeah, man, we struck out on a couple of interior offensive linemen. Our left guard was going to be, and we had to be patient with some rookies at the receiver position, and yeah, we had to piecemeal the running back room together. Like, instead of just saying those things, he brustles up and in my opinion, it made even C.J. Stroud's game even worse. When the general manager says about 4 or 5 times in his meeting with the media, like when he's not even asked about the turnovers, because when they're asked about it, they minimize it. When you're asked specifically about your quarterback turning the ball over, your quarterback playing poorly, it's minimized. But then every other opportunity you get, you talk about how at the end of the day, you just can't win with them turnovers. You just can't turn the ball over. You can't win with what your quarterback put out there. It's an interesting approach. So yeah, I think it's a tad bit delusional.
Yeah, it's almost because Jonathan was talking about the offense in general, like the season statistically, like there was not great improvement from the previous year.
Well, he had been hammered earlier in it, not hammered, just asked. It was a good job, but I mean, he had been asked earlier in the press conference about putting more around C.J. Stroud, and then Jonathan comes back and hits him with this part right here, which was great, which is good stuff.
Yeah, Clint, it almost seems like he feels like, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but it seems like the thought is, no, the offense was good enough. The offense was the problem was if we just didn't turn it over. And followed up by we could beat anybody. We could beat, like, I think what he said is factually correct. They could beat anybody. But the offense that they had, and as you put it together, all the parts they had around all that was going to make it so difficult and lessen their margin for error. The way that the offense was put together to not have to just, because on this thing, you don't just have to win one game. You've got to win, in their case, 4 games, 3 of them on the road to win a championship. So their offense, the way that it was going to make it very difficult. And I will say this again, even if they didn't turn it over, right, they still, came up short in terms of scoring. Right? Like they still, to the 21 that your great defense gave up 21 points. None of them on the turnover. Their great defense gave up 21 points. Like their offense was overall, not just with the turnovers, because it was more than just turnovers. Like he was right. They were great during major parts of the regular season, not turning the ball over, Clint. But it's still like they were still in fights and battles and having to have help to get to 20 points.
Well, I mean, two things can be true. You can be a complimentary enough offense to win some regular season games, to even win 9 or 10 straight. You can be a regular. I mean, you can be a good enough minimized turnover, risk offense, and you can beat arguably the worst team in the playoffs, which is Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Right. Maybe Carolina. But either way it goes, you can beat that team, but you're not gonna win 3 or 4 games versus legit playoff contending football teams with the product that we saw offensively in the regular season. I don't believe,
or it's going to be really hard. Or it's going to be
Yeah.
And you got to have a lot of things bounce and go your way.
Well, and you're not going to be able to overcome injuries with the offense. Those kind of things are just it's wild to me the stance that Nick Caserio just seemed to take over and over again, and then get frustrated in that. Don't be questioning his personnel, Ron.
Do you listen to him? And I say this all the time. I believe sometimes it's a part of the job, like a lawyer, that these guys either lie to us or just not completely tell us the entire story, because that's coaches, players do that. Not going to tell the whole story. I hope this is the case in this conversation, but it seems like he legit is believing of this. Do you think they sat there and thought our offense is where we want it to be? Do you think they sat there, minus the turnover? Do you think they sat there?
There's no way. I've told you. There's no way.
That's the way he came off.
There's no way. Really good football mind. He also said that him and D'Amico Ryans never sat in an office and said, we got some concerns.
Now that one I am certain. That can't be true.
I mean, if it is, it's criminal. If it is, he needs to be replaced immediately. I mean, that's just the reality. Like if watching this team, and I'm not even bucking the fact that if your quarterback doesn't turn the ball over, you're in the AFC Championship, and so everything he's saying about winning that brand is true. Like, okay, that's fine, but you can't sit around and tell me that you never sat in an office with D'Amico Ryans and discussed as you're rotating left guards, as you're moving Titus Howard from guard to right tackle back to left guard, as you're, your quarterback doesn't seem to be and it wasn't even a great big deal during the read, but your quarterback doesn't seem to be a great fit. You got a first-year play caller in the office, and y'all never sat around and talked about it. That's wild, man. You got Noel. You got a $16 million receiver that ain't producing at all, and y'all didn't talk about it. That's a tough one for me to accept.
All right, this may be one of the most unusual things to occur if it does happen in the current coaching search, as they're still trying to fill head coaching vacancies. Wait till you hear the latest on one of the top jobs available. We'll discuss that next.
SportsRadio.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. We appreciate you joining us here on a Friday here. Tyler's still out. Tyler's still under the weather. Our guy Colin is holding it down for us again today, and we appreciate it.
Producer Colin.
There it is.
There it is, Colin. Day 2. He's feeling
Hot
himself,
button.
huh? He's feeling himself. All right, there you go. Somebody
The reaction to that yesterday was hilarious.
Yeah. I'm glad you got it.
I was banking on the fact that you and Clint hadn't heard it before.
I had never heard it.
You had banked on that correctly.
Yeah, you
text
was
line,
banking right that day.
text line on our previous conversation. Why does this station hate Nick all day? It stinks that CJ had the worst game ever on Sunday, which kept the D on the field all day. But this time, it was good enough to win the Super Bowl. Yeah, I would say I disagree. I think it wasn't good enough to win the Super Bowl. One, it didn't, and I think also we continue to say you knew how they were going to lose. You knew how they were going to lose to me, and it was going to be they were going to have to do something more as an offense than just allow their defense to just kind of control the game, and they were going to run into better teams.
Well, look, it's to directly to the texter. I mean, every time there's a negative response to something somebody says, doesn't mean that anybody hates anybody, doesn't like anybody. I mean, so take that sensitive stuff somewhere else. I mean, here's the deal. The reality of it is this organization handles things in a way that they leave a lot up to interpretation, right? Like instead of just coming out in the offseason and saying, hey, man, CJ issue, he's not getting all the reps right now. You know, he's gonna get that right. He'll be ready for camp. It was some kind of, you know, talk around your elbow to get to your mouth. Then it becomes the Joe Mixon thing, talk around your elbow to get, and all of that is fine. But then when you get mad about it on the back end of it, that doesn't mean that somebody dislikes him. That's just the reality of the situation. And with Nick Caserio, it's like, you know, is it factual that if your quarterback doesn't turn the football over 5 times, would you be in at the AFC Championship? Probably. Is it likely that if your quarterback didn't turn it over in the AFC Championship, given the fact that you got your defense and you're playing a backup quarterback and things fell that way, would you win? Yeah, you probably got a good enough team to win that game. Is there a chance in hell that you're beating any one of these NFC teams? No, I don't believe there is. But all of that is like, it's really convenient this year with no Lamar Jackson, with no Pat Mahomes, with Josh going out early, no Joe Burrow, and living in the AFC when there is a historically bad or unproven, inexperienced crop of quarterbacks. Did you have a team that could have won, you know, more than you did? Yeah, probably so. But to bristle up over, hey man, could y'all have done more offensively? Everything that we know about the Texans and that there's not a fan on God's green earth of the Houston Texans that doesn't look up and go, boy, that was odd the way they tried to fix that offensive line after having the most hit quarterback in the league other than Caleb Williams. Boy, that's odd. They needed, you know, that Tank Dale's out, Diggs is gone, and you replace it with a second round draft pick and another Iowa State wide receiver. Like, it's just fine, but it's not to think that is an aggressive effort to put players around your quarterback and get your offense to the next level. I think is like, you got to acknowledge that.
And it's just, but we, like I said, most people knew the way that they're probably going to lose was going to be their offense was going to have one of those performances that we've seen the offense have a lot of times this year, and they may not get a break or the defense bail them out enough. And the defense tried like hell.
But the fact that you're there, though, is because Nick hired his buddy who had never called plays before. You know, and Nick hired the staff for his buddy or retained the staff for his buddy. Nick didn't go out and get aggressive fixing the interior offensive line. Either that or he struck out trying to, right? Nick didn't do anything from a wide receiver standpoint, or you can look at it as he did, and it was an epic failure with Christian Kirk.
And let's be honest, your offense probably a reason why you're having to play on the road. Because you lost some, like you scored 9 points against the Rams. You couldn't score against a lot of these teams that you lost.
Well, but you don't even need. I mean, I agree with you, but you don't even need to go into the details of it. Like if you watch the Texans, if you're a fan or you're in the media, you watch the Texans. There's clearly there's significantly more money and effort spent on the defensive side of the football, making them the best in the league than there is on the offensive side of the football, which I would say is viewed as one of the bottom feeders in the league right now. I mean, that's and not to mention your team. Part of your team are the guys that turn the ball over 5 times. Your team is the guys that had a touchdown taken off the board because of an illegal formation. Like you can't just disregard those and say, "Boy, we put a good roster together." Though we put a great roster together. You can't in a response get bristle up over the offensive personnel and then throw the one guy out there, Nico Collins, that's proven to be the game changer. You got one. You legit got one. Like that nobody looks at the Texans offense beyond Nico Collins and goes, yeah, man, this guy's a game changer. That guy. Now, you people will soft shoe this thing and talk about Dalton and Woody Marks and Titus being flexible, a versatile kind of deal. But come on, man.
That offense got a bad spades hand.
There ain't another player. There's not another player on the offense that even flirted with Pro Bowl.
Maybe Dalton, but yeah.
Go run down the tight ends in the AFC. He didn't even flirt with it, Chief. I hadn't seen voting, but he didn't even flirt with it, man. Come on, man. Are you serious though?
No, I bet he's in the top 5.
5 in the AFC?
Yeah,
no chance.
Yeah, because the 2 who made it to the Pro Bowl was Kelsey and –
I mean, you Gators have one that's better. The Chiefs obviously have one that's better.
I'm just saying this year, he'd have been top 3 or 4.
I'm gonna do the math. Ain't no way.
I'm trying to think. Who was it? Colin, look it up because I know Kelsey was one of them, but he wasn't the starter, and Tyler Warren didn't make it. I know Tyler Warren did make it, and that's one that was probably
okay. So Brock Bowers and Kelsey were the first 2.
So Bowers did make it.
Warren is now in for Bowers because Bowers, if I remember correctly, got hurt. So Warren is now in.
So those are the 3. So is he 4 or 5?
And I think he's 4th. I think he was 4th. Yeah. But to your point, he's the only one that has flirted with it. The only one, especially from a weapon standpoint.
And we're not sure of that.
I'm pretty sure, but man, he had a really good year.
He did.
He had
fair.
a really good year.
Yeah, he damn near had a career year.
If they pull the spades hand out, man, they saying, man, they partners, how many you got? I got 1 in a push. Right there.
Yeah, you got
I got 1 in a push.
Yeah. And your future peed down his leg. Now you want to answer that question again? Did you do enough? Yeah. The bristling up.
Am I 1 out there?
The bristling, which he was clearly frustrated, by the way. I mean, there was way too much of hey man, basically personnel questions about could Nick have done more to help this offense after they got beat by New England in the divisional round in painful fashion, and Nick wasn't wanting to hear it.
No, he wasn't. He had been better.
Which I ain't mad at.
Should have stepped in 25. They should do. Somebody should have stepped in at about 30. All right. I do want to get this story that is out, and for a team that the Texans believe to be competing with, and actually a team they have their number. Wait till you hear what they're doing with their coaching search. And I do want you to think of this because I think this is something to talk about. We just talked about Nick. What are the positions that the Texans need to come out of this offseason with new starters? What positions on the field right now do you look at and say they've got to get a starter here? They need to come into how many spots are there? Because this is a team that is really good, that went to the playoffs, that has a chance that I think even next year will still be in the contender conversation. How many spots and where do you see that they need to have a new starter next year? We'll discuss that.
Live at West Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive on a Friday. T-Mill, he's out today, still under the weather. If we are here at work, everything is shutting down apparently for 40 degrees. So hopefully we're back. We're all back on Monday, but he is under the weather, not in. But our guy Colin is in, holding it down for us. And we had a good first hour, good fun. You can contact us on the show, Sports Radio 610. You can check out the text line, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Yes, Champ Slice, he's under the weather. Like if it were a hangover, that would be one day. It's 2 days now. I think it's safe to say he's sick.
The Cobo steak night will get you sometimes now.
Oh, yeah, man. Never know, man. It's going around. My daughter's been sick like hell. We had to keep her home.
Nah, T-Mill's a vet, man. Ain't no hangover keeping him out for 2 days.
No, not 2 days.
Bless you.
Hey, thank you, bud. Appreciate it. Something was wrong with he was short. He was short with me on what was that, Wednesday?
Yeah, and I think he was wearing glasses.
He was a little moody with me. He was a little moody with me on Wednesday. You proud of me because I didn't.
Did he? I didn't catch it.
Oh well, he was moody on a text, and then when I got here, he was just kind of quiet and kind of.
Was he?
Yeah.
He had the glasses.
He wasn't
on.
his same old smiley, upbeat self. Something was wrong.
He had the glasses on. When he has the glasses on, that's like he's sick or something. He's not feeling good. It's generally the opposite with me. When I take off the glasses, I'm in a bad spot.
Yeah.
When the migraine's coming on, eyes are hurting, heads are hurting. But he'll be back with us. Colin holding it down. Hey, I did, and again, 713-572-4610, jump in. What are the positions? We'll talk about this in a bit. What are the positions you think the Texans coming out of this offseason need to add? Like this offseason get started at what positions? And we'll discuss and kind of get your thoughts on that as well. But what about the Bills? The Buffalo Bills, another AFC contender. They fired Sean McDermott, and they're in search of a new head coach. By the way, they're interviewing Mike McDaniel today as well. Mike McDaniel has agreed to the Chargers job with the understanding that if he gets a head coaching opportunity, that he will take a head coaching opportunity. Yeah. But other than that, he'll go to the Chargers. But he's interviewing with Buffalo. But another person is interviewing with Buffalo. Phillip Rivers. Phillip Rivers, where I didn't know where Phil was. I think Phil was coaching some high school. And then Phil jumped in at 40 whatever, is now just taking out his entire retired Hall of Fame thing. He's got to wait another 5 now. But he apparently is, and this is serious, going to have an interview. And Josh Allen has been a part of all the interviews, which I got no problem with. But he's going to be a part of it. Apparently him and Josh Allen have a close relationship. And this appears to be a serious thing, at least serious enough where, like, they're bringing him in for an interview, and they potentially may consider Phillip Rivers to be the head coach of the Buffalo Bills.
Interviews happening today, apparently.
Yep. That is aggressive.
Oh, it's definitely aggressive. Look, this coaching search in Buffalo has been wild to me. The owner feeling the need to comment on a second-round draft pick from a couple years ago.
He's had a bad week.
I mean that's how this. Apparently, that pissed Josh off the way they handled that.
It should.
Then all of a sudden, they moved the process from from Buffalo to Florida, and then all of a sudden they announced that Josh Allen. I mean, this ain't just say so. This ain't just a quarterback like, yeah, I'd like to have it ran by me. My man's in the damn meetings.
They've just announced we've completed our interview with Phillip Rivers for a head coaching position.
Yeah.
The Bills just put that out.
Josh Allen is legit sitting in these interviews and taking part in these interviews, and apparently, and now all of a sudden they're interviewing Phillip Rivers. I had no idea that Josh Allen was close to Phillip Rivers like that. I did not know that. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know enough about Phillip Rivers. Personally and kind of throughout his career, this really seems to be a huge jump. Having coaching experience of any degree at the head coaching level is obviously better than what we watched with Josh. What was his name?
Josh McCown.
Josh McCown.
It's a situation.
But ultimately, this is still a stretch for me to go straight from the high school ranks for a few years to the head coach of the Buffalo Bills with some high expectations here. So, but I do see where he could probably be really impressive in an interview.
In an interview and in a role, right? Here it is. They got him. They've completed. They got Mike McDaniel today. They got Anthony coach and was at Buffalo before. Anthony Weaver, former defensive coordinator here, and with the Dolphins, and then Jags OC Grant Udinski is also interviewing over the weekend, and Phillip Rivers.
Yeah.
Listen to me. If they land on Phillip Rivers, like the hell with you better be right. Like this is ridiculous. Like they have Josh Allen. This is a team that is a Super Bowl, not just contender, but like they got the pressure of it. They fired their coach. And then like the owner's laughing. He went through all the seeds to talk about how impressive Bean was, but that has to land on the coach too.
Yeah.
They ran. This is a coach that got fired because they weren't able to advance.
Yeah.
Far enough, and you can't come back with Phillip Rivers.
No, I mean, look. What I would say is, I mean, I would like to see an Anthony Weaver, a defensive minded head coach, and then I would not be opposed to bringing in a guy like Rivers to run your offense. I mean, apparently, if he is that. If he's been running this Shane Steichen offense in high school to the point where
Michael's Catholic High School,
right, to the point where he could step in and literally quarterback it, with the exception of just being an old ass man and not being able to throw the ball over 30 yards. I mean, it was really impressive. If he has that kind of mental ability and understanding of an OC where you could have a guy like that as an OC, not as a head coach. So I can't see that.
Champs Light says, shout out to Jeff Saturday. Yeah. Even that was like you.
Well, that was even worse.
You have Josh Allen, right? You have Josh Allen, the Buffalo Bills fan base moving to a brand new stadium. I know it's Buffalo, but that stuff's kind of different now.
Yeah.
Like you have the ability to get like the top guy on the market type of deal. You can't be Phil.
You got to get your.
That can't be like maybe Cleveland has to try a Phillip Rivers type.
Well, there's too many good candidates out there. You got to go get your head coach, and then again, if it makes sense and you want to bring him in to in some capacity, then so be it. I wouldn't even be opposed to the offensive coordinator. I don't like the thought of a head coach.
You don't think offensive coordinators? I was thinking quarterback coach. You don't think that's?
I think quarterback coach or OC. Look, I think the relationship with Josh and the desire to want to sit down with him day in, day out, put this thing together, and those two, having a veteran quarterback that's long in the tooth as he is, and he's sitting in on the interview, so obviously he is not just your quarterback. I mean, he is a major role here. To have a guy that he would be more than comfortable to lock arms with and try to put a product out there, and then you look at that Steichen offense, that would be a Josh Allen fit. I mean, that offense that Daniel Jones his athletic ability was highlighted a little bit, and I mean that would be a really good fit. So opposed to a coach that played in the league for 42 years and has some level of experience coaching, any level.
He's 45.
I wouldn't be opposed to that offensive coordinator move there.
42 years. He's 45.
I mean, it's easier for me to land on a Phillip Rivers as an offensive coordinator than it is what we've been doing here in Houston.
You think that Phillips a little bit more?
I could buy in.
Nick Caley rather.
Yes, I could buy into a quarterback. How many years did he play in the league?
7.
And he was and it wasn't like he was out there off athletic ability. I mean, it was a cerebral approach to the game, and he was an elite leader of men and manager of people and very cerebral. I would put more stock in a 20-year career and a guy that's been in the coaching profession, at least getting up every day and going and doing it, even though it was at the high school level for 4 or 5 years. I would put more stock into that guy as an offensive coordinator than a guy that's just been around Sean McVay a bit, or a guy that happens to be a good tight ends coach and never played it. Like, yeah, I would personally, it's a risk either way, but I would put more stock into. I'd want to go more the Phillip Rivers route than the Nick Caley route.
This kind of pissed me off what I just read.
What's that?
Due to Travis Kelce opting out of the Pro Bowl, he's Dalton Kincaid. I guess there's another tight end that just.
There's another one.
Where we at?
That's 4.
Is that 4?
You got one more, Chief. You got one more guy opts out, man. You're gonna be in trouble.
Man. Well, hold on, man. I think Dalton had a better year than Kincaid. I'm pretty certain he did. Kincaid was injured. I bet you Dalton,
when we played him for sure.
I bet you Dalton Schultz has better overall numbers. Now, he's getting profiled at this point. I don't know what kind of profile. They're all white, but he's getting
slow poke.
I'm certain. I bet you. I would almost be willing to bet that he has higher numbers across the board, except for maybe touchdowns. I bet he's got more catches and yards. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm overthinking the year that Dalton Schultz had.
I mean, does Denver not have who's Denver's tight end?
No, they don't have a great tight end. Damn, Dalton Kincaid got over him. Damn, I thought for sure he was. I gave those other 3. I thought for sure he was 4th on that list. I'll be damned. All right, Clint. Off the top of your head, when you think about it, I know you've had some time to think about it, and I see some people texting in different things. Just when you look at this roster and this team, and you say to yourself, all right, this is a team that has AFC Championship, Super Bowl, that's the goal to achieve, and they're walking into next year with those goals. You come to as far as they did this year, you're continuing with that. Where do you look at this team and say they need to have a new starter? They need to add a new starter at these positions. Because you look at it like it may not be as many as you think, but where off the top of your head, where are you thinking like they got to get started?
Well, I'm going to tell you, I know you asked a specific question. For me, I don't give a damn who it is. I just need him to be a dog. I mean, alpha, put my foot on your throat type of dog. First of all, make that point. Now, get to the positions. It may surprise some folks, but I'd probably go running back. That's one of
the. So you look at people are texting in center, left guard, center, guard. That's the one that I'm seeing. Like center and guard is the one that I'm seeing the most coming off at the text line.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know that a great center or an upgraded center and upgraded guard, which I don't know that those two are moving the needle much with this team.
I think those are things they need, though.
I think they need it. They got to decide: is it a guard or is it a better swing tackle? Is Trent Brown in the future or not? What are you gonna do with Titus Howard? If Titus Howard's going to stay at guard, then I would argue they need to find a good swing tackle that's not just a 6th offensive lineman. I think upgrades. There can be upgrades in the offensive line, no doubt. You can get Bennett. They're good enough to win football games. I think we've seen it here. I think there's 2 different things. One, I think you could do it for relatively cheap. Relatively speaking, cheaper than most positions. You can argue you can get a running back for cheaper than a top end guard in this league.
The free agent running backs, if you want to do the free agent running back class this year is
strong.
It is
strong. Okay, so that after watching Joe Mixon and the change that he made with a suspect offensive line to still go out and do what he did, and the way he had the ability to impact the game in the way that he could wear down an opponent in the fourth quarter, to me, I think that's on offensively. And by the way, I think this staff is going to lead with the run game 18 out of 18 weeks next year. And so I think the quickest, most effective, most cost-efficient way to move the needle would be at the running back position. And you slide Woody Marks into that 1B, or slide Woody Marks into that third down back, and you got a dynamic duo right there. Now you got Woody Marks on the field in critical moments, the way we were talking about wanting to use him, getting slippery and getting third downs and catching the ball out of the backfield. I'm sorry, getting first downs, catching the ball out of the backfield, 2-minute situations. I think you improve Woody Marks, and you improve the position, obviously, overall in a major way if you go get a true number one running back.
Yeah, free agent running backs out there this year: Breece Hall, Kenneth Seattle.
Boy, he had a good one.
Travis Etienne, Javonte Williams from Dallas, Rico Dowdle from Carolina, J.K. Dobbins, he gets injured a lot, Tyler Algier, who's been the backup there with Atlanta. Kenneth Gainwell is on that list. People think that Swift is going to be released by the Bears. So there are a lot of.
Well, hit those top three again.
Kenneth Walker, ETN, and Breece Hall are the top three, with Javonte Williams.
Yeah, so Javonte Williams up. I mean, those guys you're going to get for reasonable. I mean, very, very reasonable money, and that would be a legit number one running back. And I think that's the quickest way to impact this offense. Understanding how they want to run offense, what they want to do offensively, defensive-minded head coach, the emphasis, the focus that he would get. I think you upgrade that position. I think this offense gets better immediately.
I think I'm in lockstep with most of the people on the text line and YouTube and Twitch. Guard and center. I definitely think that. I think linebacker, because I think they're like we'll see what happens with EJ Speed if they bring him back. But right now, like they're going to be without Speed. I would assume that the Christian Harris thing is done, and maybe they bring Speed back and he fills that void. But to your point, you brought up running back. I think that they should go out and get a starting caliber wide receiver.
Well, no pushback from me on that.
And because we'll talk, because I want to talk about Tank Dell here in a little bit. But right now you got Nico and like the only other people on the roster that you feel like you know what you got is Hutchinson, and that's not a he's not a high end guy, right? He is what he is. He should be a third or fourth receiver on a team. I like what Noel can do. I like potentially what Higgins can do, but I think for a team that has the goals that they're going to have, Clint, to walk into next year with Nico and hopes, I think that should be something, especially if this offense is going to be the way it is. I think they got to get a bona fide second receiver. And you got to be honest, even with Nico and Tank, if they're there, like those guys tend to miss a lot of time. In their careers, they've missed significant time. So I think receiver is somewhere I think they definitely – not a lot on the defense. Like I said, linebacker, I don't know what they're going to do at defensive tackle. We know Tommy is there. But maybe that's a position that they hunt out and look and say that's a starting position that we don't have on the roster right now that we fill in. But wide receiver is one for me that it's just, I think they just have to get somebody that is a starting caliber wide receiver that you know what you're going to get.
Well, there's going to be a bunch of them out there. We talk about the free agents, man. There's going to be, whether you're looking at that level of like
Alec Pierce is like,
whether you're looking at like the guy that I wanted at the trade deadline, Rashid Shaheed, something like that, all the way up to Alec Pierce and a couple guys you're talking about,
or just what Jacksonville did when they went and got at the deadline. They got Jacoby Myers.
There you go.
Like that would be a you know what you're going to get, and that's a good compliment to like they tried it with Christian, but there was even questions of Christian Kirk when he came in here with his age and his injuries, and it rose up. I think they got to get serious about that. All right, coming up, we talked about it. I said that a receiver is somewhere I think they should go. How you think they should approach the Tank Dell situation next year? We'll discuss that next.
All right, football season is in full swing.
San Francisco this year, but Sports Radio 610 will be. All week long leading up to the big game, hear Payne and Pendergast, In the Loop, and The Drive, live at Radio Row, supported by Planet Fitness. Celebrity guests and station shenanigans every day. It's a radio experience unlike any other. Right here on Houston's Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line, Kenneth Walker's a free agent. He impressed the hell out of me last week. He is going to be a coveted member, and it may be harder. Seattle, they're a young running back. They had a nice tandem. He tore his ACL last week. Charbonnet, that might cause them to maybe get a little bit more aggressive with Kenneth Walker, but yeah, there's definitely some guys out there, and a chance if they want to go that direction. Maybe they want to draft another one, or maybe they feel like Woody Marks is their back. Maybe they like the Woody Marks Jawar Jordan 1-2 punch. Well, to spend money somewhere else.
Well, look, if Nick Caserio truly believes, when asked about did you do enough offensively in the offseason to give the offense the best chance, if he firmly believes that he is set and they were good enough to win every game, and that's the recipe, then it wouldn't surprise me at all if it wasn't some combination of Woody Marks, Jawar Jordan, and an old veteran back that can just kind of be a safety net for him. Wouldn't surprise me at all. It would be a buzzkill, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if we didn't see rotating left guards. It wouldn't surprise me at all if we didn't see Jalen Knoll being a return specialist and making guys miss in open field and showing like a unique instinct of setting blocks up and making guys miss kind of deal and accelerating and decelerating, and then he's not used in the offense. Nico Collins being a guy that you just kind of sit over there and say, hey, man, y'all roll a safety over the top. You can take him out if you want to. Yeah, I mean, none of that would shock me. None of that would shock me, Bob.
Yeah, they could go a lot of different directions, but they got options. Mm-hmm. They got options at the running back spot. All right, Clint, this one is kind of out of their control, basically based on what he's potentially going to be, but Clint, as we know, Tank Dell missed this entire season. We heard D'Amico say it earlier this week. He's fought and battled. Nick Caserio spoke about him, too, and tried to get back this year. They saw him in the building. We saw him on the sideline often, just couldn't get back from, tearing up really everything, right? ACL, MCL, LCL, meniscus. He had just about as bad an injury you can have, knee injury that you can have. So it took him out the rest of, that season he got injured and the rest of this season, all of this season. But obviously we know, Clint, like when we talk about weapons, in addition to weapons, Tank Dell would be the answer, right? His first 2 years, obviously he has missed time, but, his last season he played 14 games, 51 catches, 660-plus yards, and 3 touchdowns. His rookie year, 700 yards and 7 touchdowns. Right, that we know in less games, in 11 games, we know like that would be a huge 1-2 punch. And everything I said about a receiver wouldn't be something to talk about, but understanding the injury and understanding what he can be, like it is going to be tricky how Nick and D'Amico and how all of them handle the Tank Dell situation next year, because it's hard to just completely depend that you're going to get that same person that you remember back.
Well, I view Tank Dell at this point as a luxury. Tank Dell cannot impact any of the moves that you make or don't make this offseason. She's a non-factor in those decisions. If you feel like right now that Christian Kirk obviously is out, even though you owe him money for the next 3 years, I don't know exactly how that works, but he's a free agent. Nico Collins is your top guy. if you've got two rookies, one of which couldn't get on the field in a receiver capacity, and Higgins, who I think is a really he's a good depth receiver right now, good complement to a group of wide receivers. And you mentioned Hutch. I think Hutch is a guy that you can rely on to be a fourth or fifth wide receiver in this offense. But to me, if you feel like offensively right now you need a wide receiver, you can't look at this thing and go, well, Jalen Noel's going to develop and Higgins is going to be more. And, oh, by the way, Tank Dell is coming back, so we're going to roll the dice with them cats right there. I think all of those guys, second-year wide receivers that you drafted in the second round or below last year out of Iowa State, or often injured, undersized, at this point, no disrespect, but frail wide receivers that are injury prone.
Coming off of a major injury.
Yeah, those guys have to be viewed as luxuries at this point in time, in my opinion. I'm taking into consideration how they run an offense. Like they clearly brought Christian Kirk in here to be much more than he was this year. Like that same level of approach has to be done replacing him. And again, none of the two rookies nor Tank Dell should factor into that, in my opinion.
Right,
but Tank is a luxury. To your question specifically, he is a luxury and a damn good one.
Tank. If you're getting the Tank Dell that we've seen when he's been healthy to play the first 2 years,
right?
Like, yes, like he is everything that this offense would need. Like I think we had B. Scott on the other day, and he was talking about what happens if you give him a running game and a real deep threat on from a wide receiver perspective. And I think Tank fits that. But I just, to your point, I just don't know how you can go into the season believing you're getting that Tank. Well, it's different than the broken leg. That's different. Maybe I could see how you felt that way last time. But broken leg and then this, you got to imagine it's probably going to take him some time to even get
My
close.
man's had a broken leg. He has been shot in the ass. And now his knee was damn near pulled. His lower leg was damn near pulled completely off his body. Like, no, there's that cannot. And I pray to the Lord above. I want Tank Dell like that. I may be more of a fan of his personally than any player over there. I want Tank Dell to come back, and I want Tank Dell to be the same guy with all the different twitch and change of direction and route running, the acceleration, deceleration. I want all that to be back.
But you can't bank on that week one.
Can't do it. You can't do it, man. Can't do it. Just like after you showed us this year how you feel about Jalen Noel, whether that's because you didn't want to expose him to the special teams responsibility as well as the wide receiver responsibilities, but you had a perfect role in that slot position to get him touches, and you never felt the need to do so. And the opportunity presented itself because Christian Kirk was either hurt or a non-factor. And so, yeah, to me, it's a risk if you don't go out and get some guaranteed strong resume type players. And I do believe a receiver would be one of them. Yeah, it doesn't have to be top end. I'm not saying go out there and spend $30 million a day. But I'm talking about a proven guy. Yeah,
somebody like someone just texted in. It can't be unreasonable to think that Tank might not actually ever be able to come back as even a shadow of himself.
Yeah,
right?
Not unreasonable at all.
I think it's on the table. Even with modern medicine, that was a like Christian Harris. We saw get injured and anywhere close to that, and he hasn't even looked like himself, like been the same speed himself.
Well, and two, you got to this isn't.
Look at Nick Chubb.
Right.
I mean, he got older, but he had a devastating knee injury like that. He's not the same.
But you look at this kind of knee injury to a guy that plays like a Puka Nacua or something like that is totally different than the guy that relies heavily on his change of direction and that's like extreme, deceleration, he's just not, ever that twitch and explosion with him. It's going to be. I hope it happens, man. But I think it's a long shot that he comes back and has the same level of all of that he did before.
And it may, even if it isn't a long shot, it just you can't bet on it. Like you just can't come in and say, all right, man, we're a Super Bowl team that's trying to reach the Super Bowl, and Tank's going to be our number 2. We're coming in, that's where we're going. You got to have a contingency plan for that, so you're not stuck. And maybe the contingency plan is Higgins and Noel, but again, that's another if to me right now, or not for sure at least. All right, some news on a Texans situation that the book is closed on. We'll give you that, and we'll look at our weekend slate. We got the AFC and NFC championship game. We'll discuss those coming up next.
In the Loop.
Look, C.J. Stroud is not going to sit up there and say this is crap. But it just in the midst of that, he brought up, but this is what I'm used to. This is what I've been, and that's why I'm sitting here going. They're saying it's working, it's good, no offensive problems. Nick Haley's probably going to come back. Are we sure that C.J. Stroud is like, yeah, let's go?
It's Reggie Atatula and John Lopez, localizing your lunch break, 10 to 2 every day on Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. West Ham Houston Tollway, northbound after Memorial. It's a stall that has a right shoulder blocked. Sport Radio 610.
It all comes down to this, folks. Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has...
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through. Didn't like my thoughts of them needing a wide receiver. Said I'm on one. Said I think Higgins is a legit number 2. He was running Nico's routes while he was out. Listen, hey man, everybody's open to their own opinion here. Where I would just say, walking into the season for a team that has AFC Championship games aspirations, I don't think Higgins has shown enough to say, yeah, man, this guy's going to be our 2. Not when you have options or the ability to do things. Right, but who knows? Maybe they drafted him in a route that he could be that, but I don't know. They got to find a better version of Christian Kirk, in my opinion, in the offseason to try to figure some things out. They hadn't shown me enough to say that guy's a 2. But for you, it has. So there it goes. You got an update on the tight end situation? Because I really think I think Dalton Schultz is getting profiled or something. Because it was Bowers and Kelsey were the starters, right?
Yes.
Both of them are like many people are just saying to hell with it. They're both out.
Mm-hmm. So it's Warren and Kincaid that are now in.
I think this is BS from Travis Kelsey. Travis, the Raiders in one of the most meaningless games in Week 18, and he's going to skip the Pro Bowl. I mean, it ain't an injury.
He got stuff to do, bro.
So you said, Ron, that you see Dalton as the 4th best tight end in the NFC.
Tyler Warren. Tyler Warren to me this year was probably the next alternate. Although Tyler Warren, now, not a real surprise. He really kind of slowed up once Daniel Jones stepped out, but not a real surprise from that. When old Riley Leonard and that other kid from Texas came in there and started rolling. So his numbers, he started off really, really hot along with the Colts, but then slowed up.
Okay, but the problem that you run in personally, though, is that you don't like that Kincaid is in there. So
Kincaid. Listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. I think Kincaid's a better player than Dalton, Dalton Schultz. But Kincaid missed so many games. I didn't think that he just in particular this year would be there.
Okay, but you want to look at the numbers. So here are the numbers, and the numbers don't lie, is what they always say. So we all know Dalton Schultz, 82 receptions on 106 targets, broke the single-season franchise record, 777 yards, 3 touchdowns, 9.5 yards per catch.
There's no way Dalton Kincaid did that.
Here's Kincaid. This is probably where you're going to stop me. 39 catches on 49 targets, 571 yards. That's a little over 14.5 yards per catch, 5 touchdowns, regular season.
What did he play, 12 games?
He should get penalized because he was able. Dalton was able to be out. Dalton played hurt. Damn it!
He played 2/3 of the season and put up twice as many touchdowns. I mean, you ain't getting the Pro Bowl with 3 touchdowns, Chief.
Yes, you can. He's second.
Hunter Henry's got 4 more touchdowns than him. Hunter gets in before him.
Yep, played 12 games. Kincaid did.
No, that's BS. He is second in catches and 5th in yards over overall tight ends.
I'm just telling you. I mean, the overall stuff is out the window because you already got 4 ahead of him. We are.
The Dalton Kincaid thing's unfair. That's
we're not making the decision.
I know we're not, but it's ridiculous. I can't believe I'm fighting for Dalton. And Dalton blocked better this year.
He did.
Yeah, he should. Did. Dalton deserves this. He
did a 180 for me now.
If they put in Hunter Henry over him, I don't think he's going to have a chance because Tyler Warren's going to his first Pro Bowl ever.
Yeah, I don't know where to access the Pro Bowl voting numbers.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I mean that's 82, 77, 77, 3 touchdowns. Yeah, I mean they were terrible in the red zone. I just, I feel for you, Dalton, man. What a season, man. Career year can't get you into the playoff. into the Pro Bowl. He just wants to go play flag football. I think Dalton would be great in the dodgeball tournament.
Yes, he would
Got
be.
an arm. Dalton's probably somewhere playing Halo right now.
Yeah, he'll be in the video games.
He's a video game guy.
Oh God, he said he plays hours.
Plays in Creed.
Oh yeah, I forgot. He probably plays Helldivers.
Whatever that is.
Hey, it's a great game. I recommend it.
I'll
Check
take
it
your
out.
word for it. By the way, if you guys were looking to note the completion of a story, the Patriots, they released former Texans defensive end Darrell Taylor.
Oh, Darrell Taylor went in there
from
and
the practice squad.
He went in and picked up the check, didn't
Guess it didn't work out, huh?
Wasn't meant to be, Ron.
Scooped up Darrell just right the week before.
Well,
week before they played the week of playing the Texans.
Does he technically get a ring if they win it all?
Hell yeah, he does, doesn't he?
No.
You don't?
One week on the practice squad?
Hell yeah. As vital as he was in that?
Absolutely.
To the game plan?
If you're on the practice, if you're in the building all year long, yeah. But one weekend, what?
No. Robert Kraft's a cheapskate. If he don't get him a ring,
Darrell Taylor better not even want one.
Darrell, hell with it. He gonna have him a ring.
Hell, you hung out with the Patriots for a week and you want a ring?
He practically put together a game plan.
I mean, hell no, I wouldn't have felt right taking one when I was in the practice squad all year long, much less having one little old cup of coffee.
Yeah, you'd have took it.
I took it. Ain't no doubt.
I know I went off last week. Darrell Taylor, that's a damn shame that they didn't put Darrell Taylor in this thing. All right, these weekend games, AFC Championship game, Clint, New England. I think maybe we're gonna hear from you a little bit later on. Best maybe around.
Oh yeah.
Some of this a little bit later on at 5:30. New England, they go into this game as a 4.5-point favorite on the road, and I don't like this narrative that I'm hearing. This extra on the New England Patriots who won 4 games last year, that it's a choke job if they lose this game to the Denver Broncos on the road because Bo Nix got hurt. I think they're going to win. I'm going to probably lean towards New England, but I don't think this is just going to be a blowout. Like, I think Denver's defense is for real, and we watched the Patriots the last 2 weeks. Denver does a lot of the same things that the Chargers and the Texans do from a pass rush perspective and coverage perspective, that you can see them giving them problems. I don't think this is going to be a blowout, and I don't think the Patriots would be a choke. It would be a choke job if they end up losing on the road to Denver.
I would not say it's a choke job. Now, I believe it'll be painful, but I do not believe it would be a choke job. I mean, you got 2 really good defenses playing in this game versus obviously one quarterback that ain't played all year and another one that has very little playoff experience, and so we'll see. And by the way, if you look at, like, Drake May was not good last week. I mean, Drake May, he sacked 5 times, fumbled 4 times, fumbled 3 times, something like that. I mean, the one-handed catch on the go route, that's a great ball, but I mean, it was low percentage. Knowing where to go with the football on the first touchdown versus 0 prayer. He did some good things.
The 3 drives he did. The 3 drives they scored touchdowns.
Well, but you don't watch that game and go, yeah, that's that MVP caliber right there. Like, no. I didn't watch that, and he's up against another great defense this week. So, we'll be honest with you. I'm going Denver in this game.
Oh, you got Denver winning this.
Mm-hmm. I got Denver at home, and I'm very transparent here. I like Jarrett Stidham, and I'm a big Sean Payton guy. I believe he has old buddy ready, and
listen, I think New England's defense is for real.
Yeah, I do too.
And I think the combination of New England defense being for real, and I think Sean will have some stuff early, but at some point, like, it is what it is, because Denver's offense isn't, like, great, even with Bo. It's not great even with Bo. So I think he'll have something for him. But I think Drake May, just like he did Sunday against the Texans, will make enough plays for them to be able to win the game. But I don't think it's a blowout. I think it's tight the whole way.
I personally think, though, if it's a close game, I think Denver pulls it off because they've been in a lot of close games this year, and they pulled it off.
A big part of it has been Bo Nix pulling it off. So
see, you believe.
I do it. I do late. Just like last week, a lot of it was big throws and plays from Bo Nix that I don't know if Jarrett Stidham is going to be able to make against that.
It's interesting. If Bo was healthy, you would literally have two very similar players. Super talented, can make all the throws, like to play off script. Probably both of them pretty raw, relatively speaking, to development wise. Who knows what you can get with Jarrett Stidham, but I'm a fan.
Who knows? Yeah, who knows? And then I like the Seahawks. They're 2.5-point favorite. I think this one can get away from them. I like the Rams. I like the Rams comfortably. The Rams have played them this year, and the vast majority of the time they have clearly been the better team. Like that last game they played, it was like 38-37 in overtime, and Seattle went for 2 to go ahead and win it. If you remember back, Seattle had to have everything happen to go their way. They had to have it. They were down by like almost 20 in the fourth quarter, and then Rashid got the punt return for a touchdown. They had that weird 2-point conversion thing where he threw it backwards, and Charbonnet just picked it up and thought the play was over and just happened to be walking across the end zone.
On the Shaheed on the reverse or something, wasn't it?
He had a punt return.
But he had
another.
I don't remember which one was first, but there was a punt return and there was I think a reverse or some kind of gadget play where he flipped the field big time as well during that comeback.
The Rams were dominating that game without Adams.
Yeah.
And Puka had like 12 for 225 and like 2 touchdowns in that game. Again, without Devontae Adams, and I think I give him a little edge with that kind of revenge factor there. I like Seattle a lot. I mean, I like the Rams a lot in this game.
Isn't that the same game where there was that weird backwards pass? And
that's a 2-point conversion. Yeah, the weird that all of that stuff had to happen for them to even get to overtime. Like it had to happen, and then the Rams walked right down the field and scored a touchdown. They went for 2.
All right, if you're C.J. Stroud and his agent David Mulugeta, how do you handle this offseason with all of this noise, as well as wait till you hear the latest in the transfer portal college football drama? It's getting wild. It's hard to believe, but it's fun to follow. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. And I got to tell you about Advanced Hair. Look, if you're out there and you're throwing a hat on every time you leave the house,
firm.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Would die for CJ. Everyone knows that.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well, that intro right there makes it hard to do what I need to do here, but I got to give a happy birthday shout out to my old mother-in-law. Man, I got lucky, Ron. I got lucky.
Wow.
I got lucky. One of the reasons I love my wife, which through and through, is, boy, she has got a rock star mom, man. She is big time. Cindy CC Lewis, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Doing a little dinner after the show for CC, and now I'm sure my kids are going to be at the house terrorizing my old granny. But we're going to do a little dinner. New spot. Don't remember the name, but new spot.
Kids staying home.
Kids are staying home.
Adults, yeah.
Kids are staying home Friday night with the in-laws and for old happy birthday celebration, man. So looking forward to that. Also, I know everybody out there is looking forward to the old Dirty's Daily Wagers. We'll do that at the 5:30.
There we go.
Last night, 2 for 3. Made a little money, 2 for 3.
2 for 3.
That's right. Made a little money.
Close on the other one, too.
Yeah, Shingun got me on that hook. 8 rebounds. I needed 9. He got 8. So we'll do that again tonight. We'll do a little NBA, mix a little NBA and championship games, I believe. We'll see. I'm not gonna get carried away. I'm a low number. I'm a low volume guy. Tyler's high volume. I'm low volume. So I think I track more that way. But we'll see. We'll see how that ends up. Check us out at 5:30 on Dirty's Daily Wagers. Got a little ring to it. But lot of talk about C.J. Stroud and his future here in Houston, particularly this offseason, of how this offseason goes. Everything from, do you pick up the 5th-year option, which it'd be silly not to. They got to make that decision by May, or in May, I'm sorry. And then do you extend C.J. Stroud? If you do, is it then the setting the market? Is it a lower number than the top 5 or 6 guys? It's in terms of pay. What does that number look like? All the way to is there a scenario where the Texans could potentially move on from C.J. Stroud? I don't think any of them are crazy conversations. Now, some of them may be crazy realities, but I don't think they're crazy conversations. And this draws me to this place right here, brings me to this place right here, Ron, is if you're C.J. Stroud and David Mulugheta, who David Mulugheta is his agent, what's your play? What's your play here? Right? I said this yesterday that the more I hear folks that I personally respect and listen to in the media talk about the C.J. Stroud situation, the more I realize, one, it's not crazy, but it's a possibility if it's being discussed in these kind of circles. Here's an example. Yesterday, Ryan Fitzpatrick and Whitworth, what's Whitworth? Big Whitworth? Andrew Whitworth. Their podcast, they were talking about it in straight face. They had a conversation. Here's a little snippet from Ryan Fitzpatrick's opinions.
If you're C.J. Stroud's agent, you're going in there and saying, look, all the other big-time quarterbacks, they got paid after their 3rd year, and we want $60 million a year, $60 million a year, $60 million a year, $60 million a year.
$60 million a year, Ron, that's a big number. That's a big number.
It's an aggressive number.
And, to be honest with you, in most of these, where I don't believe a quarterback has earned it or deserves it, I'm pretty bullish on that. I'm pretty bullish on a no way, get the hell out of here. What do you mean you and your agent are going to walk in there and demand $55, $60 million a year, maybe even more? Are you crazy? Because if CJ would have, if he'd have strung 3 of those rookie seasons straight together, bang, 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 it'd be set the market as soon as you can, easy.
That, by the way, getting over 6, that's setting the market because there's only one player that's
right,
and that's Dak.
$60 million. But anyway, Ron, where I was going with that is you typically, and most would think, hell, I thought in this scenario I would feel the same way, pretty bullish on get the hell out of here. You and your agent can go jump in the lake. Is typically where my mind's at. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know if that's the case. Now I still don't believe C.J. Stroud in any fragment of your imagination has played at a level where he should set the market, and the Texans should even entertain setting the market. But the more I think about this, and you've been hard on this. You've been hot and heavy on C.J. Stroud, the supporting cast, kind of the hand he's been dealt. The more I think about it, if you're C.J. Stroud, you or David Mulugeta, right? The key here is I know David wants to do it. I just wonder if C.J. Stroud wants to do it. But if you're those guys, if you're C.J. Stroud's camp, you have no problem, straight-faced walking in going, y'all seen the ceiling. Y'all know what I'm capable of. You know I can go out there and lead the league in yards passing per game and fewest interceptions. Show me a list of quarterbacks that have done that in this conversation about pay. You know I can stretch the field and I can deliver the ball at the second and third level of the field as well as anybody in the league. You know I can do that, right? Physically, you know what I'm capable of doing. I'm top tier. I think you can straight-face do that if you're C.J. Stroud and his representation. And then you can also follow it up with, but before y'all respond, we know you're going to bring up the regression of C.J. Stroud. And while it's fair, I think context matters as we discuss his future and his money. And there is no doubt about it that what you guys have surrounded C.J. Stroud with, contrary to what Nick Caserio said confidently yesterday to the media, contrary to that, y'all have surrounded my man with a supporting cast, whether you talk about the offensive line and you made him the most hit quarterback not named Caleb Williams, or then you sent him out there with Nico Collins and a bunch of others. You surrounded him with far less talent than most quarterbacks in their third year in the league or their fourth year in the league that's living in the playoffs every year, right? You want to, before you shape your mouth to talk about regression, I want y'all that we got to lead with the supporting cast that you guys have provided C.J. Stroud with. And we're talking 2 first-time play callers. We're talking about an offensive line that's Band-Aids all over the place. We're talking about, again, a wide receiving core that's Nico and a bunch of others. We're talking about a tight end room that's a possession receiver in Dalton Schultz and a bunch of guys that can't stay healthy. You want to talk about the running back room? Hey, man, we appreciate 1 year with Joe Mixon. That was a good year. But, boy, other than that, what was it, Devin Singletary, Woody Marks, and Nick Chubb and Damian Pierce? Is that what we're going with? Right? So, Ron, I wonder what their play – I say all that to say they have a much stronger case than I would just off the cuff say they have walking in. Like right now I would think, boy, this is piss poor timing for C.J. Stroud's group to walk in there. But it's really not.
They should be going to get a contract. And they would be fools if they didn't. And I don't believe David Mulugeta is a fool. I think he's proven that. Now, I don't know if it's going to go 60, but it might be 57, 55.
Better than Tua and Trevor and other group.
It might be in that range. But listen, like, you all don't want to hear this right now because many of you are mad at CJ. But all those truths you talked about, those are just truth.
It's real, absolutely.
The vast 75 to 80, I said this yesterday, 75 to 80% of the time that he has played here, playoffs included, he has been good to great, with average to below average around him. Like average to below average things. When you put everything from play
there's been
caller,
a lot more of good to great than bad. I agree.
Yeah, he walked into potential dysfunction. Like when he walked into, and people don't want to hear this either. He has been the most important player in this franchise since J.J. Watt. Like you don't want to hear it right now because you're mad, but there is no player on this team that has brought the hope and fan base back than C.J. Stroud. But wasn't. Nothing. C.J. Stroud, through the 3 years of his time here. If you remember, before C.J. and D'Amico got here, there was a fracture between the fan base. There was issues between the fan base. There wasn't belief. No, the thing that brought y'all out in droves. You go out there, all you see is sevens. The thing that brought this team was him. Nobody like that. He is. I'd argue there's no player in franchise history that is, maybe Deshaun at a time, that has brought forth more belief and hope in this team. The reason why you thought this team could win a Super Bowl is not Will Anderson. He's a part of it. The reason why you thought this team could win a Super Bowl is because you thought you had somebody that could match up with Mahomes and Allen and Lamar and Burrow. And you had a right to do it. That is the belief and feel that he's had for the vast majority of the 3 years he's been here. Hell yeah, they're gonna go to the table with that.
Yeah.
And before you take care of anybody else, because they're gonna say, "Hey, Nico came up, you took care of him. Derek Stingley came up, you took care of him."
Will Anderson, I'm imagining that he's either in the middle of getting taken care of or will be.
Like, these are things you don't want to hear, but these are truths on the side of C.J. Stroud.
And this is, and I'm just posing the question to everybody. I think it's fascinating. I think it's interesting because I just kind of smirked and laughed at the thought of like C.J. walking in and commanding that kind of money. And then the more you think about it, you're like, well, wait a minute now. There's a real case to be built here. And that's why I say as a Texans fan that I hope like hell that this organization isn't what D'Amico said is I first think about the man, not the player. I love the man, not the player, right? You got to get all that out of your system, man. I mean, this has to be – are you going to wholeheartedly – like when you pay somebody 50 to 60, your general manager can't go out there and talk about this ain't about one man. This ain't about building around one man. No, it's got to be about building around one man at that point. So you've got to be ready. They're going to walk in with this kind of case right here. If you are D'Amico and Nick, you better be ready to say yay or nay and move on with it.
Now, this doesn't mean that D'Amico and Nick and the McNairs have to agree with it.
Yeah, right.
Like, I've told you my stance. I would pick up the fifth-year option and let's see if we can do this again. But I'm telling you, David Mulugheta and C.J. Stroud, they are well within year 3. Let's go.
Yeah.
Honest to God, I think if we polled the majority of Texans fans after the regular season ended, after the Colts game ended, if we said, do you want C.J. Stroud signed long-term or not? I believe in a route, it would be long-term. I think today it may feel different after 2 ball games. They feel different. But if I'm David Mulugheta, this is year 3. This is when he's going to get paid regardless. Right?
Yeah. The conversation from the Texans side at that point is, hey, you know what? You guys are right. You're right about everything you just mentioned. We understand what the league has done with other young quarterbacks, and we understand that we haven't necessarily supported this quarterback the way that Nick Caserio says we have publicly. Behind closed doors, we understand what you're talking about. But in the conversation with the team, with Nick and D'Amico, hopefully behind closed doors is, hey, man, we've got recent evidence that Davis Mills went out there and played at a high level in this offense. We've got recent, and we know that if we pay somebody 50 to 60, we're going to break up this defense. We know what C.J. Stroud is with all shortcomings. There's obviously some. Whatever shortcomings are there, they know them intimately, and at that point in time, they've got to decide whether they're going to pay the fella or not. Because the last thing you want with a defensive-driven organization and all the issues that are in Houston right now, the last thing Houston wants is a disgruntled quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I think that's the worst-case scenario. Yeah. I think the conversation of, we're not going to re-up you. We're going to wait and see one more year before we're going to pick up that 5th-year option. Because to me, the picking up the 5th-year option is smart. Because, now you've got an extra year if you wanted to move him. If you wanted, whatever you wanted to do. If you want to keep him, you got it. If you wanted to move him, you got it. right? You can trade it. So you got to pick up the fifth-year option. But I think I agree with Fitzpatrick from the point of I think this thing could get ugly.
It could, yeah. It could. I think it makes total sense that they would go to it. Text line coming through. Have to disagree with Ron. Second contracts are for performance. No, we're talking about his performance. Like I just honestly, you guys are living in a fantasy land and just having amnesia, whatever the hell I'm trying to say. You weren't feeling his performance is why he is here. His overall performance for the 3 years he's been here. This is a guy who has been a top 8 finisher in the MVP, has been to Pro Bowls, has been thought to be one of the top 10 to 8 quarterbacks in the league within those 3 years. He stunk in the playoffs. He had a regression. I think you're crazy if you think some of the regression this year is all based on because he's now sucks.
Hold on, so
he plays a role in it, but no, you don't go from what he was to here. Like, but to get to a place of like, oh, his performance, this is just based on potential. No, this contract that he would get is based on the performance and what you think he can move forward.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun to follow, man. Glad I'm not in the mix. Well, I guess I was in the mix. For 60 million. That'd be nice.
David was just saying, no, Trevor got 55.
Tua got 53.
Come on now.
Come on now. Here?
They ain't got that. They ain't had those resumes.
We didn't get to the Clemson Ole Miss drama that's going on that these folks just got to hear about. Ron, what to catch up?
We'll catch up. All right, coming up as we continue. We didn't get a chance to talk about this yesterday, but a guy that we have a little feel for on this show. We hope for the best for him, and we'll give you the latest info on him coming up next.
Sports Radio 610 will be. All week long leading up to the big game, hear Payne and Pendergast in the loop. And the Drive Radio supported by Planet Fitness. Celebrity guests and station shenanigans every day. It's a radio experience unlike any other. Right here on Houston Sports Leader. Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
See, Colin's in today. Tyler's not feeling great. Hopefully he's back with us Monday. Hopefully we're all in here Monday. See, the problem that many of you all have is, for good or for worse, sometimes I shouldn't do it. Sometimes it affects me on the show. For good or bad, I'm like a hawk for the most part on this text line, on YouTube and Twitch, every day. I see it. So I want to be frank with you. Right now, 90% of you are talking about CJ like he is the worst, like everything he has been is what he was the last two games. 90% of you are talking this way. Like this last one, Ron, please stop talking. You got to be on something. CJ is trash. 90% is stuff like this. It has never, ever been like this. And many of y'all asses are the same people who text in and send messages in. I don't think we got a rash of new listeners. Be nice. I don't think we did. That means what it is, because I will tell you, some of you have been down on CJ. But, like, I've seen multiple times, Clint, Colin, I wanted to get rid of CJ after year 2. No, you didn't. You're full of it. You're a liar. You didn't think that. Nobody said that. Nobody felt that way. You didn't. You did everything but blame everything else except for CJ. We will come out here and say, yeah, I hear you. It's got to be some of CJ. Oh, stop hating. It's too many of you all now who have flipped this for this to have always been your theory and your thinking.
Well, it's not like you're ignoring what happened in the last two games these last two games.
No, and the whole thing that I gave was, I'm telling you, what we were talking about is what his agent will be doing, and his agent damn sure should. He should. I'm seeing this on here, and I know some of you will take this as me hating and hoping the Texans lose or something. These wishes for Davis Mills, I almost want. I don't. I don't think that will be the best thing for the Texans. But some of y'all really in here in your heart of hearts believe Davis Mills, man. I'd rather have Davis Mills. I almost want it to happen. So you can sit up here and watch this and then remember, oh, my God, you got to have a quarterback to win in this league. Now, you may not have one with CJ. Now, CJ is shown to be that guy before. You may not have one. I can guarantee you Davis ain't that. You can keep rolling around the 3-0 stuff with Davis. I almost want it to happen. So some of y'all can sit here with your Davis Mills, he would take us I'd rather have Davis. Okay. Sure. I almost want it to happen. That'd be crazy. All of it all at once. Give me Davis. We got Davis. Let's invest in him. Get out of here. Tony, I want it to happen for you. Y'all be out here in 5 weeks talking about, oh my God. I tell you, Davis Mills ain't gonna be every day like that fourth quarter against Jacksonville. I can promise you that. Remember that Tennessee game? Probably a little bit more like that. Lord, I almost wanted to happen. But many of y'all, boy, y'all didn't turn, and y'all fans, you turn. Again, I want to check on some of y'all in a month. If y'all maybe have taken a breath, taken a beat. All right, Clint, man, this came out yesterday. Colin alerted us of this, that the Chicago Cubs are signing outfielder Chaz McCormick to a minor league deal.
Oh, Chad.
It includes an invitation to a major league camp.
Of course it does.
Clint, listen. I find myself, and I don't know what has happened. I feel like I have climbed over you on the Chaz McCormick. Like, I know Chaz is your guy, and you love you some Chaz, but he is one of the people that I root for the most in Major League Baseball. I want Chaz. I think it's great. I like the Astros. I like a lot. I like Altuve. I like Yordan. I think Yordan's the best hitter on the planet when he's healthy. But I want him to stick it to the Astros. I really do. I cheer for him, man. I root for him. But I know Chaz isn't a superstar or anything. But, man, I legit, this is not me, pumping it up. I legit think he was done wrong repeatedly by the Astros. So much so, it has had to mess with him mentally in any kind of way. I just, and maybe not shove it and stick it to the Astros. I'm not saying I want him to hit a walk-off home run in a Game 7 or something. but I just want him to play well enough to prove, because, Chad, there is no, despite how you feel about Chaz, there is no way that Chaz should have been hitting the bench. Yeah. The amount of times that he did.
Especially when you're the kind of player that Chaz McCormick is where, you weren't this big-time prospect coming up that was going to get all the opportunity in the world. Your whole career hinges on the ability to not only get the opportunity, but when you get the opportunity to play big and be lights out and have big moments, and then all of a sudden you create some staying power, right? And if you're Chaz McCormick, you have to feel like you did your part. You waited patiently. You got your opportunity. You played lights out. You swung the bat really good. You made World Series changing plays in the outfield defensively, and boy, you still couldn't upseat a $120 hitter that was a big time prospect. That's
it seemed
the
like
most
Jake
painful
is just
part.
walk into the room and have a spot with a torn labrum.
That's the most painful part of it all, Ron, is that the path that Chaz McCormick took to get there, and then the moment, man, the stars aligned for him and he was lights out. To then have that just crumble and to have that minimized and to not have the powers that be recognize it, support it, reward it, if you will. That's the painful part of Chaz McCormick for me. And then obviously there's the radio personality here, myself, that was really bullish on Chaz McCormick. So yeah, I would like to see him go to Chicago, make the team, and be a hell of a player. Yeah, I'd like
if your name was Jake, you got Chaz. Generically times on you, Jake. But can you imagine what Chaz was thinking? No. After the World Series, after the catch, after his playoff run, it wasn't just the World Series, man. Go back and check the Yankees games, like that series where he came up with big hit after big hit, and they come back in and Megan Thee Stallions and her fine ass is out there.
White britches.
White pants. David Hensley's never been the same. But she's out there.
Oh, yeah.
She's ready to throw the first pitch. I'm certain Chris Stapleton sung the national anthem. ESPN in there. Everybody's there. And Jake's ass, who couldn't even make the playoff roster, coming off a torn labrum or something, he's trotting his ass out there. He did hit a home run that day, but he's trotting his ass out there. Could you imagine the feeling of that, of what that felt like? And then he played even that year, and they still couldn't hold him down. And he had a great year. Like, he was a great secondary bat for this team. He played center. He played the corner outfield positions. I mean, I'm certain he was 20-plus home runs, like 70-plus RBIs, a high OPS. That didn't get it. He still came back and lost his gig.
With an organization that has got a turnstile at left and center field for the last 5 years, it seems like. And by the way, probably going to have one in right field now as well.
And now they finally waited his ass out for him to have a bad stretch.
Got
like he had to be sitting over there like, what in the hell? So I root for that cat, man.
Yeah, I do too.
What'd you say? The Cubs play the Astros in May? The Cubs play the Astros in late May. Like that has to be that has to be the goal of Chaz's life.
I'm not too familiar with the Cubs outfield situation, but there could be a chance that he makes the major league roster.
I'll tell you, he's got an uphill climb. But I'm just telling you, that's got to be on his board. Can I be on this team by late May? Can I be on this team so I can get in here? And you better play his ass. Well, because it's nothing. It was baffling to me, and it had to be baffling to him and his family every time. All right, Nick Caserio. You got to hear what he had to say earlier this week. And the reporter, they were going back and forth. You got to hear what he had to say, and I'm wondering if you're with what Nick had to say, or you think Nick is maybe deflecting off some things. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Right now is the perfect time to get down to Jiffy.
miss. Book your first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. We appreciate you all joining us. I'm loving the back and forth on the text line, YouTube, and Twitch. It's always a good time on the show. And listen, this is what it's about, man. The Texans, they got some real conversation points, especially with the most important position on the field. And I think people have their thoughts on it, and it's good to kind of have our thoughts on it. And they're going to have to make some decisions here soon. And we will obviously be right here on Sports Radio 610 on the Drive to cover it and hold it down for you. Caserio had his end of the year press conference, and the audio, he and Jonathan Alexander of the Houston Chronicle, they go back and forth. I think Clint, we had reached the period in which Caserio was had about had enough.
No question.
There was a portion of it where Caserio was maybe to a point where he was like, "All right, man," you could tell he was kind of over the direction of questioning, and we kind of got this. I thought a really good exchange back and forth between him and Jonathan Alexander, but Jonathan Alexander was just going to him about the offense this season. And potentially, some things that they could do to make this thing better. Here's Nick Caserio.
I mean, I'm not really sure the question. I'd say we had one of the best teams in the league. So, I mean, we went out there and competed with every team in the league that we played. So, I mean, I'm not sure what the question is.
I can specify. The offense, according to their statistics, didn't take a huge jump offensively. And I'm wondering,
the most important statistic is winning games. So that's what we're focused 100%,
on. But you lost in the divisional round again. You ultimately want to get farther. Do you feel like you could have done more to get to that point? Or were there circumstances that you felt were out of control?
We had a good enough team to win any game we played. In the end, we didn't execute well enough. You can't turn the ball over 5 times in a divisional playoff round.
All right, Clint, that was Jonathan Alexander and Nick Caserio going back and forth. And, ultimately, he to me, what I took was he felt like the offense was good enough to beat anybody, and not just anybody, good enough this year for them to do and get to where they wanted to get to. And the turnovers did them in. And I think the turnovers in that game did them in. But Clint, I almost believe him listening to him that the thinking is for them is we were comfortable. We were cool with what our offense was. And that to me is I just can't get with that. I can't get with that or agree with that.
Well, I think it's more of like the response is just wild to me. Like, I mean, it's just wild to me that I'm literally sitting here today prepping, and I'm hearing Mina Kimes talk about how Drake May has been how New England's defense has been able to eat because in the playoffs they played 2 of the worst offensive lines in football. And whether that's true or not, whether you like Mina Kimes or not, that's the kind of conversation, around stat-driven conversations around the Texans O-line. Meanwhile, the general manager's talking about, we had one of the best teams in football. We could have beat anybody. And when asked about could you have done more like that, the crazy thing to me is the totality of it. Like, right, is one, he's obviously frustrated with being asked so many questions about personnel and about could you have done more as a general manager to bring in more talent on the offensive side of the ball. Basically, he's with it. That's the strange part to me, and the inability to just say anything offensively other than our quarterback turned the ball over 5 times, and you can't do that. I mean, I would think that this would be a time where you would like to say take the focus off of the turnovers and support your quarterback a little bit and talk about the injuries if you want to. Anything other than just keep deferring to turning the ball over. Now, look, I don't recommend anybody, sugarcoat things. I'm glad he talked about the turnovers, but the inability to talk, the inability to have a conversation, a back and forth, to any degree about the offensive personnel with this team is a strange hill to die on.
And that, because yes, he's right with the turnovers, and yes,
it's not a right or wrong conversation. He's right about what he's saying.
With the turnovers, and he is.
So is Jonathan.
Yes, and I think he is right. Also, Clint, in the belief of, they played with everybody. They were in the game with the Rams. I guess they were. I don't think they were in the game against the Seahawks personally. For me, that game to me was one of the ones. No. Whatever, but those are the top. They played. They beat Buffalo. They were in it, but I think also there is a thought of the way that your offense plays. It puts so much pressure on your special teams and defense to have to be to play a certain level. For you to win 3 of them on the road to win a Super Bowl.
They went
against
from,
those teams.
And I know it was tongue in cheek, but D'Amico went from scoring 20 points and we're comfortable to scoring 7 points and we're comfortable to punting with 4 minutes left in the game, down 12 points, thinking that your defense can make a play more so than your offense. And we're not talking. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just think the whole thing is strange from Nick. I don't. Again, if CJ is my guy long term, I'm not going to answer the we don't build around one player the way he did. I mean, I'm not saying that you put CJ on a pedestal and make him more important than everybody, but common sense tells you that if you're gonna re-up a quarterback and pay him a boatload of money, you ought to build around him. That's a strange response from Nick. I think the response you just heard about just doing more from a personnel standpoint on the offensive side of the football. Do you feel like it was out of your control, or do you feel like it was something you could have done? For that, to not be able to answer that question, to get frustrated about that question is
what do you think he was avoiding? What do you think frustrated him?
I think we're missing the boat again. We've talked about it a bit with the CJ stuff. I think we're missing the boat when we talk about things like this. I think what they watch from CJ is a major deal, and they don't want to come out and say, "Damn it, CJ failed us," and CJ, we could have won with 31 of the quarterbacks in the league. But they're damn sure going to get the point across to anybody and everybody that listens is we felt like we were good enough. The only reason we lost is because our quarterback pissed down his leg. And their way of saying that is, because that's the reality of it is you turned the ball over 5 times and you probably could have turned it over 4 and won that game. If Woody Marks doesn't fumble late, you're driving. Yeah. What was it, a 4-point game or an 8-point game at that point in time?
It was an 8-point game.
It's a 1-score game, and you're right there in that thing. So yeah, the reality of it is you could have lost the turnover battle and still won that game because of how good your defense is. You're one of a handful of teams in the league that got the luxury of, hey, you possibly could win a game that you lose the turnover battle. Not saying that you should preach that or you should voice that, but that's the reality of it. So I think the whole thing from Nick Caserio, in my opinion, I appreciate the honesty. I appreciate the emotion. I appreciate the rawness. I like this Nick Caserio, but I do believe that some of the responses are very telling. I think DeMeco Ryans, I don't think DeMeco Ryans thought his defense was going to make a play. I think DeMeco Ryans was extremely frustrated at that moment and made a bad decision to punt on 4th down. Right? I don't think that Nick Caserio wanted to go in there and meant to go in here and not answer questions and get frustrated. I think he is beside himself that they worked all year long, and so much of what they preached was just don't turn the football over. And then the one thing that knocks you out of the playoffs in a year when you realize it doesn't take a great team to win this thing, right? You lose. Why? Because the one thing that you've harped on all year long, and he himself said it ad nauseum, that's what beats you. I think there's a level of frustration that they can't help, but when they talk to the media, it comes out. Now, DeMeco don't get pressed like Nick does. There's 2 guys in this organization that get pressed.
Nick Caley and Nick Caserio.
Bingo. CJ don't get pressed nowhere. Don't even push it at all. DeMeco don't get pushed at all. Nick Caserio and Nick Caley, them 2 cats right there, they get it now. It's a different level with them, and so you see the frustration.
Yeah, but I think to the gist of what Jonathan was trying to get to was, like, overall, yes, you didn't turning the ball over was critical in this game,
mm-hmm.
but Clint, as you just kind of got around to it, like this can't be the game plan next year. You cannot expect that you're going to get a season in which the likes of the Pittsburgh Steelers offense is going to be in, or the young quarterbacks that you're in, right? Like, you would think there's probably going to be some more Rams and Seahawks on the AFC side of things.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you would think maybe because this is the only season in like the last 10, 15 years that I can think of that this way that they're playing could work.
Yeah.
And ultimately it
could work to a championship. I think it can work to get in the playoffs, but work to a championship level.
Work to win that many games in a row. And it really didn't, because even though your defense at times was really, really good, they still gave up 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
To an offense that gave up 3 touchdowns. I think overall, Jonathan was just saying, like your offense, they could have protected the ball supremely against the Rams, and I think there's a chance that that's not a game that they're in.
Yeah. Well, the other part of this thing too, along the lines of what Jonathan was trying to get out of Nick Caserio, is I think the end game here. If you're the Texans right now, you just won 12 games, went to the second round, and it's clear going on the road in cold and loud environments is not your friend. Some quarterbacks can handle that. And some offenses can handle that. Ours can't. So I mean, the end game has to be and should be no matter what. I didn't need to use all that context, but the end game for the Texans needs to be, how can we get the 1 seed? How can we get the biggest advantage in football, and how can we have all of our home games until the Super Bowl? All of our games, playoff games at home, other than the Super Bowl, obviously. And that should be the end game. And where can this team improve to get there? It's no doubt about it. No question about it. It's on the offensive side of the football. And so there's just so many different angles for Nick to take in answering that question. I was surprised to see that he got frustrated and again leaned into the interception.
They cannot. That cannot be their offensive strategy next year. just
get ready.
With their. I know they brought back Nick Caley, but that just cannot be their offensive strategy.
After that playoff loss, it's going to be.
All right, coming up next, 5 o'clock fire. We'll preview the AFC championship games, NFC championship game, and the Bills. Their process, and we now know about the draft. Maybe the number 1 pick has made it clear that he is going to enter the draft. We'll do all of that coming up next.
In the Loop.
Look, C.J. Stroud is not going to sit up there and say this is crap, but it just in the midst of that.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Texans Play Here.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
We have a liftoff. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show. And Colin, Big C is in the building. T-Mill Tyler is out, not feeling good. This is back-to-back days. Hopefully he gets feeling better over the weekend. And hopefully we're all back in here. By the way, you think all of us are in here on Monday? You think this storm, you think the weather will stop us? Because they've already canceled my church on Sunday and school on Monday for my kids.
It should be fine by then.
You think we're all in here?
Yes, I do.
All right, good. So they're just canceling these schools for no reason.
I remember back when I was going to school, we would have to wake up early to look at that little bottom ticker at the bottom of the news to see if our school district was on there.
School closed. See, I'm surprised. Hell, they close them so early around here. I thought y'all knew 3-4 days out. Got a school cancellation at 12:40 for Monday on Friday, which is wild to me. But hopefully we're all back in here coming up on Monday, and Tyler gets better and starts to feel better. And what we will be talking about will be what will be the Super Bowl matchup, because we've got Championship Sunday coming up. And stay tuned. Coming up in the 30, Clint is stepping in, taking one for the team for Tyler, and he is what did you call it?
Dirty's Daily Wagers.
Dirty's Daily Wagers coming up. He will.
I like that. It has a good ring to it.
He'll give you a call on or give you some betting advice on the games this weekend. By the way, New England, Denver, in Denver. With the injury to Bo Nix, it looks like New England is a 4-point favorite. And then the Rams, they will go back to Seattle. They played two great games this year. This will be the third one. Seattle's a 2.5-point favorite. Let's look at the AFC Championship game first. Clint, how do you see that one going? Again, as we said, he'll give you the best. He'll give you his Dirty's Daily Wagers coming up in a little bit. How do you see this game going?
Look, I'm going to give you a little hint. I'm going to stay completely away from it in the wagers. So there's one of them. But I like Jarrett Stidham. I think he's a high-level backup in this league. I really like the fact that he's been with Sean Payton for a couple of years. I think he's a great fit in Sean Payton's offense for a backup. I'm not saying he's gonna shock the world as a quarterback, but as a starter. But I do believe that with him and Sean Payton together, they can win. I've personally been with Sean Payton in a quarterback meeting room for several months before I got axed in Dallas, and I'm telling you, he's one of the best in the business in terms of having guys prepared, in terms of playing to guys' strengths. As we know here, I think it's a lot. It's coach speak. Times when we hear offensive play callers talk, they all talk about, boy, we're gonna put our guys in position to play to their strengths and try to keep them out of position and play into their weaknesses. We're not going to have them try to win left-handed. Sean Payton is one of very few guys that's a play caller that legitimately does that, strives to do that and can accomplish it. He is really, really good at that. I think when it comes to protecting your quarterback in this instance, I think early on you need to protect him a little bit. Jarrett Stidham, that is. I trust Sean to do that. So I actually like the Broncos in this particular game.
You think they're going to pull it out?
I think they're going to pull it out. I think, one, they're at home. And two, I think, Drake May wasn't great last week against a really good defense. He turned the ball over himself, got sacked several times. Their offensive line has struggled, although they've played some hellacious edge rushers. They got more this week in Denver.
Continue to come.
And so, yeah, I think I think Drake May is really green in terms of playoff experience as well, and he's got to go on the road for the first time. And so, yeah, I like Denver to win this game. Defensive driven. I think Sean Payton can protect the quarterback. I think they got enough playmakers, and the quarterback does know the system well enough to do some really good things. And I like Denver in this game at home.
Yeah, I think a narrative that's been kind of kicked around in this game is like there's a feel that New England, like, absolutely, it will be a choke job. It will be an issue if they lose this game. Because Bo Nix is out of this game. I think that's unfair. I mean, I could even go with that if they were even at home, but they're going on the road, and Denver still has a really, really good defense that can give. And we just watched in the wild card round the Chargers. They have those rushers, and they were able to give them problems. They caused a couple of fumbles to Drake May. Then we all know what the defense was able to do last week with the Texans. Nick Benito, Cooper, Zach Allen, they've got dudes that get up the passer, and they've got obviously Patrick Surtain in the back end. So.
Right. Well, look, and I don't want to minimize what New England has done. It's the reality of it. Playing a last place schedule. I mean, they literally had four playoff teams on their schedule: Carolina and Pittsburgh and Buffalo twice. Right. They were 2-2 in those games, and now they've beaten two teams. One in the LA Chargers that is just just absolutely shredded at the tackle position in the O-line room, and they were a non-factor. And then in Houston, you saw what C.J. Stroud did. So I don't want to minimize what they've done. I don't want to keep harping on the same old stuff, but I do think that it's worth a mention in this conversation. Is now they're catching a backup quarterback. They have been really, really lucky. Yeah, they've been good. They've been good, but they've been really lucky.
They didn't have to face Nico Collins.
Yeah, man.
No, and with that, and I do, especially catching a backup quarterback, I do believe their defense is real.
Yeah.
But I do think this is close. I think that they probably have similar success defensively. And they've really been able to turn teams over, right? Obviously, the Texans turned over 5 times. I think they got the Chargers for 3. So they've had several turnovers in the playoff run. I think they're for real. And then I just would bet that Josh McDaniel and Drake May and company will be able to make a few more plays offensively than Jarrett. And he hasn't thrown a pass in a regular season game since the 2023-2024 season.
Yeah.
Now, but I do think Sean will have him ready, and will get do the best with him. But I do think the defenses to me have a chance to cancel each other out with what they're facing, and then it's all right. Well, which offense has the chance to make more plays?
Yeah.
And just like last week, and that's how I felt in that game. I felt like Drake May and the Patriots probably have it in it to make more plays.
Yeah. The interesting thing, too, on this one is the storyline is 2 inexperienced quarterbacks. Obviously, one's a backup, one's just young. But 2 inexperienced quarterbacks against really good defenses. And who can make the most plays, or as we saw last week, who can make the fewest mistakes. I do think that Jarrett Stidham, Jarrett Stidham was a top-ranked dual-threat quarterback coming out. He's Stephenville, Texas, a Texas kid. He is a guy that moves significantly better than I think folks really remember. They hadn't seen enough of it to know. So it wouldn't shock me if you didn't see some very similar quarterback play. I don't think he's Drake May, but I think he's a poor man's Drake May, if you will, and can do some things athletically. So we'll see if his legs play a part of this as well.
And then on the other side, I think this is the game of the weekend, and potentially one of the game that could be one of the most anticipated games of the year. And with Seattle's a 2.5-point favorite, and that's a tough place to play up there in Seattle with the 12th man, the other 12th man. But man, I really like the Rams in this game. I really like I like Stafford. I like McVay. Obviously, they've been there, done that together, and I think when you've watched these two teams play, if you just watch it, like the Rams have been the better team. Yeah. I'd say 75% of the time. They had to have everything go right to win this game the last time they played, and it was a great game that went to overtime, and they went for 2 to win the game. But I like the Rams in this, and Sam looked healthier than we thought, but you wonder how he is feeling as well coming off of the oblique issue.
Well, 2 of the best overall top-to-bottom football teams in the NFL all year long. And I think you watch them early on, you knew that they were really good. As the season progressed, you knew they were really good, and here they sit in the NFC Championship game. What I like about this as a Texans fan, and now, again, a lot of people are going to take this negatively, but But when you hear me all the time on these airways right here talking about how I wish Nico Collins was used, watch this game right here, and I want you to watch two guys. I want you to watch. I want you to watch Jackson Smith and Jigba, and I want you to watch. Obviously, both of them had. Puka's going to end up being one of the best in the league, or whatever his career.
They're 1-2 in yards.
Yeah, so this year they're the two best in the. But watch how their offensive coordinators use them. It is impossible. The defenses are doing everything they can to track those guys and take them out of the offense, and it's impossible because they're constantly moving, they're constantly lining up in different places, and it's almost like defenses are just like, hell with it. We're not going to chase our tail chasing these guys. We're just going to line up and play defense. And so watch how those guys move, and watch how even when teams do keep them out of the box score, their legs are completely ran off trying to get them open. That is the way I wish Nico Collins was going to be used around here. And boy, what you're going to do is you're going to mess around and get pissed off because you watch it and you realize how far we are from that actually happening.
Yeah, this is probably the game that is maybe thought of the bigger of the games, just between the matchups. I do find it interesting in the AFC. I would say throughout the season, the Patriots and the Broncos have been the two best teams. They've been the 1 and 2 seeds. Yeah. They've had the best records, and I think that's the same on the other side. I think that Seattle and the Rams, despite the Rams being a 5 seed or whatever seed they are, I think those have been the two best teams. Yeah.
Well, they play in the same division, and so one of them. They couldn't be a 2 or 2.
They were. They got to go to Carolina. So despite that, so it'll be a fun weekend. We'll see who the Super Bowl matchup will be. I'm going to say I think Rams Patriots, but we'll see what it is.
5 o'clock. Fire.
Have had an interesting day of interviewing candidates. They've had two interviews today. The first one, Mike McDaniel interviewing with the Bills, which is interesting because obviously he has already told Jim Harbaugh that he is going to take the job as the offensive coordinator if he doesn't get offered a head coaching job that he wants. Now, he is being particular because he pulled his name out of the Cleveland job, but he is now interviewing in Buffalo, which you could understand. Hell, Buffalo came down to him in South Florida to avoid the storms. But what's your thought of that fit? Because to me, as we said it, if he goes to the Chargers with Herbert and that group, I could see him bringing the best out of him. What's your thought about him being a head coach at Buffalo?
Well, I would love to see Josh Allen and Mike McDaniel's offense. I would love to see Cook in Josh McDaniel's offense. I'd love to see this offense. There's some real pieces. Because if you talk to Josh McDaniel, I know we talked about Tua and Tyreek Hill and spinning the ball all over the park, but if you really look at what he does and listen to him talk football, man, it's a creative run game that is ultimately the catalyst of his offense, clicking on all cylinders. And so, man, when you look at the pieces that are in place there, I would really like to see Mike McDaniel there. Now they got to do something. I think obviously at the wide receiver position, I think they're obviously missing a piece or two there. But man, when you look at the way Mike McDaniels kind of constructs his offense, it would be fun to watch him with Josh Allen. I don't know, Ron, that I wouldn't rather see him. We're just talking offensive play caller, offensive mind with what I don't know that I wouldn't rather see him from a fan perspective with what is already in place in Buffalo versus what's in place in the chart. Now, I don't think you can go wrong either way. I think we're gonna have fun watching a Mike McDaniel offense either way it goes. But Buffalo's got to be a real potential.
The only thing is, I don't know that I love him as a head coach.
Oh, I agree with that.
That's the only the reason why you love the Chargers situation. If you for the Chargers is he's got Jim to be the head coach and he's just dealing with the offense.
Well, the good thing about, and it's not going to last forever, but the good thing about whoever takes the head coach job at Buffalo is that Josh Allen is literally involved, like in the meetings, in the interviews, and so whoever they select is going to be Josh's guy, right? And so that changes, because it's a whole different animal if you walk in and Josh Allen introduces you as his guy in Buffalo than Tua walking in and introducing you as his guy, or you introducing Tua as his guy in Miami. That's a whole different dynamic. So there is a little different animal there, but I agree with your overall point of I don't know that Mike is a real I don't know that Mike is cut out to be a head coach long term in this league.
Yeah. And then the other route they went, Clint, they interviewed today for their head coaching position, Phillip Rivers. Yeah. They've interviewed him, Bills quarterback Josh Allen, Utah today, and all the team's coaching interviews thus far. The expectation is that will continue. Rivers said it'd be really cool. I didn't know what to expect, obviously, when he came back, but it's really awesome, Allen said in December. Just the way that he's going back out there, he is deciphering that defenses extremely well and making some plays for his team. So he and they have a relationship, and obviously, there's respect there, but this is crazy as hell. If Phillip Rivers is even thought of to be the head coach, you can't have Super Bowl aspirations with Josh Allen, with this team, and like the reason you fired the guy you had is because he didn't win Super Bowls, to then bring in a guy who just played football last year.
Yeah, I can't get down with even having the conversation, Ron, about being a head coach. Now, I can get down with the OC. I think after we watch, considering he's been in the coaching ranks, all reports are that he's running Shane Steichen's offense. Great fit for Josh Allen, if that is true. Supposedly really, really close to Josh Allen, so this wouldn't be like a one-man show, do it my way. It's my way or the highway. This would be locking arms with a veteran quarterback, and you would have complete buy-in from him immediately. And so I could see making the or taking the risk, if you will, that's associated with being a first-time play caller at the NFL level, give all things considered. But I can't even seriously have a conversation about the head coach job with Phillip Rivers. That just I'm all for players getting involved and ultimately players being head coaches, but I don't know about jumping from the high school ranks to the pro ranks, even for a guy that's been in coaching or playing his whole career.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue right here on a Friday on The Drive, college football. There was some wonder if they would change the rules and send this thing to 16 teams in the playoff. We got some understanding on that. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, if you're looking to put your house on the market,
is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. Coming up here in a matter of moments, Clint will give you his Dirty's Daily Wager. We don't have T-Mill's best bets because T-Mill is out sick. Shout out to Colin for stepping in for him. Hopefully you get better. Tyler, I'm sure he's listening. Probably, yeah, he usually is. Usually Tyler will jump on the text line sometimes too and let us know he's listening, but he may be pretty sick. And
T-Mill hit you on that text line over there?
There have been times Tyler's been on vacation and been on the text line. I'm like, man, dude, well, you better go somewhere and get you a drink. And he'd be like, yeah, I've got one.
Morning, I recommended him a movie, Caserio. Great film, by the way, if y'all have never watched it.
Never heard of it.
Oh, no, it's a great film. Benicio del Toro,
I like
Emily
him.
Blunt, Josh Brolin's in it. Even John Bernthal's in it for a little bit. It's a Denis Villeneuve movie.
I like those actors.
Written by Taylor Sheridan.
Taylor, I've been into him now. I really have. I've gotten into everything he does except for just haven't been able to hang on to Yellowstone, which is odd.
The only thing I've heard about Yellowstone is that the first couple seasons are great, then it goes downhill.
It is good. I just could hang on to it, but boy, Landman has me like. I mean, did you watch the last one?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Landman. That was. It has me by the nuts. Tulsa King has me twisted by the nuts. I'm gonna go ahead and slip into this U.S. the Marshals, whatever that's about to jump on CBS. Yeah, Taylor is he's got him, and what is it, the Mayor of Easttown or Mayor of Kingston?
I just watched the 4 new episodes there too.
I'm at to slide. I may have to. I keep telling myself I'm gonna slide into that.
You're gonna really like that one.
See, I am like I remember I just jumped into Tulsa King just on the whim. Hell, it's late. Here, let me jump on into this. Yeah, and that thing had me, boy.
I hadn't doubled back on Tulsa King yet with the new season, but I'm gonna tell you, man, I was pleasantly surprised when I flipped that thing on and realized Mayor of Kingston had 4 more episodes. I went, oh, okay.
Let me go ahead and slide into this. Yeah, no, I'm on that. I almost jumped over the Mayor of Kingstown, but I had to finish the episode of the Pit. I had to go to the best shows on TV, maybe the best show on TV. Yeah, great show. But no, man, I said. One battle after another. Got to see that. That is a great movie.
I hadn't seen it.
Yeah. Leo is in there. It is fantastic. Me and my wife, we used to like to go see try to see all the movies that were up for Oscars. And we had kids, but we used to like try to go see all the movies. Now they moved that thing out to 10 of them. I don't know if I got them. You
don't know if you got 10 in you?
I don't know if I got. Well, hell, I know. Hey, that's. Some of them you got to get to the theater to see it, and I ain't got 10 of those.
Yeah,
and 10 of those. But that one was smooth. That was a good one. All right, like I said, he's gonna give you some bets that you need to potentially look at and make it. But Clint, some of the news of the day: college football playoff. It will remain at 16. There was some push, and I know the SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey was behind it. Big Ten too. There was some push to maybe go to 16, but they are going to stay at 12 with some added notes to this. The Power 4 conference champions will be guaranteed spots in the 12-team field, along with the highest-ranked conference champion from the group of 6, which now includes the new-look Pac-12. Notre Dame will also be a lock for the playoff if it finishes in the selection committee's top 12. So in that,
that's flat out crazy.
And that they agreed to it. In that scenario, if those rules had applied, both the ACs and Notre Dame would have qualified for the playoff, while Miami would have been the odd man out. And they were in the national championship game.
Wouldn't I think JMU would have been an odd man out?
Yeah, they would have been out too. Yeah, but they probably should have been. But
easy now.
Look, at the end of the day, Duke is why JMU was in.
Yes.
I mean, let's be honest. That's exactly why they were. So all you're doing is flipping the rules to where now Duke would get in and JMU wouldn't. I mean,
Duke won, and the ACC, which has changed their rules too, would allow Duke to be able to make the title game through all those tiebreakers.
There was this weird advocacy for people to have the ACC change the tiebreaker rules in the middle of the season, that Miami could be for sure going to the ACC championship game
because they could see what was happening. They could see how this thing was coming down.
Well, listen, win your games. That's why we play the games.
Yeah. Luckily, Miami got in. Your thoughts on these? On them staying at 12 and everything around it.
I'm okay with staying at 12. I'd like to see 16, but I'm okay staying at 12. I don't like the Power 4 champs getting in. Period. I mean, I feel like that is a knee-jerk reaction to JMU getting in.
Yeah.
And really, it's a knee-jerk reaction to a off-the-wall year in the ACC where Duke somehow won with like 4 or 5 losses this year. So I mean, I don't think it's ever going to line up again.
Yeah, I was going to say I don't think they're going to run into that.
Yeah,
problem again.
Yeah, so I'm not opposed to it. I just feel like it's a knee-jerk reaction. Which this year, if you look to a year that was weird, and the adjustment would have made it still would have been weird with Duke in. So. It really doesn't move the needle for me either way. The Notre Dame guaranteed to get in if they're in the top 12 is absolutely wild to me. Have you seen Notre Dame's schedule next year?
It's very interesting.
I know USC is no longer on it.
Bro, look at it.
You never know how good these teams may be.
Okay, look up that schedule right there. I mean, which I don't have a problem with teams playing, weak schedules, and I don't have problems with teams playing weak schedules and getting the nod because it's a blue blood. What I don't like is if you go out there and road grade through this schedule and you somehow lose a game here or there to somebody you're not supposed to, and you're still ranked number 12, you're just somehow above the conversation of who gets left out. I don't like that deal with Notre Dame and there's no conference championship there. I don't know. I don't like that exception for Notre Dame at all, man. I think
we got Wisconsin, Rice,
shout out ND Kalu,
Michigan State, kind of down. Purdue, maybe they turn it around under
Barry Odom.
Yeah. At North Carolina, Bill is really.
Yeah.
You got your OC there.
Yeah.
It's on Cincinnati.
They should beat them down. Stanford. They got BYU. BYU's good.
That's going to be
it's a road game.
That's going to be a great game because that should have been a bowl match at the Pop-Tarts Bowl.
That would be a schedule, and you pick out BYU at the very bottom is very telling.
Navy, and they got Miami.
Yeah,
that's going to be a good game.
Yeah, and SMU is good.
Yeah.
Boston College and Syracuse. So they got BYU, Miami, SMU.
Come on, man. I'm not going to disrespect any of them. I mean, damn sure not my boy.
No, but it's a little bit. Man. It's a little bit better than. I'm just saying. I bet you Miami schedule's not that great. Like honest to God, once you get out of the SEC and the Big Ten, and that's certain ones.
Yeah.
Right. Somehow A&M got to make their SEC schedule is the way it was. Like, not to take a shot at any. A&M folks, but their schedule was, if that's the SEC schedule you would like to build, you would build it. But I mean, Miami, BYU, those are the Miami and BYU. Those are their two big games. Those are two top 13 teams.
So they'll win, with the exception of those two games.
They'll probably lose one.
Maybe SMU.
So you mentioned Miami schedule. So the non-conference, it's Florida A&M, go Rattlers, Central Michigan, go Chippewas. And then it's Notre Dame fighting Irish, and then it's ACC play where they face Clemson, Boston College, Duke, Florida State, Pitt, Virginia Tech, North Carolina, Stanford, and Wake Forest.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar. They can't, but Notre Dame can't lose multiple games, and they can't lose to Navy or Stanford or anything like that. They can't lose. Yeah, if they could have just kept that USC, this be a nice little schedule for them. But no, I think it's ridiculous that they can.
I just don't like
that part is ridiculous.
I don't like the no championship game, so we're just going to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
I just think that's unfair as hell.
No, it is. Why would they come out of the conference, get into a conference?
Yeah, no doubt. No, I agree. Yeah.
Like no team has an easier path to get there because they get to set their own schedule, and they get and they just need to sit, and then they just need to be in the top 12.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And they're good. They're a good football team, but yeah, but that's got to be taken into consideration. All right, what wagers you got today?
All right, we're going to do a little Dirty's Daily Wagers here. We were 2 for 3 last night. Shingun screwed me with the hook on the 8. I needed 9 rebounds, and he got 8. He got 8, so I got screwed on that one. But the other 2 hit, so we're 2 for 3 right now. We're in the money. I'm going to give you 2 of them because it is Friday. We got 3 days, so I'm going to give you 2 not 3-teamers, but 3 picks in each one of these. One is tonight. It's Heavy Rockets, right? It's Heavy Rockets. They play again tonight. They're at Detroit, and I believe this is a big night for Shingun. We got to have a big night for Shingun here. I believe it's going to happen. I'm going Shingun over 18.5 points. These are all props, by the way. Shingun over 18.5 points. Shingun over 8.5 rebounds. Big night for Shingun. A lot of minutes.
He was bad last night.
Yeah,
Bounced back
with you.
Yeah.
Cade Cunningham, who the Rockets are playing, I'm going to go with over 23.5 points from Cade Cunningham.
That's probably the best play right there.
That's tonight's wagers, NBA wagers. Rocket Heavy, love it. Shingun, let's ride. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you. It is championship weekend, NFL conference championships. I'm going to give you. I got 3 more props here. I'm going Jackson Smith and Jigba over 6.5 catches. I don't know that it's going to hit 100%, but I know 100% that they're damn sure going to move him and try to get him the rock. And he can roll up catches in a hurry now. So Jackson Smith and Jigba over 6.5 catches. I'm going to go opposite Puka Nacua, and I'm going to go Devontae Adams. I'm going Devontae Adams over 4.5 catches against the Seattle Seahawks. I love that one, actually. And then this one is a little bit of a risque one, if you will. I'm going Sam Darnold to throw an interception. Sam Darnold over half an interception, which means all we need is 1. I'm going Sam Darnold to make 1 mistake and get us in the money right there. So that's my Jackson Smith and Jigba over 6.5, Devontae Adams over 4.5, and Sam Darnold over half of an interception. Need 1 interception. Then tonight, Shingun over 18.5 points, Shingun over 8.5 rebounds, and Cade Cunningham over 23.5 points.
Big matchup with the Pistons, the best team in the East for them. And Jigba, I like it. He had 3 catches for 19 yards last week, so you would think they're going to probably make a concerted effort to get the ball to him. Now, in their last matchup, he had no catches, no yards in the first half. Then he ended with 9 with 105.
Bingo. That's what I was talking about. He could roll them up in a hurry. Yeah, I had his over in that game, and I was like,
they seem to not just like, we're not just going to go long stretches. We're not getting him the ball.
Last week too, the 3 cat. Remember, they blew the doors off of San Francisco. So I don't know how much. I don't know what was going on in that second half. So I like all 6 of these that I threw out there. The one that could be is a little bit more risky, I think, than the others is probably the Devontae Adams because of what Puka can do. But I just think that there's got to be an all-out effort to take Puka out of the game, and I think Devontae can.
12 catches for 225 and 3 touchdowns the last time they played. He almost caught Jackson with that game. All right, coming up as we continue, we're looking at some positions where we're looking at it right now on the roster with the roster they have, places that they are going to need to add starters. Places they're going to need to add starters, and I think you may be surprised by the 2 positions we picked. We'll do that coming up. Welcome back in. Fun day, fun week here on The Drive. Remember, coming up behind us, I already see the fellas working hard back there. Area 45. I think Bryce is on the ones and twos producing this thing I saw over there. And Sean Bijani and Patrick Creighton doing things. They got you from 6 to 10 p.m. tonight on a Friday night. I'm sure they'll be talking about the Rockets. This is a big one. Disappointing overtime loss in Philly, and then they come right back on a back-to-back to face the Pistons, man. Overtime last night, Durant played 44 minutes, did score, got 36 points, but I know he loves to hoop, as he would say, but we'll see how they go about things coming up on tonight with a back-to-back. So stay tuned for that. The fellas, they got that for you as well. All right. Be thinking about this. I see some people texting some stuff in right now on this. Because I think there's some clear positions that the Texans don't have starters in right now that they are going to need to plug in. Right? They've got some positions where either there's a free agent that was the starter there that left, or they need to upgrade, or you see a space for them to upgrade. And I think there's some obvious ones. My guy right here said center, right guard. Hell, he said right tackle as well. All need to be replaced. That is unacceptable. And center has been a real popular one. And I would agree with at least two spots in the like I try to bring Ed back and keep Ed in. I could see how that makes sense, but definitely a center and a guard needs to be replaced. I feel like both of us have positions that I think people may not be thinking right off the bat. Somebody said quarterback. All right. Where do you go when you think of that in your mind? I'm sure you agree with the interior offensive line. That's got to be a place they go. But where in your mind are you thinking when you think there are starters? They're a starter away at this position that's not on the roster that they need to bring in to feed.
Yeah, look, I've got a lot of in my mind kind of why I feel the way I feel is sure the left guard, sure the center, sure what are you going to do with Trent Brown? Are you going to bring Ed Ingram back? Like those are all that clearly the offensive line is something that has to be addressed. But if you think that a team that had the problems they had in 2024-25 went out there and brought in Laken Tomlinson, Jake Andrews, and Ed Ingram and Trent Brown, and that was the answer to that offensive line, they play better. If you think they're going to go out there and splurge on offensive linemen this year, I'm just shocked, right? I would be shocked if they did it. Here's where I'm at is – I think the running back position is one where I just feel like it should be the position, but I'm strong about it. I think you're 1 year removed from watching Joe Mixon, a legitimate 3-down back, be an absolute game changer. and then you piecemeal this thing together. And Woody Marks did a great job, but I think everybody can watch and see that there's a different level there that you can go to. And I think that you can do it relatively cheaply than some of the other positions. I mean, you could do it for $10 or less million a year.
Yeah.
And so and you look at this team, and this team is one that they are hell bent on establishing the run and running the football. That's who D'Amico Ryans is going to be. And so obviously who Nick Caley wants to be as well.
And do you get the feel in how they're doing it? It doesn't feel like they want to lean more into CJ and Nico. It does feel like they potentially may want to lean into more.
Yeah.
Ball control.
Well, I just think that's the position for me where it's not a deal breaker money wise. There's options available out there. It is a perfect fit for what we hear coming out of the organization of what they want to be. And you don't have to be the sharpest tool in the shed to realize the last season compared to this season, one major difference offensively was, boy, you had a horse in the backfield 2 years ago, and this year you didn't. No disrespect to Woody. I would argue that it'd be great for Woody to move into that second back and that third down back role anyway.
So running back, I don't know that I see a couple people say one person say running back. I don't know if a lot of people tend to go there. I agree with all the offensive line. For me, and I think this may be potentially be a surprise, or some people may disagree with it. I think they need to get. They got a position group, Clint, where they have one real surefire definite. One real surefire, walking into the door, walking into week one, that this guy is a definite starter that can go. They got one at that position, and that's Nico Collins. The rest, I think they have several, potential or hopes or kind of we could see it. And I think for a team that has aspirations to reach the top and get past where they are, I think it is important that they get a second bona fide receiver, starting caliber receiver, that they know what they're going to get from him. Because Higgins, I think, is a maybe, a hope. There's potential, maybe. Noel, it's clear to me, I don't think they want to use him like that. So maybe he's a more hope, Noel, gadget, special teams player in their eyes. And right now, obviously he was on a one-year deal. I don't think Christian Kirk is going to be potentially invited back. And then the other one is, I know Tank has the potential to be available, and I know he was working like hell to get back, but I just don't think that you can look at Tank Dell and say, all right, tell him my plans to be somebody that's going to be a legit bona fide starting wide receiver in this league. When he's healthy and right, he is exactly everything this offense would need, but I don't think you can walk into next season with that confidence. Yeah. So I that's why I think potentially a starting level, number 2 level receiver.
I can get down with that 10 out of 10, Ron. I think you made the word you used is bona fide. I mean, that is somebody opposite Nico Collins that you can absolutely 100% bank on being a guy that can take the top off the defense, that's super explosive. Doesn't have to be a $30 million a year wide receiver, but somebody that has the traits of taking the top off and being explosive.
A couple of guys that win the trade deadline. You brought up Rashid Shaheed.
Yep.
He would be one in that example. And I think Jacoby Myers that the Jags went and got.
I think there's going to be several of them out there. And here's the deal. You got Nico Collins, who's one of the best in the league, right? You got Christian Kirk, who's not going to be here. You got Xavier Hutchinson, who is quality depth. You got Higgins, who absolutely I would say would be a good number 3 right now. And you got Noel, who they don't seem to want to play on the offensive side of the ball. And so I think any of those guys, and you got Tank Dell coming back, who you have no idea what that's going to look like. So I think you've got Nico Collins, I think you've got Xavier Hutchinson, and I think all the other guys, whether it's because they're rookies or because of injuries, I think they got to be viewed as luxuries. I think a bona fide receiver along with Nico Collins, and then Higgins is 3 at that point, and depending on what that bona fide receiver looks like and what his stylistically what his play, and that'll take kind of what Higgins next year looks like. But all of those guys, if Higgins continues to flourish and expand his play and what he can do, it's a luxury. If Tank Dell comes back and has that twitch and explosiveness and change of direction that he had before, it's a huge luxury. If Jalen Noel, if they do find a way, and he can handle the return specialist and the slot receiver, so to speak, or more reps on receiver, then that's a luxury. I don't believe you can go into the season again offensively with Nico and a bunch of wait and see potential guys.
Potential, or like Hutch is like I don't think Hutch